As soon as they entered Tanggu town, Lu Hao led his team of imperial guards and parted ways with Yu Xiaoxiao and the others. After all, he had work on hand, and official business was still his priority. At noon, Yu Xiaoxiao took the group of tired and hungry youths to the entrance of Junshou restaurant. Junshou restaurant had already opened several branches in the capital. This group of noble young masters and misses from the capital naturally knew that they wouldn't be able to taste the delicacies in Junshou restaurant without booking several days in advance. Although they really wanted to sit down in Junshou restaurant and have a good meal, the group of noble young masters and misses knew clearly in their hearts that it was just their wishful thinking. When they smelled the strong aroma of the roasted duck wafting out from the restaurant, the group felt that their hunger was even more unbearable. Ning Dongwan covered his rumbling stomach that was protesting for food and looked pitifully at Yu Xiaoxiao. I say, Xiaoxiao, you clearly know that we're dying of hunger, but you're deliberately tempting us with food. Can we still happily play together? You aren't that naive to think that there's still vacant seats for us in Junshou restaurant at this time, right? Shi Donglin, royal princess Minglin's younger brother, watched as customers went in and out of the entrance of Junshou restaurant, and said dispiritedly, I took a look, and it seemed like the main hall was already full. There's no point in asking. Wasn't there a Fulin restaurant earlier? It also seems like a famous, long-established restaurant. Why don't we just eat there and fill our stomachs first? Yuan Shuiyan was the only one among them who knew about the relationship between Junshou restaurant and Yu Xiaoxiao. This was something that she had heard from her grandfather, great scholar Yuan. Xiaoxiao was considered half of a boss of Junshou restaurant, so she never had to make reservations when eating there. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled playfully at Shi Donglin, who was around the same age as her younger brother, and said, it's okay. Maybe we'll be very lucky and encounter a sudden cancellation. You guys wait here, while I go ask. It won't take much time. Ning Dongwan still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by his refined second brother. He asked with confusion, second brother, why are you stopping me? Are we just going to let Xiaoxiao get rebuffed? That guy with a goatee just came out with a face full of disappointment. It's obvious that there are no tables left. Ning Donglin watched as Xiaoxiao entered Junshou restaurant, and then shook his head at his brainless third brother, saying, when have you ever seen Xiaoxiao fight a battle unprepared? Although she said that she was going to try her luck, she had an air of confidence. Don't worry about it, just wait to go in and have a good meal. Inside Junshou restaurant, Qian Xiaoduo, who was busily greeting the customers, saw Yu Xiaoxiao coming in from outside. He went forward with an even warmer smile and said, Miss Yu, did you just return from the capital? Quickly go upstairs. This little one will have someone bring you a basin of water so you can wash up. Yu Xiaoxiao looked strangely at Qian Xiaoduo's beard and curiously asked, Manager Qian, why did you suddenly grow out a beard? It makes you look several years older. Qian Xiaoduo touched his beard, which had just grown out a little, and chuckled, people often say that young people can't be trusted with important tasks. So I want to make myself look more dignified. After he said that, he looked outside and continued, are those people outside your friends from the capital? Is this a trip to the seaside? It's not a bad idea to let the noble young masters and misses in the capital see our newly built harbor in Tanggu, as well as the ships that are coming and going. Zuzi, go and invite those guests outside to the third floor. Miss Yu, do you want to head up first? Yu Xiaoxiao waved her hands at him and said, they're my friends so there's no need to be so polite. I'll call them over myself. I brought spring tea that I stir-fried, have someone brew a pot and bring it upstairs. Wadong took out a jar of tea leaves from her bag. Qian Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly brightened up and he quickly took it over with both hands. As if he was holding a treasure, he went to the tea room to find the person who was most skilled in making tea. Who didn't know that the wild camellia tea that Miss Yu made had an even more fragrant and mellow taste than top-grade Yunwu tea? Since the current master of the Zhou family tasted the tea, he always thought about it whenever he returned to the old residence in Tanggu town. After serving Miss Yu's friends, there should still be a lot of tea leaves left in the jar. Miss Yu was a generous person, so she definitely wouldn't take back the remaining tea leaves. It seemed like he had gotten another chance to show his face in front of the old master again thanks to Miss Yu. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care about manager Qian's thoughts and turned to walk out of Junshou restaurant. She beckoned her friends and showed a crafty smile as she said, it seems like we're really lucky today. There's a private room on the third floor that's vacant. Ning Dongwan exclaimed in surprise with an incredible expression on his face, really? There's an empty spot as soon as you go ask. I clearly saw several waves of people coming out with a disappointed look. Oh, I know. Do you have a long-term reservation of a private room in Junshou restaurant so that you can come eat the delicacies at the restaurant at any time? Yu Xiaoxiao looked at him with a contemptuous gaze and said, if I'm going to make a reservation, I would have done it in the Junshou restaurant in the capital. These 2 years, I can only return to Tanggu town a limited number of times. If I made a reservation, wouldn't it be empty most of the time and only be used less than twice a year? Do I have that much money to waste? Ning Dongwan pouted and grumbled, you do have a lot of money. The beauty salon, pharmaceutical workshops, and wine distillery are all money-making businesses. If calculated seriously, you can be considered one of the wealthiest ladies in the capital. What's the big deal about reserving a private room in Junshou restaurant? Ning Donglin was embarrassed by his younger brother's stupidity. He glared at him and said, there are so many branches of Junshou restaurant in the capital. Have you ever heard of them letting outsiders reserve a private room? If it was possible, with so many rich and influential families in the capital, wouldn't all the private rooms already be taken? Can't you use your brain before speaking? With a puzzled expression, Ning Dongwan scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, then how did she get a private room? Could it be that she used her beauty? Ouch. Ning Donglin retrieved his fan and didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Ning Dongwan continued to murmur. Even when they had sat down in the private room on the third floor and was drinking the fragrant tea, he still pestered Xiaoxiao to ask her how she managed to get such a high-class private room. Yuan Shuiyan reminded him in an indifferent tone, has anyone ever seen Junshou restaurant open the third floor to outsiders? Indeed, Yuan Shuiyan's words enlightened everyone present. The third floor of Junshou restaurant had always been very mysterious, and it was said that it was specially used to entertain close friends and relatives. Could it be? Ning Dongwan looked at Yu Xiaoxiao with bright eyes, as if he was a puppy begging for a bone. Xiaoxiao, are you the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family, i.e., second brother, why did you hit me again? Ning Donglin shook his head in disappointment and said, I told you to use your brain before speaking, but it seems like that was a rather difficult request because you don't have one at all. Seeing that everyone had looked over curiously, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly smiled and explained, I found a tattered recipe book by chance, and made several dishes according to the book. The third young master of the Zhou family took a fancy to the dishes and bought several of the recipes at a high price. Third young master Zhou, who is generous and treats me like a friend, gave me the rights to use the private rooms on the third floor. Hearing this, Yu Wanqing looked at Xiaoxiao with admiration and exclaimed, older sister Xiaoxiao, you're so amazing. You're good at everything. Ning Donglin, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face and said after a long time, this Junshou restaurant was originally just a common restaurant in Tanggu town. I heard that it barely managed to survive the competition of other famous, long-established restaurants. Later, the restaurant released oyster sauce dishes, roasted chicken, roasted duck, only then did it gradually gain a firm foothold. Allegedly, these dishes were recipes given to them by a mysterious person. This mysterious person wouldn't just happen to be Xiaoxiao, right? Yu Xiaoxiao hadn't expected that Ning Donglin knew all these things, but the history of the establishment of Junshou restaurant wasn't a secret. Anyone who wanted to inquire about it could find out. She replied humbly, it just so happened that those dishes were in the book. At that time, my family was in a situation where we didn't have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear, so we sold the recipes in order to improve our living conditions. Ning Dongwan beat his chest and lamented, what a pity, isn't that the same as selling a chicken that lays golden eggs? If you still had them now, we could cooperate to open a restaurant with these signature dishes. It will definitely be better than Junshou restaurant. Yu Xiaoxiao had endless recipes in her hands, so opening a restaurant wasn't a problem for her. However, in the past 2 years, she had been in the limelight enough in the capital. She didn't want to attract more attention so as to not attract the jealousy of others and bring disaster to herself. After the group casually washed up, they had a good meal at Junshou restaurant and a short rest before they rushed to Dongshan village. The villagers of Dongshan village were stunned by the sight of the group of over a dozen people, who were all dressed in brocade robes and accompanied by fine horses and myriads of servants. Who said Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't succeed because she had no roots in the capital? Look at how she was accompanied by a royal princess and noble young masters and misses. They were truly the children of wealthy and influential families. Those who boasted about being noble young misses in town were far inferior to these people. As for their accommodation, Zhu Junyang had already thought it over for Xiaoxiao. The Yu family's old residence was built to appear spacious and grand. However, it might be too crowded to entertain over a dozen children of noble families, and dozens of servants and guards. Fortunately, Prince Jing household's mountain manor on the West Mountains was currently vacant. After Zhu Junyang got permission from his lady mother, he had servants clean up the empty rooms in the manor to entertain the group of noble young maidens and masters. The problem of their lodging had been resolved, and there was no need to worry about food. Those who lived on the mountain lived off the mountain, while those who lived near the sea lived off the sea. If they wanted to eat game, then they should go hunt for some in the mountains. If they wanted to eat seafood, then they should go fishing. Would they starve with Xiaoxiao around? For the next several days, the young masters and maidens who had never been to the sea played like crazy. Every morning, they followed Xiaoxiao to set traps in the mountains. When the tide was low, they went to gather seafood at the beach with the half-grown children in the village. The young masters, who thought that they were good at swimming, had even borrowed Yu Hai's and Yu Hang's sharkskin diving suits. They swam around in the sea, and then dived into the shallow water to catch some small fish and shrimps. At dusk, they went back to the mountains to retrieve the pheasants and wild hares that were caught in the traps. Then, in the evening, they filed their stomachs with the delicacies from the mountain and sea. Sometimes the young maidens also envied Ning Dongwan and the others for being able to experience the joy of playing the water, but they could only watch and sigh because they had poor swimming skills. Although they couldn't swim, Xiaoxiao knew how to swim. Thus, he Wanning pestered Xiaoxiao to teach her how to swim. When the girls were swimming and diving, they naturally had to find a secluded area and have many guards around them. After all, they were all grown maidens. After putting on the tight-fitting diving suits, their delicate figures become somewhat more apparent. The reef beside the cliff, where Yu Xiaoxiao used to gather seafood, was the most secluded area. Every time she went to the sea, she would choose to get into the waters here. Xiaoxiao, who had put on a black sharkskin diving suit, jumped into the waters from the reef like a nimble little dolphin. Little dolphin, the noble maidens on the reef seemed to have thought of something. Yu Wanqing eagerly asked, older sister Yu, will your little dolphin friend come today? I have never seen a dolphin before. The others subsequently nodded to express that they wanted to see the little dolphin that was full of spirits. Of course, Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't let them down. She called out towards the depths of the ocean, Xiaobu. Yu Wanqing looked at the surface of the sea in the distance. Her eyes were full of expectation as she asked from time to time, older sister Yu, the sea is so big, can the little dolphin hear your voice? Is the little dolphin big enough to carry a person while swimming? What does the sea floor look like? Is it the same as the dragon palace in the legends, with shrimp soldiers and crab generals and shell palace maids? The others were amused by her childish words. He Wanning, who had changed into a diving suit, took a deep breath and dived into the waters. When she came out, she pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, "Wow! I saw a tortoise prime minister. Where is it? Where is it?" Only Yu Wanqing, the naive fellow, was fooled and hastily rushed over. She didn't even care that her embroidered shoes got wet and only cared about seeing what the tortoise prime minister looked like. He Wanning couldn't hold back anymore. She laughed and said, "I lied to you. How can there be any shrimp soldiers, crab generals, dragon king and dragon maidens? Those are all mythological characters, so how can we see them in real life?" Her words led to fits of laughter. Yu Wanqing pouted and stamped her feet. "Older sister, he is so mean. I'm not playing with you." "Ah. Dolphin, is that a dolphin? There are so many." Everyone looked towards the direction that she pointed at. Sure enough, a group of sea elves jumped out of the water from time to time. They had pointed mouths and backs with graceful lines. What elegant and cute creatures. "Older sister Yu, that's older sister Yu, right?" Yu Wanqing saw a head surrounded by the dolphins and screamed out in surprise. It turned out that, at some point, Xiao Cao had swam far away and met up with the pod of dolphins. Among the dolphins, Xiaobu had already grown into Big Bu. Xiaobu was very excited because it hadn't seen its good friend, Xiao Cao, in a long time. It swam around her, jumped out of the water beside her from time to time, and let her head rest on top of its head. Xiao Cao dripped a drop of mystic stone water into its wide-opened mouth. Seeing Yu Wanqing Li Mengqi desperately waving their hands at her, she climbed up onto the dolphin's back and had it carry her towards the group of people, like when she was younger. Xiaobu often played with Xiao Cao, so it wasn't scared of humans. It obediently swam to the shore, and soon the crowd on the reef were able to clearly see its appearance: blue back, sharp dorsal fin, shiny skin, and a pair of bright, black eyes that shined with life. "So pretty," Yu Wanqing couldn't help but exclaim. The others were also mesmerized by the cute appearance of the little dolphin. He Wanning tried to get closer to Xiaobu with her measly dog paddle swimming skills. Xiaobu tilted its head and looked at her curiously with a friendly and gentle expression. Dolphins are kind creatures that are lively and playful. As long as you don't have any ill intentions, it will be happy to accept you as a friend. Yu Xiaocao introduced her little dolphin friend to her close friends. He Wanning slowly stretched out her hands, trying to feel Xiaobu's shiny bald head. Suddenly, she felt something in the water push against her waist. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she forgot how to dog paddle. Her limbs flapped in confusion and she seemed to be sinking into the sea. The girls on the shore screamed repeatedly, feeling worried for her. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of salty sea water, He Wanning suddenly felt herself being lifted. She thought that it was Xiao Cao who saved her. She pitifully squeezed out a grateful smile at her, but she found out that Xiao Cao was 2 arms length away from her. "Huh, then who saved me?" Xiao Cao motioned her to look in the sea. It turned out that Xiaobu was pushing her with its head, letting her body surface above the waters. Xiao Cao said with a smile, "The legend of dolphins saving people is widely known around the seaside. Fishermen will never hunt these mystical little creatures because they will probably have to rely on the dolphins to save them when they encounter dangers at sea." "Haha, so it was you, this little guy, who was causing trouble." Ah. Yu Xiaocao plunged into the sea and saw a little dolphin that was even smaller than the Xiaobu that she first met. It swam around He Wanning, and from time to time, it would curiously push her with its rostrum. It was because of this little guy that He Wanning had nearly drowned in fear earlier. Seeing Yu Xiaocao swim over, the little fellow wasn't scared. It hovered around Xiaobu and looked at her curiously with a shy expression of wanting to approach but was embarrassed to do so. Yu Xiaocao swam closer to it, stroked its smooth back, and bribed it with a drop of mystic stone water. The little fellow finally got close to her and swam around her. It rubbed its small head against her and didn't even struggle when Xiao Cao held onto it. Xiao Cao carried the little guy to the surface of the sea and grinned at He Wanning, who had already climbed ashore, saying, "Older sister He, you're so timid. You're afraid of such a small baby dolphin. Wow, it's adorable, can I touch it?" Yu Wanqing excitedly screamed as she rushed in front of the others. The water level near the reef was too shallow for adult dolphins to swim over, but it was different for the mini dolphin that Yu Xiaocao was holding. After Xiao Cao let it go, it didn't swim away and swam around in the shallow waters while flapping its tail. Just like how the young maidens onshore were curious about it, it was also full of curiosity since it was its first time meeting human girls. Seeing Yu Wanqing put her hands into the seawater and called it warmly, the little fellow swam over in a silly manner and put its head on her palm, asking to be stroked. "So cute. The little dolphin is so cute. I really want to take it home to raise as a pet." If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that dolphins couldn't leave the water like fishes, Yu Wanqing would hold it in her arms and kiss it. Royal Princess Minglan disproved her. The little dolphin needs to live in the water. Do you have seawater at home? Moreover, even if your family has the financial ability to transport seawater back every day, would the dolphin be happy after leaving its friends in the ocean? It's like, you're suddenly able to breathe underwater. The little dolphins made you stay in the ocean and won't let you back go ashore. Would you be willing? Of course not, Yu Wanqing immediately retorted. See, the little dolphin doesn't want to go home with you. The ocean is their paradise. Royal Princess Minglan squatted down, and the little dolphin swam towards her, which accidentally led to a tragedy. It ran aground on the reef. Xiao Cao hastily carried it back to the deep sea, and the little fellow, who got frightened, immediately swam back to Xiaobu to be consoled. Xiao Cao, who had an alert mind, pointed at the little guy and asked Xiaobu, "Xiaobu, this little fellow wouldn't be your child, right? You're a mother now." As if it could understand Xiao Cao's words, Xiaobu nodded its head that had come up on the surface of the water. It caressed the back of the little dolphin with its fin, and a sense of affection could be seen within its black eyes. "Then let's call him little Xiaobu." Little Xiaobu looks actually the same as when you were younger, and it's also just as bold. Yu Xiaoxiao remembered the Xiaobu from a few years ago. It was slightly bigger than little Xiaobu now, yet it dared to approach her. They swam freely in the sea, and even dared to tease those big sharks. Under the guidance of Xiaoxiao, He Wanning swam for a while and learned to dive. She picked up a small crab in the shallow sea and was so excited that she nearly drowned again. After she played for a while, she went ashore to dig mussels and pry barnacles with Yuan Shuiyan and the others. Watch me catch a few large lobsters as dinner for you guys. It had been a long time since Yu Xiaoxiao swam in the bottom of the sea to her heart's content. Seeing that her friends were playing happily on shore, she called out to them and plunged into the water, diving into the azure blue sea. With the little divine stone's escort and Xiaobu's guidance, she soon arrived at the deep sea. The gorgeous corals, which she had not seen in a long time, rippled with the waves in various forms. The colorful school of fishes formed a net as they swam, frolicking. A big sea turtle slowly swam past Xiaoxiao and looked curiously at her. The treasures of the seabed appeared in front of Xiaoxiao. She grabbed huge lobsters one after another, picked up lazily squirming sea cucumbers one after another, dug out fist-sized abalones one after another. She had gained a full harvest at the bottom of the sea. The people on the shore became anxious when they saw that she hadn't floated up for a long time. Even the indifferent-looking Yuan Shuiyan had a worried expression on her face. Xiaolian, I heard that there are many undercurrents and dangerous shoals under the sea. Xiaoxiao has gone down for so long. Did something happen? Upon hearing her words, Xiaolian, who was helping her younger sister entertain the pampered guests from the capital, shook her head and said with a smile, it's okay. Younger sister has come back safe after diving for an even longer time than now. You guys can rest assured. Don't you think it's strange that she hasn't come up to breathe for so long? Royal Princess Minglan tried to hold her breath on the shore and couldn't hold it for a long time. Xiaolian, who was born in a fishing village, had heard many stories about pearl divers. She told them that some people were born with the talents for diving and could hold their breath underwater for more than 20 minutes without a change in their faces. If Xiaoxiao was here, she would definitely recall that, in her previous life, the record holder of the Guinness World Records held his breath for 22 minutes. As they spoke, they saw a head appear in the distant sea. She waved at them, and then dived down again. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly gathered a bag of seafood. She found an extremely bright red coral, which was as dazzling as the red clouds in the sky. It looked lustrous and transparent. Hence, she was attracted to go over. At this time, red corals were already regarded as an auspicious and fortunate item that represented nobility and power, so it was also called lucky gem. It was the symbol of happiness and eternity. Xiaoxiao heard from her godmother that when the princess of the previous dynasty got married, the imperial family included a red coral that was even taller than a person in her dowry. It was extremely valuable, and thus attracted the envy of countless noble maidens. Corals with such a bright and dazzling red color like this should be considered top grade, right? With the little divine stone's help, Yu Xiaoxiao picked the beautiful red coral and slowly pulled back to the shore. Fortunately, there was buoyancy in the sea and she also had the help of the little dolphin. Otherwise, she wasn't sure if she could bring this coral that was nearly the same size as her back. The coral was dragged ashore with the help of her friends. The group of young maidens were amazed because they had never seen such a coral that was so big and red. He Wanning was pleasantly surprised as she walked around the coral twice and said, younger sister Xiaoxiao, you're really lucky to actually find such a top-notch quality red coral. How did you drag it up with that small and thin body of yours? Li Mengqi also knew about the value of red coral. The matriarch of her family had a red coral in her dowry. It was only a little more than half a meter tall, but she treated it like a treasure and hid it for fear that it would be damaged by others. Yu Wanqing showed the string of red coral beads on her wrist to the others and said with a smile, my mother gave a red coral beads bracelet on my birthday. The color isn't as beautiful as this one, yet I heard it cost several thousand taels. Older sister you can grind out so many beads from this coral He Wanqing smacked the back of her head. She disregarded her wronged expression and rebuked, do you know how rare a colony of coral is? If it's divided into pieces like you suggested, then that's recklessly wasting God's gift. Xiaoxiao, you can't be muddle-headed and suffer big losses for the sake of small gains Yuan Shuiyan, on the other hand, thought more profoundly and asked, younger sister Xiaoxiao, this coral is very valuable. Have you figured out what to do with it? People often say that one's only crime was to carry a jade. Such a precious item would likely attract thieves. Yu Xiaoxiao understood what she meant, so she answered without any hesitation, at the end of next month, isn't it the emperor's imperial mother, Princess Consort Duan's, birthday? The emperor and empress treat me so well, and I have nothing to repay them with. So I'll give this coral as a birthday present to Princess Consort Duan. He Wanning felt very regretful about it. In her opinion, Xiaoxiao had been granted the title of a feudal princess, but to be a match with Royal Prince Yang, who was a real member of the imperial family, there was still a gap between their statuses. If she had such a valuable item in her dowry when she got married, those nosy people probably wouldn't be able to say anything, right? However, Xiaoxiao wanted to give it to someone else. Her heart ached for her, all right. Royal Princess Minglan sourly said, no wonder the emperor and empress like you so much. You, this lass, really know how to flatter others. You're giving away such a precious thing just like that. But you need to be prepared. You're giving such a valuable birthday present that will make others pale in comparison, so it will inevitably cause certain people to feel displeased. You're inadvertently offending people by doing this. Yu Xiaoxiao thought about it and felt that she was right. She quickly ran over to hug Royal Princess Minglan and said, older sister Minglan, thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have really done something stupid and caused trouble for myself. Go away, stay away from me. My clothes are wet because of you. It was so hard to get Modiste Zhang to personally make this set of clothes. Look, it's all dirty because of you. Royal Princess Minglan was exasperated after Xiao Xiao rubbed seawater all over her body. What did she do? If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have reminded that lass. Yu Xiao Xiao chuckled and avoided her little hand that was about to smack her. She said with a cheeky grin, older sister Minglan, I'll go back and wash it for you. If it's ruined, then I'll get you a new set as compensation. I just had a set of clothes made this year that I haven't worn. With that tiny body of yours. Am I going to wear it so that others can laugh at me? While Xiao Xiao wasn't paying attention, Royal Princess Minglan pushed her off the reef. Looking at the splashing water, her sulky mood was somewhat relieved. Yu Xiao Xiao moved her limbs and leisurely swam backstroke in the sea water, but she also didn't forget to provoke Royal Princess Minglan. Royal Princess Minglan appeared to have a bad temper, but in fact, after she got a better understanding of her, she realized that Royal Princess Minglan was just a paper tiger that could be easily broken with a single poke. When the night sky filled the entire beach, the group of young maidens happily returned to the village with a rich harvest. The red coral, which was the height of a person, was carried back to the mountain manor by Chunhua and Chushi. On the way back, they encountered the Ning brothers, who were worried since they hadn't returned for so long, and 3 half-grown youths. Seeing the red coral under the moonlight, Ning Dongwan's eyes nearly popped out. Such a big coral, that last Xiao Xiao was going to make a fortune. Before he had figured out how to buy the coral from Xiao Xiao had already sent someone to call Lu Hao over. The task of transporting the red coral back to the capital was handed to this team of imperial guards of the Yulin division. She decided to quietly give the coral to the emperor. Whatever he decided to do with it had nothing to do with her. These young masters and maidens spent a few days in Dongshan village and had a great time. They ate all kinds of delicacies from the land and sea. Madame Lu's authentic seafood cooking skills conquered their taste buds. Garlic lobster, sea cucumber and chicken soup, crispy abalone with salt and pepper, soy sauce scallops, spicy mantis shrimps, they ate so contentedly that they didn't want to leave this wonderful place, Dongshan village. However, no matter how good Dongshan village was, they still eventually needed to return to the capital. Just as they prepared to go home, the news of a pearl hunting competition suddenly spread throughout Tanggu. It was said that in addition to the hefty reward, the first place would also be granted an official post. Although it was only a sinecure 7th ranked position, it was a great temptation for fishermen and pearl divers. One must admit that Royal Prince Yang had done a great job with the promotion. There were even some people from small fishing villages hundreds of kilometers away coming to sign up for participation. Anyway, the registration was free, so even if they couldn't get ranked in the competition, it wasn't a big loss for them. By giving it a try, perhaps the god of luck would help them, right? Many fishermen with good diving skills had signed up for the competition, let alone those who had many years of experience in pearl hunting. Surprisingly, there were also quite a lot of women who had also signed up. Sure enough, the legendary profession of female pearl divers really existed. The most skilled swimmer in Dongshan village was Yu Hai. However, he was now rich and had a position of an official. Thus, he wasn't interested in this event. Several fearless youths had signed up without informing their families. Xiao Xiao had only found out on the day of the competition that Zhuang Xiaomo had also secretly signed up to participate. Zhuang Xiaomo had even better diving skills than Xiao Xiao's father, Yu Hai. Allegedly, the old man who adopted him was a famous pearl diver when he was young. Later, due to problems with his health, he stopped working in this profession and became an ordinary fisherman. Although he didn't want this adopted grandson to take the same disastrous road, he also didn't want his over a decade of precious experience in pearl diving to be forgotten. In the midst of his hesitation, he gradually passed on his experience to Zhuang Xiaomo. Zhuang Xiaomo had also listened to his grandfather and didn't embark on the dangerous road of being a pearl diver. However, he believed that his diving and pearl hunting skills were much better than ordinary pearl divers. Zhuang Xiaomo, who liked Xiaolian, had always felt inferior. He was afraid his status wasn't worthy of her and that she would fall in love with someone better than him. Therefore, Zhuang Xiaomo always had a knot in his heart. He hoped that he could rely on his own efforts to obtain a status that was a good match for Xiaolian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. If he really got first place and won the hefty reward, he would be able to buy a house in the capital for Xiaolian. Although it wouldn't be as good as the one bought by Xiao Xiao, they would at least have a place to stay in the capital. Although a small 7th ranked official didn't have any real power, he would be able to get rid of the identity of a bumpkin and become someone from the highest class among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. When he proposed a marriage to the Yu family, he could stand up straight with confidence. When he promised to give Xiaolian happiness, he could say it in a bold and confident manner. On the first day of the pearl hunting competition, Xiaolian, who had come to join in the fun with her younger sister, noticed a familiar figure among the crowd, and suddenly felt flustered. Since she had always lived by the sea, she had naturally heard the older generation talk about pearl divers. The profession of picking pearls may sound like a good career to make money, but who really knew about the difficulties in the profession? Who would know that in order to obtain each round and translucent pearl, the pearl divers had to risk their own health and even lives? On the surface, the vast expanse of water was calm and without waves. However, the mysterious seabed was full of ravines, dense reefs, turbulent undercurrents, and ceaseless whirlpools. There were far more dangers than that. There were poisonous sea serpents lurking in the crevices of reefs, poisonous jellyfish floating in the sea, and fierce sharks patrolling their territory in groups. In order to obtain pearl oysters that lived more than 10 meters, or even tens of meters, under the sea, pearl divers not only had to withstand the huge pressure of the seawater, face the risk of being swept away by the undercurrent and engulfed by the whirlpool, but they also had to be on guard against the attacks of various dangerous marine organisms. Therefore, when Zhuang Xiaomo called older brother Zhang and the others to get on the boat, Yu Xiaolian rushed over and indiscriminately yelled, "Zhuang Xiaomo, who told you to sign up for this? Do you know how dangerous pearl hunting is? Why are you getting yourself in danger? Are you really that short of money? For the sake of money, you're even disregarding your life. Hey, little girl, can't you say something good? Before Zhuang Xiaomo could reply, a tanned and burly man on the next boat had voiced his displeasure. For people in this profession, it was taboo for others to say that it was dangerous and life-risking. Wasn't that cursing them? Zhuang Xiaomo smiled apologetically at him. Then he turned to Xiaolian and said, "It's all right. I'm just going to try it out with older brother Zhang and the others. I won't go too far off and just wander around nearby. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to sign up for such a grand event, so I'll just treat it as an experience. Don't worry, I value my life more than you, so I won't easily take risks." His inner monologue was, if I died in the sea, wouldn't that just benefit those stinky brats who are looking at you with covetous eyes? Yu Xiaolian still felt uneasy. With her lips pursed, she didn't speak for a long time. Seeing that other people were setting off, she reluctantly asked, "Can you not go? Isn't your vegetables and fruit shop doing pretty good? We don't lack money, so why do you have to join in the fun? I have already signed up to participate, and Royal Prince Yang is looking over this event. If I go back on my words and give up halfway, what would others think? Alright, I promise you that I will prioritize my safety, okay?" Zhuang Xiaomo coaxed her for a long time before Xiaolian finally agreed to let him go. "You must be careful and don't try to act brave. I'll wait for you to come back safe and sound." Yu Xiaolian's eyes were full of worry and reluctance. Xiaolian's concern made Zhuang Xiaomo feel a sweet feeling as if he had eaten honey. He looked deeply at her, pushed his own pearl hunting boat, and sailed towards the deep sea with the equipment that he had prepared. The pearl hunting boat was a special wooden boat that was powered by sails. The bow and stern of the boat were round, and the hull was relatively wide, like a huge oval wooden basin. Zhuang Xiaomo checked his equipment again. Thick ropes, ceramic jar, straw mat, wooden bucket, bamboo basket, pearl picking knife, and so on. Yu Xiaolian watched as Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl hunting boat sailed further and further away. In the end, there was only a small figure at the horizon. The worry in her heart slightly deepened. Yu Xiaosao noticed that Xiaolian seemed absent-minded when they got home. She almost cut her fingers several times when cutting vegetables. Xiaosao thought about it, and then said, "If you're worried, let's have eldest brother row a boat to catch up to him. With my swimming skills, if he encountered any danger, I can help out a bit. I want to go too. Can you take me along too? I've never been out to the sea before." He Wanning overheard the conversation between the sisters and jumped out to express her desire. "Me too, older sister Yu, I want to go too." Me. Before Yu Xiaosao could reply, a group of troublesome fellows jumped into the kitchen. Yu Xiaosao felt a slight headache. If she had known that this would happen, she would have sent these people back several days before the pearl hunting competition was announced. Just when she didn't know how to reject them, Dong Dali, Royal Prince Yang's trusted bodyguard, came over. "Miss Yu, my master is going out to the sea. He told this subordinate to ask if you're interested in coming along." Interested? Of course, she's interested. Before Xiaosao could speak, more than a dozen mouths had answered for her. As a result, there were an extra dozen excitedly chirping and curious figures on Royal Prince Yang's big ship. Royal Prince Yang's ship wasn't the only one going out to patrol the sea. After all, Princess Consort Duan's birthday celebration was a happy event. If something happened to these pearl divers, then it would ruin the happy occasion. Thus, Royal Prince Yang sent out a fleet of a dozen or so ships to patrol the deep sea. If they encountered someone asking for help, they would be able to assist them in a timely manner. Zhu Junyang had originally planned to take his little lass on a romantic trip to the sea, but he hadn't expected that there would be an addition of more than a dozen giant light bulbs on the ship, ruining his plan. Looking at the group of noisy brats, he really wanted to lift each of them by their legs and throw them into the sea. Yu Xiaosao quietly stood at the front of the ship with a telescope in her hands, looking for Zhuang Xiaomo's boat. This kind of telescope was brought back from the west by Zhu Junyang when he was on a voyage to the western hemisphere. It was called a 1,000 miles eye. "How is it? Did you find him yet?" Yu Xiaolian, who was beside her, asked anxiously. "Wait a moment, there are so many pearl hunting boats out today, so how can I find him so quickly? Wait, I think I found that fellow Zhuang Xiaomo. Why don't you take a look and see if it's him?" Yu Xiaosao handed the telescope to Xiaolian and pointed towards a direction. Xiaolian looked around carefully and finally saw Zhuang Xiaomo's figure. However, at this time, Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl hunting boat didn't seem to be in a good situation. They had encountered a relatively large whirlpool, and if they weren't careful, there was the danger of them dying along with the wrecked boat. But, of course, this little problem wasn't difficult for him. Zhuang Xiaomo directed the people on the boat to throw the straw mats into the whirlpool. When the whirlpool was blocked by the straw mats and slowed down, Zhuang Xiaomo slowly steered the pearl hunting boat through. "Roisy, let's sail that way, but don't get too close. It's fine as long as you can observe the situation with the telescope." Yu Xiaosao felt that Xiaolian would only be at ease if Zhuang Xiaomo was within their line of sight. Seeing that the lass was focused on another person, Zhu Junyang was unhappy. "Humph. It turns out that you had an ulterior motive when you agreed so readily. It seems like you completely disregarded this prince's sincere heart." This guy was jealous again. Yu Xiaosao quickly pacified him. "Aren't I doing this for my older sister? If I let her brood on it at home, then I don't know what would happen. Why are you getting jealous over everyone?" For the sake of his future sister-in-law's matter, he tolerated it. Zhu Junyang knew that she had extraordinary diving skills. He pointed to the cabin and asked, "You're not going to experience such an interesting activity like pearl hunting?" Yu Xiaosao touched her own ears and had to admit that Zhu Junyang knew her quite well. She had secretly brought her diving suit with her, but she hadn't expected him to find out. Actually, I just want to try my luck. After all, we're strangers to pearl hunting and have no experience at all. Yu Xiaosao smiled awkwardly. Zhu Junyang tapped her little head and said with a smile, "Go, this prince will swim around with you. Where's your little dolphin friend? Is it still around?" "Yes, Xiaobu gave birth to a baby dolphin that looks exactly like her. It's so cute. I'll go down to change first. I'll call it over later and show you." Yu Xiaosao excused herself with the excited bunch on the ship, and then went down to the cabin to change into her diving suit. Zhu Junyang also changed into his own tailor-made diving suit. Xiaosao was stunned to see his bulging muscles under the tight-fitting suit, his strong and slender thighs, and his thin waist that didn't have any extra fat. This guy had a really good figure. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but feel proud when he saw the little lass's admiring eyes. Looking at the lass's tight-fitting diving suit, he couldn't help frowning slightly. The little lass had begun to develop in the past 2 years. Although she was far from having a voluminous figure, the curves of her figure had become apparent after all. In addition, with her slender waist, the diving suit perfectly outlined her fine figure. No way, this was a benefit only for him. He couldn't let others see it. Zhu Junyang covered the young girl's body with his outer jacket and told her to take it off when she got into the water. Yu Xiaosao looked at the expensive fabric of the clothing and curled up her lips. Since the owner of the clothes didn't mind, she had nothing to worry about. However, the clothes would definitely be ruined after being soaked in the sea. This guy seriously didn't know how to be frugal. From the side of the ship, Yu Xiaosao jumped into the sea with a perfect diving posture. The noble young masters and maidens all watched in admiration. After Zhu Junyang entered the water, he swam to Xiaosao's side, and the two, like a pair of attached fish, swam far away in the sea. Of course, Xiaosao, intentionally or unintentionally, swam towards the direction of Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl hunting boat. The pearl hunting competition was quite long, lasting 20 days. For the pearl hunters, the first few days were used to explore the area that the pearl oysters lived in, which they called pearl bed. However, this step could be omitted for Zhuang Xiaomo, a native who was familiar with the nearby seas. When he arrived at the sea area that he had already looked into, the two groups, which they had divided into, on the boat began to work. He was a good swimmer and diver, so he was responsible for diving into the sea to gather pearl oysters. Older brother Zhang and others were responsible for sailing the boat and reinforcement. Zhuang Xiaomo, who had put on a sharkskin diving suit, tied a long rope around his waist. He held a sharply polished pearl-picking knife in one hand and a bamboo basket in the other. He took a deep breath, and then dived to the bottom of the sea while holding his breath. In the sea, he must open his eyes to find pearl oysters. The area that he chose was quite good. He had found the pearl oysters shortly after diving into the sea. He swam to a palm-sized pearl oyster and put it into the basket. In this way, he picked up several oysters of similar size, but he wasn't satisfied with any of them. Suddenly, he discovered a pearl oyster among the reefs, which was about the size of a plate. Based on his experience, there was a high chance that there would be pearls in this pearl oyster. With a push of his legs, he swam towards the reefs. A long and slender shadow came in front of him rapidly, so he instinctively waved his pearl-picking knife. The dark shadow, which was cut into 2 pieces, turned out to be a kelp. It was a false alarm. He approached the pearl oyster. When he used his hand to pick up the pearl oyster, he found that the oyster was attached to the reef with extremely strong byssus threads. He pulled it several times, but still wasn't able to get it off. He used the pearl-picking knife to cut off the byssus, and then placed the oyster into his basket. The air in his lungs was almost exhausted, so Zhuang Xiaomo pulled on the rope around his waist. Older brother Zhang and the other men were keeping an eye on the rope, so when they received the signal to pull him up, they quickly pulled the rope and lifted him out of the water. Zhuang Xiaomo took in deep breaths of fresh air and smiled at older brother Zhang, who took over the basket of pearl oysters. He poured the pearl oysters into a jar filled with seawater to temporarily raise them. "How are you feeling? Do you need to rest for a while?" Zhang Sanshan asked with concern. Zhuang Xiaomo shook his head. He took a deep breath and jumped into the sea again, disappearing in an instant. Things were going relatively smoothly. The life of a real pearl diver might not always be so smooth. Sometimes the reinforcement on the boat might not receive the pearl diver's signal to pull him up, but see blood gradually appearing on the surface of the sea instead. This meant that the pearl diver had probably encountered danger. It was likely that he had been attacked by a shark. At this time, when they pulled the pearl diver up in a hurry, his limbs would probably be broken and there would be numerous wounds on his body. He would probably be badly mutilated. Even if he narrowly escaped death, he would become a disabled man. Sometimes, it was just the broken limbs of the pearl diver that was pulled up, which was a terrible sight to see. Now that people wore swimsuits, it was better. In the past, pearl divers usually swam in the ocean pretty much naked. If they were bitten by a venomous sea snake and couldn't be rescued in time, they often lost their lives. Venomous jellyfish often floated in the seas as well. If a diver got injured by their tentacles, there weren't any good medications to be had to treat their injuries. The wound would then fester and rot and cause extreme pain to the victim. Those who were unlucky and had more severe wounds could also die. In addition, the pearl divers who were in the water needed to have good cooperation with the people remaining on the boat. That way, as soon as they shook the rope tethering them to the boat, the people aboard would respond. If the people on the boat were too slow to react, the divers may end up dead in the water from suffocation. These weren't the only dangers that the divers had to look out for. Sometimes, the people on the boat would reel in the rope and find it severed without a person on the end. This usually meant that the pearl diver had already been swept away by the underwater currents or perhaps had disappeared into an underwater whirlpool. It was no wonder that Yu Xiaolian was so worried that Zhuang Xiaomo had insisted on participating in this pearl diving competition. As of now, Zhuang Xiaomo's luck wasn't too bad. He had dove down and come back up multiple times, picking up quite a few nice-looking pearl oysters in the process. At lunchtime, he had pretty much gathered all of the pearl oysters in this pearl pond. In the afternoon, his group went to a different location and they also had a decent small haul in the end. When they went back to shore, the vast majority of pearl diving boats came back completely empty. Many of the pearl divers from other areas who had come to participate didn't even finish exploring the waters while Zhuang Xiaomo and his group had already gotten to the step of opening up their pearl oysters. The pearls obtained from the pearl oysters could either be taken home to be submitted later or given right there for the competition. Zhu Junyang wasn't afraid that anyone might try to commit fraud. As long as the competition was able to produce superior grade pearls, he didn't care about the cash reward or tiny official position. When it was time to open up the pearl oysters, Yu Xiaosao and her cohort of friends all gathered around until Zhuang Xiaomo and his group were surrounded by 3 layers of people. The probability of finding a pearl in a wild pearl oyster was about the same odds of winning a large raffle. The first few that were opened were all empty. Thus, those young ladies and young masters from the capital started off very excited and then ended up leaving in disappointment with their lips curled. Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, continued to squat next to the pile of pearl oysters and casually ran her hand through them. Yu Wanqing took a small stool and sat next to her as she watched Zhuang Xiaomo continuously open the oysters and be disappointed by them. This, little fangirl, of Yu Xiaosao's anxiously said, older brother Xiaomo, you should have older sister Xiaosao open a few and see. Her luck has always been very good. This young maiden also began to call Zhuang Xiaomo as older brother Xiaomo, after following Xiaolian's and Xiaosao's examples. She didn't have the least bit of airs or arrogance of a young miss from the capital. In fact, she seemed to admire Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl diving abilities quite a bit. Yu Xiaosao was startled by her unexpected suggestion and blanked out for a bit before she replied in good humor, what does this have to do with luck? Do you think I'd be able to magically make an oyster have a pearl if I opened one versus another person? Yu Wanqing remarked in a righteous manner, I'm sure there must be some pearls in this pile of oysters. Other people may not be selecting the right ones, but older sister Yu's luck has always been good. I'm sure the one that you pick will have a pearl in it. At this time, the little divine stone had come out of hibernation and used its powers to scan the pile of pearl oysters. It remarked in a voice with a hint of disdain, this fellow surnamed Zhuang is pretty unlucky. He picked up a bunch of trash and there are only a few oysters here that have an inkling of spiritual energy. In the eyes of those who cultivated, jewels and pearls were considered treasures of the earth and sky. Consequently, they could feel a bit of energy coming off of these precious items. The more energy they felt, the larger the item was, and the more valuable it was. In a corner that was out of sight of everyone else, the little divine stone materialized into its glimmering golden kitten form that was no larger than the palm of a person's hand. It sauntered over to Xiaosao in an arrogant and graceful manner. Yu Xiaosao picked it up and held it as she searched through the pearl oysters. Following the little divine stone's prompts, she reached her hand out to a small and wretched-looking pearl oyster under the expectant and ridiculing gazes of the others. Yu Wanqing became anxious for her. Older sister Yu, you should pick the largest one. Aren't the older pearl oysters more likely to produce pearls? The one you picked is so small. Even if it had a pearl in it, it wouldn't be very big. Xiaosao also didn't quite understand the choice, so she could sympathize with Yu Wanqing's feelings. However, the little divine stone was very adamant that this pearl oyster was emitting the strongest aura of energy. She had never doubted the little divine stone's judgments. She threw the oyster to Zhuang Xiaomo, hinting that he should open it. Everyone saw that she looked calm and confident and immediately transferred their excited gazes over to Zhuang Xiaomo and the oyster in his hand. The pearl oyster was very quickly pried open and it revealed a shimmering pearl, about the size of the joint on the pinky finger, conspicuously cradled in the middle. Under the fading light of the evening, it glittered gently and emitted a small glow. Wow, there really is a pearl. Xiaosao, you're too awesome. You just casually picked up a pearl oyster but it had a pearl inside. How did you do it? He Wanning rushed over and clasped the oyster that had just been opened, inspecting the round and beautiful pearl inside. Apparently pearls could be found in these tiny and ugly pearl oysters. She had asked the question that everyone else had thought. Under the shining gazes of the others, Yu Xiaosao hesitated for a long time before she finally said, it's nothing, just my intuition that's all. PSHT. Xiaosao, you're really so boring. Most people were unsatisfied with that explanation. Yu Xiaosao opened her hands and said, alright In my recesses of my mind, there seemed to be someone guiding me and allowed me to spot this unassuming looking oyster out of the giant pile. My hand unconsciously stretched forward to that pearl oyster and the voice within my head repeatedly told me, this one has a pearl, this one has a pearl. Tisk tisk, you should change your career to become a storyteller. A few of the young men in the group had evident disdainful expressions. The young maidens in the group were stifling their giggles. Obviously, no one believed a single word she had just said. Yu Xiaosao merely shrugged. She wasn't lying. The little divine stone did truly tell her mind to mind which oyster had a pearl in it. No one was willing to believe the truth anymore. The little divine stone roasted her. It's because you made the truth sound too fake, so of course no one would believe you. In a peak of temper, Yu Xiaosao opened up 6 oysters in a row, and all of them contained pearls that were neither too big nor small. Then, under the stunned looks of everyone in the area, she flounced away. The remaining dozen or so pearl oysters didn't have a single pearl in them. Everyone all thought that they were dreaming. Was Xiaosao's intuition really that spot on that she didn't miss a single one? Quickly tell me, are you a little immortal girl who has descended down to earth? He Wanning gazed at Xiaosao with a different look in her eye as she scuttled over. She asked in a lowered tone as if she was afraid other people would overhear her. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at the other girl and patiently said, older sister have you read too many fairy tales? An immortal girl descending to earth. I can also turn ordinary rocks into gold at the touch of a hand. Dongshan village is next to a giant mountain and borders the ocean. Why don't you suspect me for being a mountain spirit disguised as a human? Or the daughter of the Dragon King coming up to shore to play? She didn't say this very loudly, but Yu Wanqing and the others heard her. The young men in the crowd all suppressed their smiles while the young maidens giggled and began to tease Yu Wanqing for having an overactive imagination. Yu Wanqing, on the other hand, blinked her large eyes and solemnly nodded her head. It's entirely possible. Older sister Xiaoxiao is very good at swimming and is able to hold her breath for a very long time underwater. She was also able to become friends with the little dolphin. Older sister Yu, I think in your past life you were probably the daughter of the Dragon King. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed in disbelief and pinched the other young maiden's cheek as she chuckled. If you say so then. Who knows what happened in my past life? Perhaps, my younger sister Wanqing was a very beautiful little immortal girl in her past life and the Jade Emperor's daughter was extremely jealous of your looks. Thus, in this life, she spitefully made pimples and lesions grow all over the face so you would be lonely for more than a decade. Only after you encountered me, the reincarnation of the Dragon King's daughter, were you able to lift the curse on you and become rebirth. That's right. It's very possible that this is true. Older sister Yu, do you have any memories from your past life? What does the palace of the Dragon King look like? Yu Wanqing was a pure and naive young maiden and had unexpectedly believed her story. It made the other older maidens in the group not know what to do. For the next few days, Zhuang Xiaomo had a haul every day. However, the pearls that he obtained never surpassed the pearl that was the size of the pinky finger joint that he obtained that first day. However, he wasn't downhearted by this. He went out early and returned late every day to continue his quest to find pearls. More and more pearl divers from outside areas came over. Although they came a bit late, they still had more than a dozen days left until the competition ended. Diving for pearls relied on two things, skill and luck. As long as they had the opportunity to participate, it was possible that they might hit the jackpot. The pearl diving competition continued. Although there were a few dangerous situations that occurred in the middle, the experienced pearl divers all managed to weather it with ease. Although the competition hadn't finished yet, the families of the noble young maidens and masters had already written several letters over urging them to come home. It was especially true for Yu Wanqing as she was the youngest out of all of them. Although her eldest brother had come along, Lady Yu still wasn't relieved with her gone so long and sent people over several times to urge them to come home. The young maidens, who had wanted to extend their stay until the competition was over, had been gently reminded several times by servants sent over that they should go home. They really had no excuse to not go home now after all this time. Although they didn't want to leave, they still reluctantly turned to take the journey back home. The two Ning family brothers also had to go back because of the same reason. When Xiaoxiao saw them off, He Wanning and Ning Dongwan repeatedly reminded her to write letters to them once the competition was over. They wanted to know the outcome. After the dozen or so people left, Dongshan village finally quieted down again. Ever since the young masters and ladies from the capital had visited here, the villagers were all very careful whenever they spoke as they were afraid that they might inadvertently offend one of these people with their words or actions. In the hearts of the common people, the children of high-ranking officials and nobles were all arrogant and hard to get along with. Every time the raucous group of people entered and left Dongshan village, the villagers only dared to stand far away and watch them. Even Yu Xiaoxiao's good childhood friends in the village very rarely came by to visit her. Her friend, Zhou Shanhu, who was the most carefree out of all of them, did go visit Xiaoxiao's residence a few times. Although she didn't converse much with these noble maidens, she thought that they weren't as difficult or temperamental as the other villagers said they were. Peace came back to Dongshan village after the bright and raucous group of high-spirited young nobles had left. Other than a few villagers occasionally bringing them up to discuss their confident and unrestrained ways, they were like a cool breeze. After they blew over, there was no other news. Yu Xiaoxiao, who didn't have to corral a bunch of people anymore, finally could watch the competition with her full attention. There were only about a dozen or so short days left in the pearl diving competition. Zhuang Xiaomo was no longer able to stay calm in the face of his poor hauls. Nowadays, he seemed to have a perpetual look of worry on his face. For the past few days, Yu Xiaoxiao could see that Zhuang Xiaomo seemed to be taking this competition quite seriously and it was probably related to Xiaolian. The reason she thought so was because he often seemed to glance at Xiaolian with a lonely look in his eyes and then sink into deep contemplation afterwards. Yu Xiaoxiao decided to secretly lend Zhuang Xiaomo a helping hand. Because there were more pearl divers in the area, it was hard to find and occupy a good spot in the waters now. Thus, Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl diving boat went out further and further into the deep ocean. With the help of Xiaobu, Yu Xiaoxiao also followed them every day from afar. In a way, this was her way of keeping an eye out for him. Although Zhu Junyang had already done a lot to make this pearl diving competition safer, there was always the possibility of something out of the ordinary happening. She didn't want something to happen to Zhuang Xiaomo and end up leaving a shadow in Xiaolian's heart. Other than protecting Zhuang Xiaomo's pearl diving boat from afar, Yu Xiaoxiao had managed to gather many good quality pearls under the guidance of the little divine stone. The vast majority of them were larger than the first segment of a person's thumb. Although they couldn't be considered superior grade pearls, they were still considered above average quality. She was planning on using these pearls to make her mother a pearl necklace. As for the remaining pearls, she was thinking of embedding them into hair jewelry and hoped to get enough to make a full set of head ornaments. Her mother had always been frugal and even now couldn't bear to spend the money to get a presentable set of hair ornaments. As it got closer and closer to the last day of the competition, Yu Xiaoxiao continued to increase her collection of gathered pearls. In fact, in her collection, she had managed to get some pink and deep purple pearls. Every pearl she had gathered was worth quite a bit and she didn't even need to bring pearl oysters up to shore to get them. That way, none of the pearl oysters she got the pearls from had to needlessly die to give up their contents. The seafloor was the home of pearl oysters. The vast majority of pearl oysters in the deep waters of the ocean usually were opened, lazily, sunning their tender inner flesh. Thus, it was easy to see in a glance whether or not they had any pearls in them. However, these creatures were quite sensitive and would immediately close if they sensed any movement in the nearby waters to protect themselves. However, didn't Yu Xiaosao have the little divine stone as her cheat item on hand? Even if the pearl oysters shut themselves tightly, she was easily able to use a drop of mystic stone water to bait them into enthusiastically opening and welcoming this guest who offered presents. Using a drop of mystic stone to exchange for a pretty good quality pearl was a business transaction that was satisfactory to both participants. During the competition, Zhuang Xiaomo had a pretty smooth time. Although he didn't get any pearls that he was hoping for so far, he hadn't encountered any dangerous situations that he couldn't resolve. The most thrilling time was when he had a brief encounter with a group of sharks. Luckily, those sharks hadn't sensed him. Otherwise, it was likely that older brother Zhang would end up pulling up a savage body later on. In actuality, what had actually happened was that Yu Xiaosao had lured away that school of sharks using mystic stone water. Sharks were animals that had a keen sense of smell. If only one lone shark had missed Zhuang Xiaomo, that could easily be believed. However, if a whole school of large sharks had missed him, it would only be possible if they were all blind and had lost their sense of smell. Compared to the lure of the mystic stone water, Zhuang Xiaomo was a much less interesting target for those sharks. As for Zhuang Xiaomo, who didn't know what had actually happened, he thought that he was incredibly lucky and rejoiced for a long time. However, there were many dangers in the sea that the pearl divers had to look for. There were underwater whirlpools, dangerous currents, sea snakes, jellyfish, and fierce sharks. In addition, some giant pearl oysters could also end up becoming the downfall for a pearl diver. On the final day of the pearl diving competition, Zhuang Xiaomo had almost lost his life because of a particular pearl oyster. Zhuang Xiaomo had managed to find a very good stretch of pearl oysters on the last day. After taking a few round trips to and fro, he had managed to get a decent haul. Zhang Sanchen grinned during one of those interludes and said, "Our haul today is quite good. Perhaps we'll get first place in the competition from a pearl found in one of these oysters." His previous poor luck in finding good pearls had given a blow in his confidence. Now, Zhuang Xiaomo only thought about bringing up more pearl oysters in order to increase his chances of finding a good pearl. Thus, he continued to dive and dive again into the ocean to grab more. He didn't waste his time trying to gather the normal oysters and instead slowly swam around the reef to find the target he was looking for. Suddenly, there was a faint sparkle of light in the dim seafloor. A shot of happiness ran through Zhuang Xiaomo. His grandfather had once said that superior grade pearls emitted their own light. Perhaps the heavens had heard his prayer and gave him the opportunity to obtain his wish. He slowly swam in the direction of that light. In the depths of the coral reef, there was a gargantuan pearl oyster quietly resting on the seabed. Its shell opened out and a massive pearl appeared, resting inside the oyster. Zhuang Xiaomo felt his heart start to race and it felt like he had used up almost all of the air in his lungs. Although he was very reluctant to leave at the moment, he remembered the most important thing: a treasure was only worth it if you were alive to take it. He forcefully tugged on the rope around and was quickly towed back up. When Zhang Sanchen saw that he didn't have a single pearl oyster in his basket, he was a bit puzzled. He didn't have enough time to ask what happened before Zhuang Xiaomo filled his lungs with fresh air and dove deep again. Using his above-average memory, he once again approached that giant pearl oyster. The pearl, which was larger than a pigeon's egg, emitted an attractive light inside the oyster. It was as if a witch had set a spell on it, making a person unable to take their eyes off of it. With his current arm strength and physique, it was obvious he'd be unable to move that pearl oyster 1 inch. However, he also couldn't bear to let go of the chance to get first place in the competition. Before he knew it, he was stretching his hand out to grab the huge pearl that was lying within the oyster. The pearl oyster, sensing that an intruder had come, suddenly closed its shell on Zhuang Xiaomo's arm, keeping it tightly within. Zhuang Xiaomo felt like his arm was being held down by a giant vice. Now that he was back to his senses, he silently realized that he was not in a good situation. He struggled desperately to pull his arm out. The more he pulled, however, the tighter the oyster clamped down. As the precious seconds passed by, he felt the air within his chest was disappearing. Zhuang Xiaomo knew that if it continued on, he would end up suffocating from lack of oxygen in the deep ocean. He did his best to pull on the rope, hoping beyond hope that the people on the boat combined with his own strength would be able to pull him and this pearl oyster up. When Zhang Sanchen received the signal from the rope, he and 3 other strong and vigorous youths began to tug on the rope with all their might. In the past, the person below was very quickly drawn up to the surface. However, this time, no matter how hard the 4 of them pulled, it was as if the rope was rooted to the seafloor and didn't budge an inch. This is bad. Xiaomo was probably not careful and accidentally got stuck in a crack on the reef and can't pull his foot out. Continue to pull hard with all of your might. I'm going to dive down to take a look. Zhang Sanchen took off his outer garment, revealing the swimsuit beneath it. He jumped over the ship with a leap. Although his diving abilities were not as comparable as Zhuang Xiaomo's, he was still considered quite good within the fishermen. He followed the rope down and very quickly approached Zhuang Xiaomo. The sight that appeared before his eyes startled him. Zhuang Xiaomo hadn't gotten his foot stuck in a crack on the reef like he thought. Instead, his arm had been thoroughly trapped by a pearl oyster that was larger than a bathtub. He swam over and pulled on Zhuang Xiaomo's hand. The 2 of them used their strength to try to pull the youth's arm away from the pearl oyster. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they pulled, they were unable to free Xiaomo's wrist from the stubborn creature. Zhang Sanchen then changed his target and began to try to pry open the oyster's shell. However, the oyster's shell was like a rock door that had been tightly closed and there was no way for the man to pull it open. Zhuang Xiaomo transferred the pearl hunting knife he used into Zhang Sanchen's hand. The man raised the knife up high and forced it down in an attempt to cut the shell open. However, the outside hull was as hard as steel. The knife only left a small white mark on the outer shell. What was to be done? The two of them were underwater with no solutions at hand. At this time, Zhang Sanchen was unable to come up with a good idea and swam back up to get another breath of fresh air. He went back down to transfer the air in his mouth to Zhuang Xiaomo, whose face had already turned red in an effort to hold his breath. After a few round trips back and forth, Zhuang Xiaomo was temporarily no longer in danger of drowning in the deep sea. However, they still hadn't resolved the biggest problem. His wrist was still trapped by the pearl oyster. The two of them tried a multitude of methods, but ultimately they failed in getting rid of this shackle. Saving one's life is the most important thing. How about we chop this hand off? Zhang Sanchen mimed using the knife to sever the limb, but Zhuang Xiaomo vehemently shook his head in refusal. In terms of status, he was already way behind Xiaolian. If he lost his hand as well, how would he have the face to go to the Yu family to ask for her hand in marriage? How would he be able to give Xiaolian a happy and stable life then? Even if Xiaolian deigned to marry down, he would feel inferior and insufficient for the rest of his life, but, if he had to renounce Xiaolian and had to watch her marry another man with his own two eyes, he would rather let his life go and rest in these dark and ice-cold waters then. Zhang Sanchen argued silently a bit with him and saw that the youth would rather die than sever his wrist. He swam up to see if there was another way. After discussing briefly with the other three fellows, he decided to go to the other ships to ask for help. He prayed that he'd be able to find more people such that they could use their strength together to pull Xiaomo and the pearl oyster back up. However, the ocean was vast and endless. In order to find more pearl oysters, most of the pearl diving ships were far from the others. Furthermore, the patrolling government ship had just passed by not long ago. He had no idea when it would come back again. Zhang Sanchen was full of anxiety at this point and hollered out to the sea, "Help us all. Someone, please help us." Unfortunately, the only reply he got was the sound of seagulls cawing in the air as well as the sound of the sea breeze blowing around them. Zhang Sanchen and the others had all been neighbors that Zhuang Xiaomo had saved during the Woku pirate disaster. If Zhuang Xiaomo hadn't persisted in convincing them and bringing them to the West Mountain to hide, later bringing them to the hidden Dongshan villagers, it was entirely possible that they and their families would have the same fate as the other villagers in their old village, dying grievously under the ravages of the pirates. These lucky few families now treated each other like blood relatives, so they naturally had a close bond with each other. Despair and sorrow settled within these men. Were the heavens so cruel to take another family member away from them now? Splash! A small head suddenly popped up from the water and a pair of jet black large eyes glittered as they looked at the small group. What's wrong? What's going on? I thought I heard someone crying for help earlier. Like an ocean spirit, Yu Xiaosao suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Sanchen and immediately became his last grasp at hope. Miss Yu, quickly, quickly, Zhuang Xiaomo has been trapped by a giant pearl oyster on the seabed. If we're any later, I don't know if he'll still be alive. Zhang Sanchen was a big, strapping, hulk of a man, but he was now so worried that he was almost in tears. Yu Xiaosao slightly frowned and stated, "You guys should continue asking for help in the surrounding area. I'm going to have Xiaobu bring me down to take a look. Don't fret, perhaps it's not as bad as you think it is." By the time Yu Xiaosao swam down, Zhuang Xiaomo, who had already given up, was unconscious from lack of air. Yu Xiaosao had the little divine stone create a bubble of air around Zhuang Xiaomo's head and then forcefully made him cough up the seawater he had inhaled. Following that, she had the little divine stone imbue him with some spiritual energy to make him breathe normally again. Although she could use mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to also do the same, this fellow was going to be her future older brother-in-law. In this ancient and feudal society, using one's mouth to help a person breathe was too shocking and out of the norm. Since she had another method on hand, she decided to give up on the method that she wasn't that good at anyway. Zhuang Xiaomo was breathing again but hadn't regained consciousness. Yu Xiaosao fed a drop of mystic stone water to him and then ignored him for the more pressing matter at hand. She now gave her full attention to that gargantuan pearl oyster that was trapping the youth. Since Zhuang Xiaomo had risked his life to insert his hand in the creature, there must be a pearl of immense value and size inside. Yu Xiaosao ended up using 3 drops of mystic stone water to finally open up that crafty pearl oyster. Inside was a giant pearl. Even she felt her heart waver when she saw it. No wonder Zhuang Xiaomo would take such a risk. She retrieved the round and large pearl from the oyster and then patted the creature's shell before she swam back to Zhuang Xiaomo. She thought for a bit and then stuffed that giant pearl into his hand and then placed a purple pearl she had just gathered into his other one. Colored pearls were quite rare and purple was an auspicious and precious color. With those two added together, he should have no problems getting first place, right? After finishing this, she pulled on the rope that tethered Zhuang Xiaomo to the boat. Older brother Zhang, older brother Zhang. The rope is moving again. A young man who was a few years older than Zhuang Xiaomo had been watching the rope like a hawk this entire time. At this time, he was quite agitated from excitement. Zhang Sanchen had been yelling for a bit and his voice was quite hoarse now. When he saw this, he hollered at the younger man, "What are you waiting for? Quickly pull it up." The 4 men used all of their might to pull, it moved. Pure joy flowed through Zhang Sanchen and he yelled loudly, "Faster, faster, ah! Perhaps we can still save Xiaomo." They very quickly pulled the rope onto the boat and the 4 of them all reached out to carry Zhuang Xiaomo onto the vessel. Zhang Sanchen immediately placed a hand underneath the unconscious youth's nose and could feel him breathing. He then crouched down to listen to Xiaomo's chest and everything seemed normal. This was quite odd. Although he had transferred some air to Zhuang Xiaomo prior to surfacing, that bit of air should have been all used up by now. Also, didn't people normally breathe in water when they became unconscious underwater? Quite a few questions circled around Zhang Sanchen's mind. Immediately following the rescue, Yu Xiaoxiao had been delivered back to the surface with the help of Xiaobu. Although Zhang Sanchen had no idea how she managed to open that giant pearl oyster, he still sincerely thanked her for her help. Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand dismissively. In actuality, I wasn't that much help. By the time I swam down, older brother Xiaomo was already unconscious and that giant oyster was already slowly opening itself back up. I only waited a bit. Once the oyster was completely open, I helped him to pull on the rope, that's all. Older brother Xiaomo seems to have something in his hand, right? Zhang Sanchen and the other three people immediately turned their attention to Zhuang Xiaomo's hand. They used a bit of force to pry open his hand and were instantly stunned by what they saw. It was a giant pearl and it had to be larger than a pigeon's egg. Just as they were sighing over the specimen, Zhuang Xiaomo's hand twitched and he slowly woke up. Zhang Sanchen shook him emotionally and his voice trembled as he said, Xiaomo, you're finally awake. Look, you did it. You finally got a superior grade large pearl. Zhuang Xiaomo felt like his mind was in a fog and, for a moment, he had no idea where he was right now. He wasn't dreaming. He didn't die. Also, wasn't the pearl in older brother Yang's hands the pearl that he had seen in that giant pearl oyster that had trapped him? What happened? Did older brother Zhang bring someone over to save him and also bring the pearl up with them? After Zhang Sanchen emotionally described the series of events that had just passed, Zhuang Xiaomo was even more confused. Logically, that pearl oyster would not have easily opened and allowed his hand to come out. How could it just randomly allow him to escape after just a short period of time? This was truly out of the norm. What did he have in his left hand? Zhuang Xiaomo discovered that there was something in his other hand and slowly opened it up. The fright on his face deepened a few fractions. A purple pearl. He only remembered that the giant pearl oyster seemed to have a big white pearl that was larger than a pigeon egg. Now, where did this purple pearl come from? Everyone else stared at the other pearl, spellbound. Wow, Xiaomo, you are truly too skilled. You even came across a purple pearl. Those noble and wealthy people really love purple-colored items. This pearl must be worth a lot of money, right? One of the younger men grabbed the purple pearl and carefully appreciated it. His eyes shone with a fascinated light. Another young man nodded his head in agreement. I heard the older generation say that many years ago, there was another pearl diver named Grandpa Lu, who was just as skilled as your grandpa, Xiaomo. He came across a purple pearl that was much smaller than this but sold it for around 8,000 taels. His whole family moved to the prefectural city and they bought a store to do business. They're doing quite well now. Xiaomo, you've hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Sanchen waited until that pearl had made a round through everyone on the boat before carefully giving it back to Zhuang Xiaomo. He suddenly thought of something and said, earlier, Miss Xiaoxiao had swam over along with her dolphin friend, Xiaobu. She was the one who dove down and discovered that the oyster had let you go and pulled the rope for you to allow us to bring you back up. How come I don't see Miss Xiaoxiao around anymore? The young man, who mentioned that Zhuang Xiaomo had hit it big, chuckled and said, she has a dolphin bring her around, so who knows how far they've swam by now. Miss Xiaoxiao's swimming abilities are even better than Xiaomo's. There's no need for us to worry needlessly about her. It's getting late, so let's go back to the port. Xiaomo, you should have your body checked out by a doctor when we're back on land to make sure you haven't harmed anything during the interlude. Zhang Sanchen had asked for Zhuang Xiaomo's opinion before making a decision. The group of 5 directed their ship back home. Zhuang Xiaomo vaguely knew within his heart that the purple pearl in his hand definitely was related to Xiaoxiao in some way. Since she chose such a surreptitious method to help him, it was likely she didn't want anyone else to know about her involvement. Then, he should just pretend nothing had happened, right? Ever since he moved to Dongshan village, Uncle and Auntie Yu treated him like he was their own biological son. From the conversations he had with Xiaolian and the other family members, he discovered that everyone in the family had an unspoken trust in Xiaoxiao. Furthermore, this type of trust wasn't reliant on her actions and abilities and instead seemed like a blind trust. Even if Xiaoxiao had somehow plucked the moon from the sky, they wouldn't seem the least bit surprised. Furthermore, from his observations, all of Xiaoxiao's abilities and skills seemed to have come from nowhere. For example, the recipes for her cooking. She claimed that she had picked up an old book and learned from it. However, no one in the Yu family had ever seen this book. Another example would be the greenhouse-grown vegetables that Xiaoxiao came up with. No one in the Great Ming dynasty had ever heard of such an idea, so where did she learn how to do this? In addition, it seemed like that no matter what the Yu family grew, they always seemed to get a higher yield than other people and their products also tasted better. Even the most ordinary cabbage that they grew was more fresh and tasty compared to the other cabbages on the market. From what the Yu family mentioned, he knew that it seemed to have some sort of connection to Xiaoxiao as well. Xiaoxiao was like a little immortal girl who had come down to earth. No matter what sort of problem there was, she never seemed to have an issue resolving it. Then, wasn't the reason why he was able to escape with his life today related to her? Also, there was that purple pearl. It must have been that she could tell that he desperately wanted to win, so she decided to give a rare pearl that she had found herself to him. Originally he had thought that he could rely on his own efforts to let the Yu family regard him better. In the end, he still had to rely on the Yu family. In fact, his own life had been saved by a member from the Yu family. Zhuang Xiaomo silently vowed that if he had the fortune to be able to marry Xiaolian as his wife, he would definitely treat her as a precious treasure. He absolutely wouldn't let her suffer one little bit. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had no idea of the complicated thoughts that were going through Zhuang Xiaomo's mind, was currently swimming freely on the quiet ocean floor, hunting for pearls. With the little divine stone's air bubble protection plus its sensing abilities, she was able to find pearls quite easily. In fact, pearls that were smaller than the first segment of a thumb were deemed too small for her to get. There were countless pearl oysters available that had their shells lazily opened, waiting to see if she was willing to take their treasures or not. It was as if she was perusing a glittering and fantastical jewelry shop that allowed her to carefully pick and choose what she wanted. In addition, this shop also didn't require you to pay anything. Are there still any more pink pearls around? Yu Xiaoxiao gazed into her pouch full of pearls and greedily asked the little divine stone. The little divine stone morphed into its kitten form and paddled its 4 tiny legs in the water. It looked incredibly adorable as it swam through the ocean. It rolled its eyes at its master, who was getting pickier and pickier with time, and then swam over to a large pearl oyster that was about the size of a wash basin and waved a paw at it. The pearl oyster obligingly opened and inside, hiding, was a sparkling pale pink pearl that now revealed itself to Xiaoxiao. The pearl seemed to float up, as if it was being towed by an invisible hand, and headed towards Xiaoxiao. Little glutinous dumpling, that's a great one. I still need 2 more and I'll have enough to make a bracelet. Then, Xiaolian and I will both have one. These types of pink pearls are the best color for young maidens our age. Yu Xiaoxiao moved the pearl next to her arm to show off how good it looked against her skin. The pale pink color of the jewel contrasted beautifully with the color of her skin. The two of them, along with the dolphin, continued to swim leisurely through the water, going deeper into the ocean to search for more pearls. As they swam, Xiaoxiao suddenly hit a transparent glass-like barrier and bounced off. What is this? Yu Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes to look at the water in front of her. She couldn't see anything. She carefully stretched out a hand to feel the space in front of her and found out that there truly was a transparent material there that didn't allow her to pass through. The little divine stone had found another black pearl and delivered it up to its master using a small kitten's paw. When it saw that her attention was taken up by the barrier and was full of curiosity, it reminded her, it looks like we've arrived at the barrier of the Dragon King's palace. Barrier, isn't that a term that only appears in the stories about gods and heroes? Yu Xiaoxiao took the black pearl in passing and stuffed it into her bulging pouch as she asked in an astonished manner. Then do you think that this divine stone, should only appear in the stories about legends and not appear before you all? The little divine stone rolled its eyes at her so hard that its eyes almost rolled out of its head. Yu Xiaoxiao scratched the back of her head and chuckled sheepishly, what you say makes sense. Also, me transmigrating over to here is also something that science cannot explain. Science. Fit, the little divine stone snorted disdainfully. Science was only something that those bored human mortals came up with in order to describe the world around them in a flawed manner. What atheism, it was all such bull, fart, ahem ahem. Alright, it didn't really matter what the humans believed. None of it had any impact on it. It needed to keep its mouth shut in order to avoid getting censored. Hold one's tongue, hold one's tongue. In the little divine stone's eyes, every independent realm, that is, what the novels described as separate dimensions, had 3 layers to it that housed different beings. This particular realm was truly too lowly and it must have been created by the goddess of spirits on a whim in her early days. The human world had very little spiritual energy, so there were very few people who could cultivate here. From the last time it visited the god of thunder and goddess of lightning here, the so-called upper layer here, if compared to the realm that it originally lived in, could only be considered a small place full of small fry. The little divine stone used its tiny claw to gently push at the barrier and discovered that with its current level of spiritual energy, it was very easy for it to open. This barrier was truly quite trash. This divine stone, am able to send you through the barrier. Do you have any interest in exploring around the palace of the Dragon King? The little divine stone's golden eyes glanced at Xiaoxiao as it asked arrogantly. Explore around the palace of the Dragon King. Yu Xiaoxiao shrunk back and refused without even thinking about it. One must forgive her for being gutless. After all, she was currently on her second chance of life and didn't want to lose it for a moment of curiosity. She was quite satisfied with her current state of life now. The only thing she knew about the Dragon King came from stories like Nezha Conquers the Dragon King and Journey to the West. Who knew what kind of tempers the Dragon King, his daughters, sons, and grandchildren had? In fact, when she first arrived at the capital, she had been rejected and isolated by all of the noble young maidens. How could the realm of the Dragon King be any different? It was possible she might even die without knowing what had happened to her. The little divine stone snorted disdainfully when it saw how cowardly and cautious she was. However, it did have to admit that with its current powers, it was able to do whatever it wanted in the mortal realm, but it may not be able to protect Xiaoxiao completely in a more godly realm. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing that it had a cowardly master to follow. Who are you guys? How come I've never seen you guys before? Suddenly, before Xiaoxiao's eyes, an adorable little face appeared in the ocean waters. The creature had large, doe-like eyes, a pointy chin, long violet hair, and 2 little horns at the top of its head. The horns resembled a young deer's antlers that had just sprouted. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at this young maiden with horns on her head and saw that her large eyes were filled with curiosity and goodwill. Xiaoxiao revealed a brilliant smile and replied, I am a pearl diving girl and I'm swimming in the ocean to gather pearls. As she talked, she showed the other girl her pouch full of pearls. Pearl diving girl, then aren't you a mortal from the human world? The young maiden looked quite excited and went forward to get closer but ended up getting repelled by the barrier. Just what is going on here? The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face didn't waver one iota, but she was inwardly quite furious at the little divine stone. This girl's sudden appearance absolutely had to do something with the stone. The little divine stone laughed sheepishly. Earlier, when this divine stone opened up the barrier, you didn't want to go in, so I had to seal it again. Perhaps the method I used to seal it is different from the methods used in that world, so this is why something like this has happened. Yu Xiaoxiao frowned and silently asked the stone, are you sure the barrier you put up works? What if the fish and shrimp that have reached a higher state in the Dragon King's world secretly come over and cause problems for humans here? Wouldn't I become the criminal who has harmed all of the people here? The little divine stone's voice was filled with displeasure as it replied, "You actually dare to doubt this divine stone's abilities. Let me tell you even if the old barrier between the worlds gets broken, this divine stone's barrier won't. Is this the legendary kitten? Kittens can swim in the water Its fur is golden and shining and it's so small. How adorable The young maiden with horns saw a tiny golden kitten using its paw to knock on the barrier between their worlds in a quite furious manner. The glowing excitement in her eyes deepened perceptibly. Pearl Diver Girl, can you tell me some stories from the human world Ever since my third older brother secretly came out and was murdered by a human named Neja, my royal father reinforced the barrier between our worlds. Us siblings, who were born later, are all not allowed to secretly go into the human world to play like our older brothers and sisters did. I really want to know what the human world is like. The young maiden's eyes were filled with longing and it was hard for anyone to refuse her request. Yu Xiaoxiao would have never expected that her transmigration story, which led her to become a farming expert, would suddenly morph into a fantasy. If she wasn't wrong about her guess, she was pretty sure that this young girl was the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. Was it also boring to spend one's entire life in the ocean Thus, she kindly described a few defining features of what the world was like onshore and also told the other girl a few interesting stories. Although it was all ordinary things she talked about, the young maiden seemed absolutely fascinated and repeatedly sighed, the ways humans live their lives are too interesting. If I could break the barrier between the worlds and visit the human world to look, that would be too good. Older sister Xiaoxiao, I really want to give you some pearls and let you win the pearl diving competition. However, this stupid barrier. Not a problem, give them to me. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden cat paw stretched out in front of her. A beautiful pouch that was embroidered with orchids on it dangled from the paw. The young dragon maiden's eyes opened wide in shock and she asked in surprise, how come it can go through? Older sister Xiaoxiao, can you also go over? Come over and play with me I'm the youngest in the family and they all have their own things to do and don't play with me. If someone like you who has magical powers can't come through, how can I, a mere mortal, go through? Yu Xiaoxiao stretched out her hand and let it bounce off the barrier. She shrugged and revealed a helpless expression on her face. The little dragon maiden was so unhappy that she started to pout and drooped her head down. Even the little horns on her head seemed to be less luminous and lively compared to before. Suddenly, she reached out a hand and held tightly onto the little divine stone's claw and a rascally smile appeared on her face. Older sister Xiaoxiao, how about you leave your cat behind to accompany me? That should work, right? However, the smile on her face soon congealed. Apparently, other than that golden kitten's paw, the rest of it couldn't go through the barrier. She didn't dare to use all of her strength as she was afraid she'd hurt the little cat, so she could only helplessly let the little paw go. The little dragon maiden used all of her strength to hit the barrier and then used all of her magic power to hit the barrier in the vicinity of the little divine stone's paw. However, it was no use. The barrier stayed strong and continued to stay an impenetrable wall between the two of them. In the end, the young dragon girl let her head hang down dispiritedly and took out a pouch made of an unknown material. She placed it near the barrier and said to Xiaoxiao, this pouch probably has 20 to 30 pearls. I don't know for sure since I never bothered to count them. Usually, when I'm bored, I use them like marbles to play. Go take them to your pearl competition, okay? I don't know whether I'll be able to see you in the future. In a few days, I'll be going back to the capital, so, you need to cultivate hard. Once you're strong enough to travel across worlds, I'll gladly welcome you in the capital. It's getting late now. If I don't go home now, my family will worry about me. Yu Xiaoxiao saw that the little divine stone's paw had already come back with that multicolored gorgeous pouch. Thus, she reluctantly said her farewells to the young dragon maiden. When she turned around to glance at the little dragon maiden, who looked like a pathetic little dog who had been thrown away by its owner, Yu Xiaoxiao hardened her heart and waved a hand at her. They had only met each other for a short moment and had become friends, but she didn't know if she would ever see her again. Then, she turned and lay on Xiaobu and swiftly swam back towards shore. Xiaoxiao's casual polite remark had become a promise in the naive and pure dragon maiden's eyes. She originally had a cultivating talent that was only seen once every 10,000 years for the dragon race. However, she loved to play and was lackadaisical about training. She spent a lot of time fishing and sunning. Despite that, her cultivation speed still wasn't slow. Ever since she made a date with older sister Xiaoxiao, the young dragon maiden suddenly became serious about practicing cultivation. She worked hard every day and spent time in closed-door cultivation to get more powerful. By the time she reached a state that other people envied and was able to travel between worlds, she impatiently left the ocean and arrived at the capital. She excitedly asked after Yu Xiaoxiao's whereabouts and had finally been led into the prince's residence. There, she saw older sister Xiaoxiao, who was now over 100 years old and had wrinkles all over her face. The young dragon maiden could still vaguely see that sweet and adorable little maiden in the wrinkled and aged face in front of her. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, who was on her deathbed, she had never expected that one casual remark from her would cause this adorable and naive young dragon maiden to assiduously train for 100 years. She also didn't expect that right before she died, she would be able to be reunited with that friend who she had a brief encounter with but would never forget. The young dragon maiden took out the embroidered orchid pouch that had already faded with time and been roughened up. Yu Xiaoxiao also trembled as she took out the colored pouch that was made with an unknown material and placed it into the dragon maiden's hand. The young dragon maiden was still as cute and sweet looking as she was when she first encountered her. However, Xiaoxiao had already reached the end of her life. Gods and humans truly had a difference in lifespans. However, she didn't envy the immortals and didn't regret transmigrating over because, in this life, she had parents and siblings who loved her and a husband who doted on her like a loyal dog. She also had filial and obedient descendants. She was most grateful for that little divine stone, who had sent her over and also helped her for her entire life. Without it, she wouldn't have been able to live her legendary life. After clasping her hand with the young dragon maiden, Xiao Cao slowly closed her eyes and let go. Her descendants, who were all kneeling around her bed, began to weep. Suddenly, a golden light came out of her deceased body and shot out. Under the amazed looks of everyone there, it circled a few times in the room and then escaped into the sky, never to be seen. Naturally, all of this occurred around 100 years later. Since meeting the young dragon maiden caused Xiao Cao to tarry, she was currently being scolded roundly by her family and royal Prince Yang for staying out for so long. You said that you were having so much fun with the little dolphin that you forgot the time. You're not a child anymore, but you don't know to come home when it gets dark. Do you know just how worried we all were when we didn't see you come back this late? Do you know that if you didn't come back now, this prince would have sent out ships to patrol and search for you tonight? It wasn't surprising that Zhu Junyang was angry. This was the final day of the pearl diving competition. Since he needed to judge the results, by the time he got back to Dongshan village, it was already completely dark. When he found out that Xiao Cao hadn't gone back then, how could he not be worried? In addition, Zhuang Xiaomo, who had won first place in the competition, told him that when he had gone back to shore, Xiao Cao had still been in the ocean playing around with her dolphin friend. At that time, it was already sunset. The sea at night looked tranquil, but there were a lot of hidden waves and currents. When the whole family heard this, they almost became crazy from anxiety. Although Xiao Cao's swimming abilities were quite good, it wasn't as if she was idly frolicking in the pool at Blossoming Beauty, or the pond behind their home. Instead, she was playing in the dangerous ocean. No matter how smart the little dolphin was, if they encountered any sharks or other fierce beasts, it would be hard-pressed to save itself, let alone protect Xiao Cao. As the moon rose higher and higher and the stars illuminated the dark blue sky, there was still no word of Yu Xiao Cao. Madame Lu and Xiaolian both started to weep from worry, and Yu Hai and Yu Hang had already changed into swimsuits. They were planning on going to the areas that Xiao Cao usually liked to play in to find her. Zhu Junyang had bodyguard Dong bring over his horse in preparation to go docks to get the fleet put under his command. Even if he had to search the entire night, he needed to find either the live person or a dead body. The whole family was about to go crazy when Xiao Cao, holding her little golden kitten, suddenly appeared before them. When they asked, they found out that she had been having too much fun playing around and forgot the time. You Xiao Cao, from what this prince knows about you, you're not that type of person. Are you not telling the whole truth about what happened to delay you until now? Zhu Junyang deeply inhaled a breath in an effort to calm himself down and not let his temper spill over. Yu Xiao Cao also knew that no one would believe this weak excuse of hers. However, if she told the truth and said that she had been distracted by the Dragon King's youngest daughter and had been telling her about the mundane world, who would believe that? In any case, if someone told her that story earlier in the day, she would have slapped them silly for telling such a foolish story. Just how stupid did they think the other person was? Zhu Junyang saw that she refused to tell the truth and was even curling her lip. He couldn't help but grab onto her shoulder and shake her a few times. Just what is it? Just what are you hiding that you can't tell us? The people here are the ones closest to you. Why can't you believe in us? Her refusal to tell the truth made Zhu Junyang unable to stop himself from thinking more. A young maiden, coming back very late, who refused to tell the truth of what happened. Was it possible that Xiao Cao encountered a bad person and was harmed, so that she? When he got to that thought, Zhu Junyang felt his whole body shudder. He had been protecting his little treasure and keeping her safe as she slowly grew up, making sure to never go too far. However, an aura of fury exploded from his body and everyone in the room couldn't help but take a few steps back. Zhu Junyang, Zhu Roizi, wake up, wake up. Yu Xiao Cao instantly could tell that something was wrong and she pulled on Zhu Junyang's hand while patting his face gently with her other hand. She had personally watched as the Wu family's demolition had happened, and she didn't want her family's residence, which had only been recently built in the past few years, to also be destroyed by his presence. The soft and icy cold hand on his face returned a bit of reason back to him. He forcefully clenched his hands into two fists and didn't even feel his nails digging into his flesh. He felt like he needed to be considerate of the little girl's frail and tender feelings and lowered his voice to say, "No worries, no matter what happened, this prince will make sure to stay by your side. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will absolutely make sure to rip the person who hurt you into 10,000 pieces." What are you talking about? Yu Xiao Cao, who had been tightly embraced by him, didn't know whether she should cry or laugh as she used a hand to pat his back, hinting that he should let her go. This fellow's imagination was a bit too strong, right? He actually thought that she had been. However, didn't the ancient people take chastity and celibacy quite seriously? Even though Zhu Junyang thought something of that magnitude had happened to her, he still tried to comfort her through his anger. This truly showed just what a treasure he was. Zhu Junyang, I am seriously telling you that I am perfectly fine. When I left older brother Xiaomo's boat, I truly spent the rest of the time in the ocean and didn't come ashore. Yu Xiao Cao looked directly into his eyes and stated the facts solemnly. Zhu Junyang gripped Xiao Cao's wrist to feel her pulse. Her calm and steady heartbeat told him that she wasn't lying. The pressure that had been choking his heart seemed to disappear, and it felt like a 10,000 catty stone had fallen down. However, if that was the case, then what was she doing this whole time in the ocean? Why didn't she come back before it got so dark? Yu Hai noticed that his youngest daughter had been looking into Royal Prince Yang's eyes for a bit of time and hurriedly cleared his throat. Royal Prince Yang, Kaur is still half a child, so it's quite normal for her to want to play as much as she can. In a bit, her mother and I will definitely scold her properly. This prince wasn't angry, I was just worried about her, that's all. Zhu Junyang let go of the little lass's right hand but still kept her left hand in his as he said, Xiaosao, this prince doesn't want to worry about you and also have to hear lies too. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes and sent her maid servants as well as Zhu Junyang's bodyguards out. Only after they left did she remark playfully, alright since all of you want to know why I came back late, I'll tell the truth then. Everyone perked up and began to listen with an attentive ear. Xiaosao vaguely outlined what had happened. The little dolphin brought me to a secret place in the sea. There, I encountered the youngest daughter of the Dragon King. She wanted me to spend some time with her to chat, which was why I came back so late. It's that simple, okay. Do you all believe me? If it were anyone else telling this story, Zhu Junyang would have long scolded the person for giving a bad excuse that no one would believe. However, the pulse underneath his hand didn't change its steady beat one bit. Thus, he had to believe this somewhat ridiculous and absurd explanation. He looked at everyone in the Yu family. Although they all looked quite shocked, not a single one rebutted Xiaosao's story. What did that mean? It meant that they had already taken her excuse as fact, even though it was an outrageous story. He had long suspected that Xiaosao had a giant secret. Perhaps, she was truly like what the rumors claimed, that she was the reincarnated form of a little immortal girl or dragon girl. If that was true, then it wasn't so weird that she could encounter a creature like the young dragon maiden in the sea then. Once again, Zhu Junyang pulled Xiaosao into his chest and tightly held onto her as if he was afraid that as soon as he let go, she would fly away into the sky, never to be seen again. He muttered endlessly, this prince knows you have a lot of secrets but I will respect you and not force you to tell me. However, listen up, this prince will do everything within my power to keep you by my side. No matter how great the enemy is or whether I have to make the heavens themselves my enemy, I will do so. Remember, I won't ever let you go. It wasn't that Yu Xiaosao wasn't touched by this vow of his, but this fellow's imagination was truly a bit too active. Just what was going on in that head of his, Yu Xiaosao could sense the disapproving looks her parents were sending them and hurriedly pushed Zhu Junyang away. In a voice commonly used to soothe children, she placated him, all right. My career and businesses are going quite well and my life is very enjoyable the way it is right now. How could I possibly bear to let everything go and leave? Don't worry, other than the god of death, no one else can possibly take me away. The god of death, if the god wanted to take his little lass away, he needed to get past him first. Although it was unlikely that he was the opponent of the death god, he would still choose to fight to death for her. Zhu Junyang held onto the little lass's delicate and soft hand and he felt energy rush into his heart. Yu Xiaosao didn't know that her casual mention of the god of death had once again provoked the overactive imagination of a certain someone. She suddenly remembered that she had missed the end of the large competition and asked enthusiastically, who's going to tell me what happened at the end of the pearl diving competition today? Xiaolian revealed a somewhat shy and bashful smile as she said, older brother Xiaomo had a pearl that was larger than a pigeon's egg. Whether it was the size or shape of the pearl, it was still the best out of all of the ones presented there. Other than the pearl that gave him first place, he also came across a purple pearl and it was bought by Royal Prince Yang for 20,000 taels. Younger sister, when you go back to the capital, help me keep an eye out for any suitable residences or shops up for sale there. Our family is planning on opening a business in the capital. Right I should have thought of this earlier. In the future, once younger brother places first in the imperial exams and becomes an official at court, our family needs to have more properties and areas in the capital. Yu Xiaosao deliberately misinterpreted her sister's request and repeatedly nodded her head. Xiaolian became even more embarrassed and hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not it. It's older brother Xiaomo who wants to use his prize money to buy a shop and residence there. Xiaolian, how can you butt into older brother Xiaomo's affairs? Just what type of relationship do the two of you have? Xiaosao had a wicked look on her face and even deliberately raised an eyebrow to tease her older sister. Xiaolian glared at her helplessly and stamped her feet, so annoying. I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. After she finished, she fled back to her room with her head lowered and refused to come out. Madame Lu used a finger to tap her youngest daughter's head and laughingly said, You know that Xiaolian gets embarrassed easily yet you still try to tease her. However, that child Xiaomo truly is quite good and even said that the properties he's going to buy in the capital will be under Xiaolian's name. Zhuang Xiaomo was truly showing his intentions now. His actions were similar to a boyfriend in the modern times buying a house and writing his girlfriend's name on the housing deed. This at least showed just how highly he valued Xiaolian in his heart. No worries, we won't be taking advantage of him. When Xiaolian gets married, we will just add more to her dowry then. Yu Xiaosao thought for a bit. When the time came, she was planning on giving her shares of the braised food shop in the capital that she had jointly opened with the Emperor Emeritus to Xiaolian as a part of her dowry. At that time, if the married couple wanted to live in the capital, they would have an extra source of income. Oh right, I also experienced what it was like to dive for pearls today and got quite a haul. Yu Xiaosao took out her embroidered pouch and poured out the contents. Although the pearls she got were not as large as the giant one Zhuang Xiaomo had encountered, they were all still quite big and were considered superior grade pearls. The pink ones were especially good and were rarely seen usually. Seeing the whole table full of similarly sized pearls that were even bigger than a thumbnail, Zhu Junyang suddenly said, Are these pearls, gifts from the young dragon maiden that you met? You can consider it that way. Yu Xiaosao deliberately smiled in a mysterious manner. In truth, she wanted to say, the pearls that the young dragon maiden had given me are all still in my pocket. She had not dared to take them out, for fear of shocking others with the pearls that were about the same size as small chicken eggs. The pearl hunting competition this time was considered quite successful. They had managed to find several thumbnail-sized pearls, including the ones that they had bought while they were in the capital, and some of the smaller pearls, there were enough to make a pearl crown. The value of the crown increased by another fold when the purple pearl that symbolized grace and eminence was placed in the center of the crown. Anyway, during Princess Consort Duan's birthday celebration, she wore this crown and outshone all her guests, stunning the noble ladies of the capital. What made others envy her more was that aside from this crown, the imperial palace had also given her a bright, sunset red coral that was as tall as a person. She had put it on display in the middle of the hall for everyone to admire, earning praises from noble-ranking ladies for raising a filial son. Only Imperial Prince Duan and the princess consort were aware that this red coral display was actually obtained by Yu Xiaosao, that little lass, when she went diving. It was rare to find a girl with such disregard of fame and fortune at such a young age, that she would privately offer the coral to the emperor as tribute, and, though his hands, give this extremely valuable gift to them. Princess Consort Duan was now even more curious toward this little lass who she had never met before. For a girl who was born into a farmer's family, she was not petty at all, and her bearing was even better than the noble maidens of the capital. Moreover, she had remarkable skills in medicine. She heard that Yu Xiaosao had learned all of this from a barefoot doctor in the countryside, and that her skills were no worse than the families well known for their medicinal prowess. In fact, she may be even better, as even Imperial Prince Duan's damaged body was already slowly recovering from her nursing. From the little girl's skilled hands in medicine, it was clear that her teacher must have been a master of medicine who had secluded himself away from the world. Many had guessed that he was the disciple of the Medicine King Valley that the previous dynasty had annihilated. According to the rumors, the disciples of the Medicine King Valley could do the impossible, they knew ways to revive the dead and even the secret to immortality. The emperor of the previous dynasty had coveted this, and that had directly caused the annihilation of the whole Medicine King Valley. Many had guessed that the Medicine King Valley should still have a few disciples who survived because they had left to gain experience outside of the valley. However, they were now keeping a low profile and secluding themselves deep within mountain forests and in packed cities. It was just that no one was aware of their true identity. As such, Dr. Yu, who had given Xiaosao enlightenment in medicine, had become a reclusive master in the words of others. As for his disciple, Xiaosao, although she had only learned the bare basics of concocting medicine and wellness, it was enough for her to be praised by others. It had to be said that the public had quite the imagination. They found logical explanations for Xiaosao's cheat, medicines and medicinal diets, and in effect, she was saved from a lot of explanation. At Princess Consort Duan's birthday banquet, Yu Xiaosao held a very low profile, only giving her a set of cream that she had personally made. Her seat was also placed among the young maidens who she was close to. There were also some who she had seen before but had not had much interaction with. All in all, they got along quite well. In the circle of well-bred, young ladies of the capital, although there would still occasionally be people who made sour remarks, the majority of the people still had good words to chip in for Xiaosao. They said that she was kind and easy to get along with, very generous towards the people who she considered her friends, and really knew how to hold refreshing gatherings. Compared to those tea banquets and flower banquets where they only sat around and talked, activities like fruit picking, hunting and beachcombing seemed so much more refreshing to the young ladies of prestigious families who had only known one source of entertainment. During the banquet, Liang Jiawei, the granddaughter of the Grand Preceptor, saw that Xiaosao seemed quite approachable, so she asked probingly, "Miss Yu, I heard that it's about the season that the fruits in your family's orchard ripen. Do you have any plans of holding an orchard gathering this year?" The youngest daughter of Imperial Prince Sa, Zhu Yanner, was a little glutton. Upon hearing this, she finally dropped her chopsticks and raised her head with sparkles in her eyes, her excitement evident in her expression. Previously, she had only heard rumors of this mysterious official Yu, and thought that Xiaosao was a person who was vengeful and hard to approach. After interacting with her today, she found that she was actually quite an amiable and interesting person. The delicacies that she mentioned, and her interesting stories from her time at the beach became the little girl's yearning. The young girl regretted that she got to know her too late, which had caused her to miss out on the previous beach gathering. However, it shouldn't be too late now. She should be invited to the next orchard gathering, right? With Xiaosao's status of a royal princess, the young ladies at this table were either relatives of the imperial family, or the daughters and granddaughters of first-ranked court officials who were usually quite haughty. However, after hearing He Wanning's stories of collecting seashells at the beach, the underwater adventure and the pearl hunting competition, all of them started to long for events like this. The life of young girls could actually be so exciting. Especially when they heard Xiaosao mention that the person who won third place in the pearl harvesting competition was actually just a 15-year-old girl. They started to think that perhaps being born in a fisherman's family and living a carefree life would be much more interesting than being cooped up indoors and learning the four arts every day. However, the freedom in their eyes was just part of the struggles of the livelihood of a daughter born into a fisherman's family. In the eyes of the daughters of fishermen, these girls who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths were the ones who should be envied. If one wasn't a fish, how would one know how much a fish would envy a human's joy? Yu Xiaosao's circle of friends widened considerably after Princess Consort Duan's birthday banquet. There was the daughter of Imperial Prince Sa, the granddaughters of the Grand Preceptor and the director of the Imperial Court clan. By the time the gathering was held, some of their uninvited brothers also joined them, so the group attending this fall's orchard gathering was more than twice the size of the group that attended last year. Their group was so big that the little animals around the hill had been too scared to come out, so the animals that were caught by the traps they had set were much lesser than the number they had caught last year. If it weren't for Little Black and Little White, they might not even have had enough ingredients to carry out the orchard barbecue. Just like this, these peaceful days slowly passed. Because she had been keeping such a high profile for the past 2 years, Xiaosao did not come up with any new ways to earn money. However, even just her pharmaceutical workshop, beauty spa and greenhouse vegetables were enough for others to envy her. With the passing of fall, came winter, and with the end of spring, summer returned. Regardless of whether it was the imperial plant breeding center, or Yu family's farm in Tanggu town, they all had a plentiful harvest of fruits. The seeds of winter wheat were enough to satisfy the plantation needs of the dozen states and prefectures in the north, and corn was already becoming a common crop in the northeast and northwest. The people of the northwest, which was known for its barren lands, were finally able to keep some extra grains after filling their stomachs because they planted high-yielding corn seeds. Just as the Yu family's 20,000 mu farm in Tanggu started to show some good results, they welcomed Xiao Xiao's hairpin ceremony. Originally, Xiao Xiao only wanted to have a meal and eat a cake together with her family in Dongshan village, but her godmother and royal Prince Yang were unwilling. Needless to say, it was such a rare occasion that Zhu Junyang actually had a valid chance to court Xiao Xiao's favor. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? If things went according to his way, the ceremony would be held as large-scaled and as grand as possible. Lady Fang was also of this opinion. Before, she was only able to attend the hairpin ceremony of the daughters of other people, and who knew how many gifts she had given away. But now she finally had the chance to hold one for her own daughter. So, of course, she wouldn't let go of this chance to earn gifts. Xiao Xiao's best friends also excitedly chipped in their ideas. Although Xiao Xiao had already been in the capital for a few years, she was still completely clueless about the various etiquette of the hairpin ceremony. Not to mention, her godmother had arrived at her home a few months in advance to discuss with her about how they should decorate the place. It made her feel that the ceremony was too bothersome. She dearly missed the way she celebrated birthdays in her previous life, where she could just walk into a restaurant and they would take care of everything else for her. Oh right, in her previous life, in order to save trouble, everyone did it like this, so why couldn't she do it now? Didn't she have Junsho Restaurant's boss as her friend? If they could successfully host her hairpin ceremonies banquet, it might even be a new business opportunity for Junsho Restaurant. As such, she invited third young master Zhou, who was in the capital, over and told him the gist of her idea. What? She wanted to hold her hairpin ceremony in Junsho Restaurant. Turn the whole third floor into a big hall that could hold the hairpin ceremony. She wanted to hold the hairpin ceremony and the banquet together as a bundle. This idea was very fresh, so without much thought, third young master Zhou, who was always willing to experiment, agreed to the plan. As Xiao Xiao's hairpin ceremony was only less than 2 months away, third young master Zhou put off every other matter and focused solely on this. Lady Fang was disapproving when she heard that her goddaughter wanted to hold her most important 15-year-old coming-of-age ceremony in a restaurant, but she ultimately gave in since Xiao Xiao insisted. However, she was even more invested in the renovations and decorations of the hall on the third floor where the hairpin ceremony was going to be held in her own home. She mulled over almost each and every decor for half a day. With an expert like Lady Fang who watched them closely, third young master Zhou was even more confident towards the success of the hairpin ceremony and banquet. Coupled with the help of Xiao Xiao's friends who were of high status, the decoration of the main hall on the third floor was done in a quick and orderly manner. Just a few days before the hairpin ceremony, third young master Zhou invited Xiao Xiao to check out the results. The main hall, which appeared luxurious yet elegant, presented itself to Lady Fang and Xiao Xiao. It was looked simple, yet also exuded magnanimity. Every drapery in the hall was top-notch in both pattern and texture, and even the pendants on top were embellished with pearls or gemstones. These were sponsored by Royal Prince Yang. The furnishings on the antique shelves were genuine antiques, and the paintings and calligraphy on the walls were also prized possessions of famous people. Even the floor was cut and polished from limestone that was brought back from Dali. The marble floor was as polished as a mirror, and the patterns on it were like a natural ink landscape painting. In short, the entire hall was decorated more beautifully than the couple's parlor room. As for the hairpin ceremonies banquet, that went without saying. In addition to all of the signature dishes of Junsho Restaurant, Xiao Xiao also specially introduced several new dishes. These dishes were mainly Cantonese dishes. Honey roasted pork, stewed shark's fin with vegetables, bird's nest with coconut milk and sugar, steamed striped bass, fried salt and pepper mantis shrimp, pineapple with sweet and sour pork, and steamed crabs. The head chefs of each branch of Junsho Restaurant, led by head chef Wang, gathered together to learn and practice their culinary skills in order to make a splash at the banquet. As for the pastries and fruits, that went without saying. The fruits were naturally meticulously hand-picked from the back hill of the imperial plantation. Pears, apples, grapes, mulberries, raspberries. Although it was already late fall, many fruits from the previous seasons like peaches, watermelon, cantaloupes, strawberries had been preserved fresh, as though they had only just been harvested from the orchard. The pastries were all sent from the Yu's main pastry shop. Other than the exquisite little pastries on each table, the one thing that became the focus of everyone was still the giant cake that was being made on the spot in the main hall on the ground floor of Junsho Restaurant. The cake at the bottom was brought in from the pastry shop after it was baked, and formed a large rectangular structure of about 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. As for the whipped cream, fruit jam and fruit compote that were spread on top, they were made then and there with the cooperation of 6 pretty little misses. Those little misses and young masters that arrived earlier surrounded the area where the giant cake was taking shape and peered at it curiously. Gasps sprouted from their lips as they saw beautiful, lifelike whipped cream flowers and multicolored decorations taking form under the skilled hands of these young patisseries. The giant cake was covered with pink and purple roses, with lush leaves that made the colors pop, as though they had only just been picked from the bushes. The cake was decorated with a lining of whipped cream, while jams and fruit compotes of different colors decorated the center of the cake. The last touch was a little girl at the center of cake with a slender figure, big eyes, and a sharp chin wearing a red cheese-style attire, vaguely recognizable as Xiao Xiao through her facial features. This humanoid decoration was the masterpiece of the head manager of the Yu's pastry shop and top patissier, Yang Lu. Those who had arrived slightly later were unable to witness the creation of this giant cake and deeply regretted missing out on it when they heard about it from those who did. However, they all discreetly asked the few cake makers who were standing next to the cake if such a superstar's birthday cake like this could be custom ordered. Even when they were told that it had to be booked a month in advance and that it cost a lot, no one hesitated, because most of the people who came to Xiaoxiao's hairpin banquet were either rich or of a high status, and no one was short of money for a cake. Some people even wrote down their birth date on the spot on the reservation book in the cake maker's hands. Yang Lu, who had wanted to make her mistress proud at her banquet, had inadvertently ushered in a new high of reservations for her pastry shop again. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao had planned to keep a low profile, only inviting some friends and family over, and have a meal together to celebrate her birthday just like how she did in her previous life. However, even without mentioning Lady Fang's reluctance, the imperial palace had already sent out a decree along with the palace maidservant, Chunhong, to help Lady Fang with the preparations of the hairpin ceremony. Such imperial favor caused certain people in court to start making plans in their hearts. Naturally, the Yu family's relatives could not be missing from the list of banquet guests. Her eldest granduncle's family, maternal grandparents, eldest uncle, second uncle, youngest uncle along with her 3 aunts, and her cousins and their spouses. Zhu Junyang had sent his own convoy to transport all of them over. Then, there were the relatives of the Fang family. Fang Zizhen was an orphan, and had no other relatives except for his master's wife, Madame Zhao. However, there were quite a few relatives from Lady Fang's maternal family. Although only the families of the eldest and younger legitimate uncles were invited, the party that arrived was still quite big. In the past, Lady Fang's maternal family didn't understand her when she took a peasant girl as her adopted daughter, saying that instead of choosing her niece from her maternal family, she took a low-born, vulgar country girl to be her adopted daughter. Her sister-in-law even came to argue with her about Sha Farong, threatening to cut off all contact with her. But in the past 2 years, Yu Xiaoxiao, with her own abilities, had not only managed to reach new heights in her career and made her businesses prosper, but she was also in great favor with the emperor, and had been given the honorary title of a royal princess. Now, in terms of wealth and the favor of the emperor, even Fang Zizhen, Count Zongqin, found it hard to compete with, let alone the Sha family, which had already been in a gradual decline. The Sha family, which had always sucked up to the influential and looked down on people who had lower status, would never miss this opportunity to get closer to the Yu family, or to be exact, Yu Xiaoxiao, even without Lady Fang's invitation. As such, everyone who was part of the legitimate bloodline, regardless of whether they were on the invitation list or not, came to get acquainted. The sister-in-law who had threatened to sever ties with Lady Fang was actually shameless enough to come up and suggest that Sha Farong be the master of ceremonies of Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony. Disregarding the fact that Sha Farong and Xiaoxiao had an unpleasant encounter in the past, the master of ceremonies was always either the best friend or sister. Who did she think she was? Apart from the relatives were the families that they were closer with. There was the Grand Princess Royal, Marquis and Marchioness Anning, Heir Anning and his wife, who also brought along their 1-year-old baby, and last but not least, He Wanning. She had already reserved the role of the master of ceremonies a long time ago, and even asked Yuan Shuiyan and Royal Princess Minglan to not fight with her. Quite a few members of the Yuan family also came, starting with great scholar Yuan, then the prime minister and his wife, Yuan Shuiyan's brothers and sisters-in-law, plus Yuan Shuiyan and her youngest brother Yuan Yunxi. Other than that, there was Royal Princess Minglan and her mother and sister-in-law. Not to mention, left assistant minister Yu and his wife, along with Yu Wanqing and her brother and sister-in-law were also there. As her business partner, naturally, Li Mengru wouldn't be absent. Madame Li came along with her eldest legitimate daughter, Li Mengqi, and her 2 young sons who came to join in on the fun. As for the Zhou family, the old master and old madam personally came over to watch the ceremony. The madam and children of the first branch, and of course, Madame Zhou, the mother of the 3rd young master who had a good relationship with Xiaoxiao, also brought congratulatory gifts to celebrate the little girl's birthday. Madame Zhou was not aware that Xiaoxiao was already promised to someone else, so she wondered if they could cement old ties through marriage. After all, her son and Xiaoxiao had known each other since they were small, and had always been on good terms. Then, there was the master and mistress of Prince Sa's estate, as well as the heir and his wife, and Zhu Yan'er, who was quite close to Xiaoxiao. The moment she arrived, she started to argue that she wanted to be Xiaoxiao's master of ceremonies, but He Wanning quickly rebuked her. Naturally, as Xiaoxiao's future in-laws, it was impossible for Prince Jing's household to not attend their future daughter-in-law's coming-of-age ceremony. Princess consort Jing had almost stolen Lady Fang's seat and taken herself as the host to greet the guests. As Zhu Junyang and his lady mother made their way to the 3rd floor, his 2 mothers-in-law approached and stopped him. Lady Fang looked at him with a half-smile and said, "The people watching the ceremony upstairs are all female guests, so it wouldn't be appropriate for Royal Prince Yang to go up there, would it?" Although Zhu Junyang did not want to miss his little fiancé's hairpin ceremony, he was forced to stay downstairs to wait for her to come down after the ceremony due to etiquette. The most unexpected thing was, Imperial Prince Duan, who had rarely left his residence, had actually brought Princess Consort Duan with him to observe the ceremony. Imperial Prince Duan looked a little thin, but his body was still quite strong. He didn't look terminally ill as said in the rumors. Could it be that Miss Yu's medical skills were really better than the old physicians at the Imperial Hospital, and she had actually cured Imperial Prince Duan's decades of chronic illness? Humans were just mere mortals, so how could they not fall sick? Not everyone had a chance to befriend a skilled medical practitioner. As such, Imperial Prince Duan's arrival had attracted quite a few uninvited guests to Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony. It wouldn't be right to chase this group of people who eagerly rushed up to present their gifts out, right? While Lady Fang enthusiastically greeted the guests, she sent a servant to ask 3rd young Master Zhou to see if he had prepared sufficient dishes. Fortunately, 3rd young Master Zhou was reliable and had prepared extra dishes, so they didn't embarrass themselves by not having enough tables for their guests. Of course, only the female guests were able to watch the ceremony unfold on the third floor while the rest of the guests were served refreshments downstairs. Originally, the hairpin ceremony was held in the ancestral shrine, so many secretly laughed at the Yu family for not following customs when they saw that the invitation said that the hairpin ceremony was going to be held in Junsho restaurant. However, as soon as they entered the grand hall on the third floor, their hopes of witnessing a farce immediately dissipated. The grand hall on the third floor was quiet and open, decorated lavishly yet with a scholarly elegance, revealing an air of solemnity everywhere. It was surprisingly better and more imposing than most ancestral shrines, and the decorations and all kinds of details in the hall especially received everyone's praises. When they climbed the steps, they were met with a calm, smiling Lady Fang, and Madame Lu, who was beautiful, fair-skinned and donned a gorgeous dress. Not a single bit of her bearing told others that she was, in fact, only just the wife of a farmer. The both of them stood at the eastern side of the steps to welcome guests, while the woman who stood on the western side of the steps was actually the wife of heir Anning. As for the protagonists of the day, sisters Yu Xiaosao and Yu Xiaolian changed into their ceremonial clothes and shoes, and calmly waited in the dressing room at the east side of the hall after taking a fragrant flower petal bath. That's right, as Xiaosao and Xiaolian were twin sisters, their hairpin ceremonies would naturally be held together. Xiaolian secretly peeked out from inside the dressing room, looked at the luxuriant and graceful guests outside, and stuck her tongue out and said mischievously, "Younger sister, I've really ridden on your coattails today, there are so many wives and daughters of court officials that came to celebrate. I wouldn't have dared to dream of it before." What's not to dream about? So what if they're the wives of court officials? Don't they also have 2 eyes and a mouth? Can they possibly have 1 more nostril than we do? Yu Xiaosao's little head also appeared above hers, poking around and looking out. Eldest maternal aunt Han saw them and hurriedly pushed the 2 similar-looking little heads back into the room. "Behave yourselves. Today is your big day, so don't become a laughingstock in front of so many guests. You should still remember all the etiquette that the senior palace servant taught you the other day, right? Hurry up and recall them in your head before you make a mistake." Yu Xiaosao playfully hugged her eldest maternal aunt's arm and swung it, acting cute. "Eldest maternal aunt, I'm thirsty, can you bring me a piece of watermelon to quench my thirst?" "No, what if you get nervous and want to pee? Bear with me, as soon as the ceremony is over, I'll bring you a glass of watermelon juice." "Xiaolian, you too, be good, alright." Eldest maternal aunt pacified the 2 restless little girls, and hurriedly went out to serve the guests again. Although those noble guests did not need her to take care of them, there were still quite a few guests from their hometown, and her younger sister and sister-in-law might not be able to handle it all. She still had to go and keep an eye out. As the classical musical instruments began to play, the arrival of the guest of honor caused an uproar. The Grand Princess Royal, who had originally planned to fight for the seat of the guest of honor, immediately gave way with a smile as soon as she saw the guest of honor. In her heart, she muttered, "This little girl of the Yu family is so reputable, she actually managed to invite the Empress as her guest of honor. Is there any other guest more honorable than her?" Yu Hai and his wife didn't recognize the Empress, but Fang Zizhen and his wife, who were also the hosts of this ceremony, couldn't act as if they didn't know her. The couple quickly brought over their adoptive relatives to greet the Empress. Yu Hai and Madame Lu's eyes widened in surprise upon finding out this guest's identity. Was their daughter's reputation truly so great such that even the Empress herself would come to her small hairpin ceremony? "Please rise quickly. Today's leading role is Miss Xiaosao and her sister. I am merely looking for an excuse to relax a bit after living deep in the palace for so long." The Empress's smile was as warm as a spring breeze which calmed Yu Hai and Madame Lu's racing hearts. "Where is older sister Xiaosao?" The eldest imperial prince also benefited today. He had been given a day off of class, so he could leave the palace. He stuck out his head from behind his mother's back and looked around curiously at everything on the third floor. A pair of eyes as bright as the stars looked for Yu Xiaosao's figure. Older sister Xiaosao hadn't been in the palace for so long because she was busy with the matters of her hairpin ceremony. Fang Zizhen and his wife hurriedly gave the eldest imperial prince, no, the crown prince, a greeting. After coming back from the Mulan imperial hunting ground, Zhu Hanwen was conferred the title of crown prince and moved into the eastern palace. However, there weren't many children in the imperial palace, and he also wasn't very old. Thus, things remained the same as before with him going to the Empress's cunning palace and staying there if it got late. Lady Fang asked Junju to invite Yu Fan, the second young master of the Yu family, over. The 2 of them were about the same age as the crown prince was younger than Yu Fan by less than 2 years. Thus, these 2 young people should have many things to talk about. Sure enough, when Zhu Hanwen saw little Shish Tu, he forgot all about older sister Xiaosao. Due to his relationship with Xiaosao, little Shish Tu's fame had also spread into the palace. Zhu Hanwen highly regarded this person who was only a little older than him and had become the last disciple of great scholar Yuan, who was the father of the prime minister. This youth was also called junior brother by the old scholars in court, whose beards have turned white. He didn't forget to live up to their expectations. At the age of 8, he passed the county-level exams and became a county official. If it wasn't because his master, the great scholar Yuan, took him to travel in recent years, making him unable to participate in the recent autumn examinations, he probably would have become a provincial official at 10 and an imperial official at 15. Didn't the ancients have Gan Luo, who became an official at the age of 10? So why couldn't the great Ming dynasty produce a scholar who placed first in the imperial exams in his teens? Maybe if these words were spoken from the mouth of someone else, it could have been counted as an exaggeration. However, these words were spoken by the great scholar Yuan, the strict and proper headmaster Yuan, who has never even praised his son, the prime minister, before. This clearly showed that he was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. Zhu Hanwen had been spiritually attracted to this youth scholar for a long time. He had long wanted to see the person that great scholar Yuan had praised like a flower. In addition, Yu Fan was older sister Xiaoxiao's younger brother. Although they never met, he admired him, and envied him a bit, from the bottom of his heart. As Xiaoxiao's younger brother, he could enjoy the snacks and food made personally by older sister Xiaoxiao every day. Such a wonderful thing. If it was possible, he would have liked to exchange identities with this youth named Yu Fan. Even though he was the crown prince, he actually envied a youth from a peasant family. The world of a foodie was really hard for ordinary people to comprehend. Little Shish too, who was already 13, had become a graceful and beautiful young man. His cultured and quick-witted manner, his scholarly and polite speech, along with his features that were similar to that of Xiaoxiao's allowed Zhu Hanwen to increase his sincerity even though it was the first time they met. Soon, the two youths were chatting together. Little Shish Tu's return to the capital, in addition to celebrating his second sister's hairpin ceremony, was to prepare for next year's autumn provincial exam. These past few years, he had traveled to the north and south of the Yangtze River with his master. He debated academics with the scholars who lived south of the Yangtze River, allowing him, a young boy, to quickly grow up. The knowledge in the books had been thoroughly dissected by Little Shish Tu as he had an eidetic memory. He was like a dry sponge greedily soaking up the spring of knowledge. Through these years of travel, his lack of perspective and experience had been quickly enriched. He and his master, great scholar Yuan, were confident about the autumn exams next year. Great scholar Yuan had high expectations for this talented and diligent disciple. This autumn exam, Little Shish Tu needed to get first place in order to not weaken the reputation of Rongshuan Academy and his master. On the other hand, Yuan Yunxi, the youngest grandson of great scholar Yuan who was also going to participate in the provincial exams, had been overlooked by him. Yuan Yunxi, grandfather, am I your grandson, or is Yu Fan your grandson? Yuan Sinian, no respect for your elders, call him little martial uncle. Yuan Yunxi looked at Little Shish Tu who was a full head shorter than him and 7 to 8 years younger. He had nothing to say now. But that was enough about the future emperor and prime minister, Zhu Hanwen and Yu Fan, who were conversing animatedly and regretting that they didn't meet sooner. The sound of beautiful instruments came from upstairs, since the empress, who was the guest of honor, had already entered the hall. The guests were seated at the left and right seats. As the hosts, Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen, along with their wives, sat at the host seats after all the guests were seated. As the fathers, Yu Hai and Fang Zizhen stood up at the same time after glancing at each other. Originally, the opening speech could be made by one person, however, these two people quarreled at home for a long time. Neither of them was willing to miss the opportunity to give the opening speech at their daughter's hairpin ceremony. In the end, Xiaoxiao slapped her hands down and said how about they each say half, which solved the problem between the two fathers. Yu Hai gently smoothed the folds of his fine clothes with his rough hands and said in a strong voice, today is my little daughter's, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian's hairpin ceremony. Thank you all for coming. It's my turn, my turn. Fang Zizhen quietly reminded as he gently pulled on Yu Hai's clothes. Then he looked at the guests with a smile and loudly said, once again, I thank everyone who has found the time to come to my daughter's Yu Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony. Next, Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian's hairpin ceremony will officially begin. Linglong, go invite the two young misses to come in and greet the guests. After Linglong went into the changing room, He Wanning, who got the position of master of ceremonies, came out, washed her hands, and took her place on the western stage. Yu Xiaoxiao and Yu Xiaolian came out holding hands and went to the center facing the south, with their backs to the north. They greeted the guests and then kneeled down in their position facing the west. The two sisters came out looking like copies of each other. They had the same clothing, the same hairstyle, and they had similar heights, weights, and facial features. In addition, both were wearing light makeup. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the older sister and who was the younger sister. Imperial uncle, let me have a look, just a look. On the balcony of the third floor on the east side were 3 young men in fine clothes. Wasn't the one jumping up and down the crown prince who had been conversing happily with Yu Fan downstairs? Unexpectedly, the person, who was in front of the young prince, with the best view was actually the cold and fierce royal Prince Yang. He was currently craning his neck to look through the window. As for the light-complexioned youth beside the two, who had a helpless expression on his face, wasn't that Little Shish Tu, Yu Fan, who was responsible for keeping the crown prince company. On the narrow windowsill, there were 3 people, big and small. Below them were bodyguards that were looking up with nervousness, attracting the attention of people passing by. The pedestrians on the street followed their line of sight and found the 3 figures that were peeping on the windowsill. They were surprised for a moment. What hobbies did these high officials and royal families have to do something so uncouth in broad daylight? For a period of time, many pedestrians, who were passing by Junshou restaurant, gathered in front for a moment and pointed up at the window. The emperor and Su Ran, who had come a little later due to handling government affairs, looked at this scene in bewilderment. When they followed the view of the crowd, the emperor found that it was his cousin's tall back that was on the balcony peering through the cracks of the window. A wide grin that held hints of anticipation appeared on his face as he said to Su Ran, we should let those who are afraid of Royal Prince Yang, who is like a tiger, come and have a look at what this guy looks like right now. If this occurred at night, wouldn't he look like a peeping Tom? Your Majesty, doesn't the person next to him look familiar to you? Su Ran had already spotted that there was a small figure jumping up and down, trying to squeeze Prince Yang out but couldn't. It was the crown prince. Zhu Junpin looked over at the small figure beside Zhu Junyang with interest and his expression suddenly became dark. Just now, he was looking on passively, but now that the person being watched passively was his child, he couldn't be calm as a father. Zhu Hanwen, you little rascal, come down now. Quickly, Zhu Junpin roared, scaring the crown prince upstairs, making him almost fall off the balcony. It's over. Didn't father say he was too busy to come? How, Yu Fan, quick help me figure a way out. How can we avoid this? Zhu Hanwen had a premonition that if he couldn't find a reasonable cause, his small butt was going to blossom when he went back to the palace. Yu Fan's eyes roved around and pointed his lips in the direction of his future brother-in-law. Zhu Hanwen suddenly understood and nodded with a giggle. Sliding down the pillars outside of the Junsho restaurant, the crown prince was caught by the guards and smiled at his father. In a low voice, he said, Imperial father, I was just having a good talk with Yu Fan in a private room on the second floor when I saw Imperial uncle sneaking up to the third floor through the window. I was curious and followed him. Is that so? Zhu Junfan asked in a deep voice with a frown after he saw his cousin leaping down. How could this prince be absent from the lass's hairpin ceremony? Zhu Junyang said confidently. Zhu Junfan kicked his cousin's butt but almost made himself fall down. Fortunately, Su Ran was at his side holding him. Zhu Junfan was furious. You dare to refer to yourself in such a pompous manner. If you want to go then go openly. By doing it secretly, you're teaching children the wrong things. This prince, if I could go up, would I still be here talking to you? My future mother-in-law said that the female guests are all up there and that we needed to wait downstairs. Zhu Junyang's tone was somewhat indignant. As her man, he couldn't even attend the lass's hairpin ceremony. Zhu Junfan exasperatedly gave him a look and said, then you're just taking your future brother-in-law and your nephew to climb walls and to do sneaky things. Zhu Junyang glanced at the crown prince and thought, your son also wants to see his older sister Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony, what does that have to do with me? I'm not taking the fall for this alone. Zhu Hanwen was afraid his imperial uncle would expose his affairs and quickly cut off the conversation and asked, Father, older sister Xiaoxiao's hairpin ceremony has already started. If you don't go up now, you won't get to see anything exciting. Zhu Junfan glared at him, little rascal, I'll settle this when we get back. Zhu Hanwen, who understood the meaning in his father's eyes, couldn't help shrinking his head down and going to hide behind his imperial uncle. Seeing his father take long strides up toward the third floor, he winked at the friend he just met today and followed his father up like a fox masquerading as a tiger. Wasn't it an honor for the emperor to come in person to their daughter's hairpin ceremony? Who would quibble about whether or not it was in line with customs? The womenfolk on the third floor all knelt on the floor to give their respects to the supreme emperor. Fang Zizhen quickly told people to add in a mahogany chair in between the host seats to let this uninvited god sit down. The thick-skinned Zhu Junyang stole the position of a bodyguard, standing tall behind the emperor. However, that pair of phoenix eyes focused on a delicate figure on the stage without blinking. The lass seemed to have grown up suddenly. The broad clothes couldn't hide her delicate and exquisite figure. Her eyebrows were lightly swept and her eyes looked deep and clear as if it was a deep pool. If a person had a moment of carelessness, it would be easy to be sucked in. A light pink color had been lightly added to her small mouth and her lips looked as delicate and charming as a rose, making people unable to do anything but fantasize. Zhu Junyang's soul was about to be hooked out by this little spirit. Faced with the hot gaze of a beautiful man, Xiaoxiao, who was originally relaxed, suddenly became tense. At this time, the crown prince also straightened his back, standing behind his father. However, his little partner, Yu Fan, soon brought over a chair so he could sit at the right-hand side of the emperor. Yet, little Shishtu also stood confidently behind the crown prince, but his slightly skinny figure was less imposing than Prince Yang. Su Ran took a look at his position that was currently occupied and revealed a helpless expression. Fortunately, Yu Hai had ordered people to add a chair slightly off to the side, so he didn't have to stand in the hall at a loss. The emperor waved his hand and commanded, you all can continue. The hairpin ceremony, which was interrupted by the emperor's arrival, went on. The only difference now was the atmosphere of the room became more restrained. As the master of the ceremony, He Wanning stood behind Xiaoxiao. While gently combing her long silky black hair, in a slightly jealous tone she said, the emperor and empress have come to attend your hairpin ceremony. This is the first for any young lady in the capital. You're in the limelight now. Is this limelight any good? Having too high a profile might not be a good thing. Yu Xiaoxiao murmured into He Wanning's ear. Wow, there's two older sister Xiaoxiaos. The crown prince was dazed by the two similar-looking faces in the same dress. He thought that there was something wrong with his eyes and he was hallucinating. He blinked his eyes a few times, but the two figures were still there. The little guy was confused. Little Shishtu, who was standing behind him, bent down and explained in a low voice, my oldest sister and second sister are twins. They just look alike. Twins, isn't it said that twins will compete for each other's luck and generally only one can survive? This was a folk myth. Many families sent one of the twins far away so both could survive. In actuality, because of the backward medical conditions of the ancient times, twins were generally born prematurely. The nutrition in the womb couldn't keep up with two little guys, so they were born weak. Thus there were very few twins who could survive at the same time. Yu Xiaoxiao was the weaker of the two. It was Madame Lu, who was a careful mother, that managed to raise her sick little daughter to the age of 8. Unfortunately, that girl managed to survive the illnesses but she couldn't survive that senseless disaster, which had benefited Lin Xiaowen's soul from a different world. If it wasn't for the little divine stone's help, the broken body carrying the transmigrated soul might not have survived till now. Zhu Junfan turned his head and gave his silly son a warning look. They were having a solemn hairpin ceremony right now. This fellow was asking for trouble with his questions and exclamations. Zhu Hanwen pursed his mouth, held in his curiosity, and calmed down to watch the girl's hairpin ceremony. The two masters of ceremonies finished combing the girl's hair and placed the combs on the south side of the mat. The empress, as the guest of honor, stood up and washed her hands with Madame Lu and Lady Fang. They then returned to their respective places and sat down. The pair of sisters, Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian, turned to the east and sat straight. The empress walked slowly over to Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian and chanted a congratulatory message. On this month and this auspicious day, I add on your first robes of adulthood. Leave behind your juvenile aspirations, and let it become your adult virtues. Blessed with longevity, and prosperity be with you. Then she knelt down onto the mat to comb the sisters' hair and inserted their hairpins in. Afterward, she got up and returned to her original position. He Wanning corrected Xiao Xiao's hairpin and said in a low voice, the Empress personally added the hairpin for you, so you can't keep a low profile anymore. However, it's no problem. In any case, no matter what, your royal Prince Yang will block any problems for you. Look at him, his eyeballs are following you without stopping. They've almost become cross-eyed with how much he's staring. Yu Xiaoxiao gave her a glare, but she couldn't help looking at the tall and upright figure. She met his eyes, which were full of passion. Her face became hot and she quickly lowered it. The gentleness of her lowering her head was like the modest bashfulness of a water lily. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, it became another alluring expression. The two sisters slowly rose to their feet and the guests congratulated them. However, no one knew who was sincere and who was jealous. When they returned to the dressing room, He Wanning took the clothes from her sister-in-law and followed the two sisters into the room to help them change into plainer-looking robes to match their hairstyles. After changing their clothes, the two sisters came to show the guests their clothes and hairpins. Facing their parents, they bowed down solemnly in gratitude for the love and care received from them. After Xiao Xiao bowed to her parents, she extended the same courtesy to her godfather and godmother, who were waiting at the side. Lady Fang helped her goddaughter up with tears of joy in her eyes. Originally, her husband didn't discuss it with her before he took a peasant girl to be his goddaughter. Although Lady Fang never opposed it, she didn't expect to look after her either. In her mind, the country girl would be naive, simple, and not noble enough. Yet, when she first saw Xiao Xiao, she immediately had a good impression of this strange yet funny girl, who had good self-control, even more than her niece who had accompanied her many years. Maybe this was the so-called fate. Although her goddaughter came from a peasant family, she was surprised again and again by her. She was most impressed by her goddaughter's medicinal food, which had improved the couple's physiques and allowed her to have a blood-related descendant that she had always dreamed of. After the little girl came to the capital to further herself, her businesses became more and more prosperous. She, as her godmother, gained a lot of credit. She now had a supply of fresh vegetables and fruits that seemed never-ending during the winter, so much that she couldn't finish them. Furthermore, she also had unlimited access to the rare floral teas from Blossoming Beauty, and the expensive skincare products she couldn't even finish. Using them to give to people as gifts to improve relationships had proven to be quite welcomed by the other parties. She had reached the age of 45 this year, but when she stood next to her childhood friends, she looked almost a decade younger than them. All of her friends regarded her with pure envy now. Today that lovely and filial girl had finally grown up and become a beautiful young maiden. As her godmother, her heart was filled with incomparable joy, and her eyes couldn't help becoming moist. Yu Xiaoxiao raised her hands to wipe away the shining tears from the corners of her godmother's eyes. She gently hugged this godmother who treated her better than a mother could treat her own daughter and gave her the biggest smile possible. Returning to her original position, she continued to sit facing the east. The Empress washed her hands again in the gold basin inlaid with jewels. Heir Anning's wife presented a bright and dazzling hairpin. After a closer look, the main gem on the hairpin was a huge pink diamond. Small diamonds were also embedded around the hairpin, making it seem as if it was decorated with shining stars that had gathered together. The hairpin looked incredibly bright and dazzling. What woman didn't love beauty? What woman could resist beautiful jewelry? There was an uproar in the field. Needless to say, the hairpin must have been gifted by Royal Prince Yang. There wasn't any place to buy diamond jewelry besides Royal Prince Yang's treasure pavilion. The unmarried girls present casted odd looks towards the cold Royal Prince Yang one after another. However, they found that the other person's gaze had never left the pretty figure in the center field. The noble madams and young ladies present all felt jealous. How could Xiao Xiao, a small bird flying out of a mountain nest, have the emperor personally come to her hairpin ceremony to bless her, have the empress be the guest of honor, and even have her master of ceremonies and attendant be of such outstanding statuses? Furthermore, the arrogant two beauties of the capital and the eccentric royal princess Minglin all became her best friends. However, most of them here couldn't even find a way to curry favor with these people. Comparisons were truly the quickest way to infuriate oneself. What really angered them the most was that the most promising new noble in court, Royal Prince Yang, was also fascinated by that girl. He couldn't even see the beauty of other women. Could it be that this little girl was really the rumored sprite in the mountain or the Dragon King's daughter in the sea, using her magic to blind the people around her and making them willing to dig out their hearts and lungs for her? No matter how complicated the young ladies in the room felt, the hairpin ceremony still continued. The empress chanted, "On this auspicious month and such day, I affirm your robes. Respect it with dignity. Let grace and modesty be your virtue. May your longevity last a myriad of years, and may you forever receive good fortune." He Wanning helped Yu Xiaoxiao take off the hairpin in her hair, and the empress picked up the hairpin that made all of the women's hearts flutter and put amidst the dark and beautiful black hair. The sisters, under the complicated gazes of the guests, gave the empress a salute. They then, once again, returned to the changing room and changed into robes with long trains. At this point, all the clothes for the hairpin ceremony were in the Han style and were all embroidered by Modiste Zhang, who was like a sister to Xiao Xiao. When the girls present learned about this, the jealousy in their hearts became even stronger. After Xiao Xiao and her sister changed their clothes, they went back into the reception hall and faced the guest of honor, the empress. Their first kowtow was to her, their second was to show their respect to their elders, and then they stood up and kneeled towards the east. The guest of honor washed her hands 3 times and then took the offered hairpins for the ceremony. All of the matrons and young maidens present, who had envious hearts, had no reaction when they saw the 2 lavishly decorated hairpins that had valuable pink pearls embedded in them. This was because they were already numb to the situation. It was as if there weren't these extremely expensive hairpins present, then it would be abnormal for this ceremony. The Empress looked at the identical hairpins. Each one had several pink pearls decorating it. The pearls were all around the same size, perfectly round shapes, and seemed to glow gently under the light. Any one of these pearls would be considered a top-notch pearl on its own, let alone the dozen or so that were on each hairpin. It was said that Xiao Cao herself had personally gathered these pearls from the ocean. It was already considered fortunate for an experienced pearl diver to get one such specimen during their career. The fact that she was able to get around 20 or so in one trip made it a bit odd. Although the Empress's heart was full of doubts, she still remembered why she was the guest of honor here today. She chanted, "By the auspiciousness of this day, and by the times of the moon, I give you this robe. With your family here, use these to actualize your virtues. May you enjoy boundless longevity and receive the joys of heaven." Following that, she inserted invaluable pearl hairpins into Xiao Cao's and her sister's hair and stood up to go back to her original position. The guests all squeezed out a smile and congratulated the two of them for reaching their coming of age. The two sisters then went back to the changing room and changed into extravagant long ceremonial robes with long sleeves that matched their hairpins perfectly. Now that the two sisters were wearing their pearl hairpins paired with beautiful ceremonial robes that were embroidered all over with peonies, it made their previously slightly immature looks seem more charming and mature. Even the jealous female guests had no choice but to admit that the two sisters looked quite lovely and attractive. In fact, anyone in the room could tell that Royal Prince Yang's eyes were almost glued onto Yu Xiaocao and couldn't be pulled away. The two sisters then faced the emperor and saluted gracefully to show their respect for the imperial throne. The heir of Marquis Anning and his wife directed the maid-servants to set up the ceremonial table and to lay out the ceremonial wine and offerings out on the west side of the room. The Empress took the two girls to take a seat and He Wanning presented the sweet and nourishing fruit wine. The Empress took the ceremonial wine and walked to Yu Xiaocao and her sister, revealing a contented smile as she started to recite verses again, a goblet full of sweet wine to add auspiciousness and fragrance. Accept it in worship for settling your prosperity. Take unto the beauty of the heavens and remember this for a lifetime. After the two of them kneeled again, they took the goblet of wine and saluted the guest of honor. This wine wasn't for the two sisters to drink. Instead, they kneeled again and sprinkled some of the wine onto the floor as a libation. Following that, they symbolically touched a bit of wine to their lips and returned the cup back onto the ceremonial table. There was some sweet cooked rice on the table, so the two of them symbolically ate a mouthful each. Then they kowtowed to the guest of honor and the Empress returned the bow before standing back up at the east side of the steps. They had to admit that the coming-of-age ceremony was quite complicated and full of rituals. The two of them had gone back and forth between the rooms, changing their clothes and kneeling and bowing all the time. The two of them were starting to feel quite dizzy from all of this. Xiaolian was well aware that she was riding on her younger sister's coattails in order to have all of these guests here to celebrate. Furthermore, it was also the only reason why she was able to get so up close to the Empress herself. Although she was quite nervous, she was also incredibly proud and a bit joyful too. She was proud and happy that she had such a capable younger sister who had brought so much glory to their whole family. She stealthily took a look at those noble young maidens, who usually had their noses up in the air, and saw their envious and jealous expressions. From that, the slight bit of inferiority and timidness she felt completely melted away and her movements became even more graceful and calm. Next came the process of choosing a courtesy name for the two sisters. The Empress stood up and faced the east while Yu Hai, his wife, and Fang Zizhen and his wife stood up and faced the west. The Empress chose the courtesy names for the two young maidens and recited a few more lines. The rites and rituals are prepared, and on this auspicious day and month, I announce your courtesy names. By a splendid courtesy name, it shall benefit your virtues. To show you chaste virtue, and forever keep you. You two shall be named, Wei, and, Yangshi. The Empress had recited so many ceremonial verses that were all written in classical Chinese. The two sisters felt like they were listening to an entirely different language and their heads were just floating along. They only understood the last verse. One of their courtesy names was Wei, and the other was Yangshi. Xiaolian's courtesy name came from fine rain on a lotus pond, as a misty rain falling upon lotus flowers was an enchanting sight. The mood the name evoked was good and the meaning behind it was auspicious. Xiao Cao's courtesy name was Yangshi. The character for she referred to the first light of day and the character for Yang meant forever. The meaning of her name evoked that she would forever bring light to the people and also gave them hope. The Emperor and Empress had discussed this for a whole night before coming up with these two courtesy names. The profound meanings behind them caused the noble ladies in the crowd to fall into deep thought. This Yu Yangshi had given the common people hope, so was this person someone who they could afford to offend? Did it matter if you were jealous or envious at this point? After all, their daughters were only slightly talented but they had not done anything to benefit the people, so what leg did they have to stand on now? At this time, Yu Xiaocao and her sister simultaneously replied, although I, Xiaolian, may not be worthy, I dare not refuse the honor. Following that, they bowed to the guest of honor and the guest of honor returned the salute. Then, all three of them returned to their respective places. Xiaocao and her sister kneeled in front of their parents and listened to the instructions given to them. Yu Hai and his wife gratefully looked at their two beautiful daughters who had finally grown up. They had slight smiles on their faces as they said, in a wink, you two have become adults. As your parents, we don't have any requests or expectations for you two. All we hope is that your lives in the future will be smooth and happy. Although their speech was quite plain and simple, their words showed just how deeply these two loved and cared for their daughters. Fang Zizhen was also an uncouth fellow and didn't bother trying to make things sound poetic. He lifted his adopted daughter up with his arms and trumpeted loudly, your father is right. Young maidens shouldn't think so much. Supporting one's family and chasing positions and wealth is the job of a man. You two sisters should just be preoccupied with having happy lives in the future. If there's nothing to do, then spend more time with your friends. Play whatever you want to play and don't take such heavy responsibilities on your shoulders all the time. You've taken on so many weighty responsibilities on these slim shoulders of yours that we, as your fathers, feel very ashamed of. The emperor, who was seated high above, felt the corner of his eyes twitch. Was Fang Zizhen encouraging his beloved official to stop working? Did old Fang really think things through before he said such words in front of him? Yu Xiaosao grinned broadly at her two fathers and said, "Father, godfather. This daughter understands what you're both trying to say. However, my greatest happiness is to make a lot of money and count the money I make whenever I get bored. Therefore, you two may think that I'm very tired from engaging in so many businesses, but I actually take a lot of pleasure and fun in managing them." When her two sets of parents heard this, they all revealed helpless smiles. Fang Zizhen guffawed heartily and said, "All right, daughter, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters." Xiaolian pulled at her younger sister's sleeves and the two of them became solemn again and seriously answered, "This daughter may not be worthy, but I dare not disobey." Then, they kowtowed again towards their parents. The final segment of the ceremony required Xiaosao and her sister to be present and salute all of the guests to express their gratitude for attending. The two of them first bowed to the guest of honor, the other guests, the assistants, and the attendants. Everyone smiled gently at them and nodded their heads. Yu Hai bowed to the crowd and thanked them. "My daughters, Yu Xiaolian and Yu Xiaosao, have now completed their coming-of-age ceremony. Thank you, honored guests, for your great kindness in participating. We have prepared some drinks and light refreshments downstairs. Please, everyone, head down and take your seats." Madame Lu and Lady Fang respectfully led the female guests downstairs and also had the maid-servants lead people into the already prepared private rooms. Downstairs, there was a gargantuan cake that had these words written on it: bright red jam. "Congratulations Yu Xiaolian, Yu Xiaosao, for your coming-of-age ceremony." Under the inquisitive and greedy eyes of the children there, the attendants sliced up the cake into small pieces and the waiters from Junshou restaurant served them to every table at the feast. The banquet was sumptuous and delicious. The new style dishes especially caused the guests' taste buds to explode in flavor. The men had all been served the Yu family's winery and distillery's new alcoholic beverage that had a high alcohol content. The generals especially enjoyed it. As for the women's and children's tables, they had the sweet and sour fruit wine that also had health benefits. It was tasty and good for one's health. The emperor, his imperial father, and his two imperial uncles sat at the same table. After toasting 3 rounds of wine, Zhu Junfan suddenly discovered that the table seemed to be missing one person. "Imperial uncle, where's Junyang?" Imperial Prince Jing drank a mouthful of the fresh and tasty 5 grains liquid and lightly waved a hand. "Don't worry about him. Ever since we entered Junshou restaurant, I haven't seen heads or tails of the youngster. Earlier, if I hadn't come down from the 3rd floor with your imperial majesty, I wouldn't have even known that the brat had stealthily gone up to attend the ceremony. That stinky brat's heart only has room for his sweet and adorable future wife, so how could he possibly spend the time eating food with us? What, you stinky brats all went to the 3rd floor to attend the ceremony? How come you didn't call your father up with you all? A bunch of good-for-nothings ah." When the Emperor Emeritus heard this, he angrily finished chewing his mouthful of honey-roasted pork and indignantly slapped the table to hoot. Imperial Prince Duan leisurely drank a mouthful of grape wine. With his body's current condition, it wasn't suitable for him to drink a more alcoholic drink. Following that, he calmly spoke to his father. "Imperial father, you're the father of his 3 brothers. Junfan's father is me, your son." He couldn't even think of his own father when there was something fun to watch. How could he possibly think of his father's father? Imperial Prince Sa had shrunk down like a quail as soon as the Emperor Emeritus became angry. He didn't say anything but gave his eldest brother a big thumbs up. Only his eldest brother had the guts to tweak the tiger whiskers of their bad-tempered old father. As expected, the Emperor Emeritus's pair of bushy eyebrows came together in a frown and he was just about to flip out when he noticed the prominently pale face of his oldest son. He turned his attention to his youngest son, who was making faces and growled, "Stinky brat, what sort of face are you making? You're old already and are already at the age of a grandfather but you still don't do anything proper. Are you not afraid that little Shinkson thinks you're a joke?" Little Shinkson was Imperial Prince Sa's grandson who hadn't even reached 1 year old. He had also been brought along. However, the child was currently with Imperial Prince Sa's heir's wife in one of the private rooms and eating delicious egg drop soup. Imperial Prince Sa revealed an innocent expression. He hadn't even said a word but why was he always the one being targeted? Luckily his second older brother was a true brother and helped him to change the target. "Imperial father, you're too right. Zhu Junyang is such a brat and doesn't even think of me, his father. All he can think of is his future wife's coming-of-age ceremony and he even boldly goes up to attend. Right now, I'm sure he's trying to figure out some way to see his wife alone somehow." Imperial Prince Jing deliberately complained in a sour tone. The guests who attended today were either people who had already had a good relationship with Xiaosao in the past or those who saw that she had a boundless future ahead of her and wanted to shamelessly worm their way in. That little lass had only arrived at the capital 2 to 3 years ago but she already had so many connections. This made him feel quite astonished and grateful. However, the fact that his future daughter-in-law was so capable gave him, as the future father-in-law, quite a bit of pressure. Perhaps, once his daughter-in-law married in, he should split that stinky brat from the family. At this time, Zhu Junyang didn't know that he was going to get kicked out by his father once he married his future wife who was too good at making money. He had taken advantage of the time when the guests were moving downstairs to secretly enter the east room. His little lass was currently sitting next to the window. The light from the window illuminated that slightly smiling and pretty girl with a gentle veil of warmth. Her pair of lively and occasionally crafty or coquettish eyes were glowing with life. It was as if they could suck a person's soul away from them and make them bewitched. He didn't know what Xiaolian had said, but his little lass stopped looking out the window and turned around. Her pretty face had a hint of anger on it. In addition, the skin on her slight face seemed to glisten like the most precious jade and had the most perfect texture, glowing with health. It was as if she had been sculpted from a high-quality piece of jade. Zhu Junyang suddenly had a saying that he didn't know where he got from flash through his head. A so-called beauty resembles a flower, has the demeanor of an immortal, the grace of the willow, bones like jade, cold snow like skin, and the limpid autumn water like eyes. Before he had known it, his little lass had already grown into a beautiful young lady. Perhaps his staring was a bit too obvious, or perhaps the two of them had their hearts linked together, but Xiao Cao looked in the direction of where he was hiding and met his eyes directly. Zhu Junyang watched as the young maiden suddenly revealed a smile that seemed more gorgeous than spring flowers blooming. He immediately had a desire to go up and embrace his adorable little lass. Thus, Xiaolian and the two maid-servants in the room seemed a lot more irksome now. He frowned and thought for a bit before motioning at Xiao Cao to wait a bit. He stealthily left the room. Before long, Princess Consort Jing's most capable maidservant, Mei Xiang, entered the east room with a somewhat unnatural look on her face. She spoke to Xiaolian. Miss Xiaolian, my mistress wants to see you to chat for a bit. Me, older sister Mei Xiang, are you sure Her Highness wants me? Xiaolian was extremely surprised. Although Princess Consort Jing spent around half a year every year recuperating on the villa on the West Mountain, she still had very little contact with her. In addition, she didn't have the gift of gab like her younger sister. Why would the princess consort want to talk to her? Mei Xiang secretly glanced at a particular corner in this room and nodded. This servant is not mistaken. Her Highness truly wanted to see you. Xiao Cao had a faint idea of what was going on and glared at that hidden person in the corner. She comforted the slightly nervous Xiaolian. Don't be nervous. Just treat Her Highness as a kind senior, all right. Xiaolian uneasily exited the east room and her maidservant naturally followed her. However, Wadong continued to stick to her own post. Mei Xiang thought for a bit and then smiled. Miss Yu, this servant has something that I need younger sister Wadong to help with. Do you think? Xiao Cao sighed within her heart and revealed a faint, knowing smile at Mei Xiang. She turned her head to address Wadong. Since older sister Mei Xiang has asked, then I will have to agree to your request even though I care for my maid dearly. Wadong, go out with older sister Mei Xiang for a bit. Wadong bowed slightly and said, young miss, please wait a moment. This servant will go down and call Yang Liu up to have her keep you company. In her thoughts, she believed that a good maidservant would never let her master be left without someone to take over her duties. If she went down, then the young miss wouldn't even have someone to pour more tea if need be. This would not do. Mei Xiang smiled. I'm just taking you out for a little bit. It's not as if your young miss will be kidnapped by a big bad wolf in that time. As she spoke, she sent a glare at a particular corner in the room that harbored a big bad wolf and silently snickered in her heart. With Zhu Junyang's powers, he could naturally tell what his lady mother's maidservant was thinking about. However, he didn't have the time to fight with her. His entire heart was focused on that delicate and sweet young maiden in front of him. What did you want to tell me that made you take all of the people out of this room? Yu Xiaocao strolled over to the corner he was hiding in and yanked at the front piece of his clothing. She casually pulled him out into the open. Since the young maiden had gotten closer to him, Zhu Junyang naturally could smell the little lass's unique and alluring scent coming off her body. His eyes darkened a few shades. It's your birthday today, so why can't this prince spend some quality time with you alone for a bit? Zhu Junyang pulled at her wrist and gently embraced her against his chest. The little lass's soft and silky hair was underneath his chin and that alluring scent intensified. Furthermore, he didn't know when his lass had developed a more womanly body, but they only had a few pieces of thin cloth between them. With her pressed against him, he could feel two soft little buns against his rock-hard 8-pack abdomen. The softness made his mouth suddenly feel incredibly dry. After having her hand being pulled and her face being rubbed, Yu Xiaocao felt her cheeks turn fiery hot. Everyone said that men were controlled by the bottom halves of their bodies. Although this fellow always claimed that he was waiting for her to turn 18 before they married, she had just reached the age of majority and he couldn't seem to suppress his hungry side and was hugging her tightly. This fellow's chest was quite sturdy and felt as hard as steel. Her chin was starting to ache at this point. She started to curiously explore the muscles of his abdomen with her small hands. Are you satisfied with what you feel? Isn't this prince's body quite good? Her cheek, which was pressed against his chest, vibrated a few times as she heard his somewhat hoarse voice speak. The voice held a hint of sexiness as it brushed past her ears. It's not bad. Yu Xiaocao buried her face, which was scalding hot at this point, deeper into his chest. A little snicker wound its way around her lips. Zhu Junyang slightly lowered his head and he could see her slender and white neck, delicate and attractive collarbones, a bit of extra skin from where her collar had slipped a bit, and an alluring and bewitching dip. Zhu Junyang felt like his head was exploding at the moment and a wave of heat welled up and headed towards a particular part of his body. Yu Xiaocao felt that the arms around her had suddenly tightened and her soft and delicate body had been pressed even harder against a particular fellow's firm body. Her chest area, especially, started to ache from the prolonged contact and being squished. She lightly wiggled a bit but was soon stopped by a pair of large hands. Don't move, let this prince hold you. Zhu Junyang was in the midst of being tortured with happiness. He started to feel that he wanted to enjoy the feeling of this soft body against his for as long as possible. He looked down at his adorable little girl, who had her bright red lips slightly parted open and a somewhat silly expression on her face. That look completely stoked the fires within him. He held onto the young maiden's shoulders and gently pushed her away before turning his body slightly to avoid a direct look from his lass's alluring eyes. Her delicate pink and soft lips seemed to have a faint and dangerous fragrance coming off of them. His usual iron self-control was starting to loosen. His throat moved up and down and he could hear himself hoarsely say, "This prince has prepared a very special present to congratulate you on reaching your coming of age." "A present? Didn't you already give me a diamond hairpin and helped me find the best jewelry maker to craft my pearl hairpin?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked a bit perplexed. The confused expression on her face, when seen in a certain person's eyes, looked incredibly adorable and tempting. "Those didn't count. What I really wanted to give to you is myself." As he finished talking, he lowered his head to accurately peck at those beautiful petal-like lips. Originally, Zhu Junyang only planned on stealing a brief kiss from her, but the lass's warm lips were too tempting and fragrant, which made it impossible for him to stop there. Zhu Junyang acted as if he was bewitched as he gently bit down on the young maiden's tender red lips. His tongue swiped quickly around the perimeter of her perfect mouth and softly teased her lips open to get a taste of the sweet inside. Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly been attacked, felt her head turn completely blank. Although she was already an old maid in her early 30s in her past life, she had been preoccupied with working and making money the entire time. Dating had become a luxury for her. On the few blind dates she went on, they had never even reached the stage of holding hands, let alone stealing kisses from each other. In the past, she always thought that entwining her tongue with someone else's and exchanging saliva was a very disgusting prospect. But why was her heart beating so fast now, and she was starting to feel a strange form of pleasure? As her lips were being thoroughly plundered in a gentle and soft manner by the man in front of her, she could hear the ambiguous sounds of panting coming from the two of them. Her mind seemed to be completely blank and a feeling of helplessness rose within her. However, her body seemed to instinctively know what to do and reacted honestly. She felt like her soft and delicate body was starting to melt into a warm puddle from all of this. Her cherry red lips opened further in invitation, revealing a soft pink tongue within. The young maiden's body had a fragrant scent wafting off of it, and it was extremely alluring and tempting. Furthermore, now that her delicate tongue was now inadvertently revealed, this only increased the temptation. Zhu Junyang felt like there was a violent wave of heat surging inside his chest as if a fierce tiger was trying to claw its way out. His large hands had begun to surreptitiously roam further down her body naughtily and were now around her willowy and soft waist. Although he was self-taught, he was doing quite well in ravaging and conquering the girl's lips. His disobedient tongue began to wind itself and play with her bright white teeth before it slipped further into her mouth. As it explored inquisitively, it continued to teasingly lick and sample within to get as much sweetness as it could. As soon as it encountered the smaller tongue, which didn't seem to know what to do, it became much more excited and rushed forward. Zhu Junyang caressed and began to gently nip at Xiaoxiao's small tongue in a sensuous dance. When the smaller tongue tried to dodge and run away in embarrassment, his larger tongue vehemently chased it down and captured it again. The feeling of having her tongue entwined with another's provoked another new feeling that Xiaoxiao had never felt before. She felt incredibly woozy and there didn't seem to be a bit of strength left in her body. She could only weakly lean against the tall and strong man and let him continue to do as pleased. Suddenly, a particular hard object seemed to jab against her body and jolted her out of this misty dreamscape. She pushed with her arms in an effort to get further away from this fellow who was enjoying the feast a bit too much. She had read a few raunchy novels in her past life, so she naturally knew what that object was. When men became aroused, they really didn't have much logic left in their minds. Although she had already accepted this person in front of her after many years of testing, they were living in ancient times. In these times, having any sort of physical intimacy prior to marriage was a huge taboo and would bring shame upon her. She truly didn't want such a giant scandal to come out on her own coming-of-age ceremony. Now that she had her reason back, Yu Xiaoxiao used her small fists to pummel the guy in front of her. However, her tiny bit of strength only tickled the fellow in front of her, who was in his prime and very strong. It didn't seem to affect him at all as he continued to steal kisses. His rock-hard abdomen and a certain something seemed to heat up even more and become harder. It poked against Xiaoxiao, making her feel quite uncomfortable. She knew that it was pointless to struggle as it would serve to excite a certain fellow. After going through her options in her woozy head, she forcefully bit down on the fellow's lips. However, when the iron taste of blood touched her lips, the fellow seemed to not care and continued to lick and nibble at her swollen and bright red lips. She reached out a hand and accurately pinched the fellow's attractive nose closed. He had to breathe sooner or later, which meant that he had to let her go. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes glittered with a crafty light. However, she didn't expect that Zhu Junyang had a very good lung capacity and continued to ravage her lips for a long time before he finally let her go. Dang Tuzi, such a pervert. Yu Xiaoxiao scuttled away in that one moment when he had regained his mind. She glared at him in displeasure and her swollen and red lips were in a pout. Her eyes had a tinge of fury in them, which made Zhu Junyang feel quite puzzled. Tell me the truth, have you kissed a lot of women before? Which is why you're not the least bit unfamiliar with the techniques. Yu Xiaoxiao put her hands on her hips and had a sour, jealous expression on her face. She looked quite fierce at this moment. This prince is being wrongly accused. Other than you, who else is attractive enough for me to kiss? Don't you know all men instinctively know what to do, so we're all self-taught. In addition, this prince has been kissing you in my dreams for a long time. Isn't it better that I seem practiced? Zhu Junyang had a righteous expression on his face, and he was secretly delighted that the little lass was feeling jealous. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him suspiciously for some time and couldn't detect a hint of guilt anywhere. Only then did she reluctantly say, HMPH. This time I'll let you go. If I find out that you dared to fool around with other women, I will make sure to drug you such that you're unable to perform. PFF'd. Zhu Junyang had almost just choked on his own saliva and he frowned. He used his pair of seductive phoenix eyes to inspect the little lass as he remarked in displeasure, where did you hear such nonsense? If this prince is unable to perform, what are you going to do? Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed a bright red and she leveled a glare at him and growled, if you're ever disloyal, then I will sweep you out of the door. When the time comes, we will no longer interact with each other for even a second. Thus, why would I care whether you can perform or not? Don't forget, I've learned medicine, so I've naturally skimmed through and seen what certain conditions a man can have. In the future, stop looking at those weird medical texts. It's not as if we need to rely on your medicinal skills to make money. If you want to make money, next month when the ships set off to the Western Hemisphere, I'll have them trade tea and porcelain for precious gems and diamonds. We can open a jewelry store, which doesn't require much capital and make a lot of profit. His little wife was very good at a lot of things and most of these skills seemed to come out of nowhere. For example, the lass claimed that she had spent time with her village's barefoot doctor when she was young, learning the basics. However, her skills were such that they sometimes even surpassed the imperial physicians. As for her ability to concoct medications, Zhu Junyang suddenly felt a bit helpless. His wife had too many secrets. In the future, it looked like he had a lot of cleaning up after her to do. Why are we talking about medicine now? Be a bit more serious. Right now, we're discussing whether or not you're able to stay loyal in one relationship. Yu Xiaoxiao had almost been taken astray by this change of topic and hurriedly went back to the problem at hand. Zhu Junyang saw that his future little wife was brandishing her power, so, as a future husband who knew how to bend and sway with the situation, he hurriedly said in a solemn manner, "Don't worry, this prince will absolutely be loyal to you alone. In my 22 years of life, other than you, there hasn't been a second woman around me. My feelings are definitely more loyal and long-lasting than Little Black and Little White's feelings toward you." Seeing that he was comparing himself to Little Black and Little White, a brilliant smile appeared on Yu Xiaoxiao's face. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but step forward a couple of times in an attempt to take advantage of her again. However, his plans were cut short by the sounds of people talking outside. The banquet has already started downstairs. Why hasn't the young miss gone down? Wedong, how come you're not in the room? Older sister Mei Xiang needed me to help her out with something and I already got permission from the young miss. Yangliu, how do you have the time to come up? Wedong was a bit puzzled by what had happened. It was clearly a very simple task that any maid would be able to handle. Why did older sister Mei Xiang need her especially for it? However, Mei Xiang was her young miss's future mother-in-law's personal maidservant. She needed to bury her doubts within her heart no matter what. Yangliu had a bit of excitement in her voice. The giant cake downstairs has already been cut and served and all of the other desserts have been displayed appropriately. It's been a while since I last saw the young miss, so I wanted to greet her on this special day and give her my congratulations. Yu Xiaoxiao could hear the sounds of the two maidservants approaching. She looked at Zhu Junyang's lips, which had been injured from her bite, that stopped moving about 2 inches from hers and restrained a laugh as she said, "Wedong is back. Are you not going to hide again?" The sound of a soft sigh came out of Zhu Junyang's mouth and he looked at that delicate and pretty face in front of him and softly said, "Lass, let's not wait until you're 16. Can we get engaged before the end of the year? It's only a few months difference. You've already waited for this many years, does it matter if you wait a few short months more? That being said, an engagement isn't marriage. Did you think we'd start becoming intimate right after getting engaged?" Yu Xiaoxiao quipped. "After the engagement, you'll have my name all over you and then those crazy wolves won't dare to approach you anymore. Don't think that just because this prince has been spending a lot of time at the barracks that I've neglected keeping an eye out on what's happening in the capital. Don't you think Duke Rongguo's second son is interested in you? Every time you organize an event, he brings his younger brother along to shamelessly join you. That fellow has a face that attracts women. In fact, the first time you saw him, you were entranced by his appearance." Now the one feeling jealous was Zhu Junyang. His little lass pretty much had no defenses against men who had outstanding looks. Every time she saw Chief Steward Su Ran, her eyes began to sparkle so much that they could blind a person. If Chief Steward Su wasn't an eunuch, Zhu Junyang would have long started a fight with the other fellow. The second young master of the Ning family had been complimented by the lass for having a gentlemanly exterior and a refined appearance. In his eyes, however, the other youth was only faking it. All right, stop bringing up these old rotten topics. How old was I then? I was only admiring him like I would a painting. Wedong and the others are almost at the door, are you still not going to leave now? Yu Xiaoxiao pushed him towards the window and watched as he climbed over the windowsill and sat down. Zhu Junyang turned his head around and, with a rascally expression on his face, threatened, "Kiss me one more time. Otherwise, this prince will just sit here and not leave." She could already hear the sound of the door opening behind her. Helpless, Yu Xiaoxiao pecked at his lips as lightly as a butterfly. As the sounds of people walking approached her, she forcefully pushed Zhu Junyang's back and didn't care that they were up on the 3rd floor. In her eyes, with his martial arts skills, even if he fell off a 13-story building he would be fine, let alone a 3-story fall. "Young miss, let this servant do it instead, all right." Wedong saw that her young miss was standing in front of the open window and thought that she was about to close it, so she hurried over and shut the shutters. At this time, Zhu Junyang, who was hanging off of the windowsill, saw the window being closed and licked his lips, wishing that he could continue. His little lass was truly too sweet. It was such a pity that her maids were too quick. However, in the future, there were plenty of other opportunities. Now he should go attend the little lass's birthday feast. Zhu Junyang gracefully walked into the banquet hall. By the time he arrived at his assigned table, everyone there had already drank plenty of wine and eaten until they were half full. Zhu Junpin keenly spotted that there were some telltale teeth marks near his younger cousin's lips and he secretly laughed. It looked like this fellow had tried to steal a kiss from a beauty. Not bad at all. The child was teachable and seemed to resemble himself during his youth. "You stinky brat, where were you How come you only got back now? If you came back any later, you wouldn't be able to have a share of your little wife's birthday cake." There was a piece of cake in front of Zhu Junyang's seat. That piece had the word, Sao, written on it with bright red jam, and it was obvious that it had been especially reserved for him. Imperial Grandfather, Imperial Majesty, my two Imperial uncles, Zhu Junyang greeted all of his family members one after another. His usually cold and icy face didn't seem to be as frosty today. Instead he seemed quite lively, which made everyone at the table gape in astonishment. The Emperor Emeritus was currently chewing on some sliced pig ears in chili oil and loudly remarked, "That's the spirit, ah. Young people need to smile more in order to make girls like them. You look the most like myself when I was young. I just remember, back then, although we were quite poor, there were still plenty of young maidens eyeing me in admiration." Imperial Prince Jing glanced at his father's large face that was as round as a pancake paired with a fat double chin. Then he turned to glance at his younger son's slender and well-sculpted face that was paired with alluring phoenix eyes. His lips twitched involuntarily. This old man was clearly too overconfident about his own looks. Junyang was obviously the son that most resembled his mother in looks. If the Emperor Emeritus had to be compared to someone else's looks, then he should be using the Emperor, who had large eyes and fierce manly eyebrows. Imperial Prince Sa stared fixedly at the teeth marks near Zhu Junyang's mouth and he snickered endlessly. Finally, he couldn't resist and teased the younger man. "Oh ho, boy Yang, what happened to your mouth? You were only gone for a bit, so how did that happen?" Zhu Junyang idly touched the wound near his mouth and revealed a bit of softness in his expression. He immediately became serious to confront the insatiable curiosity of the older man and drily said, "Nothing much, I wasn't careful earlier and was injured by a little wild cat who bit me." Imperial Prince Sa's son, Zhu Jingshu, was similar to his father and liked to tease other people. When he heard his cousin's explanation, he snickered and said, "Oh ho. This little wild cat must know martial arts in order to injure our royal Prince Yang, who has exceptional skills. Furthermore, its ability to target your mouth accurately shows that it's quite impressive." When Zhu Junyang sent an icy glower at him, Zhu Jingshu shivered and hurriedly showed his cousin that he wasn't going to say any more. He buried his head down towards his plate to eat more delicious food as he silently cursed the other fellow, "Stinky brat. With your cold and stupid personality, it'd be a miracle if any girl liked you. Getting bitten by someone else is karma for you." When Yu Xiaosao and her sister came over to toast their table, all of the people there noticed immediately that her lips seemed to be a bit swollen and red. Hence, all of their expressions as they looked at her seemed a bit ambiguous. Under the slightly puzzled looks of Madame Lu and Lady Fang, Yu Xiaosao angrily glared at the criminal in question and pretended as if nothing had happened while she toasted each imperial family member at the table. After saying a few words of gratitude, she immediately fled. She was afraid that someone might link her with Zhu Junyang and spill the beans to her two mothers. Ever since that passionate kiss during her coming-of-age ceremony, Yu Xiaosao discovered that Zhu Junyang had become much more clingy compared to before. The firearms camp's portion of Qishan barracks had already started. With the Emperor, who loved and was fascinated by firearms, at the forefront at this project, they needed to make sure that progress on developing and manufacturing firearms and red coat cannons was going well. Those soldiers under Royal Prince Yang, who had been assigned to the firearms camp, each had a firearm assigned to them and every battalion was given a large cannon. After he delegated the task of training these new firearms to Dong Dali, who had already become a skilled gunman, Zhu Junyang became much more idle. He took on the task of escorting his future little wife to and from her tasks at the imperial plantation. Occasionally he'd steal a kiss from her. Thus, the days passed idly and happily for him. At this time, whether it was the capital seed breeding program or the Yu family's commercial farmstead, they were all operating smoothly. The capital seed breeding program had been split into 4 large farmsteads and each one had an overseer who was personally sent over by the emperor to keep an eye on things. They were already 2 years into the program and everyone working there knew the drill. Prior to the plowing seasons, Xiaosao would go to each farmstead to deliver her, specially prepared, seeds. In addition, she also took the time to inspect the wells at each place. Some of the stewards in the plantation discovered that the seeds that official Yu sent over didn't have much difference between the seeds that were produced there. Thus, they tried an experiment and grew a batch of seeds on a separate plot of land. When it was time to harvest, they discovered that the yield between the 2 types of seeds wasn't very different from one another. However, when these seeds were sold on the market, the officials in those areas got accused by the farmers who bought them. They claimed that those stores had sold counterfeit high-yielding seeds as they gave an output of around 100 to 200 caddies per mule less than the other villages. For the commoners, their crop outputs were even more important than their lives. Wasn't selling counterfeit seeds tantamount to killing them? Since the outputs between the 2 types of seeds were so different, even though they were sold at the same shops, this made people question what might have happened. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that the seeds that had lower yields were all products that had not gone through official Yu's hands. With such a report that had the facts, they found out that official Yu always used a special type of plant liquid that not only increased the yield of the seeds but also prevented pests from damaging them. Consequently, there were some shrewd people who wanted to force Yu Xiaosao to bring out the recipe in the open and the lawsuit had even been sent up to the emperor. The emperor was well aware of Xiaosao's hidden hand, so he found a suitable excuse and helped Xiaosao smooth this all over. However, this wasn't the true solution he was looking for. After all, the little divine stone would one day go back to its home dimension. Once that happened, wouldn't all of the high-yielding crops they had now revert back to the way things were at the start of the dynasty? In private, the emperor urged Xiaosao to experiment with methods to breed real high-yield seeds. In addition, he commanded the Ministry of Works to develop more high-tech machinery for the use in farming, such as seed drillers, crop harvesters and threshing machines. Yu Xiaosao consulted with the little divine stone about this problem. She found out from it that once it restored all of its powers, it would help her alter the genetic materials of the seeds before it left. That way, they would truly have wheat seeds capable of producing 1,000 caddies per mu. With that guarantee on hand, Yu Xiaoxiao no longer had to worry about this issue. After all, she wasn't a true farming expert and wasn't able to become like Yuan Longping. She mostly relied on the little divine stone as her cheat item for this. Lass, the autumn corn has already been harvested and the winter wheat has been sowed. You promised me in the past that you would help this prince start a good horse breeding program. Isn't it about time for you to make good on that promise? After Zhu Junyang had organized everything at the firearms camps to his liking, he once again started to ponder about his desire to create a standing cavalry. Cavalries had the advantage of being incredibly mobile and fast, so their attack power was quite high. In Zhu Junyang's eyes, the great Ming dynasty needed to build their own cavalry, and the sooner the better. Troops on horseback could speedily chase after enemies, surround them, mount sneak attacks, and provide rescue missions. A charging cavalry could effectively deal with a battalion of crudely equipped foot troops. Furthermore, troops on horseback relied on the speed of their horses to travel. This meant that they could strike an enemy's camp like lightning and effectively break apart their formation. The imposing looks of a cavalry could also strike at an enemy's morale and make them cower back in fear. All in all, for foot troops, a well-trained cavalry was their worst nightmare. At the northern borders of the Great Ming Empire there were fierce nomad tribes that were on horseback. On the wide prairies, their superiority over foot troops in battle could easily be seen. Time after time, the Great Ming Empire's army had suffered losses against them. It was particularly bad once winter set in. For the sake of obtaining food and other goods, these enemy tribes adopted guerrilla warfare tactics and would strike border villages like the wind. After plundering and killing all of the inhabitants there, they would then flee like ghosts. By the time the Great Ming's army arrived, all that was left over were the grisly corpses of the dead villagers and the burned-out shell of the village. The soldiers stationed at the borders naturally hated these tribal horse cavalry units to the heavens. There were also other high-ranking military officers who had wanted to create fast cavalry units to fight against these attacks. However, where would they get their supply of good horses? The outside nomad tribes naturally wouldn't sell or trade their best horses to the Great Ming Empire to be used against themselves. As for the horse breeders within the country, they didn't have good bloodlines to work with, so they naturally couldn't produce horses that could be of any threat to the nomads. If they attempted to forcefully create these cavalry units without a good supply of horses, then they would end up being ineffective units in the end. Zhu Junyang had long been eyeing Yu Xiaoxiao's beloved horse, Little Red. In fact, he had especially invited horse experts over to inspect Little Red from head to toe but ended up getting inconclusive findings. Many of the experts who had examined Little Red stated that the horse was of a typical hybrid breed that was found in the country and that breed was usually considered inferior. These horses were typically used to transport cargo or pull wagons. However, they had no idea how its master had raised it to transform an inferior breed into such a prime specimen. If it weren't for Zhu Junyang's high and mighty status as a royal prince, those horse experts would have chased after him incessantly, begging him to tell them his secrets in raising and feeding horses. Zhu Junyang was even more certain that Xiaoxiao had a method on her hands to alter an inferior horse into a good horse. Naturally, if Xiaoxiao didn't want to reveal this secret, he wouldn't force her to. His backup plan would be to bring along some troops armed with firearms and sneak into enemy territory to steal their horses. However, his little lass didn't fail him this time either. He only proposed the issue and the little lass easily agreed to his request. However, Xiaoxiao told him that all of the credit of breeding good horses needed to go to him as well as the expert breeders he brought along. Zhu Junyang was quite happy to serve as a smokescreen for the little lass and deliberately chose 2 soldiers from the hidden guard ranks to become these expert horse breeders and trainers and announced it publicly. On a bright and beautiful morning, Royal Prince Yang received an imperial decree and headed towards the northern border along with his 2 horse experts to begin his breeding and training program. For the past 2 years, the firearms camp soldiers had participated in missions to suppress and protect the borders from bandits, and they did extremely well. Furthermore, they hadn't lost a single soldier but had managed to capture 3 enemy cities. It could be said that the soldiers within the firearm camps were extremely well disciplined and trained in tactics and battling. At court, even those military officials, who didn't see quite eye to eye with Zhu Junyang, had to admire his abilities at training and drilling troops. When Zhu Junyang went to court and impassionately described the advantages of building up a cavalry as well as starting a horse breeding program, the entire court was silent. After all, was making a successful horse breeding and training program that easy? Was having good horse trainers alone enough to reach their goals? Where would they be getting these good bloodlines? Many of the officials thought that Royal Prince Yang's idea was a bit too far-fetched and decided to wait and laugh at him when he failed. However, the emperor thought that this idea was a good one because, 2 days prior, Xiaoxiao had entered the palace to speak to the empress. Afterwards, she had asked him to allow her to go with Zhu Junyang to the borders to start the horse breeding program. With Yu Xiaoxiao's golden finger along, Zhu Junpin was looking forward to the results of this endeavor. If the Great Ming Empire could have a cavalry equipped with fine horses and modern firearms, then no one around them would be able to beat their military superiority. Every man had a dream of accomplishing something big and grand in his life and every emperor hoped to have a flourishing country with a strong military. Zhu Junpin felt his heart fill with excitement at this prospect and immediately gave Xiaoxiao permission to go along. Furthermore, he also sent Chief Steward Su Ran to become the overseer there. Consequently, when it was time to head out, there was an addition of a handsome man, dressed entirely in ethereal immortal white, to their group. With such a piece of eye candy by her side, Xiaoxiao was naturally in good spirits while Zhu Junyang sulked. Originally, this was supposed to be a sweet and sappy journey for the 2 of them. No man would be happy with such an eye-catching third wheel tagging along. The emperor also sent a squadron of the firearms camps from Chishan barracks along to act as guards for the horse breeding program. Although the nomad tribes near the borders had become a lot more quiet after getting defeated a few times, this horse-raising ranch was right by the border. They needed to prevent the enemy foreigners from playing tricks and sabotaging this endeavor. The two-person journey Zhu Junyang had hoped for had now turned into a grand procession full of people. It didn't bother him much that there were a bunch of small insects tagging along. However, he was quite upset that his lass regarded that stupid and extremely handsome eunuch with admiration and joy. Perhaps he should find an excuse to fight about with that stupid eunuch. However, if he lost the spar, how would his little lass regard him then? Arg, he had to endure this instead. Since he didn't have a guarantee that he would be able to win against Chief Steward Su, he could only bear with the other person's presence for now. Sir Su, try some of my hazel grouse stew. We were quite lucky today to be able to shoot down a hazel grouse. Everyone says that hazel grouses have tasty and tender meat, so this stew should be quite delicious. While they were camping outside, Yu Xiaosao had ladled up a bowl of stew for Su Ran and happily enjoyed having a meal with such a handsome person. It was truly something that delighted her. Cower, this prince also wants to drink some hazel grouse stew. Royal Prince Yang, who had been coldly ignored at the side, now acted like a large dog begging for attention. He pitifully asked Xiaosao to give him some food too. Yu Xiaosao, on the other hand, didn't even glance at him as she replied, "There's more in the pot, so go get some yourself." Sir Su, how's the taste? My cooking skills are decent, right? The elegant smile on Su Ran's handsome face warmed by a few degrees and he slowly nodded his head. The meat from the hazel grouse is tender and flavorful, and it has been cooked perfectly. Everything in the soup complements each other to a superb degree, so it tastes splendid. Jealousy exploded within Zhu Junyang's heart as he stared fixedly at Chief Steward Su Ran's incredibly good-looking face. He had to inwardly admit that this stupid eunuch was truly quite handsome, especially when he smiled warmly. That smile was enough to warm a person from head to toe. In fact, this was his little lass's preferred type of man. At the same time, he shamelessly rejoiced that it was fortunate that Su Ran was a eunuch. Otherwise, there would be no guarantees that his little lass wouldn't change her affections. Lass, you're being a bit too biased here, right? This prince killed the hazel grouse, and I also plucked it and started the fire. He didn't do anything but he gets to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This prince wants to drink some stew but I even have to get it myself. It's not fair. A bit of hurt tinged Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes and he had a pathetic looking expression on his face. Su Ran faintly glanced at Zhu Junyang to appease the younger man but he was inwardly howling with laughter. Watching Royal Prince Yang drink sour vinegar every day was truly too amusing. In fact, it made him want to eat 2 extra bowls of rice every day. Zhu Junyang's new assistant, Hu Xiaoliang hurriedly helped his master to ladle a bowl of soup. He grinned, "Master, you don't need to do anything. This one will help you get some food. You are quite diligent, but does this prince want you to serve me food? Go away." Zhu Junyang was annoyed by this fellow's inability to read the situation. Was this prince really asking for soup? No, this prince was trying to make a certain person serve him soup. In the end, Yu Xiaosao could no longer ignore Zhu Junyang's pathetic act and also ladled up a bowl of stew for him. She watched as he gulped it down and then sighed in an exaggerated manner. She was simultaneously irritated and amused by his ridiculous actions. For a guy who was over 20 years old, he truly acted quite childish sometimes. Naturally, his so-called childish act was only really revealed around her. Yu Xiaosao pushed out a food item called beggar's chicken from the campfire and instructed Zhu Junyang to break the mud shell off of the chicken, revealing the inner lotus leaves layer. Immediately, a puff of tantalizing smell hit everyone's noses. She ripped off a large chicken leg and served it to Su Ran. Then, with a certain someone staring at her with grievance in his eyes, she tore off the other leg and shoved it into his mouth. Finally, she served herself the 2 chicken wings as a part of her dinner. Yu Xiaosao gnawed on her chicken wings as she looked around her surroundings. They were already approaching the border and the area around them had markedly become more open and crude. Other than a few small tree glades here and there, the rest was just a vast grassland. She casually threw her finished chicken bones into the fire and wiped her hands clean with the handkerchief Zhu Junyang handed to her. A sudden thought came to her mind, prompting her to ask, "In this wilderness, you really can't see many people around. Are there wolf packs in the area?" "It's fine. Even if there are wolf packs, we have a lot of people here and they wouldn't dare to approach us on their own. However, if there were people who decided to lure them to us, then that's a whole different story." Zhu Junyang had a serious look on his face as he stared fixedly in the direction of a glade of trees. The aura around him seemed to be full of fierce intent, as if he was a sharp sword ready to be used at any time. Su Ran calmly used a pure white handkerchief to wipe his hands and the smile on his face became even more warm and gentle. Those who knew him would know that Chief Steward Su had a particular habit. The kinder and gentler the smile on his face, the more cruel he was willing to be. In a moment's notice, he could switch from being as soft as a spring breeze to as chillingly cold as a winter storm, with a severed person's head in his hand. He was truly the epitome of the smiling king of hell. The two of them made an interesting pair. One was the smiling king of hell while the other was the cold-faced god of death. However, they had the same merciless and cruel mindset when they needed to act. Yu Xiaosao, who was a bit slow to react, lowered her head to take a sip of hazel grouse soup and then glanced at Zhu Junyang, who was giving off a chilly aura. Then she looked briefly at Sir Su, whose smile resembled the beautiful sight of a glade of blooming peach trees. She finally seemed to sense something and asked, "What's wrong? Are there enemies around?" Su Ran smiled reassuringly at her and said, "Not an issue, just a few wild wolves in the area. If you're afraid, go hide in the tent. Once we get rid of this wolf pack, then you can come out again." There really is a pack of wolves. Just look at this inauspicious mouth of mine. I just casually mentioned it and it came true. Yu Xiaosao watched as the soldiers around her made preparations one by one and thought about the time when that pack of wolves descended on her village. One or two wolves weren't too scary, but a whole pack of them could not be underestimated. Zhu Junyang looked back at Xiaosao and stated in an uneasy manner, "Go call Little Black and Little White over. I'll feel better with them protecting you." Before he even finished his last sentence, under the light of the moon, two figures, one black and one white, rapidly approached them. Before the firearms troops could react, the two creatures had already jumped through the group of people and accurately landed right next to Xiaosao. They resembled two extremely loyal bodyguards with their master sandwiched in between them. Su Ran, who was only around 2 steps away from Xiaosao, lightly petted Little White, who was about the height of a grown man when sitting down. Little White merely glanced at him arrogantly. The White Wolf had a solitary and aloof personality, and even members of the Yu family, other than Xiaosao and Little Shish too, who had grown up with it, were warned away with bared fangs. However, all animals had an instinctual sixth sense, and Little White could tell that Su Ran wasn't someone to be trifled with. It only looked back at the man with an impatient expression in its eyes. If it were anyone else, it would have already growled and howled in protest. The night breeze that blew by held the faint scent of blood, and there were small green lights that seemed to be approaching them. With the light of the moon helping her, Yu Xiaosao, who had keen eyesight, could faintly see a few staggering figures in front of a wolf pack. "Yeah, quickly go save them." Yu Xiaosao couldn't help but let out a cry when she saw another figure fall down and perish beneath the wolf pack. "Stay obediently next to Chief Steward Su. This prince will go and take a look." Zhu Junyang could hear a faint trace of sympathy in the lass's voice. If they continued to watch and observe, he was afraid that his kind-hearted lass would end up feeling remorse in the future for not doing anything. Yu Xiaosao looked at the dense glowing green lights in the distance and couldn't help but warn him, "You need to be careful." The tall and steady figure of Zhu Junyang, who was dressed in black and armored well, quickly disappeared into the dark sky. With her keen eyes that were nourished by mystic stone water, Yu Xiaosao was able to see exactly what was going on in the distance. The people who were fleeing seemed to have seen the light of their fire and received another burst of energy. The group was shielding a person in the middle as they did their best to rush over as fast as they could. However, these people were exhausted and already wounded. How could they possibly outrun a pack of wolves who had already been excited to a bloodthirst? From the group, another two split out and used their own bodies to slow down the savaging pack in order to give their master a few more seconds of precious time. The person, who was being pushed forward by the rest, would, from time to time, look back and let out sorrowful and anguished cries when he saw more people die. Durang, Shuji, Yelu Rong watched as his bodyguards fell one by one. They had managed to avoid getting slaughtered by the traitors, but now they were losing their lives to the jaws of the wolves. "Your Majesty, run away quickly and don't let our brother's sacrifices be in vain." Yelu Rong's two other bodyguards each held an arm as they forced their exhausted and wounded bodies forward. Their goal was to reach that campfire, that shining flame of hope. Around this time of year, no one else would be in the area other than some merchant caravans. Judging by the size and light of the fire, this group of merchants probably had a decent number of people. They prayed that these merchants had brought enough bodyguards with them to get rid of the devils chasing them. When Zhu Junyang dropped out of the sky like a god, Yelu Rong only had 2 loyal bodyguards left. The rest of them had already died under the jaws of the wolves. Zhu Junyang neatly kicked away a wolf that was leaping towards Yelu Rong's back. With a few graceful moves of the sword in his hand, he easily pushed back a few other fierce wolves that were at the head of the pack. Zhu Junyang used his right hand to pick up Yelu Rong, who was wounded in his leg, by the collar. In a few quick movements, he quickly brought the injured person back to camp. Without their master slowing them down, the other 2 bodyguards picked up their speed and fled swiftly towards the glowing campfires. When Little Black saw the approaching wolf pack, it became so excited that it couldn't sit still anymore. It clawed at the ground with its large paws and its shining blue eyes stared fixedly at the alpha wolf in the middle of the pack. Little Black's normal strategy was to target the leader of the group first. The wolf pack had also long discovered that there were other people here. As they got closer, they could smell the alluring scent of their prey, which made them even more excited and vicious. There were at least 100 animals in this pack of wolves and they had been a terror to the area for quite some time. The merchants that traveled in this area banded together for safety, and even that wasn't a guarantee that a tragedy wouldn't happen. As for the officials nearby, they didn't have enough soldiers on hand to destroy this pack of wolves, so they were quite helpless as well. Wolves who had already had the taste of human meat were even more vicious than usual, and they weren't the least bit cowed by the sight of more people. The fire illuminated their shadowy figures, and Hu Xiaoliang couldn't help but shiver when he saw densely packed figures of wolves with their glowing green eyes. He blurted out, "Holy moly! So many! Did you lure over all of the nearby wolves in this area?" Yelu Rong nervously watched as his 2 bodyguards, who hadn't reached their circle of safety, continued to run towards them. He opened his mouth in an attempt to ask for help, but before he could, he heard the sound of a wolf howling behind him. It scared him so much that his legs buckled and he fell flat onto the ground. Even Hu Xiaoliang had been caught off guard and was a bit frightened by the howl. He turned his head around and discovered that the large black dog next to his future mistress was currently raising its head and howling to the sky. Oh my, even hunting dogs can imitate wolves now. Did Little Black just learn this? Hu Xiaoliang scratched at his ear as he quietly mumbled. Compared to the calm and steady Dong Dali, Hu Xiaoliang had a bit more liveliness and nervous energy. When the wolf pack heard Little Black howling, they all stopped moving one after another, giving the 2 bodyguards a chance to flee with their lives. The 2 of them stumbled into the vicinity of the campfire, and their faces still held traces of lingering fear. A tall and big gray wolf came out of the middle of the pack and gave a warning howl at Little Black. It was as if it was trying to say, "This is my domain, so all outsiders need to scram." How could Little Black take this lying down? The black wolf immediately strode forward and stopped not far from where the gray wolf was standing and posed arrogantly. Its pair of blue eyes shone with disdain. Little Black's entire demeanor was like that of a king's, as if it owned the entire land before it. The alpha wolf was the leader of this 100-some-odd wolf pack, so it naturally was quite incredible in its own way. With this black young fellow suddenly appearing and provoking it, how could it back down? It snarled furiously and leapt forward towards the black wolf to strike first. The result went as expected. How could Little Black, who had been raised since it was a pup on mystic stone water, possibly lose against a wild wolf? After a few quick exchanges between the two wolves, the opposing gray wolf ended up with its neck neatly bit through and it lay, dying, at Little Black's feet. The wolf pack was now without a leader. In addition, the soldiers from the firearms camp weren't to be trifled with. The two groups fought fiercely and it ended up being a decisive win for the humans, as they had destroyed over half of the wild wolves in the pack. The remaining dozen or so wild wolves were all scared and ran for their lives. Later on, when the officials in the area found out, they organized all of the nearby hunters to hunt down these remaining creatures once and for all. After the man-eating wolves were all put down, the merchants coming to this area no longer had to take a detour for safety. Yu Xiaosao took out the healing ointments that she had personally made and had her maid servants, as well as herself, help the military doctors to treat the wounds from the injured soldiers. Yelu Rong's leg, which had been cut deeply by a sword, was also cleaned, treated and bandaged with a thick layer of gauze. His two bodyguards' injuries were also treated as well. Many thanks, heroes, for stepping out and saving our lives. Xiao Rong will never forget this favor. After the fall of the Yuan dynasty, the vast majority of people from the Yelu clan had changed their surnames to Han ethnicity names. Yelu Rong still currently used the surname, Xiao, that was given to them back during the Liao dynasty. Xiao Rong looked battered and exhausted. Although he had a rough appearance, he looked quite handsome upon closer inspection. Yu Xiaosao felt that he looked somewhat familiar, and after she carefully pondered for a while, she suddenly blurted out, Xiao Feng, no, you should be Xiao Feng. If Zhu Junfan was here right now, he would definitely agree with Yu Xiaosao's statement. This person really resembled Felix Wang's version of Xiao Feng. Even the clothes he was currently wearing were similar. His clothes were shabby and looked like a beggar's clothes. Xiao Rong was shocked as his tiger-like eyes locked on the thin figure in front of him. Last year, an elder brother from the same clan, who resided in the Central Plain for the majority of his life, had come back to the tribe to look for his roots, and his name was Feng. He couldn't remember whether or not his elder brother's surname was Chao, but based on the surnames of the Khitan tribes, this elder brother should be called Xiao Feng. Could the young girl in front of him, who was as delicate and tender as grass, recognize the elder brother from the same clan? Did she see through his identity? The prosperity of the Khitan tribes had long become history. During the Song dynasty, their Liao empire had taken over half of the country. But ever since the Yuan dynasty started, their empire gradually declined. In order to avoid disaster, most of the people from the Yelu clan lived with the Han people and changed their surnames into common Han surnames. They were ambitious and wanted to restore the former glory of their ancestors. But their wishes were quickly smothered when they were faced with the well-trained and powerful army of the Great Ming dynasty and the fierce tribes such as the Jurchen and Mongols. With them eyeing their clan, the survival for his clan members was extremely difficult. While the clan had external worries, they also suffered internally. His brainless younger brother was incited by his own ambition and started a rebellion while he was celebrating his younger son's birthday. Amid all the panic, he entrusted his wife and child to one of his confidants and tried to pacify and control the armed rebellion under good faith. He never expected that the brother he entrusted had been bribed by their enemy and gave him a critical strike. Fortunately, he had brave and loyal soldiers accompanying him. They protected him and helped him escape from the rebel army's siege. But after they broke out from the siege, there were merely a dozen good soldiers left. When it rained, it poured. They had just broken out from the siege when the blood from their wounds attracted a pack of wolves. If it weren't for the person standing in front of him, then he, Xiao Rong, the grand leader of the tribe, would have been eaten by wolves. Xiao Rong secretly observed his savior. As he observed the other party and the other party's subordinates, he realized that they were well trained. The group in front of him didn't consist of many people, but they were definitely not merchant caravans either. He could guarantee with his own life that these people definitely had military background and were brave and capable martial arts experts. This was especially true for the leader of the group. Although he looked more beautiful and charming than a woman, he couldn't hide the stern and imposing aura his body was exuding. Just by looking at his face, Xiao Rong could already feel the bloodthirsty spirit that was directed at him. Even the best fighter from his tribe stood no chance against that man. Although they were close to the border right now, this territory still belonged to the Great Ming dynasty. Even if he didn't have a brain, he could already guess that the warrior standing in front of him was a soldier from the Great Ming dynasty. But he hadn't heard about a war breaking out at the border. Could it be that his stupid younger brother's rebellion had already been exposed? Did the soldiers from the Great Ming dynasty already prepare a counterattack plan? Or could it be, the person who encouraged his stupid younger brother rebel was actually someone sent by the Great Ming dynasty? The Great Ming dynasty had become stronger and stronger with each year. They had a well-trained and powerful army. They even developed a very powerful firearm that could kill people that stood 10 meters away. Could it be that the Great Ming Empire was starting to become impatient and wanted to immediately unify the various tribes outside its borders? Was the rebellion started by his own tribe, one of the conspiracies planned by the people from the Great Ming Empire? For a period of time, Xiao Rong was immersed in his thoughts. What should he do? The young girl seemed to have recognized his identity. Although his wound was fully treated, his physical strength and energy were vastly depleted. It would take him a while to completely recover. Xiao Rong glanced cautiously at the tall and handsome man standing next to the young girl. Even if he was in his best condition, he still may not be able to escape from his opponent's grasp. Furthermore, he could tell that the handsome man dressed in white was not someone that could be easily dealt with either. Zhu Junyang remained calm and collected as he silently observed the battered and exhausted man standing in front of him. He noticed that the man's muscles became taut and his gaze towards Xiao Cao was full of alarm and ill intention when his little girl blurted out the words, Xiao Feng. However, Zhu Junyang didn't take this person to heart. The man in front of him was injured, but even if the man was not injured, he was confident that he could protect the person he loved. Furthermore, Chief Steward Su looked as if he was inadvertently trying to protect the young girl by sticking to her side. He glanced at Little White who was baring its teeth at the unfamiliar man. A glint of praise towards Little White flashed by Zhu Junyang's seductive phoenix eyes. Little White was always alert and loyal. Its first priority had always been to protect its master. It seemed like he should give Little White an extra chicken leg later. Yangshi, do you know this person? Yangshi was the name bestowed to Xiao Cao by the Empress, but Zhu Junyang usually preferred to address her as Cower, or Little Lass, since it seemed more intimate. Yu Xiaocao was embarrassed as she touched her nose. She recalled that the great hero Chao Feng was a character from a book written by Sir Jin Yang. She didn't transmigrate into demigods and semi-devils, so there was no one named Chao Feng here. She chuckled dryly and said, I mistook you for someone else. I'm sorry. Her explanation allowed Xiao Rong to relax. He knew that he didn't look like the elder brother from the clan that much. How could a young girl like her possibly see through his identity immediately? There were similar items in this world, so there were also people who resembled each other a lot. It was not impossible for the young girl to mistook him for the wrong person. However, he must act cautiously since he was now at the enemy camp. Xiao Rong believed that he was hiding his identity very well, but he didn't know that his reaction and action did not escape Zhu Junyang and Su Ran's sharp eyes. The two people exchanged glances but decided to bide their time for now. Zhu Junyang already noticed a few things. Judging from Xiao Rong and his two guards' build and appearance, they looked slightly different from people who came from the Central Plains. Based on the way he talked and his manners, he was different from the commoners living outside the border. It was obvious that he had caught a big fish. A man with the surname Xiao. Didn't the leader of the Tuhire Hanbu tribe use the same surname, Xiao, from the Liao Empire? If he was indeed the leader of Tuhire Hanbu tribe, then it was strange for him to suddenly appear in the Great Ming Dynasty's territory. From his current attire and wounds, he looked like he had run away. If he could boldly guess the reason, then he would assume that perhaps there was civil unrest in the Tuhire Hanbu tribe. Zhu Junyang was a talented military strategist. He was able to guess the other party's identity quite accurately and quickly. This, warrior, would you like to have some barbecue? Yu Xiaocao pointed at the rabbit they were roasting over the fire as she greeted the three guests enthusiastically. In the past few days, in order to hide from the rebel army that was trying to kill them, Xiao Rong and his men had not had a warm meal for many days. To be more precise, they had not eaten in the past 2 days because the soldiers chasing after them were hot on their heels. After he hesitated for a moment, Xiao Rong took the roasted rabbit from Xiao Cao and divided it among the remaining 2 guards with him and devoured the food. The rabbit meat was grilled until charred on the outside, and the meat was tender on the inside. The rabbit meat was coated with honey and an unknown spice, making the meat flavorful and delicious. If that's not enough, then the roasted lamb over there will be ready soon. Have some soup to moisten your throat. Seeing how the 3 men were choking until their necks were straight, Xiao Cao hurriedly gave them the remaining hazel grouse soup. They seemed quite pitiful. How long had they survived without food? How are they living worse than refugees? Xiao Rong gnawed at the roasted rabbit and drank the bowl of fragrant hazel grouse soup that Xiao Cao had given him. His belly was finally somewhat full. He sighed happily and looked up at the innocent young girl. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help in the food. Xiao Rong will not forget your kindness. Zhu Junyang nodded at him indifferently. He continued to roast the wild goats that Little White had hunted. Under the flame's light, Zhu Junyang's handsome and charming face dazzled Xiao Rong. It was such a pity that such a beautiful and charming face belonged to a man. The people from the Central Plains were as beautiful as the rumors had said. The 2 men standing close by, one looked charming and the other one looked refined. Even the young girl who had yet matured looked as pure as the cold spring in the high mountains. There wasn't even a trace of dust or dirt in her large eyes. Did he guess incorrectly? Why would an innocent and young girl appear in the middle of a marching army? Furthermore, these people had tents set up and are barbecuing meat. They didn't look like a marching army, instead, they looked like people who came out to play. Xiao Rong thought of another possibility. Didn't the Great Ming Dynasty have an imperial hunting ground? In the previous year, the emperor had also hunted in the hunting ground. Could it be that the 3 people standing before him were people from the Great Ming Dynasty's imperial family? Could the well-trained guards who were standing beside them be the imperial guards that were assigned to protect these people? Xiao Rong's eyes flickered with that in mind. If this was the case, if he can contain these people, then wouldn't he have enough bargaining chips to negotiate terms with the emperor of the Great Ming Dynasty? Wouldn't he be able to ask him to send their army to help him regain his position as the head of his tribe? However, he needed to take his time to make a final decision. Among the 3 people, the 2 handsome men were unlike the warriors he had fought against before. This was especially true for the charming and beautiful man. He gave off a dangerous aura. When his cold gaze met his eyes, he looked like a wild beast that was about to escape. Xiao Rong couldn't help but tremble at that thought. The man dressed in white was a mystery. There was a glint in his eyes from time to time, and he couldn't be underestimated. It seemed like, among the 3 people, he should start with the young girl who seemed like she knew nothing about the cruelty of the world. Have a taste of the roasted lamb leg made with my secret recipe. I added cumin, honey, and tomato sauce on it. It's crunchy on the outside, and soft and fragrant on the inside. I promise that you will never be able to forget the taste once you eat it. Yu Xiaosao was arrogantly flaunting off her cooking skills. However, the seasoning she made for the roasted lamb was finally made after many repeated attempts to perfect the recipe. Everyone praised her after eating it. Xiaorong subconsciously took the roasted lamb leg from her. He took a bite of the roasted lamb leg under the young girl's expectant gaze. Sure enough, the meat was crispy on the outside, and soft and rich in flavor on the inside. The meat was tender and fragrant. In contrast, all the roasted lamb he had eaten before suddenly tasted like flavorless dregs. After he finished the meat and soup, the young girl gave them the only unoccupied tent to them and said, "The three of you are injured, so sleep in the tent tonight. You can sleep peacefully because Little White and Little Black will keep guard. The wolves won't dare to come close with them guarding." With that said, she patted the two formidable wolves that were snuggling her. Although the two wolves had a different colored coat compared to ordinary wolves, Xiaorong had lived in the grassland for nearly 30 years. How can he fail to recognize the difference between a wolf and a dog? The black wolf had just killed off the leader of the wolf pack with just a few bites. The white wolf looked feistier and more difficult to deal with. It just happened that the two ferocious wolves were snuggling up against the young girl standing in front of him. They acted more docile and gentler than regular dogs. From a glance, it was impossible to believe that they were once wild animals. He felt incredulous at the sight. The vast grassland was like an enormous painting that was spread out between heaven and earth. Autumn didn't seem to have affected this vast plain of greenery at all. It was impossible to describe the beautiful and pure nature spread out in front of her. When she looked around, she could only see a sea of green everywhere and was unable to find a point of focus. The vast, boundless grassland was like an immobile ocean. It caused people to fall into a stupor and lost in their daydream. Yu Xiaosao was riding on a pure white horse as she gazed far into the distance. The blue sky, white clouds, gentle breeze, and the warm sun seemed to have dispelled the exhaustion she had bottled up from all the traveling. In the distance, there were a few black dots quickly approaching them. When the rider finally came into view, Xiaosao realized that she knew him. He was the commander of Prince Cheng's estate's private army, Commander Lu. When the Wokou invaded, Zhu Junyang had asked for an imperial decree to be sent that exact night to allow Commander Lu to lead a private army of 8,000 soldiers and headed to Dongshan village to rescue the people. Thus, Yu Xiaosao had met him on several occasions. "Master, you have worked hard. This subordinate has already arranged a place for you to stay. Please come with me." Commander Lu led his men to greet their masters. But his heart tensed up when he raised his head and saw Chief Steward Su, the emperor's personal bodyguard, standing next to the group. Chief Steward Su was in charge of protecting the imperial family, and he was also the head of the imperial guards. He was responsible for the safety of the emperor, so he rarely left the emperor's side. However, he was unexpectedly assigned to investigate the horse breeding ground outside the borders. This meant that His Majesty had placed great importance on the breeding ground. Commander Lu was originally feeling a little gloomy because he was dispatched to Horse Farm, but that disappointment and gloominess had all disappeared. "Cower, are you tired? Do you want to take a break?" Fist. Zhu Junyang had been paying close attention to the news from beyond the borders ever since he appointed Commander Lu and a few of his trusted aides to prepare the horse farm last year. If he wasn't worried about Xiaosao's well-being, he would have directly headed for the breeding farm by now. Yu Xiaosao naturally understood his current mood. After she took a sip of the mystic stone water, all the exhaustion in her body disappeared. She straightened her back and in high spirits, she said, "No need. Let's head to the horse farm first. My Little Red is still there. I wonder if she still remembers me." During the spring season, Little Red finally accepted Fierce Wind and she quickly got pregnant with a baby horse. Since Fierce Wind and Little Red were Fergana horses, everyone had high expectations for the baby horse. So, he asked for Xiaosao's consent to transfer the pregnant horse to the horse farm outside borders. Little Red's baby was used as an important observation target and was raised with great care. Xiaosao didn't come in person to visit the young horse after it was born, but from time to time, she would send people to deliver a carefully formulated fodder for the young colt. She heard that the young colt was plump and strong after eating the fodder and was already a budding genius among the other young horses that were born around the same time. An experienced horse expert already confirmed that the young colt would not be less talented than his parents in the future. Zhu Junyang's stern and handsome face revealed a warm smile when he noticed how considerate his little lass was being. "If that's the case, then let's head to the stable first." "Master, what should we do about those three people?" Hu Xiaoliang pointed his mouth towards three strong figures not far in the distance. The imperial horse farm was the army from the great Ming dynasty's only hope. He couldn't allow strangers with ulterior motives to spy on their secrets. Zhu Junyang glanced at him approvingly. Although this man wasn't very steady, he could be quick-witted when needed. He said to Lu Dekun, "Commander Lu, send one of your subordinates to take the three guests to the place where you are staying and settle down. They are my guests, so remember to treat them carefully." Commander Lu understood what he was implying and nodded his head. "This subordinate understands. Li Daming and Zhang Wenbin, the two of you should take the distinguished guests back to rest. Serve them with good tea and food. Remember to treat them well." The two people who were mentioned responded, "Yes." They took Xiaorong and the two guards to a courtyard located more than 5 kilometers away from the horse farm. The courtyard was specially built for the people from the imperial family who came to inspect the horse farm. The outside of the courtyard looked simple on the outside, but the furnishings on the side were expensive. It was something only nobles can afford. This further convinced Xiaorong and his guards that their savior had an extraordinary status. "My lord, based on the horse farm they mentioned, could they plan on raising horses outside the borders?" Ajij, one of Xiaorong's trusted guards, frowned as he said that. Xiaorong's other guard, Della Sitang, laughed so hard that his beard trembled as he said, "Raising horses. If they do not have a good stallion to breed, then all the horses they've bred will merely be inferior horses used to carry goods. What's the use of that? Speaking of good stallions, I believe the best ones are the wild horses that are tamed by the people of the grassland. But after the fine stallions bred for a few generations, their bloodlines will not be as pure anymore. Ajij glared at Della Sitang, who was all brawn and no brains. He ignored him and continued talking to his master. Do you think the great Ming dynasty is planning on raising a cavalry to deal with the various tribes located outside the borders? It's very possible. Xiaorong tapped his fingers on the table. His two thick eyebrows were wrinkled tightly. The red coat cannon in the firearms camp developed by the great Ming dynasty already revealed how extraordinary it was during its fight against the Jurchen tribe. If they manage to create a large and strong cavalry with the firearms they already have, then his younger brother's plan to re-establish their ancestors' former glory would become a joke. The great Ming dynasty had already reached a height that was impossible for them to achieve. If Xiaozan continued to insist on going against the great Ming dynasty, then their entire tribe would become victims of his ambition. Why don't I secretly head down and listen to their discussion about their horse farm? Ajij frowned when he saw that his master was caught up in his own thoughts. He wanted to share his lord's burden. Xiaorong raised his hand to stop him and said, "You absolutely cannot do that. Even if we disregard the fact that they had saved our lives, the well-trained and disciplined soldiers and firearms in their hands showed that they're people we cannot trifle with. I believe that among one of the three people in the group, one of them must be someone from the imperial family. Ajij, do you think our tribe has the power to fight against the great Ming dynasty even if we currently aren't experiencing civil unrest?" Now, it was Ajij's turn to frown. In the past, the tribes beyond the borders relied on their strength and guerrilla warfare to barely deal with the great Ming dynasty's army. However, during the recent battle between the Jurchen tribe and the great Ming dynasty's army, the Jurchen tribe suffered a crushing defeat with numerous casualties after they faced the red coat cannon. Not only did the great Ming dynasty have a new weapon, their weapon didn't seem to miss. The Jurchen tribe suffered such heavy losses after that battle that they probably would not be able to fight again in the next 10 years. The Jurchen had united more than a dozen tribes to fight against the great Ming Empire, yet their battle ended in a disastrous defeat. How can a small two-hire Hanbu tribe like theirs face such a powerful enemy? Ajij shook his head slowly and sighed heavily. Ajij, you are one of the great warriors of our two-hire Hanbu tribe. I didn't expect you to be a coward. Our two-hire Hanbu tribe doesn't lack brave warriors who are not afraid of death. Even if the great Ming dynasty wishes to kill us off, I will make sure we bite a few chunks of their meat off first. I, Della Sitang, am not a coward and I am not afraid of death. The blockhead pounded his chest loudly. So what if they were from the great Ming Empire's imperial family? They looked as thin as paper, he could easily pinch them to death with his finger. Ajij glared angrily at him and reprimanded, "Do you think this is the time for us to fight force against force? You have to look at our reality. Do you think it's worth it to sacrifice the entire tribe just to prove ourselves?" Della Sitang was usually somewhat afraid of his crafty partner. When he saw that the other party was angry, he only muttered a few words in response before he fell silent. "My lord, from our current viewpoint, we can only try to be on friendly terms with the great Ming dynasty. We cannot be aggressive against them." Ajij persuaded Xiaorong patiently. He was afraid that his lord's mind would be spurred on by Della Sitang's words. Xiaorong smiled bitterly and said, "I am like a stray dog right now. I don't even have the power to protect myself, so how can I fight against the mighty and formidable great Ming Empire? My lord, this subordinate has a plan. I don't know if you'll allow me to discuss it." Ajij pondered for a while and based on the current situation, he felt that this was the only feasible plan. "Tell us your plan." Xiaorong could already guess part of his plan, so he nodded his head at him. "The Han people believe strongly in the saying, enduring hardships while plotting your revenge. My lord can pretend to surrender to the great Ming dynasty and use their power to help you regain your tribe." Ajij paused as he secretly observed his lord's reaction. Xiaorong smiled bitterly and said, "The emperor of the great Ming dynasty is not someone who can be easily fooled. If we want to borrow troops from them, we will have to show them a certain degree of sincerity. Do you think we can come up with anything that can stir the emperor's desire based on our two-hire Hanbu tribe's current financial resources?" Ajij gritted his teeth and continued, "Isn't the great Ming dynasty's army short on horses? We can pay tribute to them every year with horses. Ajij, you clearly know that the great Ming dynasty is planning to build a cavalry. What do you think the purpose of their cavalry is? Of course, the cavalry they built will be used against us. In the end, we will be victims either way. What do you think you're suggesting?" Della Sitang was so angry that he roared at Ajij. Ajij glanced at him and said, "Even if they don't have a cavalry, they will still be able to subdue all the tribes beyond the borders if we give them time. Do you believe me or not?" "Humph, I only know that they will become stronger once they have cavalry. They're already a tiger, and with their enhanced cavalry, they'll become a tiger with wings. It will be very difficult for our tribe to continue to survive once that happens. How would you know that the great Ming dynasty would not destroy all the tribes outside the borders once they developed a strong army and cavalry?" Della Sitang paced around impatiently. "Even if we don't do this, just relying on the three of us and the traders from our tribe, we will still be helpless against the great Ming dynasty. We have nothing that will give us an advantage against the great Ming dynasty." Ajij knew that this was only a temporary measure to sat the great Ming dynasty's thirst. However, he had noticed that the emperor of the great Ming dynasty seemed to want to pacify the tribes located beyond the borders. In the past 2 years, the emperor increased the trade between the tribes and people from the great Ming dynasty. He has also strengthened the connection between the tribes beyond the borders and the people from the Central Plains. This was the reason why he had proposed such a plan. "Stop fighting. The great Ming dynasty has already started building their own horse breeding farm to raise horses for war. Even if Ajaj's plan was not implemented, they will still manage to build their own cavalry in a few years. Xiaorong felt that he had sighed more times today than the 30 years he had lived combined. Della Sideng whispered apprehensively, if they don't have a good stallion to breed, how can they easily raise an army of military horses? Didn't the great Ming dynasty have a cavalry before? But those horses were bred from inferior horses, so they were only worthy of eating the dirt behind us. Xiaorong interrupted him and sighed, at the present, our priority is to inquire about the great Ming dynasty's policies towards the tribes beyond the borders. The first matter we should focus on is to quell down the civil unrest. Otherwise, Xiao Zhan, that idiot, will be spurred on by that vile character and start a war with the great Ming dynasty. I'm afraid that if that happens, no matter how ingenious our plans are, we will have no use for it. The location of the horse breeding operation had been very carefully chosen. It was within a valley. During the autumn, the area was protected from the chilly, biting winds on all four sides, so the grass here was especially green and tender. A small pure creek crisscrossed its way through the area and there were a few spirited horses leisurely eating grass by the side of the water with their tails idly swishing. Yu Xiaosao stood on the soft as carpet grass and next to her was a pure date red horse that was gently butting her arm with her head from time to time. In the past, when Little Red had been sent to this stud farm, she had already been pregnant for 4 to 5 months. It had been almost half a year since she last saw her master. She used her pair of bright, watery eyes to stare at her master in an aggrieved manner, as if she was trying to ask why she had been abandoned for so long. However, at this time, Xiao Xiao's attention was taken up entirely by a little black colt who was next to Little Red. The little fellow, who hadn't reached 3 months in age yet, looked quite sturdy and he had graceful and handsome lines. Perhaps it was because Xiao Xiao's body gave off the scent of mystic stone water, but this usually arrogant and proud little colt wasn't the least bit afraid of this new stranger. In fact, he pushed away his mother, Little Red, and stretched out his neck to touch Xiao Xiao. His pair of large, limpid eyes curiously regarded this strange human in front of it. Xiao Xiao retrieved a piece of rock sugar from her embroidered pouch and dipped it into some mystic stone water before delivering it in front of the little fellow's face. The little black colt's eyes immediately lit up with interest. This was the tantalizing smell that was in his food every day and it was more irresistible than oats and bean fodder. How could the little horse possibly reject such delicious-smelling food? However, by the time he reached his head forward, a long tongue curled forward, around the sugar lump, and the tasty snack in front of him had disappeared. The little black colt stood there stupidly for a second and then raised his head. He discovered that the owner of that tongue was his own beloved mother. Wah wah wah, the other foals had mothers who truly loved their children. Every day, those mares would use their tongues to help wash their offspring's fur. However, his mother, other than trying to steal food from him, was like a stranger. No, she was even worse than a stranger. Whenever he tried to get closer to his mother would always step away in disdain. Every day, when it was time for him to drink milk, if it weren't for the farmhands doing their best to placate his mother, then he would have long starved to death. Fortunately, when he got a little bit older, the grooms added food for him. However, whenever it was time to eat, his mother would run over and try to steal his food. The stable hands saw how pitiful he was, so they would always add some more for him later. As he was small, he ate at a slower pace. Thus, when his mother finished eating the food she had stolen, she would always run over to eat his share again. Wah wah wah, now it was the same again. His mother had stolen that sweet-smelling piece of candy from that human little girl from him. Was he not his mother's true son? He must have been picked up from the side of the road, wah wah wah. The little black colt's jet black eyes seemed to be shining with wet tears as he wretchedly watched as Little Red chewed on the lump of rock candy with relish. He looked quite pitiful and pathetic at this moment. Little Red truly didn't like that black-furred son of hers. If she hadn't lost control of herself and allowed Fierce Wind to take advantage of her, she wouldn't have gotten pregnant with this fellow and been sent to this godforsaken place, in the middle of nowhere, as a result. What was wrong with eating his fodder? After all, when she was by her master's side, she ate delicious foods and drank delicious water every day. All of her meals then were more delicious than this little fellow's snacks. She had eaten so many sugar lumps that she had almost gotten sick of them. HMPH. If it wasn't for this little fellow, she wouldn't have had her job snatched away by that stupid white horse and would still be her master's primary steed. Instead, she was banished to this tiny, boring area and was sentenced to eat tasteless grass and fodder all day. This son of hers was complaining even though she ate just a single piece of his snack. Clearly, he wasn't a filial child. Yu Xiaosao knew that Little Red had been spoiled rotten by her and was very particular about her food. In the past, when she fed Little Red and Fierce Wind together, Little Red also insisted on snatching away Fierce Wind's portion but she also didn't want to let her own share go to waste. Thus, the little red horse often ate until she was bloated. Fierce Wind, on the other hand, usually had to go half hungry. However, she didn't expect that this horse was still clueless after becoming a mother and had started to fight for favor and food with her own child. Xiao Xiao took out another piece of candy and dipped it into some mystic stone water before giving it to Little Red. Only then did Little Red relax, the master still loved her. She knew that she liked to eat candy and had especially brought more over. Little Red happily ate the piece of rock sugar from her master's hand and even licked all of the mystic stone water from her master's hand clean with her tongue. Now that she was satisfied, when the master attempted to give another piece of candy to her son, she didn't try to snatch it away from the younger horse. The master's embroidered pouch was chock full of rock candy and she wasn't so short-sighted to make her master upset and end up losing more in the end. The little colt was finally able to taste the sweet-smelling candy and he closed his eyes in bliss. The candy was so delicious and was 100 times more tasty than the ones that the farm hands would occasionally give him. His mother had said that the person in front of him, the little girl who fed him the candy, was her master. His mother's master was naturally his own master. If he recognized her as his master, wouldn't that mean, in the future, he would get more tasty sugar to eat? As he thought about it, the little fellow's eyes shined with admiration as he looked at his new master. After Zhu Junyang had heard the reports from the steward in charge of the stud farm, he came over. Behind him was the strong and sturdy Fierce Wind. It had been a long time since Fierce Wind had last seen his wife, Little Red, so he eagerly trotted over and used his neck to rub against Little Red in a very intimate and affectionate manner. Little Red, on the other hand, had no interest in the fellow. In fact, she even twisted her head around and bit at his ears until she drew blood. The criminal who had sent her away to this godforsaken place was him. In the future, she was not going to be nice to him at all. Xiao Cao carefully inspected the little colt. The colt was like a mini version Fierce Wind. She took advantage of the fact that Little Red was being distracted by Fierce Wind and began to get closer to this little fellow. The horse breeder had said that the little fellow was still young but had the same arrogant temperament as his father. Other than his personal assigned groom, no one else was allowed to get close to him. Every time the stud farm's veterinarian came around to inspect him, they needed to expand a lot of effort for this fellow to cooperate. Later on, they discovered that as long as they gave him some of that special fodder, this little colt would obediently allow them to do whatever they needed to do. Truly this fellow resembled his mother as they were both little foodies. Xiao Cao took out another sugar cube while the little colt watched her avidly. Then, when she was adding some mystic stone water to it, the little fellow even stretched his head over and used his tongue to drink the water out of the pouch with a satisfied expression on his face. Xiao Cao hugged the little horse's neck. The colt was so small and was even smaller than Little Red when she first got her. However, it wasn't surprising as the horse had only been born about 3 months ago. The reason why he was able to grow so fast and so strong was probably related to the special fodder that she had sent over here under Royal Prince Yang's name, right? After Little Red was done having her tantrum with Fierce Wind, she noticed that her son was currently being groomed by her master and felt jealousy rise. She rushed over and pushed her son away before stretching her head forward towards her master. Xiao Cao felt helpless at the sight of her horse's jealous actions and could only first groom this jealous vat of vinegar's sleek and soft fur first to soothe her feelings. Zhu Junyang burst into laughter when he saw this. Little Red is still so strong-willed. Look, Fierce Wind has been injured from head to toe from her tantrum but he's not even willing to bare his teeth at her. Everyone says that a horse takes after his master's temperament. This prince's horse treats his wife so well, so clearly he took lessons from this prince. Fit, Xiao Cao comforted Little Red as she interacted with the little black colt. However, she didn't forget to rebuke the self-satisfied man in front of her. Are you sure you want to compare yourself to Fierce Wind? Are you sure you're as good-tempered as Fierce Wind? When has this prince ever been bad-tempered in front of you? All of the rumors in the capital say that this prince is a scary beast but, in front of you, I act like a gentle little rabbit. I have never had a temper tantrum or threatened force against you. He paused for a moment and then a mischievous smile crossed his face as he slyly said, if you don't believe me, then you can also bite this prince a few times. That way you can test just how good-tempered I am, right? Xiao Cao watched as that shameless fellow scuttled over with his lips pouted. Her face felt hot and she glared at him furiously as she snarled, there is one thing that makes you and Fierce Wind quite similar. Ah, what part? This was one of the only times when that annoying eyesore, Chief Steward Su, wasn't around, so Zhu Junyang took advantage of the other man's absence to monopolize the little lass. He pecked at her red, alluring lips a few times and only backed off once she angrily glared at him. Xiao Cao retreated a couple of steps as she used the back of her hand to wipe her mouth. She glowered at him and hatefully said, you're both incredibly shameless and clingy to the extreme. Brazenly shameless. Everyone always says a fierce woman is afraid of a clingy man. If this prince wasn't more forward, when would I ever be able to hug the beauty, Zhu Junyang was usually quite cold and aloof in front of others, but in private he was quite sloppy and sappy. If his subordinates could see him now, they would have absolutely thought that some evil, perverted spirit had entered his body and started controlling him. Xiao Cao coldly huffed and stamped her feet helplessly on the grassy ground. Behind her were 2 horses, one large and one small, and then another one also came over. It was Fierce Wind, who was begging for favor. If a stranger was here now, they would have thought that the stud farm had an additional groom in the form of a young girl. Cower, let me remind you that you will be 16 next year. Zhu Junyang threw a charming look at the little lass in an attempt to change the topic to his liking. Xiao Cao pretended to not understand what he was trying to hint at and casually replied, that's right. I'll be older by a year again. Zhu Junyang saw that she was deliberately making things difficult and decided to directly address the issue at hand. Just look, don't you think this prince should have my lady mother start preparing for the 3 letters and 6 rites? Wouldn't starting to prepare now be a bit too early? Didn't we agree to go with the imperial court's suggestion to only marry when I turn 18? Xiao Cao continued to bait him. In actuality, after all these years of observation and testing, Xiao Cao had already accepted this man in front of her. In addition, she felt like she was discovering more and more good things about him every day. One of his good points was that if she married him, he wouldn't expect her to act like the typical virtuous wife like the other old fossils in this era. Other men expected their wives to spend almost all of their time in the 1 mu or so of land in the back courtyard, managing the household and children. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, had directly said that she could do whatever she wanted to do after she married him. He didn't expect her to change at all. The second good point was that he was very lenient and accepting of her, and this was something very important to her. After all, her ways of thinking and interacting with the world were very different from the other people living in this ancient era. Regardless of what shocking things she did or scandalous things she said, he always reacted the same, with a raised eyebrow and a rueful smile. With Zhu Junyang's observation skills, it would be highly unlikely that he didn't sense that there was a big secret that she was hiding, but he always respected her privacy. He never tried to ask her or chase her about this secret. Sometimes, he would even do something to help protect her and create a smokescreen. His actions truly touched her. Perhaps this was the true reason why she had accepted him. Naturally, the fact that Zhu Junyang had fallen head over heels for her first and chased after her wholeheartedly also played a large role in decreasing the defenses around her heart. Lass, you couldn't have forgotten, right? 2 years ago, you once told me that, once you turn 16, this prince could propose marriage to you. This prince has thought about it. We'll first settle our engagement, and once all of the ceremonies surrounding that are done, you should be around 18. At that time, we can get married. As he got to this point, Zhu Junyang acted as if he was already in his red wedding clothes, escorting his bride, who was also clothed entirely in her wedding attire. His whole face lit up with exuberant happiness, and it made his handsome face seem even more attractive and bewitching. Yu Xiaosao felt her heart itch and thump at the sight of those phoenix eyes filled with pure joy. Her lips curved up into a mischievous smile as she deliberately pasted on a befuddled look on her face. What? Did I ever say that before? That can't be right. You must have come up with that yourself. You're the big bad wolf trying to trick Little Red Riding Hood. Zhu Junyang narrowed his phoenix eyes and looked at her with a faint smile on his face as he went forward a couple steps. His voice deepened in a magnetizing manner as he said, "Oh. You don't remember. How about this prince help you jog your memory, No need ah." With such an attractive handsome face in front of her, Xiaosao unconsciously retreated a couple of steps. She felt like her mouth had suddenly turned dry and she couldn't help but swallow some saliva involuntarily. Bewitching beauties cause the downfall of people, this fact was true. Zhu Junyang, on the other hand, had no desire to let go of such a rare opportunity to be with her alone. Thus, he naturally wouldn't let this little lass, who was always provoking him, go that easily. His voice became a bit hoarse, which added an attractive quality to it, but, this big bad wolf is hungry now and wants to eat Little Red Riding Hood. What should I do? Little Red Riding Hood absolutely refuses. Yu Xiaosao seemed to have thought of something as a blush crept up onto her face like the glow from a sunset. Her adorable little pink tongue involuntarily licked the edges of her bright red lips. Zhu Junyang's throat moved a bit and the tiny fire within him ignited with a raging roar. He groaned quietly, "You're the one who's tempting me." Yu Xiaosao suddenly felt her waist being embraced by a certain someone's large hand and her body just followed that hand to be smooshed against a certain someone's chest. Her eyes opened wide and she could only see a figure briefly flash before her small mouth had been captured by a warm and soft object. Hot, steamy breath hit her face and she felt her cheeks flush with heat. Her large, doe-like eyes glittered with a bashful light as she looked into Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes, which were half closed in pleasure. "Close your eyes." The warmth on her lips disappeared for a second and the eyes of the man in front of her shined with good humor. She felt her heart tremble and she obediently closed her eyes. Because of that, she was much more aware of the sensations that followed. The barrier of her red lips were easily bypassed by a lively tongue. Zhu Junyang's tongue entered her mouth and began to oppressively ravage her tongue and conquer the territory inside. They entwined together into a tantalizing dance and Yu Xiaosao started to feel her head spinning from breathlessness. Zhu Junyang sucked, nibbled, licked, and devoured her lips. The two of them were linked passionately between their lips and Yu Xiaosao clearly felt her delicate small body being embraced strongly against Zhu Junyang's tall and steady figure. His large, warm hand gently stroked her back, causing involuntary shivers to cascade down her body. Her legs began to buckle and weaken under his ministrations. Just as the two of them were growing drunk on their kisses and were heading towards a mindless state, suddenly, a horse's head appeared between the two of them and interrupted their session. The horse's hot and humid breath steamed over their faces and Zhu Junyang opened his eyes to see a pair of black curious eyes staring at him. He almost couldn't resist the urge to smack that big red horse's face far away. Apparently, when Little Red saw that the master she had waited to see for so long being preoccupied by Fierce Wind's master, she became quite upset and deliberately thrust her face between the two of them to fight for favor. Xiaosao, who finally regained her senses, felt her face flush red when she saw her horse looking at her inquisitively. She hurriedly retreated a few steps and hugged Little Red's neck while she buried her face into the horse's neck. As for the little black colt, who had been ignored this entire time, he also squeezed forward and shoved his adorable little head into Xiaosao's chest. "Mother's master's body smells so good. I really want to lick at her." All of the lingering affection between the two had been rudely interrupted by these two horses. Zhu Junyang inwardly let out a long sigh and then glared at his own steed. "What a useless fellow, you can't even keep your own wife in check. She completely ruined this prince's plans. In the future, it looks like I'll have to change out your good fodder for the ordinary." Fierce Wind expressed his innocence. He was also very aggrieved. All right. Couldn't the prince see that his entire head had been savaged by his wife and was now bloody? His beautiful ears had also been ravaged, but his master not only didn't pity him but also glared at him. Wasn't this just sentencing this horse to death? Zhu Junyang gazed at his future little wife, who was gently stroking the young colt. Her small delicate body seemed to be glowing under the autumn sun, and she looked simultaneously indolent and delicate. Her large almond-shaped eyes were slightly closed in pleasure and her bright red lips, which had just been thoroughly kissed by him, were curved up into a sweet smile. Her entire body seemed to be lit up from within, making her seem like a delicately carved jade statue. Although his future little wife wasn't the most stunning beauty he had ever seen, he felt like the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He felt his heart begin to throb again. Commander Lu said that there is a herd of wild horses here and there should be some good quality horses that are usually hard to find within them. Do you want to go take a look? Zhu Junyang deeply treasured this time alone with his little lass, and wanted to take her around so she could enjoy the scenery. Naturally, if the little lass would ride pillion with him as well, he would be even more happy. A herd of wild horses. As expected, his proposal had stoked Xiaosao's interest. As Xiao Xiao was about to mount her white horse, she discovered that her clothing was being pulled back by something. When she turned her head around, she saw Little Red looking pitifully at her as if she was trying to say, "Master, do you really not want Little Red anymore?" Ah. Then, the red horse revealed a fierce expression at the white horse. "The master is mine, go scram. You just gave birth to the baby not long ago, are you sure you're completely recovered?" Yu Xiaoxiao stroked Little Red's head as she asked in concern. Little Red ran around a few times and then rushed back. Her actions were clear. "Master, Little Red is quite well, let's run with the wind." Ah. Xiaoxiao took the tack off of the white horse and then put them all back onto Little Red. Suddenly, she saw the little black colt, staring foolishly at them. She couldn't help but ask, "Little Red, your baby is still small, don't you want to spend some time with him?" Little Red snorted in disdain and glanced faintly at her son and then looked away, pretending as if she hadn't seen anything. The little black colt wasn't sad that his mother was leaving. In fact, he was sad because he didn't want Xiao Xiao to go. Usually, Little Red didn't do much else with her son besides trying to steal his special fodder. Thus, the little black colt had already gotten used to the cold treatment from his mother and didn't care anymore. Although he was small, he was quite independent now. Xiao Xiao turned and fed the little fellow another piece of candy. She stroked his neck and comforted him, "Go play by yourself for a bit. We will be back soon. When we come back, I'll give you more delicious things to eat." In a moment of carelessness, she had taken out the thing that the little glutton liked the most. However, it was quite effective. When the little colt heard the words, "delicious things to eat," he no longer clung onto them and obediently watched as the two humans rode off in the distance. Only then did he start to stroll leisurely on the fields. From time to time, he would lower his head to nibble a bit on the grass. However, he would always spit the mouthful out in disdain. He needed to leave some space in his stomach for when his mother's master came back with more delicious food. The two of them galloped swiftly across the plains and enjoyed the feeling of flying through the air. Before long, they came out of the small ravine and arrived at the top of a small hill. Further down was a lush, green, deep valley. The climate inside this area was the same as that mountainous ravine near where Xiao Xiao lived. A clear, gurgling stream wound through it and there was an abundance of dark green grass that reached knee height. From time to time, they could hear the startled cries of marmots and wild hares as they fled away from the horses' hoofs. "Did you say that the wild horse herd was in this valley? They chose a good place to live." Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao sat on horseback and looked all around this area. With bright and lush greenery all around, she immediately felt her spirits rise. "That's why they say that animals are quite sensitive." Ah. Zhu Junyang agreed with her and pointed in a direction. "It's rumored that the herd of wild horses were first discovered over there. If we're lucky today, we might be able to come across them." Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly started to grin mischievously and then spoke her outrageous thought. "The leader of the wild horses must be a stallion, right? Do you think if we use Little Red as a beauty trap that we'd be able to seduce that stallion over?" Ah. Zhu Junyang really didn't know what to say. However, this shameless fellow soon smiled brightly and seriously said, "If it were this prince and you came out, I would definitely obediently follow you after being seduced." Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him and growled, "Shameless, not even a little bit shy. However, I heard from the horse tamers say that there truly was a time when a wild horse snuck into our herd here and mated with one of the mares. His offspring was quite a piece of horseflesh." Fierce Wind, who was being ridden by Zhu Junyang, unhappily whinnied, "You want this horse's little wife to go seduce another stallion? Do you have any shame left?" This horse vehemently objects to this plan, absolutely object. Zhu Junyang placated his beloved steed and continued to head into the valley. Without Xiao Xiao prompting her, Little Red followed closely from behind. Evidently, fortune was on their side today. Before long, a herd of wild horses appeared before their eyes. The horses all had their heads down as they leisurely ate grass. There had to be around 30 to 40 horses in this herd, so this was considered to be quite a large group of wild horses. "Wow, that white horse is so beautiful." Ah. "It's even better than my white horse, treading snow." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyesight was quite keen and she pointed out a wild horse who didn't have a single hair out of place. Its fur was a gleaming, snow white, so she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment and appreciation. Although she didn't know much about horses, she could tell that this white horse, that didn't seem to have a single flaw apparent on its body, was a superior animal. Every line of its body could be seen and healthy muscle bunched out from underneath its fur. The horse that you're talking about should be the head stallion of this wild herd. If you don't believe me, just look. Zhu Junyang suddenly whistled shrilly, which echoed loudly throughout the valley. That white horse immediately raised its head and let out a loud, ear-piercing whinny which resounded throughout the valley. The other horses who heard this noise quickly stopped eating and all ran in one direction down the valley. The herd of horses bunched together and took off like the wind. Their long manes and tails billowed in the wind and they galloped off, one after another, sweeping off into the distance. They moved as one large group as they fled quickly. It was a moving sight that was both powerful and beautiful at the same time and also incredibly majestic. The flawlessly white head horse stampeded off with its long hair flying gloriously in the air. It made a magnificent figure as it arced through the air like a homing pigeon and gracefully swept away like a petrel. It easily took the lead position of the herd as the group thundered away on the grassy valley. "Zhu Junyang, you scared off all of the horses." Yu Xiaoxiao pouted and angrily glared at the offender as she cried out indignantly. Zhu Junyang stretched out a long arm and brought the little lass, who was full of anger, from Little Red to ride in front of him. They headed in the direction where the horses fled as he laughed. "Little lass, do you truly believe that we would easily be able to capture that head stallion today? Why wouldn't we be able to?" Yu Xiaoxiao rubbed at the sugar lumps in her embroidered pouch. She had her golden finger. Ah. She was quite sure that the horse wouldn't be able to resist taking the bait. Even if the head stallion was smart enough to resist the lure, that didn't mean the other wild horses in the herd would be able to. Zhu Junyang pinched her small nose and chuckled. For something like this, shouldn't we go back and discuss it first? After all, taming and capturing a wild horse isn't something that happens in a day. You need to give me some time to prepare. Yu Xiaoxiao silently digested his words. She realized that he was afraid that other people would start suspecting her if this had happened and felt a bit ashamed. Now that she thought more about this, she had been quite lucky these past few years. She hadn't encountered any people who noticed anything and tried to investigate more into her. Otherwise, she wasn't sure that she'd be able to keep her secret for this long. In the last 2 years, she hadn't needed to keep a low profile. With the emperor in front and Zhu Junyang behind keeping her safe, she had become more and more blatant in her usage of her golden finger. Perhaps, during a time when she was unaware, trouble had already come knocking but had been pushed or scared away by a certain someone. After all, Royal Prince Yang's prestige and reputation were quite effective in the capital. Alright then, you can go back and think of a good idea while I come up with a few different types of bait to see if we can lure that white horse over. When the moment comes, I'm sure the trap we set will be impossible for it to come out of. As she spoke, the little lass became excited and exhilarated again. Her intuition told her that the white stallion was absolutely a superior quality animal, on par with Fierce Wind. The stud farm required such a good specimen. The two of them galloped in the front while Little Red easily kept up with them from behind. Before long, they arrived at a set of buildings on the stud farm. These buildings had a special little courtyard built into it that had been prepared to allow them a place to rest. Although it was a simple dwelling, it was quite clean and comfy. The rooms even had a bunch of Kong beds in them, and, in the winter, they would definitely keep the dwelling warm and give it a sense of home. The 100 or so soldiers from the firearms camps that Zhu Junyang brought along had already been situated in the barracks in the back. Head steward Lu and Hu Xiaoliang had already gone into the small courtyard residence and ordered the servants there to stow away their luggage and do some cleaning. Yu Xiaoxiao's 4 personal maid servants were currently busying away in making the meal. Young miss, you've come back. There was a little horse outside that was hanging around for a long time and had just been led away by one of the trainers here. The little horse doesn't seem to be afraid of people and it kept trying to stick its face into this servant's pouch. Ah. How did it know that this servant keeps snacks in my pouch? As soon as Yingchun saw that her mistress had come back, she came forward and chattered away in welcome. Every time she came out with the young miss, she was always able to encounter interesting and novel things. Thus, whenever there was a trip to be had, she was always very energetic and diligent as she was afraid of being left behind. Wedong, on the other hand, carefully glanced at her young miss and discovered that nothing seemed to be amiss. Only then did she let out a quiet sigh in relief. However, how could her tiny movement escape Zhu Junyang's keen senses? He raised his eyebrows. His little lass's maids were getting harder and harder to fool as time went on. However, he was confident in his ability to steal a few affections here and there away from these guardian devils. A little horse. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh as she asked, was it a black little horse? Not very tall but seems very smart. Ah. That's right. Ah, young miss, you've also encountered this horse before. Yingchun looked behind Xiaoxiao and saw a red horse that she hadn't seen for some time. She smiled. Little Red. It's been a long time. Young miss, will Little Red be able to come back with us this time? Little Red also perked up her ears as if she was very interested in this topic. Although the lands here were full of lush, green grass and she could gallop to her heart's content, she still preferred to stay by her master's side. Her master always gave her delicious foods to eat every day, not like these people, who only gave that little black thing preferential treatment. If she wanted to eat something good, she even needed to steal from him. Such a downgrade. Yu Xiaoxiao stroked Little Red's neck and fed her a soothing pill as she said, when we go back, Little Red will naturally come with us. The little horse you saw earlier is Little Red's son. Isn't he quite handsome? Ah. She had a proud and happy expression on her face. Little Red had been raised by her since she was young. If in her past life she had taken her pets to be her sons, then Little Red was her daughter now. Thus, her daughter's son was her grandson. Ah. Although she was a bit young to become a grandmother, she was still quite proud of the fact that her grandson was so handsome and lively. Little Red's son. Ah. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let that horse trainer take him away. Wasn't all of the horse fodder we brought along for his sake? Ah. Yingchun exclaimed in exasperation and was a bit regretful that she hadn't spent more time with the little fellow. Young miss, does Little Red's son have a name yet? Will he also be coming back with us to the capital? Yingchun helped her master to wash up while she chirped away incessantly like a skylark. The little fellow looks like Fierce Wind and is black from head to toe. I think the name, Black Whirlwind, will fit him quite well. What do you think? As the grandmother, in this relationship, choosing a name for the horse was naturally her duty. Zhu Junyang, whose opinion had just been asked, had always thought that her naming conventions for things were quite dull. She gave names like Little Red, Little Black, and Little White. In the future, this little colt was destined to become one of the best horses in the empire. He was truly afraid that, in a moment of hot-headedness, she would also give him a simple and common name to this horse. As soon as he heard Black Whirlwind being proposed as a name, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Out of all of the names that the little lass had come up with, this had to be the best one yet. However, he would have never expected that the lass had gotten this name by purloining it from someone's book. This name is very suitable and quite fitting. Zhu Junyang gave his evaluation. The little lass huffed arrogantly and said, obviously. When have I ever chosen a name that's not fitting? Zhu Junyang glanced in the direction of Little Red and stated, Is that so? Ah. Yu Xiaoxiao immediately scowled and glared at him angrily. She used her foot to kick at a certain someone's ankle and then huffily left to go eat. Earlier, when they were galloping their horses on the plain, she had lost track of time accidentally. By the time they got back, it was mid-afternoon and her stomach was rumbling in hunger. On the way back, she had even secretly eaten a piece of rock candy from the pouch she used to feed the horses. This maltose candy was actually made by her and she used malt and mystic stone water as the raw ingredients. Naturally, it was very tasty. Master, what do you plan on doing with the 3 people in the guest courtyard? After they finished eating their late noon meal, Commander Lu seriously asked Zhu Junyang for his opinion. Zhu Junyang raised his eyes and looked at him while he blandly asked, "What is it?" "Something is off." Commander Lu had a slightly angry expression on his face as he growled out, "Master, you told me to carefully observe these 3 people, so I sent Li Zan, who is good at disguising himself and making discreet inquiries, to keep an eye on them. I didn't expect to find out that those 3 people aren't actually citizens of the Great Ming Empire and instead are from the Tuhire Hanbu tribe. The other 2 call the one who looks like the master, Great King. The other 2 are named Ajij and Della Sitang, and they seem to be his trusted aides. Master, for these 3 people to enter our central plains, they must have ulterior motives. In addition, it must not be for a small reason. This subordinate asks permission to bring a few people over so we can take them for prisoners." Tuhire Hanbu tribe's Great King Yelu Rong. The rulers of the Khitan tribes always had the surname of Xiao. Since he had introduced himself as Xiao Rong, it meant that he wasn't trying to deceive them. As for Ajij and Della Sitang, one of them was the current wise teacher of the state while the other was a famous general who was well known to be good at fighting. With them here, that basically made it obvious what Yelu Rong's identity was. Although the Tuhire Hanbu tribe was a more subdued tribe, Zhu Junyang still knew them like the back of his own hand as he had once led troops as a high-ranking military official. There were only 2 reasons why the Great King of the Tuhire Hanbu tribe would sneak into their borders, which was a very dangerous thing for him to do. He was either pretending to be injured in order to get closer to his objective, or they had an internal incident in the tribe, leading him to secretly flee into the Great Ming borders. When they had encountered these 3 men, if he, Zhu Junyang, hadn't lifted a hand to help them, it was likely those 3 would be dead now. As the Great King, Yelu Rong absolutely wouldn't risk his own life to that extent in order to finish a mission. Thus, it was very likely that there was internal strife in his own tribe. No need to hurry, Commander Lu, take a few people to secretly leave the border and make some inquiries on what is happening with that tribe. If it truly is what this prince suspects, then the Tuhire Hanbu tribe will soon make their own moves next. Zhu Junyang smiled craftily like a fox, which made chills run down Commander Lu's body. Like that, Xiao Rong and his 2 advisors were left by themselves in the guest courtyard. Every day, the guest courtyard was always sent delicious foods and drinks for them to enjoy. Furthermore, they even had a highly skilled doctor tending to their wounds. The servants in the courtyard were also extremely polite and treated them with utmost courtesy. Xiao Rong had already come up with the idea to become allies with the Great Ming. The only thing he was missing was the chance to broadcast his goodwill to Zhu Junyang. However, by the time their wounds were completely healed, he still hadn't had the opportunity to meet up with the prince. Every time they asked the servants in the guest courtyard about their master's whereabouts, the servants always said the same excuse: the master is currently trapping a wild horse herd for the farm, to diplomatically hint that their master was too busy to see them. In actuality, this wasn't a complete lie. Zhu Junyang had been spending most of his days with his subordinates coming up with a special method to catch these wild horses. Furthermore, they had come up with a perfect strategy. Naturally, this strategy relied heavily on Xiao Cao's special bait. The so-called bait was merely a cake that was made with a special oat and bean mixture that had some mystic stone water added to it. In order to fool other people, Xiao Cao also especially added a few uncommon herbs to this bait. Furthermore, her finished bait was tested on the horses at the stud farm. Black Whirlwind is the nickname of Li Kui, a character in Water Margin, as he has dark skin and berserk behavior in fights. The little black colt, who had just received the name of Black Whirlwind, soon became a frequent visitor at the stud farm's courtyard. Xiao Cao's and Zhu Junyang's people all knew that he was the son of Little Red and were very lenient towards him. The servants working there had already known that he was the most promising foal they had at the farm, but now they were even more caring around him. The little fellow went in and out of the courtyard all of the time, and he often headed into the inner courtyard's makeshift pharmacy. In fact, he was almost there every day because he was gluttonous and knew that the back courtyard had delicious food. The food there was even more delicious than the extra snacks he was given at the stables. Today, Yu Xiaocao was carrying a basket full of bait that emitted the alluring fragrance of spiritual energy. As soon as she exited the inner courtyard, she encountered Black Whirlwind. The little colt's dark eyes immediately lit up and he scrambled over, stretching out his mouth towards the contents of the basket. Tasty snacks, he wanted some. Yu Xiaocao pushed at the little fellow's head but wasn't able to push him away. This little guy was extremely shameless and knew everyone favored and pitied him. He knew how to sell his cuteness and used his large, limpid eyes to look anxiously at her, showing that he was feeling a bit aggrieved. His pitiful act instantly conquered Xiao Cao. She took out a piece of bait that was about the size of a child's fist and had Yingchun feed it to the little fellow. Yu Xiaocao lifted the basket and continued to walk in the direction of the stud farm. For the past few days, other than clinging onto her, Zhu Junyang spent the rest of his time at the stud farm, which clearly showed how much importance he placed on this farm. Zhu Junyang was currently discussing matters with the veterinarian and helping the man inspect a horse. When he saw her come over, he fixed his clothing and took the basket from her hands while he quietly asked, "Do you have confidence in this bait?" Naturally, the Yu's products are all top quality. In addition, I added some smoke tree that the horses like and a few herbs to it that will increase the flavor of the smoke tree to its peak. The horses in this paddock should all be able to smell this bait. Yu Xiaocao knew that he was deliberately asked this question in front of the vet and the other grooms in the farm. She pretended to not notice that she had inadvertently leaked the ingredients of this bait. When the vet and the grooms in the area saw that their master and future mistress weren't trying to hide the contents of the bait from them, they felt incredibly gratified within their hearts. In their hearts, Royal Prince Yang had risen a few more levels. Zhu Junyang transferred the basket in his hands to Commander Lu. He somewhat anxiously and emotionally shouted at one of his aides, Zhang Qun, go experiment to see just how far this bait can attract horses. If there's no problems with it, tomorrow we'll start to capture some wild horses. That herd of wild horses has some great quality stallions in there. If we're able to catch around 7 to 8 of them, then our stud farm won't have to worry about having enough prime studs in the future. Yu Xiaosao stood at the side and faintly smiled as she watched them busting around. Then, she glanced at the stables behind them and noticed that there were 3 young horses that looked a bit listless. After looking at the clearly worried vet, she could easily tell that there was something wrong with these 3 horses. No wonder Zhu Junyang always ran here these past few days. He now regarded the stud farm with more importance than her. Yu Xiaosao didn't want to admit that she felt a bit jealous about this. She stepped closer to the stables and seemed to just idly stroll by the mangers. With her right arm, which had the multicolored stone strung on it, she just seemed to barely pass by the fodder within those mangers. However, if someone was paying attention to the hay and oats inside them, they would have noticed that they now looked a bit more tender and appetizing. Your Highness, the stables are dirty, please stay away. Commander Lu didn't get to finish his sentence when Yu Xiaosao entered the stables. He watched as she used one hand to gently stroke one of the sick horses and had an expression full of pity on her face. Zhu Junyang stepped forward and picked up a dipper full of water and held it in front of Yu Xiaosao. He gave her a meaningful glance and Yu Xiaosao seemed to understand his hint. She brushed her hand across the ladle and smiled brilliantly at him. In other people's eyes, the actions between the two seemed quite flirtatious in nature. The vet, who was a skinny old man, even deliberately turned his face away in an awkward manner. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the royal prince was offering the dipper full of water towards one of the sick horses and he reminded the prince, Your Highness, this horse hasn't eaten or drunken any water for the past 3 days. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock when he saw the sick horse, that almost couldn't stand steady on its feet, energetically shove its mouth into the ladle. It guzzled the water down in one gulp. Ahem ahem. Wasn't this slapping his own face off? However, the awkward expression on the vet's face also held a gratified smile. The fact that the horse was willing to drink water meant that its illness was taking a better turn. Last year, when the stud farm was just being established, they invited Dr. Wang, who was a very famous veterinarian, to work there by offering him a lot of money. It could be said that he had been with the farm from its start and known what sort of difficulties it had gone through to get to its current expanse. Step by step, they had built up the farm with his help. Dr. Wang was able to recite the character quirks of every single horse living at the farm. In fact, every foal that he had helped to birth was like his own child and he cared for them very deeply. Consequently, whenever any horse got ill, he was the most anxious out of all of them and did his very best to help them get better. If he came across any he couldn't heal, he hurt the most out of everybody. This energetic little old man had no sons or daughters of his own and considered the stud farm to be his own home and the horses here to be his own children. Thus, when these 2 horses revealed the signs of sickness, he spent a lot of time observing them, diagnosing them, treating them. If it was under ordinary circumstances, these horses should have at least stabilized and gotten slightly better. However, in front of Royal Prince Yang, he had failed. Not only did the original 2 horses not get better but there were also other horses now showing the signs of sickness. Was it a contagious illness? Could it be, they had come across the hard-to-treat horse plague? How could it be? All of their symptoms were not related to the horse plague, but why weren't they getting better? Red Clouds is finally willing to drink water. Dr. Wang hurriedly squeezed through and pushed Xiaosao, who was crouching next to Zhu Junyang, aside. If it weren't for Zhu Junyang being swift of hand, the little lass likely would have fallen face first into a pile of nearby hay. Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes flashed with a cold light and it caused all of the other people around them to shiver in fear. However, Dr. Wang, who only had his head filled with thoughts about the sick horses, was completely oblivious to the prince's change in demeanor. Yu Xiaosao muffled her laughter. Apparently, there were even times when Royal Prince Yang's aura had no effect. Zhu Junyang smiled helplessly at her and knocked a finger on her head. He ignored her angry response and asked Dr. Wang, Vet, can this horse still be saved? It can. It absolutely can get better. Dr. Wang seemed extremely excited. Red Cloud's condition now looked much better compared to how it seemed earlier that morning. Furthermore, the horse seemed interested in eating now too. Quickly bring some nutritious hay and fodder over. The special fodder had been brought over from the faraway capital and it was usually used to add some nutrition to the foals who had just been born. Sometimes, in order to help the sick horses get better faster, they would also be given a portion. Let me feed the horse. Yu Xiaosao took the fodder from the staff in passing. Her pale hand, which seemed as bright as jade, seemed to inadvertently flip the special food around a few times. Dr. Wang frowned a bit and snatched the food over, not even caring that he was being rude to a royal princess. He grumbled quietly, this special fodder is for the horses to eat, not to play with. Commander Lu saw this crabby old man was being a bit unreasonable and hurriedly helped him to smooth the situation. Your Highness, Dr. Wang has a straightforward personality and doesn't always think before he speaks. Please don't take it to heart. Not a big deal, he's only worried over the horses after all. The stud farm lacks people like him, who care about the horses wholeheartedly. Yu Xiaosao rubbed at her nose a bit self-consciously. In any case, when she had turned the fodder over twice it had given enough time for the little divine stone to infuse some spiritual energy into it. The horse should get better faster after eating it, right? Commander Lu, do we have a deep well here at the stud farm? Do the horses drink well water or water from the creek? Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that this red horse, which sort of resembled Little Red, had already started eating and pretended to just casually ask this question. Commander Lu pointedly looked at the grooms who were standing by the side. One of the fellows immediately replied, "The well at the farm has just been drilled, but the water from it is not of very good quality. The stream that runs through the pasture has water that comes from the snowmelt in the mountains, so it's considered quite clean and pure. Therefore, the vast majority of the time, we usually let the horses drink water from the creek." Yu Xiaoxiao frowned ever so slightly and glanced at Zhu Junyang. Without her saying anything, Zhu Junyang knew what she was thinking and immediately spoke to Commander Lu, "Is that well opening still available? Take this prince to look. Although the water from the creek is good, we don't know exactly where it travels through before it gets here. If our stud farm here ends up throwing a wrench in certain people's plans, they may decide to sabotage our water source. Wouldn't that be of great danger to our farm?" Commander Lu silently felt alarmed. The stud farm had just been started and certain tribes at the border were all watching them, waiting for a good show. However, if the farm began to prosper and threatened their advantages, it would be hard to say that they wouldn't try to sabotage this venture. Apparently, he had been too complacent. The well was located pretty closely to the stables and it was obvious that it hadn't been used recently. Weeds grew all around it and there was dust and dried up leaves at the mouth. Zhu Junyang suddenly held onto Xiaoxiao's hand and began to walk forward with her. When the other people saw this, they deliberately dawdled behind to give their master an opportunity. Xiaoxiao crouched down near the well opening while the people behind them still dallied and looked around. Dr. Wang had been deliberately delayed by Commander Lu, who was asking him question after question. Xiaoxiao lowered her upper body down to look at the bottom of the well. A gust of humid air hit her face, and she saw that the water inside was quite murky and the quality was only okay. She glanced in the direction of Zhu Junyang and met his inquiring eyes. The water quality looks quite decent, so it could be used. Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment while she linked up with the little divine stone. She stretched her hands towards the bottom of the well and a spark of golden light whizzed down. The water within the well immediately became clear and transparent and even the moss and weeds around the well seemed to be a lot more verdant. Unless Zhu Junyang was completely blind, it'd be impossible for him not to notice such an obvious change. His eyes flickered slightly but the expression on his handsome face didn't change one iota. It was as if the water within the well had always been this clear and clean. He only thought that the little lass's attempt at hiding her actions, which only made it more obvious that she was doing something, was a bit funny. The little lass evaded his gaze. If there was suitable sandy ground in front of her, she would have likely buried her head in there like an ostrich to avoid his laughing eyes. One of the grooms retrieved a water bucket and used it to bring up the water from the well by hand. The expression on his face immediately brightened. The water felt cool and refreshing and seemed even more pure than the best spring water from the top of a snow-capped mountain. The taste of the water was also incredibly good. Who would have thought that letting this well sit for a while would let it produce such better water? The stable hand drank another mouthful and almost wanted to continue to drink without stopping. Since the well water can be used, then we will water the horses in the future from it. Commander Lu also tasted the water in the well and nodded his head in agreement. By the time the group of them were back at the stable, the red horse, who was previously the most ill out of all of them, was already able to stand up again. Its appetite was quite good and it had finished all of the special fodder had been sent over. Furthermore, it looked as if it wanted to eat more. The other few sick horses had also started to eat after drinking the water in the manger. However, they seemed to be only interested in the special fodder and disdained the rest of the food as beneath them. So picky. Dr. Wang patted each horse and there was finally the sign of a smile on his thin and dried up old face. To him, there was nothing better than a horse getting well to make a person happy. Master, Commander, Zhang Qun, who had been sent off to experiment with the new bait, ran back excitedly. This bait is quite effective at luring horses over. I tried a few times and found out that it has a range of around 500 meters. Any further and its effects decrease by about half. Furthermore, the horses really seem to like eating this bait. When this subordinate tried to snatch a piece away from a horse, I was almost bitten by that animal. As long as it's effective. Lass, when you go back, go make a few more pieces of this bait. Tomorrow, this prince will take you out to lure some wild horses. Didn't you have your eye on that head stallion earlier, This prince will tame it for you to become a riding steed. Xiaoxiao had done quite a lot today for the stud farm. She not only fixed the problem of catching the wily wild horses but she also helped heal the sick ones at the farm. He obviously knew it all had something to do with her. After all, he was pretty sure the little lass had done something with the fodder that was given to that very ill red horse. Zhu Junyang could long tell that the little lass was very interested in catching wild horses. As a reward, he was going to fulfill her wishes and take her out to play. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Zhu Junyang and Commander Lu split into two groups as they headed into the deep grasslands. Zhu Junyang's goal was to meet up with that herd of wild horses. When they headed out, he only brought along a few trusted aides with him, among them included Hu Xiaoliang and head steward Lu. The last time they were out, although they had startled that herd of horses, the horses didn't feel threatened as they didn't show their faces to the animals. Thus, they headed towards that particular valley again. Zhu Junyang decided to set the trap not far from the opening of the valley. There were a few wizened old trees in the area with lush verdant branches that crisscrossed and acted as a perfect screen. It was the perfect hiding place for the humans. Not far from the trees, they set up the traps to capture the horses and they baited the traps with the special bait that no horse could resist. They had prepared several traps like this throughout the valley. Each one had a trusted aide guarding it. Zhu Junyang and Yu Xiaoxiao were sitting in ambush at the trap that was the deepest within the valley. Before long, the herd of horses began to move. The smell of the bait was really too attractive to them. Even with the warning of the head stallion, there were still some wild horses who ignored him to head to the trap in the outermost part of the valley. A few of the wild horses had already been lured over by the smell. The aides, who were next to the traps, hurriedly placed out some more bait as quietly as they could into the traps. If any horse got close, the person near the trap would add an additional piece of bait. Before long, even Zhu Junyang, who was the one closest to the innermost part of the valley, had started putting out bait. As for the aides stationed in the outer part of the valley, there was already a horse who had been lured in. Once here, Yu Xiaosao mouthed a signal at Zhu Junyang. The young maiden was currently lying on the grass and she had a woven grass hat on her head. On top of the hat was a bunch of colorful flowers. She was a beautifully delicate young maiden to begin with, and now with that childish-looking hat on top, she looked even more lively and vivacious. As for the man next to her, Royal Prince Yang, who gave off an air of coldness and killing intent, he was also wearing the exact same flower grass hat on his head as well. If his subordinates could see him now, they would all exclaim that an illustrious man was ruined just like that. Zhu Junyang's phoenix eyes held a hint of helplessness in them. He really wanted to take off the silly-looking woven grass hat, but the little maiden next to him claimed that he looked very handsome with it on. She even stated that the hat suited him more than anyone else she had seen. He couldn't bear to not follow her ideas, so he rejoiced that it was only the two of them in the area. There was no third party to see just how foolish he looked right now. He looked in the direction that Xiao Cao had pointed out and saw a plump and sturdy light buckskin horse slowly heading towards their trap. This buckskin-colored horse was probably second only to the head stallion in the herd of wild horses. If they were able to tame and train it well, it wouldn't be any worse than his fierce wind. Zhu Junyang immediately became enthused at the prospect and focused all of his attention at luring this horse over. It was getting closer and closer. The light buckskin horse was already within the vicinity of the trap and its mouth was already going into the carefully crafted noose. Suddenly, it raised its head as if it had sensed some danger nearby and retreated a couple of steps. However, the smell of the bait was truly too alluring. It was akin to the delicious scent of red braised pork to a person who had been starving for a long time. No matter how strong that person's willpower was, he or she would definitely be unable to resist eating that food in the end, so how could a mere horse resist this? The light buckskin-colored horse looked left and right and didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so it stepped forward again. It stretched out its long neck and grabbed the piece of bait, taking it out. It closed its eyes as it enjoyed the taste of the food. It was truly too delicious. In fact, it could tell that this food held the power to help it become more powerful and strong. If it was able to eat more, perhaps, in the future, it'd be able to challenge the head stallion and take over the herd. That way, it would become the leader instead. With its defenses completely obliterated by the tasty food, the light buckskin-colored horse stuck its head fully into the noose and began to eat the remaining few pieces of bait inside. Using this opportunity, Zhu Junyang pulled sharply on the rope, tightening the noose around the buckskin horse's neck. The startled horse let out a scared whinny and struggled fiercely to throw this rope off of it. Unfortunately, it was too late for the horse. It had already been tightly restrained by that strong piece of rope, and the person holding the other end of the rope was Zhu Junyang, who had a monstrous strength in his two large hands. The alarmed scream of the buckskin horse seemed to be a signal. Other whinnies from horses could be heard from the other traps. As for the horses that were luckily able to escape, the sounds of their frantic hoofs thundering were soon heard. Royal Prince Yang could also hear the yells of his trusted aides. Look, when Zhu Junyang turned his head towards the direction of where Xiao Cao was previously hiding, he discovered that the slight and delicate figure of the little lass was nowhere to be seen. He had been too focused earlier at his task at hand that he couldn't even sense when the little lass had left. Fortunately, there was no one else around them, so he was quite sure that no one had tried to kidnap her. He tightened his grip on the rope. No matter how hard that buckskin horse struggled or jumped, it was unable to free itself. Zhu Junyang leapt up and landed on the back of the horse, using his two legs to grip tightly to keep his seat. As an arrogant wild horse, how could it possibly allow a human to easily ride it? The buckskin horse became frantic and crazy, jumping up and down and bucking with all of its might to get this hateful human off. However, Zhu Junyang's equestrian skills were consummate and he was quite skilled at taming and training horses. It was as if he was anchored onto the wild horse's back. As he resisted the buckskin horse's attempt to buck him off, he scanned the area quickly, looking for any sign of Yu Xiaosao. Today, in order to hide herself better, Xiao Cao had especially worn a set of clothing that was a light green color and also wore the woven grass hat. With that on, she pretty much melted into the environment. However, Zhu Junyang was still able to keenly spot where she was currently. That little lass had some guts. He didn't know when she managed or what method she used to get closer to the herd of horses, but the horses in the herd didn't seem to reject her at all. After the buckskin horse began to whinny and scream in protest, the herd of horses, which had previously been calm and idle, began to move. Worry entwined around Zhu Junyang's heart as he was afraid the horse's frantic movements would end up inadvertently hurting the young maiden. That was right. While Zhu Junyang had focused his entire attention on luring and trapping the buckskin horse, Xiao Cao suddenly had an idea come to mind. She sprinkled some mystic stone water on her body and carefully left that hidden area with her pouch of bait. She slowly headed towards the wild horse herd step by step. As expected, when the members of the herd smelled the mystic stone water on her, they didn't reject her. Instead, there were even a few horses who stupidly stepped closer to her and used their noses to take a gentle whiff of her body. They almost started to lick her. Yu Xiaosao didn't want to get a face full of horse saliva, so she took out a bit of bait from her pouch that had been dipped in mystic stone water and carefully offered it to one of the horses next to her. She knew that wild horses were quite sensitive and was afraid that if her movements were too large, she'd end up frightening them. Fortunately, the horses were completely focused on the bait in her hands. A dun-colored horse inquisitively stretched out its mouth and chowed down on the bait in her hands. When the other horses saw that it was clearly enjoying the treat, they also headed over and begged for food from her. If an outsider had seen this, they would have never believed that these horses, that were willing to get closer to a human, were actually wild and untamed horses and not horses that were familiar with humans. What made Xiao Xiao even more happy was that the head stallion, the horse that had a flawlessly white coat, didn't seem to reject her getting closer either. The white horse seemed to have a more aloof personality. Although it was also interested in bait in her hands, it continued to quietly stand where it was while the other horses in the herd squeezed over. Its large, tranquil black eyes seemed to hold a bit of arrogance as it gently stared at Xiao Xiao. It didn't seem to regard her as a dangerous human and instead seemed to take her as one of its own. The scent of mystic stone water coming off of her body was able to transcend the limits of species and seemed to make any creature want to get closer to her. Xiao Xiao slowly stepped closer to the white horse carefully. When she saw that the horse didn't reject her attempt, she smiled sweetly at the creature and offered it a piece of bait. The white horse naturally took the offered food from Xiao Xiao's hands as if it was entitled to it. Xiao Xiao, who was biased, then fed the rest of the bait in her pouch to this flawlessly white horse. Although the white horse she had ridden here was quite beautiful, compared to this stallion, it was a mere slag. The white horse in front of her was the perfect example of what a horse should look like. She couldn't see a single flaw on it. The white horse ate her bait and now regarded her more intimately. When she took out a hand to pet its neck, it didn't refuse her advances at all. In fact, compared to her arrogant little red, it even seemed more gentle. However, its gentle side immediately disappeared when the sounds of alarmed horses began. As the leader of the herd, it stretched out its neck and trumpeted out an order while its hooves stamped on the ground. The other horses around Xiao Xiao also began to move around restlessly. As for the horses on the outside of the herd, when they heard the white horse scream out a warning, they began to flee in panic and run towards the deep valley. Yu Xiao Xiao was frightened into squatting down into the grass with her head in her arms, fearing that the horse's hooves would come down and trample her small body. Fortunately, the horses around her seemed to be worried about the existence of her petite self and avoided her, either unconsciously or consciously, when they were running. Zhu Junyang looked at the small figure that had rolled itself into a ball in the middle of the horse herd in panic and fear. The wild horses were fierce and difficult to tame. Dozens of wild horses galloped past her. If any of them trampled on her, the consequences could be unimaginable. How could he still care about taming the wild horse underneath him? He leapt from the horse's back. The harness on the buckskin horse was casually thrown away and then he rapidly leapt off and ran towards the wild horse herd in the distance. He prayed to all the gods he knew to protect the girl that he loved so that she could get away from the wild horse herd without any injuries. He summoned all of the energy within and lightened his body, using all of his internal energy to go towards the soul figure in his eyes. His speed had already reached the limit. Even fierce wind galloping at its top speed couldn't match the prince's speed at this moment. The wind lifted his long hair and his eyes turned crimson with worry. His entire face seemed to be covered with a layer of 10,000-year-old ice. Faster, faster, he had to be even faster. However, the distance between the two of them was too great. Due to his sudden appearance, the horse herd galloped even faster. The trampled grass flew up high into the air, scattered onto the smooth dark hair of the lass and then slipped down quietly. The lead white horse galloping in the distance suddenly turned its head and ran back against the horse herd. The cool breeze of the grassland blew through its handsome mane. The tuft of fur on top of its head shook up and down with its movement. Its muscles were tense, making it look strong and powerful. Just when Zhu Junyang was around 30 to 40 meters away from Xiao Xiao, he saw the white horse slam to a stop in front of Yu Xiao Xiao, similar to how Little Red invited its master for a ride every time. It knelt in front of Yu Xiao Xiao and snorted a few times as if inviting her to mount it. Xiao Xiao was stupefied for a moment. Before her own brain could react, her body had already moved. In a jump, she had leapt onto the graceful white horse's back. Lass. Zhu Junyang didn't know if he should cry or laugh. This lass, when he was trying to save her using his all, had jumped onto the horse's back without even thinking about it, gradually leaving his sight. Such a heartless little thing. All of his worries for her were for naught. As if it had perceived the dangerous aura coming from the prince, the moment Xiao Xiao jumped on its back, the white horse got up quickly, spread its four hooves, and ran like the wind. The ends of its tail had almost swept across Zhu Junyang's charming face. Don't worry, the horse doesn't have any ill intent towards me. Wait for me to return. Yu Xiao Xiao, who was bent over the horse's back, could only shout at Zhu Junyang as the wind blew into her mouth. Fortunately, her riding skills were quite good. She clung onto the horse's back with her hands and feet wrapped around the horse like an octopus. Zhu Junyang wanted to continue chasing, but he was afraid he would scare the horse into taking the lass to a farther place. When they went back to the farm, he would have to give this bold lass a good spanking for not letting him worry so much. While he was having bitter thoughts, he whistled for fierce wind and jumped onto the horse's back, heading in the direction that the buckskin horse had escaped in. Not just anyone could escape easily from the palm of the prince's hand. Let's not mention Zhu Junyang, who had caught up to the unfortunate buckskin horse and was currently having an endurance contest with it. Currently, Yu Xiao Xiao, who was carried on the back of the white horse that was running at top speed, had caught up with the wild horse herd. Dozens of horses galloped through the grassland. After a while, when Yu Xiao Xiao thought she was going to be taken to the distant horizon, the herd of horses slowed down and stopped by a lake. Yu Xiao Xiao jumped down from the horse's back and took off the water bag she carried around her waist. She took off the leather cap and gulped down some water. The white horse, who had originally wanted to drink water by the lake, stopped the moment she opened the water bag and looked at it eagerly with a pair of big gentle eyes. The white horse's eyes were very beautiful. Under the sun, they flashed with an amber glow. The eyelashes on its eyes were long, curly and thick. If a girl had such eyelashes, she would definitely be envied by her peers. Xiao Xiao had no resistance to that eager gaze. She poured some mystic stone water into her palm. The white horse immediately came to drink the water in her hand, and it even licked all the water droplets from her hand. Yu Xiaosao poured several more times until the water in the bag was all gone. Only then did the white horse reluctantly step back, licking his lips with its long tongue. Yu Xiaosao washed her hands by the lake and took out a small pastry from the small pouch on her back. She ate it in small bites. When they left in the morning, they didn't know when they would go back. Each of them had brought along enough dried food to last for a day. Besides dried meat and crackers, she also brought some personal snacks in her small pouch. The white horse stood silently beside her, watching her eat the pastry with its head tilted, as if it was curious about the taste of the pastry. Yu Xiaosao broke off a corner and held it by its mouth. The white horse tasted it and reluctantly ate it. It was obvious that the pastries eaten by humans weren't as attractive as her special horse bait. Yu Xiaosao took out a sugar cube that had been made from mystic stone water from her small pouch, and the white horse ate it with relish. The other wild horses seemed to be very interested in what Xiaosao had taken out, but with the white horse present, they seemed more restrained. From time to time, they would look over and then return to drinking water or eating grass. Yu Xiaosao looked at the sky. It was already past noon. She had been caught off guard and brought here by the wild horse herd. Zhu Junyang watched her as she was taken away, and she didn't know if he would come find her after hearing her previous words. However, if they didn't go back soon, she didn't know how worried he and her servant girls would get if they didn't see her when it got dark. However, the horse herd had been running with her for so long. She didn't even know where she was and how to go back. Looking at the pouch beside her, the white horse was like a child begging for candy. Her eyes swiveled and an idea came to her mind. As the head of the herd, the white horse was the best in both intelligence and physical strength. She hoped that it could be 1/10 as smart as Little Red and could understand what she was saying. She got out another piece of rock candy and also took out a porcelain bottle from her chest pocket and dropped a drop of mystic stone water onto the sugar. By doing this, the plentiful and dense spiritual energy on the food was very attractive to the white horse. Even the other wild horses nearby risked being kicked and bitten by their leader to come this way. The white horse gave a long threatening hiss at its subordinates, staring menacingly at those who tried to snatch food from its mouth. Just as it stretched out his mouth to pick up the sugar cube, which was overflowing with spiritual energy, it discovered that the sugar cube that was right in front of it went missing. Following the spiritual energy, it found that it was hidden behind the little human girl in front of him. The white horse circled halfway around Xiaosao, coming to her back. When it stretched out its mouth, the sugar cube changed places and was in the front again. As a proud leader horse, being teased again and again made the white horse a little unhappy, so it bared its teeth menacingly at Xiaosao. Hand over the sugar cube or I'll bite you. Yu Xiaosao was afraid of provoking this guy. After all, she was counting on it to send her back. She needed to give this guy something sweet to eat first, and she didn't believe that he wouldn't take the bait. I'm playing with you. Here, the sugar cube that was soaked in a high concentration of mystic stone water was put into the mouth of the white horse. The horse's humanized expression instantly cooled. Its soft and beautiful big eyes narrowed into slits and the horse grinned, like the expression of an addict who was addicted to opium. After the sugar cube entered its mouth, the white horse felt a burst of vitality in its body and a very comfortable feeling all over. It felt even more wonderful than finally being exposed to the sun after climbing up from an ice cave it had fallen into. It felt that its physical strength was improved in an instant. Furthermore, its mind, which had previously been shrouded in a confusion mist, was now clear and seemed to be quicker than it had ever been. When the second piece of sugar cube appeared in front of it, the white horse's self-control had collapsed into broken bits. It could only think, eat it and you can become stronger and command even more wild horses. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. You must know that I am not the same species as you. Just as the wild horse herd is your home, I also have my home and my family. Earlier when you took me, the person that showed up was my family member. Think about it, if you were to leave the wild horse herd, would you be willing? The white horse neighed as if responding to her words. You see, you don't want to leave your family. I'm the same. Right now, I want to return to my family member's side. Can you take me back? Of course, as a thank you, I will give you 2 more of these. If you agree, nod your head and cry out twice. Yu Xiaosao was like the wolf grandma tempting Little Red Riding Hood, luring the white horse with sugar cubes. The divine stone had said the mystic stone water produced by its power had the ability to enlighten slow-witted animals. She didn't know if that sugar cube would work. The white horse looked at her silently without any movement. Yu Xiaosao couldn't help laughing at herself. Little Red could understand some of her simple words because she had grown up drinking mystic stone water and eating grass that had spiritual energy. Animals with intelligence, how could that happen overnight? Suddenly, the white horse came to her, grabbed the sugar cube from her hand, and quickly chewed and swallowed it. Then it seriously looked at her and nodded its head a few times and let out a long neigh, stamping its hooves rhythmically on the grass 3 times. Seeing her sluggish expression, anxiety flashed through the white horse's eyes and it called out again. Its hooves trampled on the grass heavily 3 times. Yu Xiaosao tentatively asked, do you mean, you want 3 more cubes? The white horse's face showed a relieved expression, and it nodded its head. Yu Xiaosao didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. This horse has become enlightened and already knows how to bargain. As expected, it deserves to be called the foal of the divine steed. It's smart enough to say no. She thought about it carefully and decided that it wasn't too surprising. Her Little Red was originally an inferior horse breed. When she had come to Xiaosao, the power of the divine stone hadn't recovered as much as it did now. Although it had been years since they were together, and Little Red had been transformed into a fine horse, the old foundation was still there. The white horse in front of her was the best among a large herd of horses without the help of the divine stone's power. Furthermore, at this time, half of the divine stone's power had already returned and the spiritual energy was concentrated enough to transform a fine horse. Deal, you send me back and I'll give you 3 sugar cubes. Yu Xiaosao was pleased with the white horse's shrewdness, and wondered whether she could swindle this guy over and help the horse farm breed several fine horses. The white horse stayed in place for a moment to rest before letting Xiaosao get on its back. The scene of the horse herd galloping and neighing left Xiaosao with only one word to describe it: magnificent. It took nearly an hour and a half for them to get there, so naturally, the journey back wouldn't be short. Zhu Junyang, who had caught the buckskin horse, was full of resentment and had no place to vent his anger, so he began to tame the unruly buckskin horse with all of his might. The poor buckskin horse had been thoroughly run over by the prince. In the end, its last trace of energy was squeezed out and it powerlessly laid on the ground, panting. When Zhu Junyang returned to the stud farm, riding a now well-behaved buckskin horse, he found the horse farm was facing a great enemy. The horses had all been rushed into the stable and the stewards of the horse farm had even invited the captain of the firearms camp to come to support them. Steward Yan, who had originally been the steward of a manor under the prince, was now assigned at the stud farm. This was because he had experience raising horses when he was younger. Thus, he had some insights into the habitual nature of horses and the management of a horse farm. He was promoted to the top and cooperated with Commander Lu in running things at the ranch. Today, other than the 100 or so officers and soldiers from the firearms camp, most of the other men had gone to trap wild horses. However, one after another, the grooms came back to report that wild wolves had infiltrated into the horse farm. Steward Yan immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If something happened to the dozens of horses in the horse farm under his watch, then even death wouldn't be enough to wash away his blame. Almost all of the guards at the farm had gone out. He told the horse grooms to rush back to the horses and then he went to the firearms camp for help. So, this was the scene that Royal Prince Yang came back to. The stud farm has a wolf pack in it. Were the horses attacked? How many wolves are there? Has the farm suffered any losses? Zhu Junyang knew very clearly that the emperor placed great importance on these horses by the border. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to bring soldiers from the firearms camp to take charge of the safety of the ranch. Not only that, but the chief military instructor of the firearms camp was also sent in to take charge of the safety of the horse farm. Furthermore, even Yu Xiaosao had been ordered to come. The prince guessed that the emperor had some doubts about the lass's abilities and even had knowledge of her secret. Otherwise, how could he let a little girl accompany him to inspect the stud farm? It wasn't just the emperor who had this dream. Any military officer, who led troops, would dream of having a successful cavalry troop under his belt. Zhu Junyang was also the same. Thus the horse farm's position in his heart was second only to the little lass whose smiles and frowns could influence his heart. A pack of wolves entering the horse farm wasn't a trivial matter. The stud farm had finally found some good horses, so they couldn't be ruined by the wolves. Even the Kaidans, who were valiant and skilled in warfare, had almost been annihilated by wolf packs, much less tamed horses. Steward Yan felt deeply ashamed in his heart. In his anxiety, he hadn't asked the questions that the master had asked. Steward Yan pleaded forgiveness for his fault and immediately asked people to find the grooms that had brought the news. He planned to ask them in front of Royal Prince Yang. Faced with the majesty of Royal Prince Yang, who was dressed in fine clothes, the horse grooms felt as if they were between a rock and a hard place. When Royal Prince Yang asked about the wolves, one replied, when pacifying the horse herd in the commotion, this servant faintly saw 2 wolves in the chaos. Another added, the 2 wolves didn't attack the horses and just moved around them at a distance. Another said, I didn't see the wolves. I only heard the wolves howling. What did the 2 wolves look like? Zhu Junyang frowned and had a faint guess of the situation's origin. The 2 wolves are different from the gray wolves we usually see. One was black, and the other was snow white. When you take a quick look at them, you can't tell that they are wolves. A horsekeeper who saw traces of the wolves said without thinking too much. Hearing their words, the captain of the firearms camp gave a long sigh of relief and, with a smile, said, false alarm. Guys, withdraw. What's happening? Steward Yan, who saw the officers and soldiers of the firearms camp give a salute to his master and swiftly return to their barracks, was very surprised. Zhu Junyang ignored him. He took out a special whistle and blew on it hard. Before long, one black and one white lightning-like figure rushed out from the distance, stopping hard in front of the crowd. That's them. That's them. Several horse grooms stepped back, shouting in confusion. Little Black and Little White suspiciously looked at the only familiar figure in the crowd, and then gazed into the crowd searchingly. Little Black, Little White. Can you guys smell your master? Can you take me to her? Xiaosao had been taken away by the wild horse herd for more than an hour. The lass was soft and weak, lacking the strength to even truss a chicken. Zhu Junyang was worried about her. If it wasn't because of this mess at the horse farm, then he would have been unable to control himself and had gone looking for her earlier. Steward Yan finally had some idea of what was going on. It looked like the 2 wolves they saw were the pets of the master and their future mistress. He was worried for nothing. Little White stood haughtily, looking at Zhu Junyang with eyes filled with disdain as if it was saying, you are really useless. You can't even protect the master, what kind of man are you? Little Black was more kind because Zhu Junyang had fed him delicious food on more than one occasion, so it was closer to him. Little Black circled around Zhu Junyang twice and took 2 steps in a direction and then stood still, looking back at him as if saying, what are you doing? Why aren't you following? Zhu Junyang mounted his horse and the 2 little ones turned and ran toward a direction in the grassland. The prince, who was riding his beloved horse, followed closely. Fierce Wind was one of the best among the other horses but, when compared to the 2 wolves, who grew up on Mystic Stonewater, it was inferior. Little Black and Little White ran and stopped, and didn't leave the man and horse behind. Little White was more irritating. From time to time, it would look at Zhu Junyang and his horse with disdain as if to remind them of how useless they were. When Zhu Junyang met up with Xiao Cao, who was mixed in the wild horse herd, it was already more than half an hour later. Because the wild horses smelled Little Black and Little White earlier, they wanted to get away. However, because the target of Little White and Little Black was their master, who was in the middle of the horses, it became a game of chase and escape. No matter how intelligent the white horse was, its natural fear of wolves was still present. The more it valued the human on its back, the more it wanted to take her away from danger. The other wild horses were even more desperate to run for fear that they would lose and be the unlucky one that lost their life at the mouths of the wolves. Little White seemed to be aware of something and gradually slowed down. Little Black, seeing their owner on the horse's back in the distance, chased the horse with excitement. He easily caught up with the wild horse herd and the wild horses scattered, running for their lives. Out of the dozens of horses in the herd, in the end, there were only 2 or 3 who managed to keep up with the speed, following their leader, running as hard as they could. Awoo, Little Black was side by side with the white horse and howled, acting in a spoiled manner toward its owner, who was on the back of the horse. The white horse was startled by the sound and almost threw Xiao Cao off its back. At first, Xiao Cao didn't notice the 2 little ones. She was very puzzled when the wild horse herd sped up. Particularly, the white horse, who showed panic, made her vaguely aware that there was danger coming. Thus, she very cooperatively lowered her body so the white horse could run faster. When Little Black appeared in her field of vision, she understood what was happening. Especially after Little Black's low howl, the horses became even more panicked and flustered, which made her laugh and become a bit mad. Little Black, do you want me to be thrown off? Don't come so close, let the horses calm down. Yu Xiaoxiao rebuked Little Black, who was running around the white horse happily. Little Black's clear blue eyes immediately filled with puzzlement and aggrievement. Zhu Junyang, who was far behind, was worried and helpless. Little Black wasn't as smart as Little White and was goofy. The more you chased, the harder the wild horses would run unless they became tired, but when would that be? However, seeing that Xiao Cao was safe and sound, beside her hair which was messy from the wind and her clothes which were a bit wrinkled and had grass stains, Zhu Junyang could finally relax a bit. Fortunately, Little Black stopped very quickly. His ears drooped down, making him look quite gloomy and sad. His appearance was very pitiful and spoke volumes. I was very happy to see Master, but Master scolded me. My heart is hurt. Wah wah wah, Master is so mean. Little White bit his neck. You are a male wolf. Why are you crying like a girl? You really give wolves a bad reputation. Don't say you are my brother when you go out, it's too shameful to me. The white horse under Xiao Cao already had its mind opened. It saw that the black wolf actually listened to the words of the human on its back and stopped. It also slowed down. The rush to flee had used up its physical strength and energy. It didn't know which of its subordinates didn't escape the wolves' mouths. However, since the black wolf listened to the human girl's words, that meant the white wolf probably wouldn't hurt the other horses without an order, right? As a fine horse that could go 1,000 miles, it was only slightly tired after the sprint. The other horses following were in a worse state, with foam at their mouths and their hooves were beginning to weaken. If it wasn't for the fear of being overtaken by wolves, they would have fallen to the ground in pure exhaustion. Xiao Cao comforted the white horse and finally made it stop. She placed a sugar cube soaked in mystic stone water into other horses' mouths that were by her. After eating one, the white horse stretched out its mouth over again. The horse's eyes were full of emotions as if it was trying to tell her that she needed to keep her promise. The herd of horses, which had been chased by Little Black until they almost wanted to vomit blood, very quickly regained their senses after eating the sugar cubes. A few of the horses were able to keep up with the white horse's pace. Although they weren't as smart as the white horse, they were still considered top-quality specimens. Furthermore, they at least knew that Yu Xiaoxiao had something they wanted to have and yearned for. Every single one of them that originally had arrogant expressions now all revealed gentle looks. Think about it. If you go back with me, I'll have the humans take good care of you all. For example, you'll all be able to eat one piece of this sugar candy every day. Yu Xiaoxiao hugged every single horse's neck and then rubbed them. She was setting the stage for the future. The white horse had a face full of disdain. Those horses who had been tamed had all forgotten what it was like to gallop free without any restraints. Submitting to humans was losing their face. It had no desire to become one of those horses. It had no desire to submit and wasn't someone who would be moved by wealth or honor. However, once its thoughts had been translated over to Xiao Cao through the little divine stone, she could tell that its eyes had never left the embroidered pouch by her waist. Its words would have been more persuasive if it wasn't staring at her goodies. Xiao Cao hugged the white horse's neck and continued her persuasions. If you come with me to the stud farm, I promise that no one will try to tame you, unless you want it. I can also promise that you will all at least be able to eat one meal with the fodder that I have just given you. You will all have a lot of freedom and can come and go as you please on the prairie. Furthermore, you won't have to worry about humans coming after you, trying to catch you anymore. The people at the farm will also keep you safe. At night, there's even a warm stable to shield you all from rain and wind. That way, you don't need to be exposed to the elements like you are in the fields and forage for food in bad weather. There were some terms that the horses didn't understand. However, Xiao Cao had the little divine stone translate everything for her, so her ideas and explanations were fully transmitted to the horses. The little divine stone, who had been suddenly pulled into working for her, had once again morphed into a pocket-sized horse. It jumped and ran around the wild horses. In this form, it didn't even reach the height of the horse's knees but still frolicked around as if it wasn't afraid of being stepped on. It was quite obvious that the other 5 to 6 horses were starting to be tempted by her offer. Only the head stallion, the white horse, was still a bit hesitant. On one hand was the dignity of the horse race, but, on the other hand, there was the temptation of delicious foods to eat. The horse battled between these two factors and couldn't come to a decision. Yu Xiaoxiao patted its neck in a comforting manner and smiled as she looked into the distance at that figure that was speeding over. She lightly sighed and said, "There's no need for you to make a decision today. You can go back and think about it. I'll be at the farm in the future. If you want to eat sugar cubes or fodder, you can go and find me. My companion is here and it's getting dark, so I need to go." As she spoke, she took out the last piece of rock candy from her pouch and stuffed it into the white horse's mouth. The white horse could sense that there was another human approaching and became a bit uneasy. The other horses, on the other hand, seemed to be quite calm. Perhaps it was because they had only interacted with Xiaoxiao and had a decent impression of humans in their hearts now, so they weren't as skittish anymore. However, after a few seconds, the smell of a wolf came by again. Although the white horse knew that this little human girl had raised that black wolf as a pet, it wasn't willing to gamble with its or the other horses' lives. It used its neck to rub against Xiaoxiao and then began to run farther away. Before Fierce Wind could stop completely, Zhu Junyang leapt off of his horse and bolted towards that slender figure. In the next moment, Xiaoxiao had been tightly embraced into his warm and sturdy chest. She grinned and was about to return the hug when she discovered that her butt had been hit a few times. Ah! Xiaoxiao screeched in alarm. It wasn't because her butt hurt a lot nor was she trying to gain sympathy from him. It was because the attack had come too suddenly and she was feeling embarrassed by the process. Zhu Junyang had been startled by her scream and thought that he had hit her too hard by accident. He hurriedly bent over to take a look at her bottom. However, could a virtuous maiden's butt be checked by just anyone? Yu Xiaoxiao quickly used her hands to hide her butt and retreated a few steps. She looked at him warily and shouted, "Stop! What are you trying to do? Are you going to do something perverted?" Zhu Junyang noticed that she was quite nimble in her retreat, so it looked like there was nothing wrong with her butt. He immediately became angry and huffed a few times before he began scolding her again. "You're still okay scolding this prince, ah? Do you know just how worried I was when I saw you in the middle of that wild horse herd? Do you know just how close you were to being trampled into a meat paste by those stampeding horses? Do you know just how this prince has felt for this past half day while looking for you? Hitting you on the butt a few times is just a light punishment. Tell me, are you wrong or not? Will you do this again in the future?" "All right, I admit that I was too impetuous this time. Next time, I won't dare." Yu Xiaoxiao was very apologetic. After all, when the wild herd had run off at that moment, there was a split second when she thought that she was going to lose her life under their hooves. Fortunately, it wasn't the time for her to die yet. After traveling around a bit with the wild horse herd, she managed to make it out alive and well. Zhu Junyang saw that the little lass's shoulders were slumped and her head down, as if she was truly regretful of her previous actions. His heart immediately softened, but he didn't let his words show that he had already excused her. HMPH. "If you're ever this impetuous again, then it won't just be a matter of getting hit on the butt a few times. Do you know how we punish the servants who make a mistake in the residence? Ah? I don't know." Yu Xiaoxiao was like a student who had made a mistake and was being scolded by her teacher. She stood there obediently and listened. Their pants get pulled down and they get hit with a plank in front of everyone. Zhu Junyang was trying to scare her. However, the image of the little lass with her bottom bare suddenly came to his mind. His nose heated up and he almost had a nosebleed right then and there. Yu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose and raised her head to look at him accusingly. "Are you sure you want everyone to see your future wife's bare butt? Ah? Of course I don't." Zhu Junyang suddenly felt like he was someone who had just crushed his own toe with his own rock. He hurriedly stated, "This prince will only have the two of us in private while we pull down your pants and hit your butt." Such a pervert. Yu Xiaoxiao glared at him fiercely and turned around to bury her head into Little White's fur in an attempt to make him angry. Earlier, when Little White saw that his master's butt was being hit, he had already made preparations to attack. Even though the man was very familiar with the master, he was still alert to any problems. Little White was clearly very loyal and was obviously much more reliable than Little Black, who was stupidly watching everything. When Little Black saw that his master had her face buried in his brother's fur and was stroking him, he felt quite envious and also came over to join in on the fun. He threw himself onto his master and Little White. Although this fellow was a bit foolish sometimes, he still knew that when he was playing that he needed to put most of his weight on Little White and not Xiaoxiao. Now sandwiched between the two, Xiaoxiao could feel their fur tickling her and her silvery laughter echoed out and filled the air. Zhu Junyang pushed aside Little Black, but he didn't try to do the same with Little White because earlier, when he was hitting the little lass's butt, there was a split second where he felt that if he was violent towards Xiaoxiao, Little White would have tried to bite him. After dragging the lass off of Little White, he pointed at the white horse, who was standing not too far from them and said, "That wild horse seems to be observing us right now. Did you have any gains after staying with the horse herd for half a day?" "Of course, I gained quite a lot. The fact that the head stallion even allowed me to ride him is the most obvious gain. However, if we want to tame him, we still need a bit more time and work. When we get back, gather all of the employees at the stud farm together to have a meeting. You need to tell them that if they see any wild horses getting closer to the farm, they are absolutely not allowed to make a big fuss or try to catch them. They should just pretend that they're not there." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't think there was anything wrong with her ordering Zhu Junyang, the head of the stud farm, around. This particular habit of hers had been allowed by this man for a long time. Royal Prince Yang, who usually seemed quite cold and aloof, was very obedient and accommodating in front of his lass. Even the extremely important horse farm and the subsequent cavalry unit was behind him in importance compared to his lass. When the emperor found out later, he couldn't help but make fun of the prince. The emperor quipped that while other heroes had a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman, Zhu Junyang was a hero who had a weakness for the tears of a silly little lass. At most, Xiaoxiao could be considered a delicately pretty young maiden. Compared to some of the other young maidens in the capital, who were immensely talented and had stunning good looks, Xiao Cao was, at most, a common appetizer. However, who would have thought that his cousin would be unhappy by this comparison? In fact, the prince even rudely interrupted him and expressed that he just liked this type of appetizer paired with his meal. Thus, he didn't need the emperor worrying about them. Zhu Junyang didn't have anything against Yu Xiaocao's proposed idea and plan. He only asked her out of curiosity, what's the reasoning behind all of this? The wild horses in the herd are all, for the most part, free horses. They're very similar to free people. Without a reason, why would any person sell themselves to become a servant and, thus, the property of someone else? Anyone in that circumstance would resist. Horses are the same. By using special horse feed and the sugar cubes as bait, we can lure them into the stud farm. As long as the ranch allows them enough freedom, these horses will soon find out that living at the stud farm doesn't mean that we will deprive them of their independence and dignity. As time goes on, they will realize that the horse farm and the humans there aren't as scary or horrible as they thought. Thus, they will gradually become intimate with the place. She paused for a moment before continuing, perhaps the ones in this generation will never be able to be ridden or tamed by any of us. However, their descendants will be born at the farm and grow up there. They will feel a sense of belonging then. At that time, these descendants won't leave the farm even if we try to make them go. Zhu Junyang wasn't a slow or stupid person. In fact, he was thinking even further ahead in the future, quite brilliant. At that time, when the wild horses spend time with the mares on the farm, wouldn't that mean we have a good supply of strong stallions for the stock? This truly solves our problem of finding good quality horseflesh to introduce to the bloodlines here. Such an incredibly awesome idea. Just where do you get these ideas of yours? Such a great plan and stratagem for the future of the stud farm, as expected of someone this prince likes. HMPH. Just who was the one hitting me earlier and also stated that I needed to be punished? Yu Xiaocao crossed her arms around her chest and she jutted out her face. If she had a tail, it likely would have been perked up into the air. Zhu Junyang walked over, and before she could react, he attacked her butt again. However, this time, he didn't hit her butt and instead started massaging it. The feeling of her soft and bouncy butt against his hand made him feel quite delighted. He remembered to placate the little lass by saying, this prince was only worried about your safety. Although the stud farm is important, you are still the most important thing in my life. There's nothing in the world that will be able to displace you from the position in my heart. Stinky pervert. Yu Xiaocao had to admit that she had been moved by the handsome fellow's terms of endearment. Her heart started to race as she stared at that incredibly attractive face that no woman could possibly resist. His phoenix eyes gazed at her with deep emotion. Naturally, if this fellow's hand wasn't on her butt, she'd be even more moved. Where did this fellow come from? Is it one of the descendants of the wild horses? At this time, Zhu Junyang noticed a golden-colored, pocket-sized, adorable little horse. He also felt that it didn't seem quite right. Even a foal who had just been born would be larger than this little creature. The little fellow looked quite small and exquisite and every line of its body showed that it was a top-quality horse. In his eyes, this odd little fellow was even more intelligent and spirited than the white-head stallion and had a more pure and noble bloodline. Yu Xiaocao hadn't thought of a good explanation for him about the little divine stone when the sight in front of her stunned her to silence. The little divine stone unexpectedly began to openly transform in front of Zhu Junyang from its horse shape into its usual golden kitten shape. It also deliberately glanced at Zhu Junyang, who was thunderstruck, with its pair of golden eyes and then arrogantly jumped onto Xiao Cao's shoulder. Its whole demeanor showed that it disdained the world beneath it. The expression on Zhu Junyang's face changed a few times. From the faint golden glow coming off of the kitten, he remembered the golden ray of light that had appeared when Xiao Cao was at the stables and was waving her hand at the feed and water troughs. It wasn't hard for him to guess that the little lass's secret was minutely linked with the mysterious golden kitten in front of him. You need to hide it well. You absolutely cannot let other people see it transform. The first thing that came to his mind was the little lass's safety. If he could, he would rather destroy this golden kitten and allow Xiao Cao to live a normal person's life than have her to live a life with other people coveting and trying to steal her divine item. Do you think this divine stone is an idiot? Do you think I'd easily appear in front of other people? The little divine stone's voice was full of disdain and the little kitten moved into a more arrogant position. It can even talk. Did this prince hear wrongly? It was talking to me, right? Zhu Junyang was once again frightened by what had happened and was actually stuttering for a moment. The little divine stone sneered and turned its attention over to Xiao Cao. Are you sure you want to be with him? No plans on changing to someone else. This fellow is stupid beyond measure, so what part of him is worthy of you liking him? There wasn't a single person, in his entire 20-odd years of life, who had ever accused him of being stupid before. When he was a child, he had been adorable and cute with a quick and clever mind. As he got older, some people stated that he had an odd personality while others stated he had an explosive temper. There were even some who stated that he was extremely temperamental. However, the only thing that people didn't say was that he was dumb. He didn't get angry by the stone's sarcastic remarks. Instead, he stretched out a hand in an attempt to grab the little golden kitten so he could inspect it to see just what it was. As his hand reached over, the little divine stone didn't try to avoid or dodge it. Instead, in that moment before the prince's hand touched it, it transformed into a beam of golden light and shot through the prince's fingers and landed on Xiao Cao's other shoulder. It reformed itself into its golden kitten shape. What is it? The look in Zhu Junyang's eyes became cold. He was afraid that this odd little thing would harm his little lass. In all of the stories talking about magical items, didn't they all mention that there were some things that relied on sucking the life energy of others to improve their cultivation? His little lass was always so thin and weak. Could this odd object be sucking out her life energy? Would it decrease her lifespan? One had to admit that Royal Prince Yang had quite an imagination that was better than most authors of Xuanwan novels. The little divine stone scornfully rolled its eyes at him and lazily remarked, Xiao Cao, are you sure you can't like someone else? Ah. This fellow even thinks that this divine stone is sucking out your life energy. And also thinks that I'm hurting your lifespan. Go tell him that, if it wasn't for this divine stone, your weak and sickly body would have long expired and you would have met the king of hell. You probably would have reincarnated into a different family by now. It can even tell what this prince is thinking. Does it also have the ability to read thoughts like I do? Zhu Junyang frowned even more deeply. This fellow had too many abilities. It'd be quite difficult to eliminate it. However, did he even have the strength to get rid of this creature for his little lass? At least you know your limits. You want to destroy this divine stone. Maybe in your next life you'll reincarnate into a dimension where you can cultivate. After cultivating for a few thousand or 10,000 years, then you can see if you can get rid of me. Ah. The little divine stone lazily yawned and lost its desire to shoot sarcastic remarks at the prince. It transformed into a beam of golden light and went back into the multicolored stone on Xiao Cao's right wrist. Recently, it had hit a bottleneck on its cultivation progress. After all, the goddess of spirits chains were not so easily released. Zhu Junyang had personally seen that weird thing had gone into the multicolored stone that Xiao Cao always wore on her right wrist. It was a pretty unassuming, small colored stone. It wasn't made out of jade or another precious gemstone, and it wasn't shaped in any pleasing manner. The only thing it had going for it was that it was colored a bit brightly. After Zhu Junyang became certain of his feelings, he had thought that the reason why his little lass always wore the tiny colored stone strung on some red string was because her family was poor but she still liked to dress up. Because of that, he had especially picked out a gold bracelet embedded with jade stones on it to give to her. At the time, the little lass had looked quite happy with the gift. However, as soon as he turned around, she had placed the bracelet into her jewelry box where she also hid her other treasures and the bracelet never saw the light of day again. Later on, no matter how expensive or how beautiful the bracelets he sent her were, she would at most wear them for a couple of days and then leave them in her jewelry box. She still continued to wear that small colored stone that was strung on a red string on her right wrist. Now, he knew that the reason why she only wore this stone was because it hid such a secret. Lass, are you sure that this creature won't harm you? Zhu Junyang had seen the little lass wear the stone for many years. Although she was quite thin, she had never gotten sick. Furthermore, all of her family members were quite healthy and strong. Her parents were in their 30s but they looked around 10 years younger. Her godparents were in their 40s but they were more energetic and lively than people in their 30s. Furthermore, her godparents managed to have the miracle of having a child in their old age and had given Xiao Cao a younger brother. Even the people around her seemed to have health benefits. His lady mother was a perfect example. Was this truly all related to this little stone that looked so unassuming? When Yu Xiaocao found out that her man was merely worried about her, she revealed an incandescent smile and hurriedly reassured him, don't worry. It not only won't harm me but it also gives me benefits. In her heart, however, she castigated the little divine stone for being a meddler. What was it trying to do by appearing so suddenly? It actually even changed forms right in front of Zhu Junyang. How was she ever supposed to explain something so unimaginable? Fortunately, Zhu Junyang was only worried about her safety and didn't ask her more about the stone. Otherwise, she really didn't know what she was going to do. Was it better to skim over this event or just tell him everything? Should she tell him that the original owner of this body had died early and that she was a lonely soul from hundreds of years later that took over? Or should she tell him that her soul had traveled through the millennium with the help of the multicolored stone for the sole purpose of meeting him? Zhu Junyang had quite a bit of courage, so he shouldn't be scared by this, right? PSH. Being cautious is truly a good character trait but there's a line between being cautious and being a coward. This divine stone has been observing silently for a long time. Although this fellow's outer appearance doesn't give one the confidence of reliability, his actual character is quite different. You truly hit the jackpot with this one. The little divine stone couldn't help but sigh over this. How did this lass manage to come across one of the only good men in this world? Was it because that it, as the divine stone, had brought her good luck? Do you dare to say that more clearly? Yu Xiaocao couldn't resist the urge to roast the divine stone a bit but didn't expect that she would actually say that out loud. Are you talking to this prince? Or are you talking to that fellow? Zhu Junyang continued to long-windedly lecture again to take care of herself and avoid getting hurt by that. Stone spirit. Stone spirit was the name that he had given to the little divine stone. Yu Xiaocao apologetically waved a hand at him to tell him to wait a second, and continued to listen to the little divine stone's earnest thoughts. Since you've decided on this fellow, that means, in the future, you will be spending the rest of your life with him. Are you planning on hiding this secret from him for a lifetime? Do you think you would be able to hide it? This fellow is a lot more shrewd and astute than you, a feeble-minded lass. Do you really believe that he hasn't sensed that something was off in all these years? In the past 2 years, you've become less and less cautious for the sake of earning money and lost your head. Do you really think he's that stupid that he doesn't suspect something? Even if this divine stone, didn't appear today, he's already around 80 to 90% close to the truth at this point. The little divine stone lightly sighed. It didn't know whether it should consider itself fortunate or not for being stuck with this type of troublesome master. On one hand, it was lucky that it didn't encounter a master who had extreme ambitions and wanted to use its powers to snatch the throne. Although this little lass used it like a little hamster slowly accumulating wealth, she also used its abilities to benefit the common people of the Great Ming Empire. Those medicinal pills and tonics had cured many people and also saved a bunch of commoners from ailments that weren't easily treated in this medically backward society. Furthermore, her high-yielding crops had benefited an even larger percentage of the people, allowing them to gradually pull themselves out of poverty and starvation. As for the variety of fruits and vegetables she grew, this all increased the diversity of options for the people's diets in the capital. All of these things allowed the stone to gradually regain its previous cultivation while also obtaining a lot of merits and good karma. It was as the Buddhists said, everything in the world has karma. In this strange and desolate dimension, it couldn't easily throw off its shackles. The more virtue it accumulated, the more it would end up helping it in the future. How could it not rejoice that it had been stuck with a kind-hearted and foolish little girl? As for the flip side, how should it describe it? In order to regain its cultivation, it could only help its master, who didn't have much ambitions beyond earning money, in doing some small things here and there. The thing that affected its spiritual strength the most was helping its master in some way or another. The more help it gave, the more it recovered. However, if it could only help its master with some trivial matters, how long would it take before it finally regained all of its strength and was able to break through the shackles and return to the dimension where the goddess Nua lived? Just thinking about its snail-like speed made it want to cry bitter tears. Everyone says that men are fickle creatures, so who can guarantee that he won't change in this lifetime? Yu Xiaosao interrupted the stone's silent lamentations and muttered in a slightly melancholy tone. Having been unceremoniously ignored this entire time, Zhu Junyang was keenly able to hear her grumbles. Apparently, the little lass had been silently criticizing him this entire time with that stupid stone. He raised a hand and knocked on her forehead. His gloomy voice had a hint of solemnness to it. Don't worry. There are so many men around you, staring at you as if you're their prey. How could I possibly bear to change my mind? This prince will only recognize you in this life and I don't have any room in my heart for anyone else. Yu Xiaosao rubbed at her forehead, which was faintly sore, and rolled her eyes at him. She continued to converse with the little divine stone. This divine stone also cannot guarantee whether he'll change or not. The only thing I am certain about is that he is solely preoccupied with you. Couldn't you tell that he's been helping you hide everything that you've been secretly doing at the stud farm? He even said that he got the special herbs for the horse bait from the Western Hemisphere. Just watch. This time, when we get back, he will definitely say something to take suspicions off of you about the wild horses being willing to come to the ranch. In fact, he might even take on that responsibility himself. Yu Xiaosao touched her nose and smiled in embarrassment. I'm the one who's thinking too much. I can't, for the sake of some unknown future, relinquish the happiness I have in front of me now. Wouldn't that be too stupid of me? However, if you're truly worried that his heart will change in the future, this divine stone has a constant till death talisman. At the time, I had stolen it from the god of talismans in the heavens. That fellow even chased me to Goddess Nua's palace and wanted to complain to her about me. Fortunately, Goddess Nua was in closed-door cultivation then and I was the highest-ranked entity in the palace. The god of talismans could only helplessly leave. Ha. The little divine stone let out a joyfully satisfied laugh. No wonder the goddess of spirits ended up sealing your powers and banished you to the mundane world. You're so naughty. Did Goddess Nua know about any of this? Yu Xiaosao lowered her head to look at a piece of yellowing paper with weird symbols written on it that had suddenly appeared in her hands. She inspected it excitedly, mostly because she had never seen a talisman before and was incredibly curious about them. She had no intention of using it on Zhu Junyang though. The little divine stone immediately stopped laughing and became unhappy. Can't you just converse with me normally? Mocking someone is uncouth. It's better to use your mouth to accumulate virtue. Forget it. This divine stone is generous and magnanimous, and I won't lower myself to your level. You can keep this talisman. If there's ever a day that he changes his mind, you can slap this talisman on his back. That way, you will never have to worry about him betraying you. If that day really did come, perhaps it meant that their fate together had come to an end, right? If he was only loyal towards her because of the effects of the talisman and not of his own will, was it even worth it to keep such a person by her side? Zhu Junyang had also noticed that a piece of yellowing paper had suddenly appeared in her hands. The paper even had some odd-looking designs on it painted on with red ink. His intuition told him that this wasn't something that was going to be good for people. Furthermore, the little lass was looking at it intently with a quite serious expression on her face. What is that? Did that rock give it to you? Will it be dangerous to you? How about, you give to this prince for safekeeping? I have a healthy body and I'm not afraid of anything. Zhu Junyang was the most worried about her safety and always considered her perspective. Yu Xiaosao picked up the paper talisman and waved it a couple of times in his direction. She lightly laughed and asked him in a probing manner, if I told you that this paper talisman will make you loyal to me for the rest of your life, such that you will never change your mind, do you think I should paste it on you or not? This prince has no intention of ever changing my mind. There's no difference whether or not you put it on me. If you really are feeling insecure, then put it on. However, Zhu Junyang revealed a slightly worried expression. Yu Xiaosao felt her heart fall and she inhaled sharply before she asked, but what? Do you regret what you've said in the past? Of course not, lass, you just like to overthink things too much. Zhu Junyang rubbed her head gently and laughed. This prince is only worried about whether such a thing is reliable or not, okay. What if it turns me into an idiot or an unthinking puppet? At that time, you can only cry until you have no tears left in you. It's definitely reliable. It's an item from the world of immortals, so its effects are guaranteed. Yu Xiaosao was linked to the little divine stone, so they were in the same boat together. The little divine stone absolutely wouldn't lie to her. An item from the world of immortals. Zhu Junyang promptly viewed this piece of paper in a whole other light. From what you're saying, then that piece of stone you hang around with is also from the world of immortals and you just happened to come across it. Its cultivation and powers were sealed by a god and it was sent down to our mundane world of mortals to temper itself and accumulate virtue. Only then will it be able to break out from its shackles and return to its true form. Didn't all of the cultivation novels say something like this? Yu Xiaoxiao gave the prince a half-false and half-truthful explanation. The little divine stone, on the other hand, fell into thoughtful contemplation. Was that truly the intention of the goddess of spirits? The goddess of spirits had always been close to goddess Nua like a pair of true sisters. All those years ago, it had caused quite a bit of trouble for goddess Nua and offended many people. The other immortals often came charging over to tattletale on it and ended up impacting goddess Nua's cultivation progress. After it had been kicked out of the world of immortals, it had been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. The goddess of spirits must have seen everything clearly, which was probably why she sent it, who was stubborn and mule-headed, down to the mundane world to temper its heart and spirit. Was it possible that only after it learned these hard lessons, its cultivation would increase by bounds and it could return back as a high-leveled god? Even a mere mortal was able to see through to the truth, yet it had held a grudge against the goddess of spirits for all these years. No wonder its recent cultivation progress had been so slow and tortuous. Once it understood its situation better with Xiaoxiao's advice, and realized the goddess of spirits' true intentions, it began to reflect on itself. Suddenly, it felt that, out of the 3 shackles suppressing it, one of them had been broken. The energy that the goddess of spirits had imbued into that shackle began to harmonize with its own and began to stimulate its stagnant cultivation. In a split second, it felt its energy increase by leaps and bounds. It didn't even have the time to say a parting word to Xiaoxiao when it jumped back into its separate space to begin earnestly cultivating again. It could tell that, once it finished this episode of closed-door cultivation, it would be able to return to almost half of its previous strength. Since you are confident that this talisman has no issues with it, then go ahead. Where do you want to stick it? On my forehead. Zhu Junyang stuck his head forward and even conscientiously bent down to make it easier for her. Yu Xiaoxiao used her other hand to push away his face. The dimples on her face deepened and her pair of large, almond-shaped eyes shone brightly, glittering with emotion. She pretended to be angry as she replied, "Do you believe everything I say? This is only a peace and safety talisman, but it truly was given to me by the little divine stone. Its effects are definitely much better than the ones you can beg from temples. You often are out and about. Tomorrow, I'll make you a small pouch to hold it. You should bring it around and you definitely shouldn't take it out lightly." Zhu Junyang stared at the talisman for a long time and tried to see from Xiaoxiao's expression if there was anything else he was missing. However, Xiaoxiao hid her thoughts very well, so he temporarily believed her. He shook his head in refusal. "Are you still not familiar with my talents? Does this prince really need a peace and safety talisman? You should wear it instead. Last time, at the hunting grounds, weren't you almost eaten by a tiger for a snack? Although it was a frightening experience, didn't the tiger, in the end, become our prey? Xiaoxiao lowered her head and quietly mumbled a bit. It had been almost a year since that happened, yet Zhu Junyang still harped about it. "Keep that talisman safe. When you get back, have Wedon make a small pouch for you. I'm afraid your embroidery skills are such that you wouldn't be willing to wear anything you made yourself." As he talked, he especially glanced at the ugly embroidered pouch that was hanging on his waist. Yu Xiaoxiao's face immediately turned bright red. That was the pouch that she had made after her godmother had threatened her. It was supposed to be a way for her to learn some feminine skills. However, not only did the pouch turn out slightly deformed, but even the embroidered pattern on the outside was also quite sloppy. It was hard to make out what it was supposed to look like. At that time, she had even happily showed off her first finished sewing product to the prince, but he had actually snatched it away from her. He began using it despite other people laughing at him. Even He Wanning had teased her for this. She said that, when she compared her skills to that pouch, even her sewing skill level seemed to go up a few. Yu Xiaoxiao had tried many times to get the pouch back from Zhu Junyang to no avail. Now that she thought about it, perhaps she needed to learn how to sew better from Pippa when she got back. That way she could at least sew a decent-looking pouch. Out of all of her maids, Pippa had to be the one who was the most skilled at the womanly arts. She also had a quiet personality and a lot of patience. Many of the sewn items that she used had all been made by that maid. Zhu Junyang saw that the little lass seemed a bit upset and hurriedly changed the subject. "You said this thing was given to you by that piece of rock. It's only a tiny and round-colored stone. Where does it keep something the size of the talisman? If I didn't personally see that it could change forms with my own eyes, then this prince would have thought that you were cracking a joke. Perhaps beings from the world of immortals all have their own special dimension to carry things off. Like the bracelet of the heavens or dimension pouches from those mythological stories, right?" He was successful in switching Yu Xiaoxiao's thoughts to a different subject. She silently asked the little divine stone repeatedly, "Isn't that right?" The little divine stone, who was currently cultivating, naturally had no response for her. She raised her head and shrugged her shoulders at Zhu Junyang. "Little glutinous dumpling must have gained something and is currently cultivating. When I asked it, it had no response for me. Forget it, once it's done cultivating, I'll ask it then. No wonder that little golden kitten seems to come and go like a ghost. Apparently, it's been hiding on your body cultivating. How much time does it usually spend in cultivation?" Zhu Junyang only asked out of pure curiosity. Yu Xiaoxiao also wasn't sure, so she could only say, "Who knows, With its restless personality, as soon as it's done, it'll come out on its own. It's getting late, so we should head back." As she finished speaking, Xiaoxiao carefully placed the talisman into her own embroidered pouch and then waved a hand at the white stallion not far away from them, who still, from time to time, would look over at them. Then, she refused Zhu Junyang's offer to ride Pillion and instead jumped onto Little Black's back and let out a loud whistle. They headed back towards the stud farm at an astonishing speed. The grasslands in the evening had a picturesque and stunning view. The setting sun was slowly withdrawing all of its golden needles into itself, and it seemed to regard the world of humans with a shy and bashful glowing red face. Thus, the creek running through the prairie shimmered with a multitude of colors, making people feel as though there was a crystal palace hiding beneath its waters with a precious treasure underneath. A fairy-like young maiden rode a wolf as she sang a beautiful and sweet song. The delicate and lively young lady seemed to be cloaked by a bewitching and gentle rosy glow from the setting sun. It truly looked like she was an immortal girl who had jumped out of a picture. This type of surreal and fantastical image conjured up a bunch of worried thoughts in Zhu Junyang. As someone who had a divine object by her side, would she have the chance to ascend to the world of the gods one day, leaving him alone in this mundane mortal world? Or perhaps, she, who had been touched by divine energy, would continue to be as youthful and beautiful as an immortal while he aged into a stooped-over and white-haired old man. At that time, would he still be able to keep her, an immortally beautiful fairy, by his side? On this day, the people that Zhu Junyang brought along had a decent outcome. Altogether, they had caught 6 wild horses. The best horse that they had caught that day was the light buckskin-colored horse that Royal Prince Yang had personally trapped. As for Commander Lu's group, they didn't come back to the stud farm that day as they had traveled farther to find the other herd of wild horses. 3 days later, they came back with 8 proud and hard-to-tame wild horses. Although none of them could compare to the superior horse that their master had caught, every single one was still much better than the other specimens at the ranch. Following that, Commander Lu and his subordinates began to tame these wild horses. Taming a wild horse wasn't something that could occur in a day or two. Fortunately, Commander Lu and his men had learned from the experts on how to tame horses properly after they first arrived here. Other than the buckskin-colored horse giving them some issues, the rest of them would only require a bit of time before they were ready. Unexpectedly, the wildest and most arrogant buckskin-colored horse was actually the one that got tamed first. Zhu Junyang was tough and unyielding, and his equestrian skills were consummate. In addition, that day he was extremely worried about Xiao Cao and poured his entire temper on this unlucky horse. The tricks and strategies he used on that light buckskin-colored horse had left an impression on the animal. Thus, whenever the horse saw the prince, it was even more obedient and gentle than the other horses at the farm. Under the absolute suppression and power of another, what was the point of being a proud and arrogant wild horse? Could pride be eaten off? Yu Xiaocao, on the other hand, pitied this poor horse as she was part of the reason why it had been dominated so thoroughly by the prince. Every time she went to the stables, she would always bring some tasty snacks and special feed for it. Whenever the horse saw her, it acted like it was seeing its own mother. However, once it saw the fiendish shadow that was inseparable from her, it immediately held its back and didn't dare to make a loud noise. Even when Xiao Cao stuffed a piece of rock candy in its mouth, the horse acted like a noble-born young maiden and delicately ate the food in a refined manner. On the days that Zhu Junyang didn't come along, it would happily circle around Xiao Cao, acting spoiled and using its mouth to gently pick at her embroidered pouch full of treats. It would even use its tongue to wash Xiao Cao's face and was actually more servile and flattering to her than Little Black. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed and there was no news of seeing the white horse and its other compatriots. Yu Xiaocao felt a bit disheartened by this. Were her special tricks useless in front of this extremely hard-to-encounter divine steed? She thought for a bit and wondered if it was because she hadn't added enough mystic stone water to the sugar cubes at the time. Yu Xiaocao, who wasn't particularly good at concealing her inner thoughts, always had a hint of worry on her face due to this. Zhu Junyang didn't want her to become depressed and anxious over something that was his responsibility, so he decided to take her out for an outing to relieve some pressure. He knew his lass liked the feeling of a successful hunt and the feast that came afterwards. About a few hundred kilometers east of the stud farm, there was a mountainous area that one of the outside tribes called Janulan, which to them meant White Mountain. It was said that, on the highest peak in that range, the snow there never melted. On clear and sunny days, one could see the distant white cap of the mountain, which explained how it got its name. The people from the outside tribes who had been hired to help train the horses at the stud farm said that there were a lot of animals in that mountain. Many hunters longed to go there. However, the fierce beasts in there were incredibly vicious. Oftentimes, during blizzards, they would descend down the mountain and hurt people. Consequently, no hunter would dare to go into the mountain on his own unless they absolutely had to make a living. Since people very rarely entered deeply into this area, there should be a lot of valuable medicinal plants available, secondary to the plentiful prey. Wasn't the Northeast also known for housing the 3 treasures? Other than ginseng, the mountains also had reishi mushrooms, many prickle, schisandra, Mongolian milkvetch, and other medicinal herbs. The little lass was well acquainted with using these herbs and also liked to come up with new pills and medicines to treat and heal people. She should be very interested in gathering wild medicinal plants, right? As for the fierce beasts, he was confident in his own abilities to protect her completely. It was the perfect opportunity to obtain some beautiful bear and tiger pelts to be used to create a splendid mattress for the little lass. He still remembered that during the autumn hunt, the little lass was very interested in tiger pelts. She also took quite a few tiger bones back as well and used them to make some bone-strengthening medicinal wine. All of the influential officials scrambled to buy some. In fact, the capital now had a saying, 1,000 taels of gold may not be enough to buy the Yu family's medicinal wine. Sure enough, as soon as Zhu Junyang outlined his proposal to her, Yu Xiaocao grinned widely. Her pair of large, pure eyes shone like the stars and they curved up in joy in the shape of the crescent moon. Her glowing little face seemed to beam with happiness. At this moment, the young maiden seemed to be imbued with a halo of light that struck a person's heart. If it weren't for that maidservant named Wedung by her side, glaring like a fearsome tiger, Zhu Junyang would have long pulled the little lass into his arms and kissed her silly. Yu Xiaocao had no clue that the man next to her was already getting wolfish thoughts, stalking her closely. Her heart was very clear. The mountain range that Zhu Junyang was talking about was likely called the Stanovoy Range in the future. It was a famous mountain range and, in this time period, hadn't been damaged by people. Thus, there were likely a lot of animals and rare plants to be found there. The Northeast's ginseng was quite well known. If she was lucky and came across some wild ginseng, she could use it with some mystic stone water and create some medicinal wine and cuisine that could elongate a person's life. Didn't her maidservant Yangliu want to open a restaurant that was even more famous than Junsho restaurant? They could take an alternate route and open a restaurant that only made medicinal cuisine to nourish a person's body. The first floor could be the consulting area. They could hire a few famous doctors to take people's pulses and then, after observing every guest's constitution and body condition, recommend some medicinal wines and cuisines. The teas they served to the guests would all be nourishing teas and the wines would all be nourishing medicinal wines. The medicinal food served there would all have the ability to nourish the body. What were the rich most afraid of? Naturally, it was to die before they spent their money. There were so many rich merchants, high-ranking officials, noble families, and descendants of the imperial family in the capital. Thus, she didn't have to worry about this new business of hers becoming popular or not. Zhu Junyang waved his long-fingered hands in front of Yu Xiaoxiao a few times. She didn't blink a single time and there was a dreamy smile on her face. She looked like she had suddenly seen a massive mountain of gold in front of her and he thought she looked quite amusing. Just what was the little lass daydreaming about again? Did his proposal prompt another money-making idea in that brain of hers? The little lass always came up with more and more ideas to make money. Now, her family was among the wealthy in the capital. How many years had it been since she got there? If a few more years went by, would she become the richest woman in the capital? By the time he was able to marry her, would other people start suspecting him for going after her immense wealth? After they got married, would his colleagues start to think that he was an idle pretty boy who lived off of his rich wife's money? Zhu Junyang couldn't help but rub his face at this moment. Arg, he spent a lot of time in the military camps, drilling and doing exercises like all of the other soldiers and officers in the regiment. After a month outside, everyone else had already tanned into a manly and healthy bronze color. His skin, on the other hand, hadn't seemed to have much change at all. In a group of brawny, tan fellows, he looked even more conspicuous. With that added onto the face he had inherited from his mother, didn't he really resemble a pretty boy now? Stop touching your face. You're the most beautiful in this entire world, okay Yu Xiaoxiao finally exited her blissful daydream and saw that fellow, who was as pretty as a peacock, touching his handsome face in a narcissistic manner. She flatteringly complimented him. However, all she got in return was that pair of alluring phoenix eyes glaring at her. She had complimented him for being beautiful but he wasn't the least bit grateful. If someone else had complimented her in that manner, she, an old maiden, would be incredibly happy that she'd forget what direction north pointed. Yu Xiaoxiao silently cursed him. Suddenly, she inquired, when we're gathering medicinal herbs and hunting, will Sir Su come with us Sir Su. Just who is he to you to make you always think of him Zhu Junyang's jealousy immediately exploded. He had had enough recently. As long as Chief Steward Su was around, that lass's eyes would always give off glowing sparks whenever she saw him. The gleeful look in her eyes was even more bright and dazzling than when she was counting money. He couldn't help but sourly think from time to time that if Chief Steward Su wasn't an eunuch with that type of awkward status, would she also fall in love with him at first sight? And treat him lovingly and wholeheartedly. Yu Xiaoxiao was not willing to admit that she found Chief Steward Su's elegant beauty to be charming, so she came up with a different explanation. Sir Su is the envoy sent by the emperor himself and represents imperial power. We naturally must honor and respect him. If we go out on a tour, isn't it polite to ask him if he wants to go? Aren't I right? HMPH. You make it sound like you have some lofty ideal. Do you think this prince doesn't know that the thing you like about Chief Steward Su the most is his looks? The jealousy within him didn't abate at all. He grumbled sourly, lass, when you were young and tiny, you used to salivate over me all the time. Furthermore, the first time you saw Chief Steward Su, you wished you could stick your eyeballs onto him. Do you have any womanly reserve in you? How am I not reserved? Everyone loves beauty and that's a fact. Me showing my appreciation off in a calm manner is much better than those fake fairies who surreptitiously look at others. Yu Xiaoxiao was upset by his words. He made it sound like she was woefully smitten. Zhu Junyang didn't get any consolation from the lass and instead got pushed back by her confidently instead. Even more jealousy bubbled up within him as he clucked his tongue and exclaimed, then tell me. Let's pretend our status and positions are the same. If this prince and Chief Steward Su stood in front of you now and you could only pick one person to admire, who would you pick? Obviously I'd pick. Yu Xiaoxiao almost blurted her answer out, but when she saw that bewitching handsome man in front of her pretend to act as if he was unperturbed but actually was very interested in her answer, she deliberately elongated her answer. She watched as he listened so intently that his muscles almost bulged out. She sniggered and didn't give the answer that he was hoping for. Obviously I'd pick the most handsome one out of you two. So shallow. This was the first time Zhu Junyang had lost confidence in his own looks. He coldly huffed and then continued to ask, then tell me, between this prince and Chief Steward Su, which one is more your type? You're asking a girl so directly. It's so embarrassing. Yu Xiaoxiao covered up her delicate little face and pretended to be bashful. Zhu Junyang naturally knew that she wasn't someone who would get embarrassed over something like this. He grabbed onto her shoulder and asked in a serious and somewhat anxious manner, stop fooling around, quickly tell me. Who's more good looking? Alright alright, didn't I say it earlier? You're the most beautiful in this entire world, alright Yu Xiaoxiao's way of saying this made Zhu Junyang feel quite dissatisfied. He was just about to say something when he heard a gentle and full of doubt voice behind him, Cower, who did you say is the most beautiful? Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her body to the side to look past Zhu Junyang. When she saw the person behind him, her eyes immediately sparkled like a bunch of small stars and the expression on her face became more lively. Sir Su, earlier, Royal Prince Yang was very jealous of your elegant and graceful demeanor, which resembles an immortal from a fairy tale. He simply forced me to answer the question of who I found more good-looking between the two of you. Su Ran had long felt the faint aura of animosity Royal Prince Yang had towards him in the past few days. In addition, the prince was becoming more distant. At first, he was quite puzzled by this change. Later on, after some careful observations, he discovered that whenever that last Xiao Cao treated him warmly, the prince's hostility towards him would increase. Only then did he realize that Royal Prince Yang was feeling the bite of jealousy. Arg, he was pretty sure that, in the whole Great Ming Empire, only Royal Prince Yang would actually consider an already damaged person to be an invisible rival for his sweetheart's affections. When he got back, if he told this to the emperor, Su Ran was pretty sure the other man would laugh until he cried. A faint smile appeared on Su Ran's face. This slight smile made his face seem even more elegant and ethereal. He was the perfect image of a pure and lofty gentleman. So handsome, so elegant. He was even more like an immortal than those actors who played the main characters in the Shenxia dramas. Yu Xiaocao felt like she was truly a bit smitten by his appearance and demeanor. Oh, then, who do you think is more good-looking between the two of us? Ah. Su Ran's tone had a hint of enticing temptation in it and Zhu Junyang's expression immediately became cold. The prince opened his mouth to stop the little lass from replying. Unfortunately, Xiao Cao had reacted even faster than he had expected. She almost immediately blurted out, "Sir, you and he are both incredibly good-looking in your own ways. Each of you have your own styles and both styles have their merits." It was important to realize that Chief Steward Su hated people commenting on how good-looking he was the most. Apparently, during his youth, he had a few bad experiences all related to his stunning good looks. His handsome appearance had induced a few people to scheme against him for unsavory reasons. In fact, even after he had been rescued and sent into the ranks of the hidden guards, he still had some shadows from those previous experiences. It was said that when he first entered the palace service, he had caught the eye of a particular member of the imperial family. That person wanted to ask the Emperor Emeritus to give Su Ran to him as a favored human pet, but Su Ran vehemently refused to go. This caused that member of the imperial family to have a hateful grudge against him, and that member ended up bribing some of the stewards in the family to harm and kill Su Ran. Fortunately, he had been saved by the current emperor when he was still the heir of Imperial Prince Duan. After that, Su Ran had slowly climbed to the position where he was today. Not long after the current emperor ascended the throne, Su Ran became the head of the hidden guards and was in charge of the internal affairs of the palace. He had helped the emperor from behind the scenes to handle many disloyal people. As for that particular member of the imperial family, after Su Ran became powerful, he suddenly had a serious illness that caused pus-filled sores to grow all over his body. In addition, these ulcers stank to the high heavens. Even the imperial physicians from the palace found themselves unable to figure out where he had gotten this condition from. After lying in bed, struggling to hang on to his life for half a year, he died just like that. Some people claimed that the pus-filled sores that the member from the imperial clan had gotten were related to Chief Steward Su Ran. He had chosen that horrible method to take revenge for his previous insult and dishonor. In addition, other people who had commented or gossiped about Su Ran's looks all ended up having bad outcomes, such as breaking an arm or a leg during some accident. Thus, all of the hedonistic nobles in the capital soon learned to change the subject as soon as someone mentioned Su Ran and refused to say a peep about him. If anyone else, especially a man, had frankly complimented Su Ran on his looks in the way the little lass did, it was likely that person would already be on the ground and unable to get up again. The injuries inflicted on that person would take at least 10 days to half a month before they would heal enough for the person no longer to be bedridden. However, this time, Chief Steward Su seemed quite pleased by her words and even began to joke with the chilly-looking Royal Prince Yang. "It is my honor to be compared to the capital's most famous handsome man who also has an equally bad reputation, Royal Prince Yang. We're both on the same level, okay." Zhu Junyang's alluring phoenix eyes met Su Ran's pair of elegant and clear-looking eyes. It was clear that there was a competition going on. In terms of reputation, both of them were considered to be calamitous stars in the capital and were on other people's, do not offend, lists. However, Royal Prince Yang's bad reputation was mostly on the surface. Since he had highly skilled bodyguards and head steward Lu at his side, when he lost control of himself in the past, at most, he would beat the offender until he was half dead. He had never actually taken an innocent life. Chief Steward Su Ran, on the other hand, acted entirely on his mood at the time. If he thought someone was an eyesore, then he was always able to find a way to torment a person to death without leaving any clues behind. After all, his title as the head of the hidden guards wasn't just for show. Consequently, the people in the capital were much more wary of him. In terms of bad reputation, his was much more warranted than Royal Prince Yang's. However, I thought I heard someone earlier mention that you were planning on going into the mountains to gather herbs and hunt game. I'm quite interested in this, Cower. Do I have the honor to come along as well? Su Ran wasn't too noble to have some petty moments. He obviously knew that Royal Prince Yang didn't want him to come along, so he insisted on following along. The more he could make the other man unhappy, the happier he became. Of course, I was just about to ask you earlier to see if you wanted to come or not. Yu Xiaocao deliberately pretended not to see the rivalry that had appeared between the two men and giddily promised. She was incredibly happy to allow his request. Su Ran felt incredibly satisfied within his heart when he saw the dark expression on Royal Prince Yang's face. He smiled even more brightly and said, "Then we are in agreement. As soon as you decide to head out, just send someone to let me know. I'm going to go visit that little fellow Black Whirlwind. It should be at the front courtyard begging for food right now." Zhu Junyang felt like there was a blazing fire within his heart and the heat from his anger was about to ignite his temper. However, when he looked at his lass, who had a face full of innocence, he couldn't bear to let out his temper to her. Yu Xiaosao felt that it was simultaneously amusing and a bit pitiful at the same time when she saw steam coming out of his ears. She thought it was a bit pathetic that this outwardly handsome and elegant man had actually been run around in circles by her because of his inexperience with emotions. She needed to soothe him down quickly, so she stepped forward and batted her eyes in a bashful and timid manner. She glanced at his stunningly handsome face and said in a saccharine tone, "Little Jun Yang Yang, don't be angry ah. Speak like a normal person." Zhu Junyang had no temper left after hearing her ridiculous words. Little Jun Yang Yang, just what were these nonsense names? However, bubbles of happiness immediately began to surface within his heart. Jun Yang Yang, the person who I really like the most is still you, my handsome little Yang Yang. Yu Xiaosao's voice was so sweet that it was almost at the limit. At this point, that outwardly cold but inwardly passionate handsome man in front of her had his ears turned bright red from her antics. Wedong, as her personal maidservant, also felt goosebumps rise throughout her body after listening to her master's corny statements. She couldn't help but rub her arms after hearing all of this. Zhu Junyang no longer cared about the irksome third wheel, Wedong, and put his arms around the little lass's slim and tender waist. He pulled her against his body and lowered his head to gaze deeply into her eyes as he questioned in an uncertain manner, "Is that true? Is this prince truly the person you like the most?" Yu Xiaosao decided that, based on this handsome man's recent actions, she could give him a taste of sweetness. After all, this fellow would definitely show up at her residence to propose marriage at the end of the year. Right now, they were basically considered engaged at this point. She reached her hands up to hug his neck and her little face became a bit flushed. She glanced at Wedong and saw that her maid seemed to have turned away in embarrassment before she hurriedly stood up at her tiptoes and gave her handsome man a quick kiss on his warm lips. In actuality, Wedong had been paying attention to her master this entire time. Before they left, Lady Fang had warned her many times to make sure she kept an eye on the young miss and to absolutely not allow a particular big wolf to take advantage of her. After being with her master for such a long time, she had long found out that Royal Prince Yang was only a paper tiger. As long as she worked hard for her mistress, even if Royal Prince Yang found her irksome, he wouldn't do anything against her for the sake of her mistress. Therefore, Wedong's courage had continued to grow. She frequently interrupted Royal Prince Yang's attempts to hold her young miss's hand or hug her in a stern manner. In fact, she often seriously repeated the words that Lady Fang had told her and, for the vast majority of the time, was successful in stopping him. However, this time, Zhu Junyang had swiftly hugged her master before she could even react. Wedong had just taken a step and was about to say some words to stop them, but her own young miss had moved to ruin her attempt. Lady Fang had only stated that she needed to protect her mistress against Royal Prince Yang and never mentioned what she should do if her own mistress made the first move. Should she pretend that she didn't see anything or be the annoying person butting in between the two lovers? Fortunately, she remembered who she was serving and turned her head around to pretend she didn't see anything. However, she was also worried about her master being taken advantage of, so she continued to watch the two of them out of the corner of her eye. Who would have thought that the one taking advantage of the other person would be her very own mistress? Wedong's delicately pale face suddenly became dyed red and it was so crimson that it looked like it would start burning at any time. However, she wasn't too frightened in her heart. Ever since she had accompanied her master, she had encountered so many frightening things. She was already used to this. Yu Xiaosao's lightning-fast kiss stunned Zhu Junyang for a second and he missed the best opportunity to strike back. He wasn't satisfied with a paltry peck alone and wanted to kiss her again in a much more passionate manner. However, the little lass had nimbly dodged his attempt. After forcefully pushing away his rock-hard chest, Yu Xiaosao leveled a glare at him and then turned to address Wedong with a pout on her lips. "Why are you just standing here? Are you waiting for something? Let's go ah, time to pack our bags for the trip into the mountains." Zhu Junyang didn't think he could hate Wedong more than right now. This maidservant had interrupted him too many times. Loyalty was one thing, but this loyal maid always managed to pop up whenever he wanted to get somewhat intimate with his little lass and wave her authority around to make him stop. He stared at her with an icy cold glare. If this look of his had substance, Wedong would have long been pierced and heavily injured by it. Even though it was just a glare, Wedong couldn't help but shiver a bit. When she saw her master turn around to go back to her rooms, she hurriedly trotted after her. She didn't dare to be alone around Royal Prince Yang at this moment because she couldn't guarantee that the youth wouldn't restrain himself and end up strangling her to death. As for the person in question, Zhu Junyang truly had the urge to do so. The next day, the three of them traveled off with their lightly packed bags and a small escort. Other than the three, they also brought along the full of energy Hu Xiaolong and Xiaosao's two maidservants, Chunhua and Chushi. They rode their horses towards the east in the direction of Janolan. Wedong, who had no strength or martial arts, had been firmly ordered behind by Zhu Junyang. He pompously stated that she would only cause them to slow down and bring no benefit to their group. Wedong also knew that Royal Prince Yang truly found her incredibly annoying and could only inwardly see that the indignity as she didn't dare to voice her complaints. However, she needed to protect her master's reputation to the very end. The two maids, Chunhua and Chushi, had all been given to her master by the prince, so they couldn't be counted on. Hu Xiaoliang was Royal Prince Yang's lackey, so he naturally was unreliable in this aspect. The only person she could throw her hopes on was Chief Steward Su. Although Chief Steward Su had a stunningly handsome face and a seemingly warm and gentle demeanor, Wedong still felt the hairs on her body rise whenever she was alone around him despite his lack of an actual temper. Her intuition told her that he was even more scary than Royal Prince Yang. However, for the sake of her master, she suppressed the fear in her heart and quietly approached Chief Steward Su. She quickly stammered out her purpose for coming to him. Wadong originally believed that it would take more pleading for her to convince him, but Chief Steward Su agreed immediately to her request after she finished speaking. There was actually a mini version of Su Ran in his heart. The mini version of him had his hands on his hips while smirking evilly. Blocking Royal Prince Yang is something I'd love to do. It makes me happy and delighted to do so. Rest assured, Miss Wadong. The smile on Su Ran's handsome face softened as he said, I will take care of your master and prevent Royal Prince Yang from approaching her. Chief Steward Su smiled very gently at her, but Wadong could see through his facade. He was like a restless demon that was grinning evilly at her. Although his handsome face looked elegant and refined, his smile made people shiver on the spot. Wadong's heart trembled in fear. She was more terrified of him right now than the time when Royal Prince Yang went crazy. Along their journey, Su Ran guarded Xiao Cao, responsibly and diligently. He and Zhu Junyang stood on either side of the young girl to protect her, making sure that they were never more than 5 steps away from her. Su Ran had gone beyond the borders before on his missions, so he had a good understanding of the local conditions, customs, and folklore. Su Ran made many witty comments along the journey, so Yu Xiaocao's attention was always on him. Whenever he saw Royal Prince Yang's jealous gaze directed at him, Su Ran felt as if he had drunk a freezing cold beverage in the hottest periods of summer. It was an extremely refreshing feeling. Zhu Junyang had long wanted to pull the obnoxious Chief Steward Su to the side and learn from each other. Even though he may not be as skilled as his opponent, he still wanted to spar with him and vent out his frustrations. Chief Steward Su was definitely doing this on purpose. Every time he wanted to introduce the scenery, customs, or even an interesting story to his little lass, that guy would always intercept his conversation. Zhu Junyang never realized that Chief Steward Su was such an eloquent speaker until now. Unlike other damned palace eunuchs who had ear-piercing voices, Su Ran had a gentle voice. His voice was as gentle and pleasant to the ear as a spring breeze. Zhu Junyang knew that, in addition to being attracted to a handsome appearance, the little lass also liked people who had a beautiful and pleasant voice. Normally, his little lass would fall into a trance due to his deep and graceful voice. He was quite happy about that. However, it was a completely different matter when she fell into a trance from other people's voices. Zhu Junyang's heart was stinging painfully. It was like his heart had been scratched by the sharp claws of a dozen vicious cats. The most important point was that Su Ran's storytelling ability far surpassed his. The back of the little lass's head was facing him as she listened with interest to Chief Steward Su's legend about Jin Alin. Cower, I also know this story. I can tell it to you. Zhu Junyang continued to persist as he tried to draw the little lass's attention back to himself. He had been given the cold shoulder the entire time. Yu Xiaocao didn't even turn her head around and said, the stories you tell are dry and uninteresting. Sir Su's story is fascinating and he's a great storyteller. Only a fool would listen to your stories. When you return, you should properly read more books and study hard. Be obedient. Zhu Junyang deflated once again. By now, he was extremely depressed, but he had no other strategy left to try. Suddenly, an idea hit him, and he interrupted their storytelling session, and said, Cower, didn't you want to see my skills? I didn't have an opponent that could match me before, so I couldn't show you. But now, we have Chief Steward Su here. Why don't I spar with him and show you who the real expert is? He originally thought that the little lass's eyes would brighten and readily agree to his proposal, but she didn't react as he expected. Xiao Cao looked back and forth between Chief Steward Su and Su Ran. Then, with a frown on her face, she slowly shook her head and said, I think it's better if you don't. I don't want to see the two of you with a bloody nose and a swollen face walking around me after the fight. I like this pleasing and delightful view right now. Su Ran smothered the chuckle that almost escaped from him. He looked up at Zhu Junyang and gave him a provocative glance. Luckily, you managed to escape a calamity. If you challenge my patience again, then I will make sure to beat up your face until it looks like an ugly pig and humiliate you in front of the little girl. Zhu Junyang's temper almost exploded by the provocative glance that Su Ran gave him. However, his sanity was soon restored when his gaze met the little lass's clean and pure gaze. Had his opponent been anyone else, then he was sure to beat them until they fell onto the ground without being injured himself. However, in front of Chief Steward Su, he only had 20% chance of winning in his violent state. If he fought Su Ran right now, he would only be abused and beaten. Alas, he couldn't beat him in either material arts or literature. Did he really have nothing that could compete against Chief Steward Su? On a certain evening, while they were spending the night in a grove, Zhu Junyang set up a tent and a thick sheepskin mattress for his little lass with the help from his imperial bodyguard, Hu Xiaoliang. After that, he tugged the little lass around the temporary hotel he built for her. Then, he secretly asked her, do you have any powerful sleeping drugs? I need it urgently. Yu Xiaocao was quick-witted and immediately frowned at his request. She looked at him disapprovingly and said in a reproaching tone, don't tell me you're planning on using the drugs on Sir Su. I've always thought you were an upright and honorable man. I didn't expect you to actually use such underhanded means. I'm thoroughly disappointed in you. Sir Su is a humorous, charming, and easygoing person. Why must you always cause trouble for him? That's right, he's humorous, charming, and easygoing. In contrast, I'm dumb, boring, weird, and wretched. Why don't you ask yourself why I always cause trouble for him? If you treated me better and paid more attention to me than him, then why would I trouble myself to cause him trouble? Zhu Junyang's lowered voice was brimming with rage and grievances. Yu Xiaocao found the situation to be quite funny, but she still felt sorry for him. She cupped Zhu Junyang's beautiful face that was brimming with anger with her hands. She sighed softly and said, why are you so insecure? Think about it, you are Royal Prince Yang, a proud son of heaven, with a royal background and high status. You are also highly valued by the emperor. You are tall in stature with an appearance that can even rival the celestials in heaven. In contrast, I am just a small girl from a farming village. I just know some money-making methods. My appearance is not extraordinarily beautiful, and I have an odd character and a weird temperament. In other people's eyes, I'm the one who climbed up the social ladder. I should be the one clinging onto you. So, how did you become the one who started becoming worried about losing me? That's because I care about you. I care more about you than you care about me. You're a little lass with no conscience. Zhu Junyang gnashed his teeth as he said, I have been waiting for you for years, but have you ever promised me anything? Have you ever given me a precise answer to my feelings? You always act so ambiguous around me. Tell me, are you just treating me like a dog that you can play around with any time? That's because you're stupid. Since there was no one else nearby, Yu Xiaoxiao was unrestrained with her words. Do I act like a loose girl in your eyes? If I didn't acknowledge your feelings for me, would I have let you touch my hand from time to time? Would I have let you hug me and kiss me when other people aren't looking? If you dare to say no, then this young lady here will clear your scores and give you all zeros during my observation period. I will set up a household headed by a female in the future and live alone for the rest of my life. When he heard the anger in Xiaoxiao's words, Zhu Junyang immediately softened his approach. He smiled and carefully said, fine. It's all my fault for being too stupid. I failed to interpret your actions, so I should apologize to you. Please don't be angry. You know that I'm relatively slow in this respect. If you had told me this earlier, then my mind would have been put to ease and I wouldn't have carelessly become jealous. Furthermore, you were acting very friendly towards Chief Steward Su compared to me before. As a man, it's natural for me to feel uneasy and it's impossible for me to control it. I called you stupid as a joke, but it turns out that you really are stupid. Don't you know that the closer two people are, the more casual their interactions become? For example, I act cute and flatter the Emperor Emeritus, the Emperor, and the Empress from time to time. They are our superiors, so we need to coax and amuse them to appease them. Sir Su is a special correspondent sent by our superiors to accompany us on the mission. Should I follow your example and give him the cold shoulder too? When I first met Sir Su, I felt that we got along quite well. The way I treat him is no different from the way I treat my elders and nothing more. Zhu Junyang muttered softly, Chief Steward Su is only a few years older than me. He's at most in his early 30s, and he has a youthful appearance. How would I have known that you treat him like an elder? However, he recalled that Xiaoxiao was only 11 to 12 years old when she first met Chief Steward Su, who was 27 to 28 years old. In the past, wasn't it common for people at the eunuch's age in rural villages to have children around Xiaoxiao's age? His face blushed with shame at those thoughts. Okay, now that we've cleared things up, you won't act uncourteous towards Sir Su again in the future, right? Yu Xiaoxiao squeezed his flawless cheek. Oh, his cheeks felt nice to touch. This bold little lass, except for the time when he was still an infant, who would have ever dared to squeeze his face like this? Her soft and supple small hands cupped his cheeks, warming them up. The little girl's almond-shaped eyes sparkled when she pinched his cheeks. In addition to their ambiguous position, the two people were alone in the tent, causing Zhu Junyang's eyes to darken. If you kiss me, I will listen to everything you say in the future. Zhu Junyang puckered his lips at Xiaoxiao. His puckered lips looked like a chicken's butt. I don't want to. I have just deducted 10 points from your observation period record book. I have extended the observation period, so all intimate actions will be prohibited in the future. That includes holding hands. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed away his handsome face that was inching towards her face. Don't do that. I have already reflected on my actions and corrected it in time. The ancient one said, if you realize your mistakes, then you can correct them. There is nothing better than acknowledging and changing after realizing your mistakes. Give me a chance to change. There was a small hand that covered his face and pushed him back. But he continued to push forward, and as a result, his handsome facial features were squished together into a deformed appearance. It was ugly to the extreme. Young Lady Yun said, you should be punished if you make a mistake. You can't haggle over your punishment. Step aside. Do you think you can do whatever you please because Wadong is not here? Yu Xiaoxiao was strict. Zhu Junyang blinked his charming phoenix eyes at her incessantly and even looked at her flirtatiously. He looked at her affectionately and said, let's take advantage of her absence and kiss me. Just once would be enough for me. Yu Xiaoxiao acted like she was not someone that could be seduced by beauty and said, we absolutely cannot do that. Who are you to me? How can I allow you to kiss and do as you please with me? After the new year passes, I will send someone to your family to propose marriage. After that, you will become my special someone. But before that, why don't you let me have a small taste of you? Zhu Junyang pestered her shamelessly. He only had one goal, to get close with her. Do you think I will agree to your proposal just because you asked? You have yet to pass your observation period and your observation period has been extended. As for how long it will be extended, it will all depend on my mood. Yu Xiaoxiao refused to yield even an inch to him and planned on properly teaching this guy a lesson. Zhu Junyang pondered for a moment and then put on an act like he was an abandoned and heartbroken puppy. When Xiaoxiao let her guard down, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her delicate, soft, and slim body, confining her two arms on the left and right side of her body. He smiled slyly at his success and said, I've caught you. Give me a kiss, just one kiss. He leaned his face towards her as he spoke. Ahem, cough cough. An untimely voice suddenly flowed towards them at the door of the tent. The darkness in the tent gradually faded as the bright light poured in from the door of the open tent. Zhu Junyang reluctantly released the fuming little girl in his embrace. He clenched his teeth as he turned to stare at the familiar figure standing by the door of the tent. He wished he could tear that person into pieces. He gnashed his teeth and asked, may I ask why Chief Steward Su is here? It's nothing really, I just wanted to check on Xiaoxiao since she hasn't come out from the tent for a while. Su Ran raised his eyebrows at him provocatively, but, when he turned to face Xiaoxiao, there was only a gentle smile on his face. Xiaoxiao, I have hunted a male deer just now. The quality of the antler is quite good, so I came here to ask you if you want it. Yes, I want it. Yu Xiaoxiao took this opportunity to kick Zhu Junyang's lower waist, climbed out of the tent, and walked up to the large sika deer. She instructed Hu Xiaoliang to help her cut off the sika deer's antlers. She also put the deer penis and deer blood inside her luggage. These medicinal ingredients are very effective when used to treat certain symptoms of andrology. Once she made it into medicine, she was certain that its stocks would sell smoothly in the capital. Zhu Junyang couldn't help but frown when he saw how enthusiastic she was while she instructed people to tidy up the deer. Was the little lass suspicious of his capabilities in bed? Was she preparing ahead of time for their future happiness? He didn't need it at all, okay. His physical strength and energy were extremely good, okay. If she didn't believe him, then she could try him out. Zhu Junyang had just coaxed the little lass, so he didn't dare to stroke the tiger's whiskers by voicing his thoughts out loud. He was parched after eating roasted venison, but he could only lean pitifully against the tree and watch the small tent from afar. The quiet breathing sound from the small tent made him unable to sleep all night. Su Ran was resting on one of the thick branches on the tree not far from him. He would glance at him mockingly from time to time. Zhu Junyang had nowhere to vent his anger, and now all the bottled-up anger throughout the day exploded. He dragged Chief Steward Su to a distant place from their camp and fought 300 rounds with him. Cough, cough. It was purely a spar to compare their martial arts, it was not what you were thinking. Xiaoxiao was awakened by the birds, chirping the next day. She was feeling quite refreshed when she walked out of her tent, but she was immediately startled by the giant panda above her. If she remembered correctly, they were currently in northeast China, not Sichuan. Why was the country's national treasure here? But upon closer inspection of the giant panda, she realized that it was merely Zhu Junyang who was in a bad mood. Each of Zhu Junyang's eyes was beaten up, donning matching symmetrical bruises. Oh my, what happened? Did you develop those dark circles under your eyes because you didn't sleep well last night? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but tease him. Zhu Junyang narrowed his swollen phoenix eyes at her and handed her the toiletries in his hand. He gently tapped her head a few times and said with his silver tongue, I ate too much venison last night, so I was parched. Last night, I kept tossing and turning while I tried to sleep because I was thinking of you all night. As a result, I became like this. You are the main culprit. Yu Xiaoxiao burst out laughing, and her crisp laughter startled the birds that were perched on the nearby trees. She went into her bag and took out a small bottle that smelled of medicinal herbs. She opened the lid and scooped out a green gelatin-textured ointment and helped him apply it around his eyes. A cool and refreshing feeling quickly spread around his swollen eyes. After the little lass finished, Zhu Junyang could already feel that most of the swelling and pain around his eyes had faded away. He was certain that it was not an illusion. Your ointment is very effective, I will be taking it. Zhu Junyang shamelessly took the small porcelain bottle from and raised his eyebrows somewhat proudly at the white silhouette in the distance. Yu Xiaoxiao applied some mint-flavored tooth powder on her toothbrush and carefully brushed her small teeth. This tooth powder was a product that had recently been launched by Blossoming Beauty. It was much more effective than the green salt that noble ladies usually use to brush their teeth. Not only did it taste sweet, but it also helped whiten the teeth. The mint fragrance that remained in the mouth after someone finished brushing their teeth kept their breath fresh and clean all day long. Soon after this product was launched, the upper-class ladies and nobles rushed to her shop like ducks for this product. Even the menfolk in their family would secretly use their tooth powder to brush their teeth. As a result, the ladies would often notice that they were running out of the tooth powder when they were brushing their teeth. Without any other choice, the noble ladies would buy a box for everyone else in the family the next time they visited Xiaoxiao's shop. Even the young children of the houses received them. The young children used the sweet fruit-flavored tooth powders instead of the mint-flavored ones. There were a total of 5 different flavors, all of which were deeply loved by children. On this journey, Xiaoxiao had brought 7 to 8 cases of tooth powder, and it was enough to last more than half a year. However, on the way here, Zhu Junyang and Sir Su each robbed a case from her. If they stayed in this horse farm for a year, there wouldn't be enough tooth powder for the 3 of them. She used warm water to wash her face, then she applied some moisturizing skincare on her skin. Xiaoxiao was acting a little narcissistic as she touched her tender and bouncy skin. Compared to the young ladies in the capital, Xiaoxiao's appearance was only average, but the condition of her skin was unrivaled. The young ladies that she frequently played with all envied her skin. They said that her skin looked so moist that water could probably be squeezed out of her skin. She recalled the time when she first transmigrated here. Her whole family had yellow and dry skin, like a bunch of starving refugees. Even though her family members' skin could not be compared to hers, their skin was still rosy, healthy, and moist now. The daily maintenance of one's skin was very important. Little lass, do you have any skincare products that are suitable for me? When he saw how his little lass's skin was almost transparent under the morning sun, a sense of crisis abruptly arose in Zhu Junyang's heart. He touched his face. Although his face was not rough, it was far inferior compared to the little lass's skin. He was already 7 to 8 years older than Xiaoxiao. If he didn't take good care of his skin, would he be mistaken as the little lass's father if they went out together in the future? Yu Xiaoxiao was calmly drinking the fragrant and sweet glutinous rice congee and chewing marinated cucumbers. But when she heard his question, she almost choked on her breakfast. She forced herself to swallow the congee in her mouth and looked at him like she had just seen a ghost. Jun Yangyang, are you being possessed by a lonely spirit from the wild? I gave you a set of men's skincare products, but you bestowed it to one of your subordinates because you said skincare products were products for women. So, why did you suddenly ask me about men's skincare? What made you upset to the point that you asked this question? I'm upset by you. Zhu Junyang gnawed on a bite of dried meat and chewed it vigorously. I only have this handsome face that can attract you. If I become ugly one day, wouldn't you abandon me? Stop talking nonsense and just tell me whether there is any. Zhan Yangyang, you're being too modest. Yu Xiaoxiao examined his face carefully for a while before she said, to tell you the truth, your skin is in pretty good shape. But because you often stay outdoors, your skin lacks moisture. I have a bottle of immortal water. You just need to apply a layer of it on your skin after you wash your face every day. I promised you that you will look magnificent and dominate all other men in terms of appearance in 3 days. Get lost. Why would I want to dominate a group of men? If I want to dominate, then I will dominate a group of women. Zhu Junyang rolled his eyes at her. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a small porcelain bottle and looked at him with a smile yet not a smile. She made sure to emphasize every word as she spoke. Oh. Royal Prince Yang has such a big appetite for wanting to dominate a group of women. Humph, what a womanizer. Zhu Junyang hurriedly clarified his mistake and said, don't nitpick at my words. I merely followed after what you had just said. Little lass, I haven't even settled your score yet for teasing me and you're already trying to counterattack with my words. Yu Xiaoxiao cutely stuck out her tongue at him and grabbed the dried piece of meat from his hand. She took a large bite of the dried meat and chewed. Zhu Junyang took the small porcelain bottle from her and uncorked it. A calming fragrance emerged from the porcelain bottle. It was the same scent that Xiaoxiao exuded all year round. Could it be? Does this have something to do with that stupid stone? Zhu Junyang saw that Su Ran was standing quite far from them, so he leaned towards Xiaoxiao's ears and whispered the question in her ear, making sure that only she could hear him. You're a stupid stone. A golden ray of light shot out from Xiaoxiao's wrist. Along with the divine stone's words, Zhu Junyang's body suddenly became numb all over and for a moment, he lost all ability to control his body. If he had met a martial arts expert, this moment of inability would have cost him his life. This divine stone was created in the ancient time and trusted by goddess Nuwa. You are a mere mortal, yet you dare to act so disrespectfully towards this divine stone. This divine stone will allow you to reflect over your mistakes, so don't repeat this mistake again next time, or else I will not forgive you as easily as this time. The golden light materialized into a palm-sized golden cat. It walked up to him proudly and took the last piece of dried meat from his hand and rewarded it to Little Black who was drooling by the side. Since they were hunting deep in the mountains, how could she not bring Little Black and Little White? They were able to single-handedly fight a tiger and together, the two of them can even fight against black bears. Su Ran walked towards them with a bowl of rice. He was a true southerner because he liked rice more than pancakes, steamed buns, and steamed stuffed buns. The rice they brought along was japonica rice. It was thin, slightly green, translucent, and had a captivating aroma. A person could still eat a full bowl of this rice even without side dishes like vegetables and meat. This type of rice was known as green essence rice in ancient times. It was actually produced by one of the ordinary provincial counties around the capital. Perhaps it was because of the county's geography and climate, but the japonica rice could only be grown there. However, the japonica rice they brought along their trip was produced in the imperial plantation. It was able to successfully grow there thanks to Xiaoxiao's handiwork. Not only did the japonica rice grown by Xiaoxiao taste better, but it also had great health benefits. Unfortunately, the japonica rice grown in the imperial plantation was only offered as a tribute to the imperial court and was not sold to the public. In the rice market, people could only buy ordinary japonica rice. The food produced by the imperial plantation was used to supply the masters in the imperial palace and the majority of it was used as rewards to be bestowed upon meritorious officials of the court. As for meritorious officials of the court, there were 2 of them present on this trip. With official Yu and Royal Prince Yang present on this journey, they will never lack japonica rice. When she saw the jade pearl rice, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly had the desire to make onigiri. Inside the cooked rice, she added dried meat, crispy melon, ham and some nuts to it. The combination, when chewed, felt very tasty and rich. For Su Ran, this was the first time he had eaten something so novel and he ended up accidentally eating too much. Thus, he had to walk around the vicinity later to aid in digestion. Zhu Junyang also thought this method of eating was quite interesting and tasty. In the future, the army could add on ready-made onigiri as another type of ration to their supplies. Onigiri contained both rice and other ingredients. As long as you heated them up a bit, they could fill the stomach and they also tasted quite good. After traveling for another day, they finally arrived at a tiny village at the foot of the wild and flourishing mountain. The word, tiny, truly wasn't an exaggeration. The village only had around 7 to 8 families in it, and they were all hunting families. In the winter, wild and vicious beasts often came down to attack the villages around the mountain. Thus, right before it was about to snow for the first time, the villagers would all move about 50 kilometers away to live in town. When spring came again, only then would they come back to their village and begin their planting. Spring was the season for all of the animals to breed and flourish. Thus, the hunters all had an unspoken rule to not hunt animals that had babies with them, were young, or those that were heavily injured. The fall was the busy season for the hunters. At this time of year, all of the prey was plump and numerous, with glossy fur and high-quality meat. Furthermore, the animals moved around quite a bit at this time so it was more convenient to encounter them on a hunt. Yu Xiaoxiao and the others arrived at this somewhat shabby-looking small village. Inside the village, there were only the old, young, and women left behind. All of their adult men had gone into the mountain to hunt. Although the hunters only dared to hunt on the outskirts of the mountain, the forest in that area stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Thus, the men only came back to the village once every 10 to 14 days. When the elderly and women in the village saw the group of people with their large horses, splendid clothing and imposing demeanors, they knew that they weren't ordinary folks. Even their bodyguards and maidservants were dressed in such a way that showed that their masters had an extraordinary rank. Thus, these villagers only dared to watch them from afar and even made sure to keep their children and grandchildren close by, in order to avoid inadvertently offending these noble personages and bringing disaster upon themselves. Although the elderly and women had curiosity written on their faces, there was no sign of timidity among them. After all, these were all the families of tough hunters. Even the women and elders were able to pick up weapons and fight when needed. Out of the entire group, Yu Xiaoxiao looked the most harmless. Thus, she volunteered herself to negotiate with one of the villagers to use their home as a temporary resting place for them. She headed towards the largest residence that was in the village and had a bright and warm smile on her face. She spoke genially towards the elder and child who stood in front of the doors and said, "Old grandfather, it's nice to meet you. We're merely passing through the area and it's getting dark. We would like to rest at your gracious abode. Do you think we'd be able to?" The old man's hair and beard had gone completely white with age, but his body was still strong and hale. His back was straight and his complexion was ruddy with health. There was a scar running across his forehead that he had most likely gotten from a hunting injury in his youth, but it didn't make him look scary. The young boy next to him looked to be around 10 years old and also looked quite strong. The boy held a hunting knife in his hand and had a wary look on his face. The old man observed her minutely. He saw that the young maiden in front of him had bright and pure eyes with a brilliant smile on her face. He returned a genial smile and said, "You all are here to hunt, right? I won't hide it from you. Every year, our village will get a few noble guests like yourselves who are here to tour the mountains and hunt game. If you noble folks don't mind our crude situations, then please stay here." Grandfather. The little boy didn't seem to welcome them at all as the expression on his face showed that he rejected them. It would be hard to blame him. After all, not everyone was easy to get along with. Generally, the more noble and highly ranked the people were, the more issues they had. Last time, when they had housed some noble young maidens and masters, those people regarded everything around them with obvious disdain. They even claimed that the food that was served to them was only fit to feed pigs. The people in front of them looked a lot more difficult to get along with than their past guests, especially that man who was dressed entirely in black riding on a black horse. That man had an expression on his face as if everyone owed him a couple hundred taels and his eyes were like knives. He didn't even dare to meet that person's eyes. As for the man dressed entirely in white, although he had a smile on his face, the smile didn't reach his eyes, so he clearly wasn't someone to tussle with either. Out of the 6 people in this group, only the young older sister in front of him seemed easy to communicate with. His grandfather was already of an advanced age and his mother was sick in bed. He truly didn't want to serve these people and end up not even getting a word of gratitude back. The old man lowered his head to look at his young grandson and rubbed his head. These noble folks had headed towards their residence as soon as they entered the village. If they refused them without a good reason, wouldn't that end up offending them to their detriment? That being said, he had lived for many years and had a good eye for people. Instinctually, he could tell that this group of people weren't the type to throw around their wealth and rank for no reason or bully the common people. "Honored, noble guests, please head inside," he commanded his young grandson. "Take these guests and their horses to the stable in the back of the residence. Make sure their animals get some fodder and water. There's no need to trouble this young fellow. Just tell me the general direction of the building. We brought along fodder for our animals." Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to minimize the amount of trouble they caused for these people, so she tactfully refused the old man's good intentions. The little boy sneered slightly and muttered quietly, "What do you mean by troubling us? You may have brought your own fodder along, but did you also bring your own water too?" "Xiaohu." The old man reprimanded his grandson and smiled apologetically at Xiaoxiao and the others. When he saw that they didn't look angry, it confirmed his initial impressions of the group. Jin Xiaohu puffed up his cheeks and reluctantly led them towards the shed for the animals. His family's residence looked very similar to the residence Xiaoxiao's family had in Dongshan village prior to their upgrades. It was a decently sized courtyard residence and had a 5-room main building. The 2 side courtyards contained 3-room buildings. The shack sheltering their draft animals was on the left side from where they first entered, and there was already a strong and hale-looking donkey hitched in there. After the group of 6 horses had all been led into the shelter, the originally large and spacious shack seemed much more crowded now. That large donkey had been squeezed into the corner by Fierce Wind and Little Red and regarded the other strange guests timidly. Hu Xiaoliang retrieved the fodder and fed the horses until they were full. Little Red still acted spoiled towards Xiaoxiao and managed to beg a few pieces of rock candy to eat. When it saw Fierce Wind staring at it pitifully, it magnanimously gave the black horse a piece of candy to eat. As for the large donkey on the side, who was salivating over its leftover fodder, Little Red revealed a look full of disdain at this country bumpkin. "How is it? You've never had anything like this before, right? As for me, I've eaten this since I was young and sometimes feel sick of it." They left Hu Xiaoliang there to take care of their picky horses. Yu Xiaoxiao and Zhu Junyang had been invited to enter the living area. The old man gave them a brief tour of the residence, introducing the various parts of the house. Although their space seemed large and they had a lot of rooms, they also had quite a few people in their family. His sons, grandsons, and other elderly folks altogether came out to be 9 people. Other than Xiaohu, who was by his side, the rest of the men had gone into the mountain. As for his daughters-in-law, other than his 3rd daughter-in-law, who was ill in bed, the rest of them had gone to the wastelands at the foot of the mountain to harvest the corn they had planted there. Last year, his eldest son had waited in line for a whole day and night at the grain store in town in order to buy the corn seeds that were rumored to produce 1,000 caddies per mu during harvest. After they finished their summer harvest, they followed the instruction booklet and planted the corn seeds. Although the land at the foot of the mountains was a bit infertile, the corn that grew out of it didn't seem to be affected by the poor quality soil. Clearly, this type of crop wasn't very picky. Their about 1 mu of land had all grown very well and the corn ears were quite large and plump. Although he didn't have much experience in planting crops, he could tell that the yield from this crop wouldn't be very small. They had just reached the harvest season but all of his sons were in the mountains. Fortunately, his daughters-in-law were all hard workers. As soon as it was light out, they set out to the fields to harvest corn. The other families in the village all kept an eye on them to see how their 1 mu of corn planting went. They all said that if their family had a good harvest, then, at the start of spring next year, they also planned on going into town to stand in line to buy seeds. That way, the money they had carefully saved throughout the year could be used to buy seeds and improve their family's circumstances. Cough cough, father, we have guests here. I'll go make some food. A sickly matron with a yellow complexion walked out of one of the side rooms after supporting herself at the door sill. She had one hand on her chest as she coughed incessantly. Yu Xiaosao noticed that her face was turning red from the effort and that her breathing was labored. She guessed that this woman likely had something wrong with her bronchioles or lungs. Mother, you haven't gotten better yet. Quickly go back and lie down. They brought their own servants, so if they want to eat anything, they can make it themselves. Jin Xiaohu stepped forward and supported the woman. He used his small body to help his mother support herself. As he walked her back to the room, he even looked back to glare angrily at Xiaosao and the others. The old man hurriedly tried to explain the actions of his grandson. My daughter-in-law had gotten a chill from the wind a few days ago. She refused to go see the doctor and insisted on staying at home, nursing herself with some common medicine. Yesterday night she ran a fever. Xiaohu is worried about his mother. Guests, please don't take it to heart. Yu Xiaosao reckoned that this woman's fever likely worsened her respiratory issues, so she took out a bottle of pills that were used to treat chills and respiratory ailments. She handed it over and said, these are pills from Tongren Medicine Hall and are used to treat chills and lung ailments. It also can treat coughs and fevers. You should have Auntie take one pill at each meal. After taking it for 3 days, she should feel much better. Xiaosao still had quite a bit of confidence in the pills that she personally made. Medicinal pills from Tongren Medicine Hall. The old man repeatedly waved a hand in refusal. He had gone to the prefectural city to sell fur pelts a while ago and had walked past Tongren Medicine Hall. There had been many people in line there, waiting to buy medicines. The people said that their pills and syrups cost a few hundred taels per bottle and, despite the high price, were still often sold out. Every time new stock came in, it would very quickly disappear after people scrambled to buy some. The pills and syrups all had an expiration date of 1 year or later. Any family who had some money would always have some at home. It was better to be prepared. The tiny bottle of pills in front of him likely cost a few hundred taels. His whole family was good at hunting but, at most, they could make 30 to 50 taels a year. When they were lucky and were able to kill an animal that had a rare pelt of fur, they could sell it for around 100 taels. Their whole family would need to save money for many years before they could afford to buy such an expensive bottle of pills. We were fated to meet by chance, so please take it. Just take it as our rental fees for the next few days. Auntie's illness should not go on any longer without being treated properly. Otherwise, a small illness could become much more serious. Yu Xiaosao stuffed the bottle full of pills into the old man's hands before asking, Old sir, where will we lodge tonight? We should unpack our luggage first and then begin to make food. I'm not going to lie to you. We've been camping outside for the past few days and we've started to long for some properly cooked food. The old man saw that she was sincere in her actions and didn't try to refuse anymore. He handed the bottle of pills to his grandson, who was already impatient to leave. As soon as Jin Xiaohu got the pills, he didn't even say a word of thanks before running into the room where his mother was resting to retrieve some warm water before giving her medication. Old man Jin shook his head and solemnly thanked them before he brought the whole group to the 3-roomed building on the east side. The smile on his face became more sincere as he said, this 3-roomed building normally doesn't have people living in it. You all can first place your luggage here. In a bit, when my 3 daughters-in-law come back, I'll have them help you clean things up. Xiaohuzi, quickly go to the back courtyard and pick some vegetables so we can start the fire and help the guests make food. No need, no need. We will do things ourselves. Without waiting for Xiaosao's command, Chunhua and Chushi began to clean up the rooms. The east building had 3 rooms. Zhu Junyang and Su Ran were assigned to one, Xiaosao and her 2 maid servants were in another, while the last one was for Hu Xiaoliang, who had gotten lucky this time and had his own room. When old man Jin's 3 daughters-in-law came back with baskets full of corn on their backs, they had already finished cleaning and organizing the 3 rooms. The beds had been made with their own bedding and Yu Xiaosao took her 2 maid servants to the kitchen to begin cooking. They made a large pot of preserved meat with rice and stir-fried some old string beans with stewed meat. In addition, they also made simmered eggplant casserole, stir-fried old cucumbers, and spicy and sour cabbage. The portion sizes of all of the dishes were quite large and was enough to feed their group as well as old man Jin's family. After all, they couldn't just make the host family wait to eat just because they borrowed their kitchen, right? When she saw that old man Jin's 3 daughters-in-law had to haul back giant baskets of corn after working an entire day in the fields, she instructed Hu Xiaoliang to bring 2 of the more gentle horses to help them bring their harvest back. After getting their host's permission, she picked out some more tender ears of corn from their basket and boiled them to eat. The sweet smell of cooked corn lured Xiaohu, who had been taking care of his mother this entire time, out of the room. He sidled by the kitchen and lightly sniffed the air with his nose. Not only did the smell of tasty preserved meat hit his nose, but he also identified a new, sweet and savory odor. It made the saliva pool in his mouth. Yu Xiaosao took out a just-cooked ear of corn from the pot and waved it in the air to cool it a bit before she beckoned the young boy over. Xiaohu, come here and try your family's corn. See if it tastes good or not. When Jin Xiaohu found out this corn was planted by his family, he didn't try to be polite and took the corn back to the room. Mother, are you feeling better? It's already been 2 days since you last ate. Eat some corn to fill your stomach first. In a bit, I'll go help eldest aunt to make supper. Corn. Xiaohu's mother had slept a bit after taking a pill and now felt much better. Her chest no longer felt as tight as before and she already had an appetite again. She took the ear of corn from her son and asked, "Did you eat any yet?" "That noble young maiden boiled many ears, so I'll go grab some more later." "Eat this first, okay. This is the corn that our family grew and it smells quite delicious." "It must be good." Jin Xiaohu secretly swallowed down his saliva and coaxed his mother to eat. Xiaohu's mother broke the ear in two and handed him half. She only began to gnaw on the corn in her hands after she saw him happily eating his share. The corn was soft and tender underneath their teeth. The more they chewed, the tastier it became. Even Xiaohu's mother couldn't help but eat bite after bite. After she inadvertently finished her portion of corn, she finally realized just how delicious it was. "Mother, it looks like noble guests that are here this time aren't the same as the ones we had last time. Although the man dressed in black doesn't look like someone we should offend, their servants haven't tried to bully or walk all over us. As for that young maiden who has skin as white as snow, she doesn't have any of the airs or arrogance of a noble family's young miss. She even personally went into the kitchen to make food. I peeked in there earlier and saw that she made a lot of food. There's a layer of preserved meat on top of the rice they cooked and they also made big portions of the other dishes. The spread is even better than what we eat during the New Year's." After Xiaohu finished eating his corn, he took his mother's finished cob and threw it into a corner in the courtyard. There were hens over there and they clucked excitedly over the new food. The fact that they just gave us these medicinal pills for free shows us that they're not bad people. We're only a mere hunter's family and have nothing of worth for them to covet. These people must have good hearts, so we must remember their kindness. Xiaohu's mother gently stroked her son's head and smilingly advised him. "Then, I'll go see if the traps we set earlier have any game in them. If they do, should I give them to the guests to add to their meal?" Jin Xiaohu no longer felt as resentful as he did earlier towards Xiaosao and the others. However, he still felt a bit conflicted inside. However, as soon as he exited the room, he discovered that the courtyard had an additional two giant, monstrous animals, one black and one white wolf. Or were they dogs? One of them had a still twitching roe deer in its mouth while the other had a gray bird. Are these two animals your pets?" Jin Xiaohu watched as those two placed their caught prey in front of the maiden dressed in pink like they were presenting treasures. Then, the two large creatures lay down in front of her, acting cute and begging for pets. Their actions didn't suit their large and ferocious-looking exteriors at all. Yu Xiaosao raised her head and saw that Jin Xiaohu had a face full of bewildered alarm and also a bit of anticipation. She grinned at him. "That's right, ah. Don't judge these two foolish ones by their appearances. Without their owner's command, they won't harm anyone. Especially Little Black, he's the good-natured one of the two. You can pet him if you like." The stupid roe deer that Little Black brought back suddenly jumped up from the ground and began to scramble around the courtyard in a panic. Little Black violently jumped over and used one claw to powerfully press the roe deer onto the ground until it couldn't budge. Only after that episode did Jin Xiaohu discover that the prey that these two brought back didn't have a single injury on them. As for the dusty gray bird that had been brought back by the white wolf, it was still calling out on occasion. "Oh ho, it's a hazel grouse ah. The sky has hazel grouse meat while the ground has donkey meat. Miss, you all are quite lucky today." Old man Jin had gone back and forth 2 times to help his family move the corn, and they had finished harvesting about 1 emu's worth of corn. The corn had been piled in the courtyard. Old man Jin made a quick estimate and was pretty sure that their harvest had exceeded 1,000 catties. This year, they would be able to save quite a bit of money that was normally used to buy grain during the winter. Yu Xiaosao had Zhu Junyang help to prepare the roe deer and hazel grouse meat. Then, she swiftly cooked up a pot of hazel grouse soup and stewed up a pot of roe deer meat. During the mealtime, she only served up enough food for their group and sent Chunhua and Chushi with the remaining food to give to the Jin family. Old man Jin attempted to refuse but saw that they sincerely wanted to give the food to them. He thanked them a few times and ended up taking their gift. There was savory preserved meat steamed on top of rice, a large basin of roe deer meat, a basin of hazel grouse soup, and a few different vegetable dishes. The Jin family couldn't bear to make this much food during the New Year's. "Grandfather, they have given us both medicine and food. Do you think there's something they want from us?" Jin Xiaohu gnawed on the roe deer meat as he mumbled out his question. What could they possibly want from us? Old man Jin was also a bit puzzled by their guests' generosity. "Father, do you think they want us to lead them into the mountain?" Last time, the eldest son of the Liu family was pressured to take some nobles up the mountain and ended up getting savaged by a black bear. When he got back, he only managed to endure for a few days before he passed, right? If they ask this of us, you absolutely cannot agree. How is this leading them into the mountains? This clearly is asking for us to act as bait. The Jin family's second daughter-in-law was a shrewd one. The other 2 daughters-in-law also began to look worried and anxious. They probably wouldn't, right? Do you think they really resemble those other people? Old man Jin placed down his bowl and chopsticks as he pondered over this. Father, how are they not the same as the others? To the rich and powerful, are we, commoners, even people to them? In my opinion, we need to be careful of suspicious folks bearing gifts as they are sure to be ill-intentioned, they likely have ulterior motives. His second daughter-in-law coldly huffed and picked up a piece of roe deer meat to chew on angrily. The rich added generous amounts of oil and seasonings to their food, so even the vegetables they cooked tasted better than what their own family made. Then what can we do? The other 2 daughters-in-law were so worried now that they had no appetite. Only the second daughter-in-law continued to eat with relish, as if this didn't affect her appetite. Grandfather, if they want us to bring them up the mountain, let me do it. I often run around the forest near the mountains and know where there aren't any fierce beasts but plenty of prey. Even if we encounter any danger, I have nimble legs and feet and will be able to run much faster than those weak and soft young masters and misses. After thinking about it in this way, Jin Xiaohu felt an urge to eat more. There was so much delicious food and savory meat. It'd be such a pity to not eat to his fill. It was better to fill his stomach than to continue to fret over this. As the Jin family continued to discuss how to avoid being taken advantage of, Xiao Cao and the others were currently making their plans for the next day to enter the mountain. Tomorrow, just the three of us should go up, right? Didn't they say that there are a lot of vicious creatures up there? It might not be a good thing to bring too many people along. Yu Xiaocao gestured between herself, Zhu Junyang and Su Ran as she proposed her idea. Chunhua and Chu Shi immediately objected. Our objective is to keep you safe, young miss. You also just said that there are fierce beasts in the mountain. We need to go with you. Hu Xiaoliang regarded them with a bit of disdain as he opined, with the master and head Su around, does Miss Yu still need you two to protect her? Just obediently stay back and don't drag them from behind. Look at me, I know my limits and didn't even try to bring myself along. Chunhua and Chu Shi wanted to continue to protest but they were interrupted by Zhu Junyang who made the final decision, alright, it'll just be the three of us. Bring along little black and little white. Cower, make sure you let those two know that they are not allowed to leave one step away from you. It's not a big deal. Don't I also have little glutinous dumpling? Ah. Yu Xiaocao pointed at the golden kitten that was sleeping soundly on her knee and gave a knowing look towards Zhu Junyang. Su Ran, who was sitting on the other side of Xiaocao, reached out and picked up the golden kitten by its scruff and brought it over. He met the kitten's golden eyes for a bit of time and then shook his head and put the angry little animal back down. He muttered to himself, this kitten's fur is a bit more brilliant than other cats, but I don't see anything else that's special about it. Are you sure it's able to protect you and wouldn't just run off at the first sign of danger? The second sentence he directed towards Xiaocao. Sir Su, don't underestimate it. Although little glutinous dumpling looks quite small, it's very fast and has sharp claws. It can easily attack an opponent's eyes. Even little black and the others don't dare to provoke it. Yu Xiaocao comforted the little divine stone who wanted to claw Su Ran for the insult. She said a few good words for it in front of Su Ran in order to have the other man not suspect her too much. Oh, it's that special EH. Then it must not be an ordinary house cat, right? Little lass, where did you go to get so many powerful pets? Su Ran was very interested in the arrogant and aloof white wolf. If it wasn't Xiao Cao's pet, he would have long snatched it over. Now, she even had an additional strong little kitten and it really piqued his curiosity and desire to investigate more into this. Yu Xiaocao unconfidently turned her gaze away and lifted the little golden kitten to her eye level. She had an unnatural smile on her face as she said, I had picked up little glutinous dumpling near the West Mountain, so who knows what type of breed it is. After raising it for so many years, it hasn't gotten bigger. It's always been so tiny and cute, so I kept it by my side. If I'm not remembering incorrectly, I believe your family also has a little roe deer that also hasn't grown throughout these years. Su Ran stretched out a hand towards Xiao Cao's cat but was pushed back by a swiping paw. Its speed was quite fast as he wasn't able to dodge it at all. He was pretty sure that the little fellow had retracted its claws for the sake of Xiao Cao. Otherwise, his hand right now would be dripping with blood. Not a single one of the little lass's pets were normal. Even the most normal-looking roe deer was as intelligent as a little devil. He heard that Missy from the Grand Princess Royal's estate had once asked Xiao Cao to give her the little roe deer. However, the animal had overheard her request. From then on, as long as Lassie went over to the Yu residence, the little roe deer would hide until even its shadow couldn't be found. It would only reappear once the other girl left. As for the white and black wolves, they were even more astounding. Now, she had a nondescript tiny little kitten whose speed was so fast that even he couldn't dodge it. However, in his eyes, the most unusual one still had to be the master of all of these pets. A teenage girl who was born in an ordinary farming family, whose ancestors had all been ordinary farmers and fishermen, had actually had a variety of talents appear on her. She knew how to improve crops to make them high-yielding, grow vegetables and fruits in greenhouses, manufacture medications, concoct medicinal cuisines, brew wine, cook food, make pastries and frozen desserts. It was also said that the little lass was talented at cultivating flowers. Any families in the capital who had a good relationship with the Fang family, if they liked growing flowers, then as soon as their flowers started to wilt, they would send it over. Every time when those flowers went back, it was as if those plants had received a second chance at life and had eaten a miracle medicine. Out of all of her abilities, other than farming and raising vegetables, the rest had very little to do with her farmer's family background. None of these other things would be something that a normal girl from a farmer's family would ever encounter, let alone become proficient in. If one started to investigate the little lass more closely, one would find that there were too many incongruencies. If it wasn't for the fact that the emperor had stopped him from doing so, he would have already begun to deeply investigate her background. It wasn't because he was afraid that the little lass would go rogue but more to satisfy his own burning curiosity. It seemed like the emperor already knew just what type of secret the little lass was hiding, which was why he especially told him to not examine her closely. Furthermore, he was instructed to do all he could to prevent other people from investigating the young maiden. Those who attempted to use or trip up the little lass would be warned. If they refused to listen, then he would directly get rid of them. His involvement was the reason why the little lass was able to do so much these past few years in the capital without encountering any sticky situations. Only after Su Ran stopped looking at the little golden kitten with that piercing gaze did Yu Xiaocao's nervous expression finally relax a bit. With Sir Su's astute mind and abilities, she was sure that little glutinous dumpling's abilities and her secrets would all be an open book to him. There was nothing that she could do to hide from him if he decided to investigate more. She silently prayed that Sir Su would never become too curious about the little divine stone. Don't worry, the man surnamed Su listens to the commands of your emperor. As long as the emperor doesn't want him to, he won't do more than what is required. If you don't believe me, you can ask your man. Doesn't he have the ability to partially read people's minds? The little divine stone, in its kitten form, lazily stretched out its body and then jumped on the table. It used its paw to pick up a piece of cumin roe deer meat and threw it towards Little Black and Little White, who were waiting for scraps of food underneath the table. It had no interest in foods that had no spiritual energy in them, even if they tasted very good. After all, at its current level of cultivation, it hadn't gained a sense of taste yet. Xiao Cao saw that when Sir Su finished eating his evening meal, he went straight back to his room to rest and didn't inquire more about the little golden kitten. She threw a questioning look towards Zhu Junyang, who had just placed down his bowl and chopsticks. Zhu Junyang didn't want to see her worry about this and immediately explained the situation to her. If the emperor doesn't want him to investigate something, Chief Steward Su will not do so. Tell me, does the emperor already know your secret? Is that why he's prohibiting other people from investigating into you? The emperor is wise and far-sighted, with clear-sighted eyes. What can possibly escape his gaze? Yu Xiaocao had a helpless expression on her face and then remarked in a slightly joyful tone of voice, fortunately, the emperor is a wise and benevolent ruler and doesn't covet this official's treasure. Otherwise, I don't even want to think about it. Zhu Junyang fell silent for a moment and there wasn't a single expression on his face as he lightly drew the little lass into his arms and placed his chin on her head. He stayed like that for a long time before he finally broke his silence and said, "Don't be afraid, this prince is here for you." Yu Xiaocao suddenly felt her eyes grow hot and sparkling tears appeared in them. She was very well aware of the deep meaning behind his words. Don't be afraid, even if the entire world is against you, this prince will always stay by your side and protect you using my own body, keeping you safe for eternity. She forcefully blinked the tears back from her eyes and deliberately stated in a light and happy voice, "You are right. Even if the sky falls, I have someone tall to shield me. Why should we worry about what ifs? Life is so beautiful, so we need to treasure all of the good parts. Royzi, from your behavior, this young maiden will now declare that your probation period has ended early. Really? Then this prince will immediately have someone send a letter back to my parents to have them prepare the matters around proposing marriage." Zhu Junyang didn't expect this to happen and was extremely happy by this change in the situation. His enchanting and alluring phoenix eyes suddenly glowed with joy and were so bright they could blind a person. His handsome face, which sometimes looked androgynously beautiful, had a large grin on it that couldn't be concealed. Yu Xiaocao's large pair of eyes curved up in happiness and her dimples became quite apparent as she continued to gaze at that alluringly handsome face. The man before her only showed his good sides to her alone. His tall and imposing figure paired with his strong body always seemed to stand in front of her, shielding her from the wind and rain that raged outside. Why did she still need to worry about her own personal gains and losses at this point? She was sure that her partner would be this man. In addition, she was confident that this deliriously happy man in front of her would be the one to give her a lifetime of happiness. No need to rush. We're still about 3 to 4 months from the New Year's. It won't be too late to propose marriage at the start of spring next year. Yu Xiaocao softly said and the look in her eyes was incredibly gentle and soft. Zhu Junyang placed his hands around her slender waist and suddenly lifted her up high, as if he was holding up a priceless treasure. Then he gently placed her down as he spoke somewhat incoherently, "How could I not be in a rush? This prince has waited for so many years for this exact day. This won't do. I need to write a letter and send it by pigeon immediately to tell my lady mother to ask the head priest of Huguo Temple to calculate a fortuitous day. Also, she needs to start preparing the items needed for the 3 letters and 6 rites." As he spoke, he let go of her hand and was about to hastily walk out the room. He was pulled back by Yu Xiaocao, who didn't know whether she should laugh or cry at his actions. "Don't you know what time is it right now? It's already completely dark outside and the homing pigeons should be resting right now. That being said, did you bring any homing pigeons along on this trip?" Zhu Junyang gradually calmed down after hearing Xiaocao's words. A hint of self-deprecation and embarrassment appeared on his handsome face as he admitted, "This prince was so happy that I became befuddled. How about we head back to the stud farm tomorrow? We'll have plenty of chances to hunt and gather herbs in the future." "You're being absurd now." They were already at the foot of the mountain and Yu Xiaocao had no desire to postpone this hunting trip. Where did that shrewd, calm, and meticulous royal Prince Yang the First know disappear to? Isn't this becoming hasty out of pure happiness? Zhu Junyang also thought that he was being a bit ridiculous. He pulled the little lass, who was behind him, into a hug and enjoyed the feeling of her soft body against his. He then landed a fiery kiss on her temples and started to become a little unruly. Yu Xiaocao escaped from his arms and pushed him out of the room. "It's getting late and we need to prepare to enter the mountain tomorrow. Go back to your room and rest. What else do we need to prepare now? Don't we just need to bring your secret barbecue seasonings along? How can we possibly starve with that?" Zhu Junyang wanted that fragrant and sweet body to stay with him and held onto her again. This time, he secretly tightened his grip. In a few more months, the little lass would be labeled officially as his. His heart desperately wanted to scream, to let the entire world know that she was about to become his official fiancée. Yu Xiaocao could sense the roiling emotions in the man behind her. She didn't want things to go too far in this simple and crude room. She cooled down her voice as she blandly asked, "Is it hard to understand my words?" "Easy to understand. Very easy. This prince is not one of those people who is all talk and no action. I'm also not the type to say beautiful words to trick young maidens and forget what I pledged later on. I still remember that men need to follow the 3 injunctions and 4 virtuous things to do. They are, the man must listen and obey his wife's commands. When the wife goes out, the man needs to go as well." Zhu Junyang sensed that the little lass was feeling a bit uneasy and hurriedly recited the standards of the optimal man to her. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't take it anymore and burst out into laughter. She coquettishly turned around to look him in the eye as she said, "Then, this young maiden orders you, let me go. Step away and leave." Zhu Junyang obediently let go of her and didn't try to sneak another touch in. He dilly-dallied in the room, not wanting to leave, so Yu Xiaoxiao had to push him out of the side room. When she saw that the master room in the courtyard was dark and that there was a shadow of Su Ran's body on the opposite bed, she decided that no one was paying attention to them and she hurriedly snatched a kiss from her man's perfect, red lips. Having a man was like having a pet. If you didn't give them some treats now and then, they wouldn't listen to you. Her actions were quite unexpected but extremely welcome for Zhu Junyang. However, his greedy heart still felt like the kiss was over too quickly. He didn't even get to taste her when it ended. It happened so quickly that it felt like just an illusion. The moon was out tonight and shone brightly. The watery light from the moon shone on the little lass's snow-white face and seemed to make her skin glow. He felt like he could never get enough of her delicate brows and eyes. His eyes became extremely gentle and soft as he stared at her, as if he was gazing at a rare and precious treasure. He lightly held the young maiden's face and bent over to get closer and closer to those red lips that seemed as tender and lovely as a flower. Cough cough, cough cough. Suddenly, the sound of heavy coughs could be heard from the neighboring room, followed by Su Ran's clear voice, "Royal Prince Yang, do you prefer sleeping at the head or the tail of the Kong bed?" During the 9th month, the lands near the northern border already had cold and chilly mornings and evenings. Old man Jin, who was quite hospitable, had lit up the Kong beds in the east courtyard's 3 rooms. Su Ran had earlier sensed that there was someone who wanted to act like a hungry wolf on the other side of the window. It looked like that bad wolf was trying to take advantage of a certain young maiden. Since he had agreed to that maidservant Wudong's request, then he needed to complete his task. Thus, he found an excuse to butt in on someone else's wicked conduct. Zhu Junyang's lips were only around 2 centimeters away from Xiao Xiao's and that unexpected voice had cut off his desire. His handsome face momentarily darkened and regrets surfaced up within his heart. Why did they have to bring such an irksome fellow along on this trip? Chief Steward Su was truly too indiscreet, right? Zhu Junyang was absolutely sure that this fellow was interrupting them on purpose. Yu Xiaoxiao muffled her laughter and looked like a little squirrel eating a pine cone. When she saw the alluringly bewitching face in front of her face, she knew that he was quite upset with nowhere to vent his temper. She felt her heart soften, so she gently hugged him again before rising up on her tiptoes and giving a quick kiss on his attractive lips. The tight look on Zhu Junyang's face seemed to relax a bit and he bent down his body to swiftly return a kiss. His voice sounded deep and slightly gloomy as he hoarsely said, "You must be tired after traveling hard these past few days, right? Go rest early. Tomorrow, if you're still tired, we can rest another day before heading up." "No need. My body is perfectly fine." Yu Xiaoxiao had gulped down a cup of mystic stone water earlier and the vast majority of her exhaustion had disappeared. "The kitchen has hot water, so you should have Xiao bring some over to soak your feet. It really helps in relaxing you. Also, I'll brew some tea for you and, in a moment, I'll have Chunhua bring it over. Don't drink too much tea at night. Otherwise, you'll have trouble sleeping." The little lass chattered on, just like a young married wife incessantly reminding her husband just before he left. Zhu Junyang thought that this was quite a novel experience for him and didn't want to let her go. Finally, Xiao Xiao managed to pull herself out of this beautiful man's trap and pushed this fellow back to his own room. As for Su Ran, who had been in his room this entire time, he had seen the sticky sweet actions between the two of them. However, he didn't try to interrupt them at all. The little lass and Royal Prince Yang were a young couple in love. There was no need for him to act as an annoying bystander. If he turned a blind eye to all of this, it would pass quite soon. The next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao woke up very early to make breakfast. Like before, she made enough breakfast to feed her entire group as well as the Jin family. There was a pot of thick congee, soft and tasty steamed white buns, and Xiao Xiao's preserved vegetables made from her own secret recipe. Although it was a bit simple, everyone ate the food with relish. Old man Jin had already concluded that this group of rich people was different from the last lot. Although the 2 men in the group were more cold, they didn't stand on ceremonies and demand ridiculous things. Nor did any of them look down on them for being common peasants. The delicate young maiden who loved to smile was especially cordial to everyone. She didn't seem to have any of the innate arrogance of a young miss from a noble family. These people were generous to others and never made them feel like they were conferring a great favor when they gave a gift to others. It felt like they were being honored and respected instead. He had seen the noble guests packing their luggage. Just as they were about to leave to head to the mountain, he warned them out of the goodness of his heart. "There are many fierce beasts deep in the mountain, so you all must be very careful. I would advise you to avoid going too far into the forests and instead spend more time on the outskirts to get some hunting done instead." Zhu Junyang nodded his head at the old man. Although his face was expressionless, he appreciated the other man's good intentions. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled brightly and thanked him. "Thank you, Grandfather Jin, for your reminder. We appreciate your good thoughts, so don't worry about us all. I left some fodder for those horses we're leaving here, so I'll have to trouble Grandfather Jin and Xiaohu to help us out and make sure they get fed every day." "Not a problem at all. Please be at ease. We promise that we will take good care of your horses." Old man Jin solemnly nodded his head and almost saluted them. Xiao Xiao saw that the 2 handsome men were done packing their bags and were ready to go, so she picked up her own bag and turned to wave goodbye to their hosts. She grinned, "Make sure to dry out the newly harvested corn when there's a nice day. After the kernels are dry, you can stone grind them into cornmeal, which can be added into flatbread or used to make steamed buns. It tastes best if you mix it with some white flour as the texture and mouthfeel is great. I left 2 bags of white flour in the kitchen. Just take it as our thanks for keeping an eye on our luggage and feeding the horses." Before old man Jin and his grandson could reply, she scampered away to chase after the two tall men, one who was dressed entirely in white while the other was dressed entirely in black. Chunhua and Chushi both carried a bundle on their backs and followed her closely from behind. Grandfather, we've encountered some generous people. My mother, after taking the medication they gave us last evening, didn't cough for the entire night and also didn't have any issues breathing either. She slept very well. Jin Xiao, who had already retracted his thorny exterior a while ago. He stared at the group of 6 as they left and his gaze held a bit of gratitude in it. At this time, a few of the other villagers came over to ask about the new guests. The two of them vaguely replied with minimal details about the noble guests. How could they tell them exactly what had happened? If they told the other people that these people were kind-hearted, not arrogant, and generous, wouldn't those villagers who like to take advantage of others come out of the woodwork and cause issues? Later on, the topic of the conversation went to their family's harvest of corn. When the other villagers saw how much corn they had in their courtyard, they all became quite envious and expressed the desire to buy seeds from them. Old man Jin remembered what his eldest son had told him and hastily explained to the other villagers that it was best for them to buy corn seeds in town next year. The seeds from their harvest may not necessarily maintain the high yield. Some of the villagers didn't believe him, so old man Jin could only sell them some seeds. As for the other people, they decided to wait like their family and go into town next year and buy corn seeds from the grain shops. Later on, those villagers found out that planting the corn seeds they bought from the Jin family on the same type of land with the same type of management resulted in vastly different yields from those who bought seeds from the grain shops. Only then did the villagers believe his words and regret their previous decisions. As for Xiao Xiao's group, not long after they left the village, they had entered the start of the mountainous forest. It truly was an old forest and couldn't be compared to the West Mountain back in Xiao Xiao's hometown. Although they were only on the outskirts, they would see beautifully plumaged golden pheasants fly by from time to time or a few wild hares suddenly appearing in the underbrush. They could hear the sounds of living creatures on both sides of the trail they were on. Xiao Xiao took out her scented bags filled with herbs that repelled insects and snakes and gave them to Hu Xiaoliang and everyone else. The little divine stone had helped her increase the potency of these herbs. It told her that all of the bugs and snakes in the area could feel it and were keeping a wide berth from them. That way she wouldn't be frightened by them. Although during the harder times she had previously caught a king rat snake and made it into a soup, as a girl, she still wasn't very fond of these soft and long animals. The mountainous forest became more and more dense and the shrubs and underbrush became more and more lush. Fortunately, they had the two experts, Zhu Junyang and Chief Steward Su, in the front opening the way. Xiao Xiao was behind them, carrying a tiny bag on her shoulders. From time to time, she would pick off a leaf and use it as a tiny flute and whistle a little ditty. She seemed quite free and unrestrained. In the past, when she was still living in Dongshan village, she often entered the mountain and ran a few times in the deep forest. Consequently, she was quite at ease in this area. Everyone else also had no problems with this terrain, so their speed didn't decrease at all. Yu Xiaoxiao's primary goal was to find some rare medicinal ingredients. Hunting was only a side perk. Therefore, as soon as she entered the mountainous forest, she had the little divine stone transform into its kitten form and let it roam independently. Since some extremely rare medicinal herbs that were on the older side had their own spiritual energy, the little divine stone would be the best to find them as it was very sensitive towards spiritual energy. It could be said that it was a rare ingredient detector. In the front was Zhu Junyang, who was opening the way. He constantly thought of the little lass and worried as if she was a porcelain doll, trying to keep her from getting any bumps or bruises. From time to time he would look back to see how she was doing. When he saw that a tiny kitten had appeared on her shoulders, his phoenix eyes flashed a bit but his expression stayed the same. Su Ran, on the other hand, laughed when he saw the little cat. Why did you bring this little guy along? Does it have a special task at hand? Sir Su, don't look down on little glutinous dumpling. I've trained it to especially be able to find rare medicinal ingredients. It has a very sensitive nose and can accurately distinguish the smell of rare herbs from a bunch of other smells. I heard that Jinolin produces ginseng, reishi mushroom, and other precious ingredients. Perhaps little glutinous dumpling will be able to find a lot today. Yu Xiaoxiao quickly outlined the little divine stone's abilities such that, in the future, Su Ran wouldn't feel too suspicious. Just as she finished speaking, it seemed like she had sealed the deal. The little golden kitten suddenly jumped off her shoulders and swiftly ran towards a cliff on the right side. In a blink of an eye, it came back with a frog that was even larger than itself in its mouth. Yu Xiaoxiao stared at it for a moment and called out in surprise, wow! An Asiatic grass frog. Not only does it have tender meat but it also can be used to make hosma, which is a very valuable tonic. It is very nourishing, helps support the lungs, and improves one's mind. She took out a sack from Chunhua's luggage and put the Asiatic grass frog that little glutinous dumpling caught inside. She then spoke further to the two men in front, if you two see any more forest frogs like this, remember to catch them for me. Tonight, I'll roast some forest frogs for us to eat. The two of them were incredibly handsome in their own ways and accepted their mission to continue opening up the road while they looked for more frogs for her. In fact, the two of them actually ended up catching quite a lot. That night, when they camped down, Yu Xiaoxiao began to prepare all of these Asiatic grass frogs and made a secret special sauce to roast them until they were delicious. The two men, who had worked hard the whole day, were able to eat their fill. She herself spent some extra time to extract hosma from all of the frogs. Hosma that had been infused with spiritual energy from the little divine stone was even more effective than the normal kind. When they returned, she was planning on sending some to Princess Consort Jing and Imperial Prince Jing so they could take it to nourish their bodies. She was sure that the effects would be very good. Zhu Junyang watched as the little lass, who had walked a whole day in the mountain, worked tirelessly to extract the hosma. A whole sack of forest frogs only produced around 2 small jars of hosma, and one of those jars was going to be sent to his lady mother. He felt his heart soften immediately. The little lass never forgot to send anything that was good for the body to his mother. If it wasn't for the little lass tirelessly helping to nourish his mother's body, he was pretty sure that she'd be bedridden at this time. Memories came back from long ago. Back then, the imperial physicians, who had been sent to diagnose and treat his lady mother, had once tactfully told his lord father that his mother's life was likely destined to be short because of her weak constitution. Now, their residence's imperial physician Jung was almost like a decoration. This was because the little lass had prescribed special medical cuisines to everyone in the household according to their body constitutions. Furthermore, she would even send some tasty foods and drinks over from time to time. His lady mother, who had previously been wan and weak, had been treated so well that her complexion was rosy and her body healthy. Not even a sneeze came out of her anymore. All of this was due to the little lass in front of him. Zhu Junyang revealed a gentle and soft expression on his handsome face and involuntarily attributed her actions to loving the house and its crow. He thought that because she liked him, that was the reason why she treated his family members so well. It must be that reason. Royzy, over there, there's a purple reishi mushroom. A clear and melodious voice sounded in the deep thickets. It startled all of the nearby birds, causing them to flee into the air. Zhu Junyang raised his head and followed the little golden kitten as it jumped around. He was light on his feet as he leapt onto a tree that had a trunk thick enough for several people to put their arms around it. There were plenty of old and majestic trees like this one in the forest. Towards the top of the tree, he could see a giant hole in the tree at the top. He couldn't tell if it appeared because the tree had gotten hit by lightning before or for some other reason. The little golden kitten stopped right outside that hole and lazily looked back at him. It used its paw to point at a stalk of purple reishi mushroom that was growing out of the hole in the tree. They had already been in the mountains for 3 days now, and Zhu Junyang had gotten used to this little kitten surprising him from time to time. He inspected the reishi mushroom. It had a dense purple color and seemed to have an inner glow. Even someone like him, who didn't know much about medicinal materials, could tell that it wasn't a common object. He took out a dagger from his boot and carefully cut out the reishi mushroom along with a small portion of wood from the tree. Once he came down from the tree, Xiao Cao impatiently came over and carefully took the purple reishi mushroom from his hands. She inspected it with a face full of happy greed. Su Ran also sidled over to take a glance as he calmly said, "This purple reishi mushroom must be at least a few hundred years old. Such a rare and old herb is invaluable." Yu Xiaocao gleefully put the reishi mushroom away and then spoke to him. "With this, the Grand Tutor's diabetes, the matriarch of Count Boyang's residence dizziness, and my tonic to resist aging will all have one of its main ingredients. Little glutinous dumpling, good job ah. Stop calling this divine stone by the name Little Glutinous Dumpling. This name is too lowly and not worthy of my divine status." The little divine stone once again protested the name given to it by Xiao Cao. Despite its resistance, it was never able to break away from it, and it was really annoyed that it had such an inglorious nickname. Little Glutinous Dumpling has a nice ring to it. Furthermore, it has a great meaning. Round and smooth, which hints at you reuniting with Goddess Nuwa in a smooth and happy manner. Yu Xiaocao placated the little divine stone, who was about to explode in a temper tantrum, with a half-truth. This treasure mountain truly had quite a number of rare ingredients around, so she still needed the divine stone to keep searching them for her. The little divine stone jumped on her shoulders and angrily scratched at her pigtails, making them messy. It only felt better after her hair had become a rat's nest. Su Ran stared at the little kitten who was wreaking havoc on Xiao Cao's hair. He was very puzzled by all of this. How could a seemingly ordinarily little cat, not much different than a newborn kitten, do such incredible things? Truly, it looked like what Xiao Cao said was right. This cat had an uncanny ability to find precious medicinal herbs. They had been in the mountains for 3 days. Other than the Asiatic grass frog on the first day, they also obtained 2 stalks of 100-year-old ginseng on the second day. Now, today, they managed to get a few 100-year-old purple reishi mushroom. If any one of these herbs got taken out, it would cause a ruckus, with people rushing to grab them. Lass, when you leave, you need to hide your little kitten well. It's like the goose that lays the golden eggs and is a true treasure. Even Su Ran himself, who always thought no amount of money could move him, couldn't help but feel tempted by this little fellow's abilities. You're the female goose, your whole family are female geese. The little golden kitten became infuriated again and rushed towards Su Ran like a bullet. Its paws whooshed as it attempted to make the odious fellow in front of him get a new, beggar's outfit. Fortunately, Su Ran was skilled at martial arts and was able to block the cat's attacks with difficulty before Xiao Cao hurriedly rushed over and called the cat back, hugging it close to her body. His clothes were therefore spared ravagement. This little fellow's speed was truly too quick. It was harder to stop him than all of the concealed weapons he had encountered in this lifetime. Su Ran felt some lingering fear as he gazed at the little kitten, who was currently brandishing its claws at him from Xiao Cao's arms. He really didn't know how he had offended the little fellow. Earlier, he was clearly complimenting it for its abilities. This fellow is quite smart and has an intelligence to rival a teenager. Earlier, when you said that it was like the goose that lays the golden eggs, it became angry at being compared to a goose. Zhu Junyang grinned happily from the side, taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune. Earlier, when little glutinous dumpling was having its temper tantrum, he didn't lift a single finger to help the other man despite being close by. It was worth having this eyesore long as he finally got to see Chief Steward Su in a less than flattering situation. Su Ran shook his head in bemusement and said, "Just what type of breed is this cat? It not only has a very keen nose but can also understand what humans say. If it wasn't the pet of the little lass, I would want to grab it for myself so I could inspect it more. Sir Su, if you like it, then you can borrow it for the next few days. Little glutinous dumpling is very easy to take care and it can hunt for itself. You don't need to do much. However, it loves to play and can sometimes run off for a dozen days to half a month. It's quite wild. Yu Xiaoxiao kept her two hands around the little kitten as she presented it towards Su Ran. The little divine had a look of disdain on its face as it bared its fangs in protest. Strike. This divine stone proclaims a strike. Ahead of us, not very far, is a stalk of ginseng that is over 1,000 years old. I originally wanted to find it for you. Now, HMPH. I can save myself the trouble now. Don't be so petty. Sir Su isn't someone who has a greedy and dark heart. He's only a bit curious about you, that's all. He won't do anything to you. Yu Xiaoxiao placed its furry little body next to her cheek and gently rubbed herself against it. She talked to the little divine stone in a flattering manner through their mind-to-mind link. You're just a sellout looking for honor. Although that fellow has quite a bit of power and is skilled at martial arts, in front of this divine stone, it's not enough. With this divine being's current level of cultivation, I just need to extend a small finger to subdue that fellow. You don't need to lower yourself in front of him to beg for favor. The little divine stone's dark golden eyes flashed with an evil light. Su Ran felt the little golden kitten's malice emanating towards him and felt a large sense of danger approaching him. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and cautiously stared at the kitten's eyes that were shining with ill will. He revealed a small bitter smile and shook his head at Xiaoxiao. Forget about it. I don't think I can enjoy this kind of glory. I'm pretty sure that it only does this for you. If anyone else tried, it would rebel and be untamable. Royal Prince Yang, do you want to try? This prince is not as honored as Chief Steward Su. Even you have been rebuffed by the cat, so this prince will not bother even trying. Zhu Junyang glanced at the fierce little cat that was in Xiaoxiao's arms and revealed a scared expression. Looks like you know some tact. The little divine stone's voice suddenly appeared in his mind and ended up shocking Zhu Junyang to his bones. When he sensed Su Ran looking over in his direction, he hurriedly adjusted his expression, pretending as if nothing had happened. A woo, a familiar howl could be heard. Before long, Little Black's large and sturdy body suddenly appeared before the group of humans. This fellow instantly began to act like a large black dog as soon as it saw its owner. Its fluffy black tail was raised high and it waved back and forth in excitement. It had spent a lot of time with the other dogs in Dongshan village in the past, so it also had picked up some dog-like habits from them. Little Black proudly presented the object in its mouth by carefully placing it in front of Xiaoxiao. Everyone stared at the object. Surprisingly, it wasn't some prey the wolf had caught and was instead a stalk of ginseng that was about the size of a person's thumb. The ginseng still had a layer of fresh dirt on it. Apparently, when this fellow saw the little cat, who it had determined to be something it couldn't offend, being praised by everyone for finding old ginseng, it became envious and jealous. It decided to stop hunting game and began to dig around for herbs. Unexpectedly, it had actually ended up finding a stalk of ginseng. Although this ginseng wasn't very old, it was still an authentic stalk of northeast ginseng from the mountains. Furthermore, this fellow was quite observant and didn't break a single part of the herb. However, this fellow's nose and mouth now had a thick layer of soil on it. Paired with its fawning attitude, it looked quite foolish. Little White, who was holding a large hazel grouse in its mouth, had a look of pure disdain on its face, as if it didn't want to acknowledge that this foolish fellow was its own younger brother. Yu Xiaoxiao stifled her urge to laugh and helped Little Black wipe off all of the dirt from its face. She rubbed its large head and generously complimented the wolf. Little Black is truly too talented. You were able to learn how to find ginseng so quickly. Tonight, I'll make sure to add an extra chicken leg to your food. Little Black cracked open its large mouth, which made it look like it was grinning broadly. It used its claws to gently push at the ginseng it had dug up, telling its master to quickly put the ginseng away. Following that, it sent a look full of pride at Little White as if it was saying, aren't you always showing off how capable you are? Being able to catch a hazel grouse. But look here, the master already said that tonight I'm going to get an extra chicken leg. None will be going to you. Su Ran could apparently tell what the wolf was thinking from its expressions and couldn't help but laugh. Lass, I feel like all of the pets you raise are like you. Hardworking and very interesting. I don't actually want to receive a compliment like that, alright Yu Xiaoxiao packed the ginseng away. Although she couldn't sell it for a sky-high price, she could still use it to make some ginseng shampoo, conditioner, or add its essence to some skincare products. It was quite useful after all. Not even a bit like a wolf. So shameful The little divine stone truly disdained Little Black's actions, so it huffed at the animal. Then it remarked arrogantly, this divine being won't quibble with these silly mortals. Let's go, I'm going to bring you to that ginseng that's over 1,000 years old. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't restrain herself from cheering in glee. Her eyes shifted a bit under the flabbergasted looks of Su Ran and Zhu Junyang as she smiled somewhat unnaturally. She pointed at the little golden kitten in her arms and stated in embarrassment, it looks like little glutinous dumpling has sniffed out another herb. It's struggling so hard in my arms to get out Then let it out and have it bring us to it. Zhu Junyang knew that the little divine stone had said something to her which caused the little lass to react impolitely. Thus, he helped her hide this situation. Lass, this time when we came out, we originally planned on hunting. Looks like it's turned into a trip to help you find medicinal ingredients. You've made quite a haul already, so don't forget to give us some spoils when we're done. Su Ran looked back and forth between the two people as he quipped. Although Yu Xiaoxiao did love money, she wasn't a petty person. She generously said, don't worry when I get back, I'll personally make some nourishing and beautifying medicine. You will definitely get a good share. Su Ran's expression changed for a brief second before it returned back to its usual tranquility. I'll happily take the nourishing medicine. As for the beautifying tonics, it's probably better if you give it to other people, right? You're right. With your appearance and demeanor, you're truly one of the most handsome people in the capital. How could you possibly need? Yu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, acting like the mischievous kitten in her arms. She occasionally also liked to show her claws. Seeing that Su Ran's expression was about to break, Zhu Junyang hastily interjected for fear that he would get angry after being offended by his little lass. Didn't you say that the kitten discovered something? If it's another ginseng or reishi mushroom that's over a century old, then we have quite a good harvest today. Ah. More than a century old ginseng. Humph, humph. Hold on to your jaw lest you're so shocked later that it drops on your feet. Yu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her nose and had a just wait and see expression on her face. The little divine stone jumped out of Xiaoxiao's arms and quickly shuttled through the knee-deep grass. Su Ran was obviously interested in its abilities, but after being interrupted by Little Black, his desire to explore had extinguished quite a lot. He quickly followed behind the golden kitten to see what kind of new surprise it would bring them. The small golden kitten ran very fast, but with Zhu Junyang and Su Ran's skills, they were still more than capable of keeping up with it. It was apparent that it had slowed down to accommodate these weak humans. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, who was an even weaker human in its eyes, she was held by Zhu Junyang, experiencing the feeling of flying without touching the grass. After a few turns in the mountain forest, they suddenly saw light in front of them. The dense forest disappeared, and a steep cliff appeared in front of them. The golden kitten stopped in its tracks and sniffed its nose. Then it turned towards a direction and galloped down the cliff towards the rocky valley. Yu Xiaoxiao, who was being held in a strong arm like a light cloth bag, didn't feel good at all. She only felt a surge in her stomach, and the feeling of motion sickness that she hadn't felt in a long time came back to her. Why haven't we arrived yet? If this goes on, I'm about to vomit. Zhu Junyang sensed Xiaoxiao's discomfort, so he quickly changed his posture to carry her princess style, letting her head gently rest on his strong chest. Yu Xiaoxiao subconsciously hugged his neck and smiled pitifully at Zhu Junyang, who had lowered his head to look at her. The lass was so light that she was barely heavier than a bag of rice. When Zhu Junyang looked at the lass's nearly transparent, pale face and the weak smile on her face, he felt a pain in his heart. When they returned to the capital, he had to find two capable assistants for the lass to help her with the matters of her business and breeding. As a young girl who had just reached the age of 15, the noble maidens in the capital would only stay in the inner courtyard to embroider, raise flora, recite poems, and play the chin. They were still at an age of acting spoiled in front of their parents. His lass, on the other hand, had too many burdens on her shoulders. It was so irresponsible of the emperor to put the burden of solving the problem of the people's livelihood on a young girl. The lass must be so stressed. She was so skinny that she barely had any meat on her body, and her waist was so thin that he could almost hug her fully with just one arm. When the matter of horse breeding at the stable was solved, he must present a memorial to the emperor to request him to not put so much pressure on his little lass. Right now, they were familiar with the cultivation method of winter wheat and corn. The little lass was also freed from the laborious field work and able to do what she liked to do. Zhu Junyang was multitasking. He was thinking about how to help shoulder his lass's burden, while holding the delicate young girl and jumping on the rocks in the valley. In the silent valley, the fist-sized golden kitten leapt nimbly through the rocks. It was followed by two handsome men in black and white. In the arms of the man dressed in black was a clever-looking young maiden in a light yellow dress. As for Xiaoliang and the two maid-servants, Chunhua and Chushi, they had long lost track of them. Suddenly, the golden kitten stopped in front of a steep cliff. It seemed to have sensed something when it slowly arched its body and quietly approached the disorderly gravel and grass. It looked like it would attack at any time. Zhu Junyang and Su Ran also noticed that something was off, so they stopped a short distance away. Zhu Junyang put Xiaoxiao down and softly told her to stay behind him and never be more than 3 steps away from him. Su Ran moved forward slowly with silent footsteps and an expression full of vigilance. A sudden groan came from the dense grass in front of the golden kitten. The little divine stone stopped briefly, and then continued to slowly approach the injured human who was 2 steps away. Zhu Junyang and Su Ran looked at each other when they heard the sound. They didn't slow down and gradually got closer to the messy grass area. As they got closer, the scene in the grass appeared in front of them. An old man with gray hair and disheveled beard was lying in the rubble, as if he had just awoken from a coma, with a painful expression on his face. His face and arms were covered with wounds, the corner of his mouth was stained with blood, and one of his legs was bent in an unnatural angle. In conclusion, the injury was quite serious. This old gentleman must have fallen from the cliff. Yu Xiaoxiao looked around and saw a broken medicine box lying not too far from the injured old man. He's also of the same profession. The 1,000-year-old ginseng is on top of this mountain wall. The little divine stone wasn't interested in the wounded, and weak humans couldn't arouse the slightest sympathy from it. Besides people and things related to its master, what did other things have to do with it? It jumped several times and climbed onto the protruding rocks and small tree leaning out on the side. When it got on top of the cliff, it stopped beside the 1,000-year-old ginseng. The 1,000-year-old ginseng was definitely something that could only be found by accident and not by seeking. Of course, Xiaoxiao wouldn't let it get away. She looked at the 2 men beside her, and then said to Su Ran, "Sir Su, would you please go up and get the medicinal herb?" Although she was merely an amateurish doctor, she couldn't ignore a patient lying in front of her. As for Zhu Junyang, he was currently guarding her in a protective stance. There was absolutely no way that she could persuade him to leave her alone with a stranger. Even if that person was unconscious from an injury. Thus, she could only ask Chief Steward Su to help. All right, leave it to me. With a light jump, Su Ran had landed on top of a rock that was several dozens of meters high. After he observed the surroundings, he jumped a few more times and gradually got closer to the golden kitten. Xiaoxiao was stunned as she looked on from below. His white robe fluttered as he nimbly jumped, appearing like an immortal who descended to the human realm. Sir Su was seriously too handsome, and he was even more ethereal than white tofu. The scene in front of Xiao Xiao's, who was very amazed, eyes suddenly darkened. Her pair of sparkling eyes were covered by a hand. She shifted her gaze and saw Zhu Junyang's jealous eyes. She secretly stuck out her tongue. Her man's vinegar jar was toppled over again. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and pretended to be busy checking the pulse of the old man lying on the ground. Then, with the combination of the external wounds, she concluded he should have fallen off the cliff. There are multiple scratches on his body. His left leg is fractured, 3 ribs are broken on his right side, and there's an internal injury in his lungs. It was hard to say whether the old man was fortunate or not. It was indeed unlucky of him to fall down the mountains when collecting medicinal herbs alone. However, he was considered quite lucky because he had encountered a group of people. Otherwise, he would have likely died from the serious injuries by lying here. Even if he didn't die of a serious injury, there was also the chance of him attracting a wild beast and being bitten to death. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a pill for internal injuries. She melted it with mystic stone water, pinched the old man's mouth, and poured it down. Then she had Zhu Junyang cut down a wooden stick nearby to help secure the old man's injured leg. Fortunately, his ribs had just cracked, and weren't broken and dislocated. Otherwise, with her measly skills as a doctor, she really didn't know how to fix his bones. After taking care of the more serious injuries, Xiao Xiao asked Zhu Junyang to help apply wound balm on the old man. By the time all of this was done, the medicine and mystic stone water that the old man consumed had begun to work. His pale face and painful expression had got better. As for Su Ran, who had easily climbed the mountain, he was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out. This small golden kitten was really something. It was actually able to find a 1,000-year-old ginseng. The ginseng that it had just dug out was as thick as 2 fingers, and it was shaped like a human with a head and 4 limbs. Facial features could actually be vaguely seen on its head, and it actually had something between its 2 legs. Perhaps this fellow might become a sprite in a few years. The little divine stone waited on the side with a calm expression. Not to mention this ginseng that had just taken a human shape, it had seen quite a lot of ginseng babies that had cultivated into sprites. At that time, it was cultivating beside goddess Nua, and the goddess of spirits often sent elixir pills over, so it didn't need to catch these mystical herb sprites to help with its cultivation. If there was a ginseng baby right now, it could help it recover decades of cultivation. It would definitely catch and eat it without hesitation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in this dimension was too sparse. To have the possibility of taking human form, it would have to be situated in an exceptional location and absorb the essences of the world for 10,000s of years. After all, the cultivation of plants was much more difficult than animals. While it was regretting that it didn't catch and save up some ginseng babies in the past, it didn't notice that it was being coveted by others. Su Ran's eyes, which were as deep as a pool of water, stared fixedly at the arrogant-looking golden kitten in front of him as he calculated his chance of winning against this evil creature. It wasn't that he wanted to take it as his own, but instead he wanted to subdue it with force to gain its approval and occasionally instruct it to work for him. As if it had sensed his intention, the golden kitten turned around and looked at him with obvious contempt. It seemed to be saying, if you want to subdue this divine stone, you need to cultivate for 5,000 years first. However, with the little spiritual energy in this world, it would be difficult for even the most talented cultivators to reach the next level of cultivation. Before the cultivator had even gotten a breakthrough, he would have already exhausted all his life force and gone to meet the king of hell. Su Ran pondered for a moment and felt that he had a low chance of winning. He didn't know about the other aspects, but he was taken by surprise with the golden kitten's appalling speed. One with strength could take on 10 people, but one with speed could defeat 10 strong men. Therefore, it was indeed quite tricky. He wrapped the human-shaped ginseng with a silk handkerchief and held it carefully in his hands. He relaxed his body and used a few rocks as a point of leverage to gently drift down the towering cliff. At this time, the injured old man had just woken up. He was lying on the ground and just happened to see the scene of the white-clothed Su Ran descending from the sky. He was shocked, thinking that he had seen an immortal. Oh my, they all say that there are immortals in the deep mountain. I actually met one. Shu Ziyi's eyes were wide open, and his mouth formed an O shape. Su Ran landed lightly on the ground, and when he noticed his line of sight, he looked at him indifferently. With this glance, he not only frowned, but he also stepped forward and stared at the old man's wrinkled face for a long time. Shu Ziyi swallowed his saliva nervously. When he made eye contact with the questioning eyes of the immortal in white, he couldn't help but sigh, immortals are indeed immortals. All of my disguises are useless in the other party's keen eyes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, something flashed past his eyes and he felt a sudden pain on his face. The words, sure enough, appeared within Shu Ziyi's mind. Wow, it's the legendary human skin mask. A voice that was as crisp as an oriole coming out of a valley sounded above his head, and then a face as delicate as a fairy's appeared in front of him. Wow, it was indeed true that the immortals and fairies in the mountains lived together harmoniously. Yu Xiaoxiao was both surprised and curious in her heart. She took the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wings in Su Ran's hands. The texture of the lines on the skin was very apparent, and even the long, white beard seemed to have grown out naturally from the mask. No wonder that she didn't notice anything despite examining his injuries for so long. Sir Su, how did you know that his face was fake? Yu Xiaoxiao examined the mask over and over again, but still didn't see any flaws. Before Su Ran could reply, Zhu Junyang had interjected, even for twins, everyone's face shape, facial bones and facial muscles can't be exactly the same. No matter how delicately made the masks are, it's still hard to perfectly fit the skin. However, this mask can be regarded as the product of a master craftsman. If I hadn't noticed that the skin on his body was different from his face when I was applying medicine on him earlier, I would have really been fooled. So you also noticed that there was something wrong with him, Yu Xiaoxiao curiously tried to put the mask on her own face. Zhu Junyang didn't want the last to have close contact with something that another man had worn, so he hastily scared her. In order to be delicate and realistic, many human skin masks are peeled off directly from the faces of living people and then processed. Whoa, sh*t. Yu Xiaoxiao was disgusted by his description. She immediately threw the mask in her hands away, as if it was a hot potato. Su Ran caught it with his empty hand. Skinning people alive. This guy is definitely a bad guy. Didn't all the good medicine that I just gave him ended up being fed to a dog? Yu Xiaoxiao wiped her hands, which just held the mask, on the back of Zhu Junyang's black clothes. If there was water nearby, she would certainly rush over to wash her hands until a layer of skin fell off. Hey, before the court convicts someone, he must be brought to trial first. You guys are just making up an unjust and fake case. Xu Ziyi propped himself up with one hand and slowly sat up from the ground while he covered his injured ribs with his other hand. He checked his own pulse and felt as if there was something repairing him. He found that his internal injury, which was quite serious, seemed to be 30% healed. Then he looked at the wound on his arm. The small scratches had already formed scabs and the bigger wounds had already stopped bleeding. Xu Ziyi had a somewhat eccentric personality, but after hearing their conversation just now, there was no way that he hadn't realized that he was just imagining things. How could there be immortals and fairies? They were just experts with deceptive looks. Ahem, of course, the so-called experts that he mentioned also included the young maiden with an innocent expression. But, according to her words, were his injuries healed by her medicine? Also, although the technique wasn't very professional, the broken bone on his leg had indeed been straightened and secured with 2 wooden sticks. However, he wouldn't complain too much about her technique. He was mostly curious about what kind of medicine the young girl used. It was actually even more effective than the medicine made personally by his grandfather, who was the master of medicine King Valley. Xu Ziyi hadn't expected that during the brief moment he was in a daze, he would be accused of the evil crime of skinning people alive. What a joke. He was the dignified heir of medicine King Valley who was known respectfully as divine physician in the Jianghu and a genius in making medicine and medical studies. There was no way that he was going to accept this false accusation. There's solid evidence here, so what more can you say? Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at the mask in Su Ran's hands with a look of disgust. She didn't want to touch it at all. The apparent look in her eyes made it seem like he was a heinous person, which made Xu Ziyi so angry that he was about to spit out blood. Xu Ziyi gently rubbed his chest, which felt painfully stuffy. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a sudden surge in his chest and spitted out a mouthful of fishy liquid, leaving dark red marks on the ground. The stuffy feeling in his chest had disappeared and his whole body had relaxed much more. However, he pointed at the blood that he spit out in a frivolous manner and accusingly complained to the innocent-looking girl, "Look. I spat out blood because of you. How are you going to compensate me?" Yu Xiaoxiao curled up his lips, tsked, and said, "Are you trying to fool a child? That's clearly the extravasated blood from your internal injury. This proves that the medicine that I just gave you has worked. As a doctor, you don't even understand this. Are you a quack?" The young master of medicine King Valley, who was ranked within the top 3 in terms of medical skills, was actually called a quack by a young girl. Xu Ziyi didn't know whether he should be angry or amused. "Young lass, when I started studying medicine, you were still drinking milk in your mother's arms." He took in a deep breath and became even more convinced that the medicine that he took when he was unconscious was a sacred product of medicine. He couldn't help but ask, "Lass, what medicine did you give me earlier? Do you have any more? Can you show me? Why should I tell a bad guy like you? You still haven't honestly explained the matter of the human skin mask." Like an angry kitten, Yu Xiaoxiao glared at the handsome young man with her big almond-shaped eyes. This annoying guy, who's still drinking milk in her mother's arms. You're not much older than this maiden, okay? If Xu Ziyi knew her inner thoughts, he would definitely be amused and annoyed. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have a baby face. He was almost 30 years old, yet he still looked like a beardless young man who was too immature to handle important matters. Hence, when he went out to see patients, he had to wear a mask and pretend to be mysterious. He hadn't expected that this mask would cause such trouble for him. Does a human skin mask have to be made with human skin? Can you have some common sense? Xu Ziyi glared at the handsome man in black, who had an indifferent expression on his face and was acting as if nothing had happened. His troubles were all caused by this guy's slanderous words. Yu Xiaoxiao had a "stop making excuses" expression on her face as she said, "If it's not made with human skin, then why is it called human skin mask? Say it. Do you guys also make human skin lanterns, and so on?" Yu Xiaoxiao got goosebumps from her own words. She couldn't help but rub her own arms and move closer to Zhu Junyang. "Little lass, aren't your imaginations too wild? This isn't some ghost story, so why would I need a human skin lantern?" Xu Ziyi was dumbfounded. It was true that a tiger who went down the mountains would be bullied by dogs. As the respectable, divine physician, who wouldn't give him some face in the Jianghu? Now he was being questioned unreasonably again and again by a young girl. Who did he offend? Yu Xiaoxiao blinked her big eyes several times and said with rich imaginations, "Who knows what you're going to do with a human skin lantern? Evil organizations like yours do all sorts of bad things. You people purposely do things that are ridiculous and harmful to others. I'm being wronged. What great injustice. How come I didn't know that Medicine King Valley had turned into an evil sect that specializes in doing bad things?" Xu Ziyi felt like a scholar who had met a soldier. They couldn't communicate with each other. "Medicine King Valley, you're really backed by a Jianghu sect?" With a "you've been caught by me" expression on her face, Yu Xiaoxiao excitedly said, "Is Medicine King Valley the kind of sect that specializes in making all kinds of poisonous and malicious drugs?" For example, the bone dispersion powder that can turn people into a puddle of dead water when exposed to one's skin, or the aging in a flick of the fingers that makes people grow old instantly. Another example is the colorless and tasteless 7-step heartbreak powder, which can kill people in 7 steps. There's also the crazy laughter that causes people to laugh until they die. Hearing the young girl's nonsensical words, Zhu Junyang and Su Ran looked at her with a gaze full of helplessness, shock, and powerlessness. Xu Ziyi, on the other hand, looked very excited and acted crazy with her. The bone dispersion powder you mentioned sounds very vicious. Quickly tell me, what happened? Did you see someone using the bone dispersion powder? Also, that aging in a flick of the fingers, is there an antidote for it? If there is, can you give me one so that I don't have to cover my face with a mask every day? Don't act funny with me. Stop trying to change the topic. Right now, we're interrogating you about this human skin mask. Why are you talking about all these irrelevant things? As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao heard the word mask, she immediately continued to interrogate him in a serious manner. Say it. Which pitiful old man's face did you peel off to get this human skin mask? Xu Ziyi rolled his eyes at the sky. Who was the one who changed the topic? After drawing out his curiosity, the lass shifted back to the topic of human skin masks. This caused his curious heart to be suspended in midair, which felt very uncomfortable. This mask was made from the silk of the silkworms raised in Medicine King Valley. It's breathable and realistic. The beard on the mask is from a goat's beard. It can't be said that there are no such things as peeling off human skins to make masks in the Jianghu, but our Medicine King Valley has always been proud and confident in our status. We won't do such cruel things, Aiya. It's useless to tell you, noble young masters and maiden, the matters of the Jianghu. I don't care if you guys believe me or not. Xu Ziyi expressed his helplessness and had a go for broke expression on his face. Yu Xiaoxiao turned around fiercely and glared at Zhu Junyang. He had misled her and caused her to be embarrassed in front of a stranger. She took the realistic-looking mask, which was as thin as a cicada's wings, and carefully stroked the lines on the mask with her hands. It actually felt the same as the texture of one's skin. Even the so-called goatee on the mask was flawless. How many of these human skin masks do you have? Are there any suitable for a girl to wear? I want to buy it from you. Yu Xiaoxiao also wanted to buy a mask to wear. She could go out to play in disguise or scare her close friends. It seemed like a very cool idea. With a helpless expression on his face, Xu Ziyi sighed and said, the more exquisite the mask is, the more difficult it is to make it. Not to mention the rare and fine materials used for the masks to ensure that others won't be able to see the flaws, but it might also take over a year to make a mask based on the bone structure and expression of a person's face. I was afraid that people would question my medical skills because of my young face, so I asked a master craftsman in the valley to make a mask for me. This one isn't considered a superior quality, otherwise, this brother wouldn't have seen through it with one glance. You're wrong. The most top quality human skin mask is one that can be worn by anyone and won't be seen through. Su Ran looked at the mask. Like the person in front of him said, it indeed could only be considered an ordinary mask that was capable of fooling ordinary people. But it would be very difficult to fool experienced people in the Jianghu. Xu Ziyi was very surprised at this person's familiarity with the affairs of the Jianghu. He continued, the mask that you mentioned can only be made by heavenly mechanic. It's a pity that the old gentleman passed away a long time ago. All the masks he made were burned before he died, lest they fall into the hands of the bad guys and be used to do evil, and thus ruining the old gentleman's reputation. All burned? Not necessarily. Seeing that Xiaoxiao had lost interest in the mask, Su Ran decided to return it to the owner. After all, Medicine King Valley had a good reputation in the Jianghu. There were many talented people in the sect, especially in terms of medical skills. It was possible that they might need their help in the future, so it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. Xu Ziyi took the mask and casually stuffed it into his chest pocket. Then he nodded his head and said, I also think that the old gentleman's manuscripts should still exist somewhere in the Jianghu, but no one would easily show such a treasure. Su Ran lifted his eyebrows but didn't say anything more. He handed the ginseng wrapped in a handkerchief to Xiaoxiao. Since they came down the cliff, the little kitten had been eyeing him, as if it was guarding against him from taking the 1,000-year ginseng. He wasn't so greedy as to ruin his own reputation for a mere 1,000-year ginseng. Over the years, his subordinates had offered him countless good items as a show of respect. Thus, even a rare old ginseng might not catch his eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao uncovered the handkerchief and casually glanced at the ginseng inside, revealing a money grubber smile. She took out a wooden box from the medicine box and put the handkerchief-wrapped ginseng inside. Xu Ziyi, who had a nose that was comparable to a dog's, gently sniffled his nose as he anxiously watched her put the ginseng that caused him to fall off the cliff into her medicine box. You're using an ordinary wooden box to store the 1,000-year ginseng. Isn't that too careless? Treasures like this must be stored in jade boxes, otherwise, they would lose their medicinal properties. Although he knew that he wasn't fated to obtain this ginseng, Xu Ziyi couldn't help but remind her. Before Yu Xiaoxiao stored medicinal herbs, she would have the little divine stone use its magic on them in advance. The little divine stone would cover the medicinal herbs with a layer of spiritual energy. Not only did it prevent the medical properties from dispersing, but it could also enhance its effects. But this was a secret that couldn't be known by others. Her eyes shifted around, and then she bent down and looked at Xu Ziyi with a smile, saying, so you have a jade box, ah? Let me borrow it. Why should I? Xu Ziyi had originally planned on lending her a jade box, but when he saw her forceful and self-confident manner, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Because I'm your life savior, ah. Yu Xiaoxiao had a matter-of-course expression on her face. Don't you, noble and righteous sects, repay a drop of water with a spring of water. I won't make you repay the favor of saving your life. Let's consider you giving me a few jade boxes as a show of gratitude for my kindness. How about that? It turned out that his status as the heir of Medicine King Valley was only worth a few jade boxes. Shu Zi didn't know whether he should be happy or depressed. There's also the saying, bestow favors without expecting repayments, for upright gentlemen in the Jianghu. What do you think about that? Shu Zi suddenly thought that it was quite interesting to argue with this little lass. That's something people in the Jianghu says, and I'm not someone from the Jianghu. Moreover, I don't want to be an upright gentleman. I just want to be a quiet and cute young lady. The smile on Yu Xiaoxiao's face became even broader as she roasted in her heart. Don't people say that people of the Jianghu are vigorous and unrestrained, and spend money recklessly? Why is this guy such a miser? He's not even willing to give away a few jade boxes. Shu Zai was rendered speechless by her. He took in a deep breath and waved his hand as he said, the jade boxes are in my medicine box. I don't know if they have been broken from the fall. I'm injured, so please get it yourself. I'm too unlucky today. I finally found 1,000-year ginseng, but I got hurt because I didn't take precautions against the beast that was guarding it. I fell off the cliff and almost died, yet the 1,000-year ginseng ended up in others' hands. You fell down because you were trying to get this ginseng. Yu Xiaoxiao searched through the medicine box that Zhu Junyang picked up for her, and as expected, found several jade boxes of different sizes. This medicine box must have hung on a branch when it fell. There wasn't any damage to the things inside, and the jade boxes were perfectly fine. That's right. Shu Zi lifelessly pointed at the poisonous snake not too far away that was thicker than Xiao Xiao's arm. Although it was already dismembered, it looked quite frightening. At least Xiao Xiao felt the hairs on her body all rise up. Yu Xiao Xiao giggled and said, it seems like we picked up a great benefit. Should we share half the ginseng with you? 1,000-year ginseng may be rare, but there was no shortage of stock in Medicine King Valley's well-stocked storehouse. Shu Zi was more curious about what kind of internal injury medicine she gave him. It had such a miraculous effect. No thanks, but if you feel bad about it, then you can give me another medicinal pill. I still feel some pain in my chest, which should be an indication that my internal injury isn't completely healed. A hint of craftiness flashed through Shu Zi's eyes. Yu Xiaoxiao put the ginseng into the jade box and carefully placed it in her own medicine box. When she heard his words, she looked at him with a spurious smile and said, I don't feel sorry at all. Cherish precious herbs, and those who are destined will get it. Although you were the first to discover this ginseng, we were the ones who ended picking it. It can only be said that you're not fated to obtain this ginseng. Shu Zi nearly vomited blood. This lass was really good at irritating people. In comparison, his arrogant younger sister was much cuter. Even if you disregard the fact that I helped you deal with the poisonous snake, can't you help me to the end and give me another medicinal pill? Shu Zi desperately wanted to get his hands on the holy medicine for injuries. With his keen eyes and familiarity with the properties of medicine, he should be able to figure out the ingredients and develop the prescription. Yu Xiaoxiao slanted her eyes at him and snorted, stop pretending. The dead can be brought back to life with just one pill of the holy medicine passed down by my ancestors. What's more, sacred medicines like this will decrease with each usage. My ancestors had only passed down 3 pills. My heart is already aching after wasting one on you, a complete stranger. Do you think that I will be so foolish as to let you trick me into giving you another one? Tisk, why didn't you say so earlier? It turns out that this young master's trick to appear pitiful just made myself look like a clown your eyes. Shu Zi quietly told himself inwardly, don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. Yu Xiaoxiao giggled and said, since you work so hard in your performance, this maiden will reward you with a bottle of wound balm. Don't underestimate this wound balm. It's used by the Imperial Army and its effect is 10 times better than normal wound medications. The effects of the enhanced wound balm had been strengthened by spiritual energy, but its ingredients were not much different than ordinary wound medications. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of others wanting to get their hands on it. Shu Zi had also heard of the wound bombs provided by the Imperial Army. He had long wanted to bring a couple bottles back to study it. However, there was a gentleman's agreement between Medicine King Valley and the Imperial Court. Thus, it was difficult for him to make a rash action. This wasn't bad either. Even if he couldn't get the internal injury medication, it was also good to get a bottle of wound balm. Thank you very much then. After all, Shu Zi hadn't completely recovered from his serious injury. After squabbling with Xiao Xiao for so long, he couldn't support himself anymore and leaned weakly against a rock. His somewhat young-looking baby face was ghastly pale. Master, we finally caught up with you guys. Hu Xiaoliang and the 2 maid-servants, Chunhua and Chushi, finally caught up to their masters. They sat down on a stone and gasped for their breath. Zhu Junyang had long been upset that his lass's attention had been taken by another man. Without waiting for Hu Xiaoliang to catch his breath, he ordered, this gentleman's leg is injured. Go make a stretcher with Chushi, and then carry him back to the village to recuperate. Ah, weren't they going to hunt for bears and tigers? Hu Xiaoliang cried in his heart, and then looked towards Shu Zi with a bit of resentment. Don't cry anymore. We're going to return in 2 days. Remember that this gentleman's ribs and leg are injured, so he shouldn't be moved carelessly. Be careful when lifting him up. In the spirit of humanitarianism, Yu Xiaoxiao casually advised. Just as she finished speaking, she was pulled away by the vinegar jar, Zhu Junyang. In the past few days, you have gotten a good harvest of medicinal herbs. The winter arrives earlier at the northern borders, but you didn't bring much thick clothing. This prince will hunt some furs for you to bring back to make clothes. Zhu Junyang took her to the deep mountains. Su Ran followed them with a knowing expression, leaving behind Shu Zi, who had a sad expression on his face as if he had been abandoned by them. You actually have a discontented look on your face. I'm the one who should be discontented. I came out to have fun with my master, but now I have to do hard labor. Hu Xiaoliang pulled a long face and grumbled angrily. Chunhua, the only one who wasn't called on, looked at them with a helpless gaze. Then she hurriedly followed her master and protected her closely. In the following days, both Yu Xiaosao and Zhu Junyang were very satisfied with their harvest. Yu Xiaosao's medicine box was almost stuffed full. In addition to the old ginsengs and reishi mushrooms, there were also quite a lot of valuable medicinal herbs such as Gastrodia elata, Acanthopanax root, Chinese gentian root, 5-flavor berry, pine leaf, and so on. She collected everything that she wanted in her medicine box. Now, the full medicine box was being carried by Chunhua. The box was quite heavy, and thus no longer something that her thin, weak shoulders could bear. As for Zhu Junyang, he was hung up on getting furs. Speaking of furs, she had to mention the mink fur. The three treasures of the Northeast were ginseng, mink fur, and Carex myriana sedge. As one of the three treasures of the Northeast, mink fur was known as the king of furs. Mink fur belonged in the category of fine furs. It had excellent quality pelts and was soft and sturdy. The dense fur also had a lustrous color. Fur garments made of it were graceful and luxurious, and thus it was loved by the noblewomen in the capital. However, no matter if it was the sable, ferret, or marten, the colors of their furs were too decorous. It was only suitable for the older noblewomen. If a young girl like Xiaosao wore it, she would appear old-fashioned. But that was okay. Zhu Junyang had found a kind of ferret in the forest with pure, snow-white fur. If his lass wore it, she would definitely look very cute. As a result, the nightmare of the ferrets in the forest had begun. In particular, the larger male ferrets with fuller furs were almost completely wiped out. Had Xiaosao not stopped him, the ferrets in the forest would have been hunted to extinction by Zhu Junyang. Looking at the pile of snow-white fur, Yu Xiaosao felt an apologetic sense of guilt. Zhu Junyang couldn't understand her feelings. In his opinion, the value of game was either to be used as food or their fur. There was no need for compassion. In addition to minks, he also hunted a lot of silver foxes, black foxes, and red foxes. Zhu Junyang still wasn't satisfied because the purpose of this trip was to hunt tigers and black bears. But, after wandering in the mountain for several days, they didn't even encounter a single beast. This was a very lucky thing for other hunters, but in Zhu Junyang's eyes, it had become bad luck. He swept his slightly resentful eyes towards the black and white figures, who were guarding Xiaosao step by step. Perhaps it was to prevent unnecessary trouble and affect her mood of collecting medicinal herbs, but after they entered the mountains, Xiaosao had the two display their imposing force, which scared away many beasts. Sometimes, they had clearly entered the territory of some fierce beast, but the two giant wolves, Little Black and Little White, had been raised with mystic stone water and emitted a powerful force. Even a fierce tiger wasn't a match for them and would avoid confronting them. Who would dare come out to touch their tiger whiskers? When they decided to leave the mountains, Zhu Junyang suggested to the last to have the two wolves restrain themselves a bit. In this way, he might be able to get a tiger pelt mattress or bear fur blanket for her. Xiaosao patted the heads of the two little fellows and let them go hunting freely in the mountains. She also reminded them to be careful. If they encountered a beast that they couldn't beat, they should run away and avoid getting hurt. Zhu Junyang rolled his eyes in his heart. When the two wolves were together, he reckoned that it was impossible to find anyone who could harm them in the human realm. They would have to search for one among the demonic beasts in the celestial realm. The two black and white figures charged into the mountains like dragons entering the sea. Little Black was focused on medicinal herbs. During the past few days, its master had collected a lot of good herbs and it could also recognize the smell of several herbs. Every time it saw one, it would dig it out with its paws and bring it back to its master to get credit for its accomplishment. Little White, on the other hand, was inspired by Zhu Junyang and ran deeper into the mountains to find animals with lustrous, dense fur. After a few trials, it had developed a skill to bite the prey's neck without damaging its fur. At this time, the furs it hunted back were mostly intact. Under this out-of-control situation, Xiaosao's luggage had seriously exceeded the standard weight on the way back. In addition to the few boxes of medicinal herbs she collected herself, there were piles of precious tanned furs. They really couldn't carry them all back, so with no other choice, they bought 2 carriages from the nearby town to transport the furs back. Xiaosao jokingly thought, I can open a fur shop when I get back to the capital. When they came out of the mountains, they didn't return on the same route. Instead, they opened up a new path. They had taken a longer detour, so they returned a few days later than expected. As dusk approached on this day, one could look through the dense branches and leaves and vaguely catch a glimpse of the red clouds in the sky. The forest, which wasn't very bright originally, had gradually dimmed. Zhu Junyang found a dry cave in the mountains not too far away. They worked together to clean the rocks and dead branches inside, and then smoked the cave with herbs to prevent the appearance of poisonous snakes and insects. With Chunhua, Yu Xiaosao picked up some dead branches nearby to be used as firewood and made a fire in the cave. After getting a jug of water from the nearby mountain stream, they boiled it on the fire and made a cup of herbal tea for everyone. With a light fragrance of medicinal herbs, one would have a warm feeling when drinking the tea. It helped drive all the fatigue on one's body. Although they were in the deep mountains these past few days, they had the master chef, Xiaosao, with them. Therefore, they didn't have to suffer in terms of food. If others saw them right now, they would have thought that they had come to play instead of hunting in the mountains. I'll go around and see if I can hunt a hazel grouse. Zhu Junyang knew that the lass loved to drink fresh and richly flavored hazel grouse soup. In the past, Little White was responsible for hunting the hazel grouse, but this fellow wasn't doing its job these past few days. They hadn't eaten hazel grouse meat for 2 to 3 days. Yu Xiaosao agreed with his suggestion. The meat of a hazel grouse was white, tender, and nutritious. No matter if it was roasted or used to make soup, it was a rare delicacy. In her past life, hazel grouse had become an endangered species and was listed as a protected animal. Thus, she had no chance to try the delicious taste of the hazel grouse. In this life, she had satisfied her desire for good food. Lass, little black and little white aren't here, so don't casually wander around. If you want to go out, you must have Chunhua accompany you. Chief Steward Su, I must trouble you to take care of her. After they entered the deep mountains, Zhu Junyang had turned into a loyal knight, never leaving Xiao Xiao's side. If he needed to leave, he would warn her repeatedly, lest the bold little lass unknowingly get herself into a dangerous situation again. Just go. I'm seriously tired of hearing you say that. Am I someone who would leave the lass in a dangerous situation? A hint of impatience appeared on Su Ran's handsome and refined face. You, Royal Prince Yang, aren't the only one worried about the lass's safety. The cold-faced demon king, who has always been cold and resolute, has turned into a super nanny in front of the person he liked. He would only feel assured if he can have her tightly secured on himself. I'm seriously defeated by him. He's too cheesy. Zhu Junyang ignored his ridicule and anxiously whispered to the young girl, who he was constantly worried about, when I'm not around, you must not provoke Chief Steward Su. He's not as harmless as he appears, okay? With a confused face, Yu Xiaoxiao protested, when did I ever provoke Sir Su? Don't wrongly accuse me. Just, don't tease him about his appearance. That's taboo for Chief Steward Su. The grass on the grave of the last person who joked about his appearance is already very tall now. So be careful, when I'm away, you must remember to not mention the topic of his good looks. Zhu Junyang was so frightened by the lass's unintentional actions that he broke out in cold sweat every time. Even if he was present, he still may not be able to handle Chief Steward Su's anger. Fortunately, Chief Steward Su never lowered himself to the lass's level. Why, what's wrong with praising someone's good looks? I also often compliment you for looking very devilish, enchanting, and bewitching. Did you ever have the urge to hit me? Yu Xiaoxiao had a very innocent expression on her face. Zhu Junyang grinded his teeth inwardly, and the expression on his handsome face was somewhat stiff as he replied in a stiff tone, yes. Had it been someone else, this prince would have smacked him to death. Also, how is that praising me? Can't you compliment me with some positive words? In my heart, those are all positive words, ah. They are such apt descriptions, ah. Your face is enough to bring disaster to the country and the people. Yu Xiaoxiao's big, round eyes were opened wide, and her long eyelashes flickered. Her expression appeared very innocent. Su Ran, who had profound martial arts skills, naturally also heard their conversation. At the beginning, he felt relieved with Zhu Junyang's warning. However, unlike what Royal Prince Yang had said, he wouldn't actually do anything to the young girl. But, a grown man, cough cough. Well, although he wasn't a complete man now, he had always regarded himself as a man in his heart. Coupled with his unpleasant experiences before and after he entered the palace, his handsome appearance had become a burden to him. Therefore, he could never feel happy to be praised as good-looking by a young girl, even if she was very sincere. However, he seriously didn't understand what this lass was thinking. Compared with the words she used to describe him such as, like an immortal, elegant and outstanding, and, gentle like a jade, it seemed like Royal Prince Yang had it worse than him. Here, what exactly were these descriptions? Devilish, enchanting, bewitching. Now, she also added a, bring disaster to the country and the people. His heart finally felt better now. Zhu Junyang lowered his head to look down at the pair of clear, innocent eyes in front of him. A sense of helplessness flashed over his heart. He glared at Chief Steward Su, who was sniggering at the side, and then said to the lass in a lowered voice, stop. Why does this prince feel that your words are descriptions for a gorgeous enchantress? Devilish, do you think that I'm a fox demon from the mountains? In my heart, you're exactly a man of unrivaled beauty. The term, devilish, isn't what you think it means. It's used to describe the beauty of men. Anyway, I'm just praising you for being good-looking, beautiful, and breathtaking. Yu Xiaoxiao realized that there was a generational gap between ancient people and modern people, so she hastily explained. Zhu Junyang felt even more helpless. He was a grown man, so could he not accept these compliments? However, he felt a somewhat speechless sense of rejoice in regard to the lass's lust for beauty. Fortunately, his appearance was enough to get favor with the lass. Otherwise, his road of pursuing his wife would be much longer and more arduous. Alright, in the future, just think about these adjectives in your mind and don't say them out loud, okay? Zhu Junyang took the second best option and made this small request. I can't even praise you when we're alone. How could he refuse when faced with the lass's slightly pouted mouth, cute dimples, and innocent gaze? When they were alone in private, well, he would just take it as a small amusement between themselves. When he turned to leave, Xiao Xiao made a funny face at his back. Young fellow, do you think I don't know how to deal with you? It seemed like there would be expected gains from acting cute on occasions. You, this lass. Holding his personal cup in his hands, Su Ran took a sip of the fragrant tea and shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect that Royal Prince Yang, who has always been calm and wise, would actually be under the complete control of you, this little girl. Is this considered? There is also one thing to overcome another. Yu Xiaoxiao withdrew her arrogant expression and calmly replied to Sir Su's teasing. In the relationship between two people, the matter of who subdues whom doesn't exist. Love makes people change themselves to yield to others. Sometimes, I feel very lucky to be the person who made him change. However, more often than not, I feel that this luck is just an illusion and the person who ends up getting hurt will be me. Su Ran sensed her worry about losing, so he hastily withdrew the joking expression on his face and gently rubbed the young girl's hair. In regard to relationships, he was a complete blank sheet of paper. He had long lost the right to like others, and it was even more difficult for him to understand the mentality of people who were drifting in the feelings of love. He could only advise her in a somewhat listless manner, don't overthink it. I have a keen eye for people. Royal Prince Yang definitely isn't a fickle person. What's more, the emperor has mentioned promoting the awareness of women's rights many times. He appointed you as an official to encourage women living the shadow of men to boldly come out and show themselves. In a woman's world, there shouldn't only be the deep inner courtyard and love. Instead, they should face a broader world. The emperor said that women aren't subordinates of anyone, and that the 3 injunctions and 4 virtues is nonsense. PFF'd. Yu Xiaoxiao's mood changed very quickly. She turned to look at Su Ran and asked, if the emperor dared to say this in front of those old fogies, do you think it would cause those old officials to complain in tears, and even make threats of suicide to show their stance? Seeing that she was no longer bemoaning her own fate, Su Ran's worried heart relaxed. The emperor's idea is good, but after all, the view of men being superior to women had been around for thousands of years. Thus, it's not something that can be changed overnight. However, with you as a role model now, many women have come out to display their talents in various aspects. I heard that the second madam of the Zhou family asked for several shops from her son and has managed them quite well. Her skills in business have been unanimously affirmed by the Zhou family. Second madam of the Zhou family. Wasn't the third young master Zhou's mother? She hadn't expected that the gentle and amiable noble madam, who usually grew flora and raised pets, would actually have the talent and potential to be a career woman. Sir Su, what's your opinion on this? Do you think, like most men, that women are meddling in politics and causing absurdity, and thus will bring disaster? Since Yu Xiaoxiao took office in the Ministry of Revenue, she had heard a lot of these remarks. Fortunately, she had the strong heart of a modern person, so the public opinion couldn't influence her enough to make her lose confidence in herself. Man, Su Ran mulled over the word for a moment, and then revealed a somewhat pitiful-looking bitter smile. Even an incomplete person like me can be entrusted with important matters by the emperor. There are numerous women with knowledge and ability in the world. Why can't they have the opportunity to show their own talents? Looking at Su Ran's handsome face, the melancholy and sadness that seeped deep into his bones caused Yu Xiaoxiao's heart to feel a tearing pain as if it was seized by someone. Sir Su, you have always been an upstanding and dauntless man in my heart. Because you are loyal, capable, resolute, clever, and wise, you have all the qualities of a true man. I believe the emperor also thinks of you in the same way. You're not only his subordinate and official, but you're also his indispensable right-hand man. Not just a mere friend or confidant, but more than that. You're someone who he can show his back to with complete trust. Su Ran turned around and stared at the young girl for a long time. From her eyes, he could see sincerity and respect. Suddenly, he smiled softly, as if a gentle breeze blew on one's face and the spring flowers blossomed in an instant. Lass, sometimes, I think you're really similar to the emperor. It's hard for people to understand what you guys are thinking, and from time to time, you two will come up with some weird ideas. The emperor also has this inexplicable trust in you. There's an unexplainable connection between you two. Tell me honestly, are you a lost pearl that the emperor left among the commoners? Lost pearl. Yu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, and when she understood the meaning of this term, she convulsed with laughter. She laughed so hard it almost felt painful to breathe. Sir Su, I seriously admire your imagination. How old was the emperor when I was born? Would he be able to father a daughter my age? You're 15 this year, and the emperor has already passed the age of 30. When you were born, the emperor was already 17. Su Ran also felt that his thought was ridiculous, but the age matched up. At that time, the emperor, who was still the imperial grandson, established a shipyard in the area surrounding the capital and often traveled to Tanggu. At the age of 17, one was very hot-blooded. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to have an intimate night with a fisherman's daughter and ended up getting her pregnant. Ah, the emperor is 17 years older than me. I can't tell at all. Yu Xiaoxiao mumbled softly. However, she had to defend her innocence. When I was born, my eldest grandaunt helped with the delivery. Moreover, I'm twins with Xiaolian and we look extremely similar. People who aren't familiar with us often mistake us. I'm certain that I'm my mother's biological daughter. You wouldn't be suspecting that the emperor had an affair with a married woman, right? Of course not. He knew that the emperor was a slight clean freak. If he wanted to get intimate with someone, he would have chosen a young maiden. Why would he like a peasant woman with an ordinary appearance? In actuality, he was just speaking thoughtlessly earlier. The lass sometimes spoke in a nonsensical manner, so he was also led astray and made a thoughtless comment. I heard that Sir Su was already serving the emperor when he was in his teens. Would you not know about the women he had a relationship with in the past? Or, is the emperor a womanizer who flirts everywhere in your heart? Yu Xiaoxiao had no doubts about her own identity. Her parents doted on her even more than her brothers, so she was certain that she wasn't adopted. A big promiscuous radish. Can a radish be promiscuous? Su Ran tried to change the subject to cover up his nonsensical remark. Generation gap. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but explain to him, a big promiscuous radish isn't describing the radish. It's used to describe someone who is very flirty and fickle in relationships. Is it really all right for you to say that about the emperor? Su Ran sometimes felt that this girl was very bold. She even dared to joke about the emperor. Wasn't this a clear display that the emperor was reluctant to punish her? I didn't say that the emperor was this kind of a person. Don't slander me. Yu Xiaoxiao was instantly led off topic. Did she call the emperor a womanizer earlier? She didn't, right? No, right. Don't worry, I know you didn't do it on purpose. I won't report it to the emperor. You should be careful when you speak in the future, lest someone with ulterior motives hears you and stirs up trouble in front of the emperor. In a seemingly serious manner, Su Ran reminded her with an earnest tone. Yu Xiaoxiao nodded obediently with a confused expression on her face. I will pay more attention in the future. Thank you, Sir Su. You're such a good person. Chunhua, who heard everything, had the urge to cover her face. My dear young miss, you just got led astray by Chief Steward Su. Wasn't he the one who suspected that you were the Emperor's long-lost daughter? Wasn't he the one who suggested that the Emperor was flirting everywhere? Shouldn't he be the one who should reflect and correct his mistakes? Why did you two switch roles? Su Ran cast a warning glance at her and laughed in his heart. This lass is really easy to trick. She was fooled by just a few words. The way she thanked him just now was just like what the Emperor said, foolishly cute. If he was Royal Prince Yang, he probably also couldn't help but be attracted by this cute yet somewhat muddle-headed girl, right? Su Ran quietly suppressed the weird feeling that emerged in his heart and shifted his gaze towards the outside of the cave that was gradually darkening. Why is that fellow Zhu Junyang gone for so long? Nothing happened, right? Following his gaze, Yu Xiaosao looked towards the entrance of the cave and muttered to herself in a somewhat worried and concerned tone. Su Ran turned his head and saw the worried expression on the lass's face. He finally understood why Royal Prince Yang saw him as an eyesore. At this moment, how much he hoped that the person she was concerned about was him. Don't worry, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the fluctuation of his mood, so he hastily withdrew all his emotions and comforted her by saying, Royal Prince Yang is strong enough to kill a bear with one punch. The only thing that can hurt him in this mountain would have to be a powerful monster. But, didn't you call him devilish? The situation of a fight between the same species probably won't occur. Therefore, your Zhu Junyang is safe. Your Zhu Junyang, to be labeled as one who belonged to the lass, that fellow, Royal Prince Yang, is seriously lucky. What's with this slight sense of envy within my heart? Su Ran, who had always been shrewd, felt somewhat confused. Ha ha ha, the lass laughed heartlessly and almost fell to the ground. That guy, Zhu Junyang, has hunted so many foxes recently. Do you think that some fox demon will come to settle accounts with him? The fox demon had originally come to get revenge for its fellow fox descendants, but when it saw that fellow's appearance, it was immediately attracted by his seductive phoenix eyes and decided to devote itself to him. This won't do. My tummy hurts from laughing so much. I can't continue to think about this. Su Ran felt the corner of his mouth involuntarily rise up. He looked at the little lass, who was laughing so hard that she had to hold her belly. His eyes had a gentle look in them as he said, in that little head of yours, just what are you thinking about all day long? Did you read too many storybooks? Tell me, if Royal Prince Yang heard your earlier words, just what would he do? Xiaosao howled in laughter for a bit longer before she finally straightened up and weakly threatened Chunhua and Su Ran, you two are not allowed to tell Zhu Junyang a word of what I said earlier. Otherwise, I'm not going to make food for you two tonight. Not only tonight, but also tomorrow, when we get back to the stud farm, you also won't be able to eat any food that I make either. Are you going to remember this? After she finished, she even waved a tiny fist in their direction, which wasn't the least bit threatening. Don't worry, I'm not the type of person who likes to gossip. It enters my ears and doesn't leave my mouth. I swear on my honor. Su Ran readily promised her. As for Chunhua, if she dared to gossip, then Yu Xiaosao would send her back to Zhu Junyang. She gave her own maidservant another warning look. Last time, Chunhua and Chushi had almost been returned back to the hidden soldiers' ranks by Zhu Junyang. If it weren't for their young miss pleading for them, they would have been locked in the hidden soldiers' torture room and might have lost their lives right then and there. The two of them were immensely grateful to Xiaosao. In addition, Wudong continuously reminded them about staying loyal to their mistress, so they had long changed their mindset and now only saw her as their master. Chunhua knew if she dared to bring those words to Royal Prince Yang, the first one to suffer a calamity would be her. She could only have one master and be loyal to one person. That was the standard that every hidden soldier needed to follow. Therefore, Yu Xiaosao's warning was truly superfluous. They're back. Su Ran slowly got to his feet. He, who was skilled at martial arts, could hear the sounds of numerous footsteps in the distance. No wonder it took them so long to come back. Apparently, they had been slowed down by some other people. Yu Xiaosao threw the dry stick in her hands into the fire and also stood up. She arrived at the mouth of the cave and copied Sir Sus pose, cocking her head to the side to listen carefully. Her five senses had been slowly altered by mystic stone water ingestion, so she was already at the level of Chunhua and Chushi. After listening for a bit, she revealed a puzzled expression. Sir Su, did Zhu Junyang come back? How come I hear more than one person coming back? It sounds like a whole group of people instead. Su Ran glanced at her in a flabbergasted manner. If he wasn't completely sure that the little lass hadn't learned martial arts before, he would start to wonder if she wasn't a hidden expert right now. Young miss, there are truly a lot of people coming over this way. I don't know what type of people these are. Do you want to go into the cave and hide out until we figure out their identities? Chunhua cautiously stepped in front of her young miss as she quietly advised her. Yu Xiaosao glanced at Su Ran and shook her head. Don't we have Sir Su here? Even that little monster, Zhu Junyang, isn't Sir Su's rival, so isn't it safer to stay by him? Just who are you calling a little monster? How come this prince keeps hearing someone saying bad things behind my back? Zhu Junyang's low and melodious voice suddenly transmitted through the darkness. Yu Xiaosao's small face lit up in happy surprise and she hurriedly went forward. Zhu Junyang, you're back. You were gone for so long that I was worried to death. Why are you mentioning the word death? Quickly spit for good luck. Zhu Junyang's tall and broad figure split apart the dusky darkness of the night, as if all of the remaining light was shining on him alone. His whole body seemed to emit a magnetizing aura that made it hard for people to look away from him. On his shoulders was a giant white tiger. This white tiger was so large that, if it were standing on its four legs, it would absolutely tower over an adult man's height. However, when her man carried the tiger along on his shoulders, he acted as if it was as light as a feather. It didn't impede his light and fast steps at all. In fact, the group of panicked and scared people behind him had to run to keep up with him. Wow, a white tiger. Zhu Junyang, you are too awesome. You actually managed to hunt a white tiger. Can you give its pelt to me? Ah, I really want it. Yu Xiaoxiao's excitement could be seen from head to toe. A white tiger was the product of a genetic mutation, so it absolutely was a rare find. Wow, their luck was truly too good. Just as they were about to leave the mountains, they were able to come across and hunt such a surprising animal. Zhu Junyang supported the tiger with one arm, making it seem weightless while his other hand was protecting his abdominal area. When he heard what she said, he slanted a look at her with his phoenix eyes and snorted, "What did you call this prince earlier?" Zhu Junyang, Yu Xiaoxiao's entire attention had been taken up by the white tiger this entire time. When she raised her eyes and saw that the expression on his face wasn't quite good, she hurriedly corrected herself, "Roizi, Jun Jun, Yang Yang, Jun Yang Yang, as long as you give the tiger pelt to me, I'll call you anything you want." Zhu Junyang's heart skipped a beat and a suspicious smile crossed his lips, "Are you sure that you'll call me anything?" Yu Xiaoxiao saw the evil grin on his face and stared at him alertly, "Just what sort of wicked idea is going through your head now? Lord husband, beloved husband, if you want me to call you things like that, dream on. Now tell me straight, are you going to give it to me or not?" She had accurately guessed what he was thinking, so he felt a bit at a loss. He thought for a bit and decided that they needed to set their engagement next year. That way, his label would be all over the little lass. In another 2 years, the little lass would finally be married to him. Then, wouldn't these ways of calling him become the norm? Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Didn't this prince say so earlier? During this outing, all of the pelts we get during hunting are all yours. When Zhu Junyang first spotted this fierce white tiger, he didn't feel nervous or alarmed at all. Instead, he felt pure joy. He finally had come across a fitting gift for his little lass. Who are they? After she had finally gotten a satisfactory answer, Yu Xiaoxiao's attention was taken over by the messy group behind him. The vast majority of people had frightened and panicked expressions on their faces and there were also a few who were supporting the injured. The most gravely hurt one was a man who was lying down on a simple stretcher that was made out of woven rattan vines. He was a sturdy man whose face was pale from pain. They're the hunters from the village at the foot of the mountain. When this prince encountered them, the white tiger was currently fighting them, so I saved them while in passing. If we're going to save them, we should do it correctly. Take out some medicine and give it to them, the wound bomb from Tongren Medicine Hall should do the trick. Zhu Junyang didn't forget to give a pointed reminder to the muddle-headed little lass. A few days ago, when they saved the young master of medicine King Bali, she had already aroused an outsider's interest in her wound palm. He was afraid that one day the little lass would reveal too much of her secrets and cause a problem. The leader of the group of hunters was a man who had the typical build of a northerner. He had a tall and brawny body, broad shoulders, and a full beard on his face that were paired with his bushy eyebrows. His large eyes were bright and full of expression. He first had the injured hunters carefully placed down in a corner of the cave and when he heard what they said, he bowed deeply towards Zhu Junyang. "Although they say that a big favor cannot be repaid with verbal thanks alone, we are truly grateful that my lord came out to help us now. I, Jin Tiankui, will never forget this boon for the rest of my life. No need for pleasantries now, quickly go treat those who are heavily injured. If we wait any longer, I don't know if they'll be able to live." Zhu Junyang placed the dead white tiger in another corner and carelessly waved a hand at the hunter. His right hand was still covering his abdominal area. Yu Xiaoxiao delivered the wound bomb to that named hunter and taught him how to use it. She also gave him a pouch of diluted mystic stone water. With these 2 items, the king of hell wouldn't be taking their lives today. After she saw them almost finish binding and treating the injured people's wounds, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly had an idea flit into her head. "Older uncle, your surname is Jin. Then are you familiar with Jin Xiaohu at the nameless village at the foot of the mountain?" When Jin Tiankui heard her question, he threw her a startled look and asked, "How do you guys know my youngest son? Did you guys go past our village before you entered the mountains?" "Before we entered the mountains, we lodged at grandfather Jin's residence in the nameless village." "You are Xiaohu's father, what a coincidence." Yu Xiaoxiao smiled brightly and her 2 adorable dimples blossomed on her cheeks. "Second uncle, apparently our savior had lodged at our residence. Our savior is truly very skilled as he was able to knock down such a ferocious tiger in a few moves. If I could be as skilled at martial arts as he is, in the future, we don't need to be so scared whenever we enter the mountains." Jin Xiaodong, who had overheard the conversation between the young girl and his uncle, sighed a bit enviously over this. Xiaoxiao exchanged a few other words with Jin Tiankui before she turned around and noticed that Zhu Junyang was still holding his abdomen like he was earlier. She anxiously rushed over and pulled at his hand to ask, "What's wrong? Did you get injured there? Let me look to see if it's serious or not." Zhu Junyang's left hand pulled at her arm, preventing her from pushing aside his clothes. He hinted that she should sit down next to him. "This prince has a surprise that I want to give you." Zhu Junyang pretended to smile mysteriously. His phoenix eyes seemed to shimmer with a watery light, causing his handsome face to look even more enticing. Yu Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before she finally asked, "What sort of surprise? Come look, what is this?" Zhu Junyang finally relaxed the hand that was covering his abdomen, revealing a shaggy and white little thing. "Wow, a small white tiger. It's so small. It must have just been born not long ago as it hasn't even opened its eyes. So adorable." Yu Xiaoxiao had a pure look of delighted surprise on her face. She carefully took the weak and pitiful little animal from Zhu Junyang's hand. It was truly very tiny and was smaller than an adult cat at this point. The little white tiger, which had been trembling in fear this entire time, gradually quieted after it reached Yu Xiaoxiao's hands. Perhaps the smell of mystic stone water on Xiaoxiao's body naturally made animals want to get closer to her. The little white tiger calmly lay in Xiao Xiao's chest, acting as if it had returned back to its mother's embrace. The uneasiness and fright that surrounded it earlier had completely disappeared. Is this the surprise you were talking about? Ah, how did you find it? Yu Xiaoxiao gently stroked the little white tiger's soft fur. The little thing licked her hand, causing a tickling sensation, which made her giggle a few times. Zhu Junyang stared a bit unhappily at the little white tiger that was worming its way into the little lass's chest. He almost couldn't resist the urge to pluck the animal out and throw it away. His line of sight suddenly stopped at a certain area, as if his eyes were being magnetized there. The little lass had grown up. At least, her chest had finally started to develop and they were happily growing in his direction. Stinky pervert, just where are you looking? His ear suddenly heard and the angry face of the little lass, which was paired with her blushing red cheeks, appeared before his eyes. This little lass was getting braver with every passing day. She was unexpectedly pulling on his ear to punish him. How could she not give him any face in front of everyone here by pulling blatantly on his ears? In a moment, he needed to have a good talk with the little lass. If she was going to pull on his ears, she should wait until they got back to a more private setting where there were no other people around. They spent the night in the cave. Early in the morning on the next day, Yu Xiaoxiao checked on the two most severely injured hunters. The one who was most injured had gotten his left arm neatly bitten off from the elbow down. If they didn't use Xiaoxiao's wound bomb and medication to stop bleeding, she was pretty sure that this guy would have died at this point. The other hunter had a nasty-looking gouge in his shoulder, which was missing a large piece of flesh. It was quite bloody and frightening looking. This time, 26 hunters from the nameless village had gone into the mountains. They had appointed the experienced hunter, Jin Tiankui, as their leader. The vast majority of the hunters were father and son or had very good relationships with each other. Because of that, when the white tiger appeared before them, none of the group tried to leave the hunter who had gotten his arm bitten off behind to feed the tiger. The hunters had already been out for about a dozen days now. At first, their trip had gone rather smoothly and they didn't encounter any fierce beasts. However, staying on the outskirts of the mountains meant that they weren't able to hunt many creatures that were worth a lot of money. For the sake of having more spending money in town during the winter, they had all participated in a vote, which was unanimous for going deeper into the forest. In the previous few days, all of them felt gratified at their choices as they had encountered a lot more animals with valuable pelts. In fact, one sable fur pelt could be sold for a few dozen taels even to a middleman. If a person's luck was even better and he encountered the servant of a rich man out buying furs, then they could make double of what they could sell it for to the middleman. Now, every family had a few valuable fur pelts on hand to sell. After tasting the sweetness of success, the hunters wanted to push their luck and gradually headed deeper into the mountains. Jin Tiankui relied heavily on his over 20 years of experience and sensitive senses to guide the group of hunters around several territories that were claimed by fierce beasts. In the end, however, they were unable to avoid a white tiger who was protecting its young. Prior to Zhu Junyang appearing, Jin Tiankui and the other hunters felt complete despair in their encounter with the fierce and vicious tiger. The two heavily injured hunters wanted to use their own lives to stop the tiger and give their friends and family time to run away. However, not a single person in the group wanted to abandon these two and live the rest of their lives in guilt and regret. The group summoned their courage and used every skill they had in an effort to possibly scare off the vicious beast or maybe kill it with a lucky blow. However, how could they know that this was a female tiger who had just given birth to its young? The mother tiger believed that they would hurt its child, so it went all out against them, leaving them no room for error. Their hunting forks and knives were mere toys in front of the white tiger. After fighting for half a day, other than inciting the tiger into a blood-frenzied rage, they had been unable to accomplish anything else or injure the creature. As the number of wounded increased, the smell of their blood caused the tiger to become more ferocious. At the moment they were all in despair, ready to face their deaths, Zhu Junyang appeared like a black-clad god from the skies. The fierce and vicious tiger was like a weak little cat in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he ended up subduing and neatly killing the animal, leaving only a corpse on the ground. Jin Tianjin managed to calm down a bit and came forward to thank their savior. However, the black-clothed man had a cold expression on his face and only glanced at him apathetically before he bent down to pick up the dead tiger. The white tiger, which had to weigh more than a few hundred catties, seemed as light as a feather in the man's arms and he easily carried the beast on his shoulders. The man carried the dead tiger on his shoulders and walked around the vicinity quickly. When he got back, his right hand was in front of his abdomen in a protective manner. The hunters there didn't know just what valuable thing he came across. On the way back to the cave, Jin Tiankui had wanted to express his gratitude, but the black-clothed man had an aloof and cold expression the entire time, making it difficult for them to get closer. It was only when they arrived at the mouth of the cave did the black-clothed man finally melt his icy exterior temporarily when he saw a young maiden dressed in a pink dress. His warm smile only blossomed for one person. The gentle and doting man in front of them was like a whole other person compared to the previous icy and cold iceberg of a man. Only then was Jin Tiankui able to fully express his thanks and gratitude to the whole group's savior. They were truly very fortunate today. Not only had they been able to get a good haul of game, but they also had someone save them in their moment of crisis. Furthermore, a sweetly smiling young girl, who looked as beautiful as a fairy, had even fervently taken out wound-healing medicine made by Tongren Medicine Hall for them to treat their wounds. Jin Tiankui had traveled to the prefectural city a few times and Tongren Medicine Hall's business was quite booming there. He had heard other people mention that their wound balm and patent medicine very quickly sold out as soon as they got new stock. This caused people to wait in front of the store for the exact moment when the supplying carts arrived. Once resupplied, these people would quickly stand in line, waiting anxiously to buy the medicines produced by the Yu family. There was a reason why Tongren Medicine Hall's wound balm and patent medicine sold so well. It was said that Tongren Medicine Hall's wound balm could staunch bleeding, reduce inflammation, and speed up the healing of wounds. As for their patent medicine, you avoided losing potency as you didn't have to brew it over a stove and it worked faster. Furthermore, compared to drinking the bitter medicinal brew, taking a pill or drinking a sweetened syrup was much more palatable to most people. When Jin Tiankui found out that the wound balm was that effective, he had once wanted to buy some to bring back home. As a hunter, it was hard to avoid getting injured all of the time, so wound balm was an essential item back home. However, when he got to the sales counter, he found out a bottle of wound balm cost 50 taels. They would need to sell a lot of game in order to make enough money to buy one bottle of wound balm. Jin Tiankui couldn't bear to spend that much money and finally decided to buy some ordinary wound balm instead. However, the young maiden in front of them was neither a relative nor a friend, yet she easily gave them a whole bottle of Tongren Medicine Hall's wound balm. This was a great kindness to the Ma. Furthermore, there was a reason why this wound balm was so expensive because it worked very well. His nephew, who had gotten his arm bitten off by the tiger, had his suffering decrease significantly after the balm was spread on his ravaged stump. This morning, when he went to check on the younger man, the bleeding had completely stopped and there were even scabs starting to form. As for the other hunter, who had gotten a big piece of flesh ripped off his shoulder, he could walk around like nothing had happened. Uncle Jin, you should all come down the mountain with us. That way, we'll be able to keep each other safe and on the right track. Yu Xiaosao had already come to an agreement with Zhu Junyang to escort this group of hunters safely down the mountain. After all, this area wasn't safe. Who knew whether they would encounter another fierce beast later? Jin Tiankui had long wanted to travel with these people but he felt embarrassed to propose the idea. After all, they had the wounded among them, so their speed would be compromised traveling with them. When he saw that the young maiden had taken the initiative to give them an invitation, he was overjoyed at the unexpected good news and gratefully thanked them repeatedly. They had truly encountered a living Buddha today. From the way these people addressed each other, he could already guess that these three were absolutely extremely wealthy and powerful nobles, especially the man dressed entirely in black. He was, unexpectedly, a royal prince. However, none of these people had the arrogant and willful manner of most influential and noble people. In fact, they continuously helped them, mere commoners, without a hint of attitude. He had lived for over 40 years and had never seen such esteemed nobles like them before. Jin Tiankui didn't dare to let these nobles wait for too long, so he hurriedly had the other hunters pack up their things, load up their strings of game, support the wounded, and follow the nobles from behind at a close distance. He was afraid that they'd become impatient and regard them as an eyesore on the way back. After he had leisurely finished his simple breakfast, Zhu Junyang once again put that white tiger corpse on his shoulders and also picked up a bag of fur pelts that had been skinned off of their other game in his other hand. Because they had hunted so much game, he had to skin the pelts in the mountains and the meat was left for the carnivores in the mountains to enjoy. However, even though he had a few dozen pelts on him, he only had 2 hands. There was still a pile of fur pelts on the ground. He glanced at Chunhua, who was behind Xiaosao, and saw that she was carrying a basket full of medicinal herbs on her back and her arms were also holding more baskets. It was clear that she couldn't hold anything more. Xiaosao's medicine box was perched on her shoulders. It held the truly valuable herbs. In her arms was the white tiger cub. Chief Steward Su Ran, on the other hand, was empty-handed, which made him resemble a spoiled noble son out for a stroll in the woods. Chief Steward Su, please help with bringing the remaining 2 bags of fur pelts down. Zhu Junyang naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make the other man labor. He gestured with a pout towards the fur pelts on the ground. Su Ran looked briefly at the pile of pelts that still stunk of blood and then looked down at his spotless white clothing. Then he raised an eyebrow at Zhu Junyang while revealing a helpless expression. He had mysophobia. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't be willing to get close to those dirty things. In addition, the high and mighty royal Prince Yang in front of him looked incredibly foolish carrying game and holding fur pelts. He needed to retain an image of pure elegance in front of that last Xiaosao. Thus, getting him to help, an impossibility. Only now did Jin Tiankui notice the large pile of fur pelts on the cave floor. There were sable furs, marten furs, ferret furs, red fox furs, silver fox furs, and black fox furs. Ferret furs made up the majority of the furs there. Did these people catch all of the animals whose furs were worth a lot of money in these woods? Benefactor, if you don't disdain our help, we are more than willing to help you bring these down the mountains. Jin Tiankui and the other hunters had already hidden the ordinary game they caught earlier in a small cave further down the mountain. The cave had been securely sealed with a rock. Currently, each hunter didn't have much game on them, so they were able to free up 3 to 4 people to help these nobles transport the furs. Zhu Junyang angrily glared at Su Ran and then threw the furs on the ground again. He nodded his head towards Jin Tiankui and said, apologies for the inconvenience. His courteous words made Jin Tiankui feel immensely honored and he hurriedly replied, not an inconvenience at all. Compared to you saving all of our lives, this is nothing worth mentioning. Zhao Shan, Xiaomu, Xiaobao, Xiaodong, give the game in your hands to other people. Come here and help our benefactor bring their haul back. These 4 youngsters were all nephews from his paternal family. Thus, he had no qualms in ordering them around. The 4 youths had tall and strong bodies, and were in the prime of their lives. Each of them carried a giant bag of fur pelts and followed their benefactor from behind as they all headed down the mountain. Jin Tiankui supported his injured maternal nephew as he held his red fox and sable fur that he hunted himself in his other hand. He also followed closely behind the 4 youngsters. Since the group of hunters were all helping their wounded descend, Zhu Junyang and the others deliberately chose a speed that wasn't too fast. They finally got off the mountain on the next day, at dusk. In the distance, they could faintly see the sparse houses in the nameless village in the distance. Jin Tiankui gazed at the smoke rising from the roof of his own residence and almost had the desire to start crying. They were this close to never seeing the smoke rise above their homes again or seeing their family again. If the whole village was only left with the old, weak, women, and children, it was obvious what their fates would be. Uncle Jin, give older brother Zuzi some water. He's heavily injured, so it's important that he avoids getting dehydrated. On the whole journey down, Yu Xiaoxiao would always send some of her own water to the more heavily injured hunters. Although they had walked for 2 whole days, all of them managed to endure the journey. When she saw that the color on Wang Dazu's face, the hunter who had gotten his arm snapped, wasn't looking too good, Yu Xiaoxiao gave him another mouthful of diluted mystic stone water. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. If we hadn't encountered your group, I, Wang Dazu, would be dead in the mountains now. Wang Dazu drank a few sips of water and felt a bit better. He gratefully expressed his thanks to the noble maiden who resembled a little immortal girl. Her Highness, the royal princess, didn't have any of the arrogance of her rank and was cordial and kind to all of them. She truly had a heart of gold. When he got back, he needed to erect a long life plaque to her to make sure his descendants would remember her great kindness to them. Yu Xiaoxiao waved a hand at him in dismissal and stated, when you get back, take good care of yourself. Here are 2 bottles of medicine. One is to be applied externally, while the other you need to take. Your wounds will very quickly heal if you take them consistently. It's not a big deal to be missing an arm. There is no difficulty that can't be surmounted by people, so treasure your life. Wang Dazu was so moved by her words that tears streamed down his face. Miss Yu absolutely had to be an immortal who had come down to earth. Not only did she give him precious medicine, but she also tried to comfort him. It was hard to find such a kind and sweet maiden in this world. Master, you're finally back. Hu Xiaoliang had heard the ruckus and came out of the Jin family's residence. He was so moved that he resembled a lost young kid who had finally been reunited with his mother. He rushed over and unexpectedly gave his master a giant bear hug. Zhu Junyang pushed him away in disdain. Hu Xiaoliang took the dead white tiger from his master's shoulders and was so astonished that his mouth was wide open for a long time. Master, you're truly too awesome. You actually encountered a legendary white tiger. Just this fur pelt alone is enough to make other people endlessly envious of you. Go wash up and rest first. This servant will help you prepare this white tiger. Zhu Junyang was afraid that this guy might end spoiling the tiger pelt and warned him, be careful. This is this prince's betrothal gift. If you ruin it, I will never forgive you. Master, don't worry. This servant will be extremely careful and I will absolutely not delay your process to get a wife. Hu Xiaoliang glanced in the direction of Yu Xiaoxiao and had an ambiguous smile on his face as he hauled the dead tiger into the inner courtyard. Although Chushi was only a step behind him, she also came forward to take the medicine box from her young miss. She softly said, young miss, the stove has hot water on it. This servant will help you take a bath and change your clothes. All in all, their journey into and out of the mountains took around a dozen days in total. Although her body and skin had been subtly altered after long-term usage of the mystic stone water, such that her sweat didn't have a lot of impurities in it, Xiao Cao still felt that she was about to stink to the high heavens. She had never been so eager to take a bath as she was today. In her room, she scrubbed herself furiously in the tub. After she came out, she discovered that the entire Jin family had already prepared a sumptuous evening feast for their whole group. Jin Tiankui had told the story of what had happened to old man Jin as soon as he got back. The whole Jin family was immensely grateful towards Zhu Junyang and the others for their kind deeds and almost started treating them like living Buddhas. Xiaohu's mother's illness had gotten better after taking 2 days' worth of medicine. She had a good hand at cooking. In addition, the hunters in the family had brought back quite a bit of game, so they ended up with a dozen dishes on the table. As a sumptuous feast, it was quite fitting to serve to Xiao Cao and their other benefactors. Can you take out a pill of your healing panacea for me to look at? During the meal, another youthful and pleasant-looking man suddenly appeared next to Xiao Cao. He had a simpering and flattering smile on his face as he shamelessly asked her about her medications. Zhu Junyang was quite displeased that this young fellow was getting so close to his little lass, Hu Xiaoliang. Why is this guy still here? Why can't I still be here? It's not like this is your own home. Was a royal prince that special? As the young master of medicine King Valley, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head around and saw a round face shaped like a steamed bun. It was paired with large round eyes and a small delicate mouth. From the looks of his face alone, it'd be very easy for someone to mistaken him as a little boy. However, he had a large and sturdy body, broad shoulders, and a deep voice, which contrasted sharply with his childish face. With such a baby face, it'd be hard for anyone to not doubt his abilities at medicine. It was no wonder he would paste on a mask on his face to alter his appearance. Such an adorable steamed bun face was right in front of her eyes. Xiao Cao suddenly had an itching urge to pinch his cheeks. However, there was a jealous little vinegar jar right next to her, so she needed to control herself. Didn't I tell you earlier? I only have 3 healing panacea that have been passed down by my family. I still regret being hot-headed at the time and taking one out to save you. These are truly life-saving pills. You're neither related to me nor a friend of mine, so how could you have the nerve to ask for one from me? Yu Xiaocao knew that her special pills had mystic stone water added to them. The special water had the ability to improve the effects of medications, which was why the effects of her pills were at least double of the effects of ordinary ones. This was the first encounter Yu Xiaocao had with someone from the Zhonghu. The famous leader of the Medicine King Valley sounded quite mysterious and talented, so she didn't know if she took out her pills whether the other person would sense something fishy. Hence, she needed to be more cautious. Xu Ziyi tried to move her emotionally and persisted, young maiden, the reason why I am able to become the direct successor of Medicine King Valley is not only because I am the grandson of the current head but also because, compared to my peers, I am extremely talented and gifted. What do your talents have to do with us? Zhu Junyang picked up the stool that was under Xiao Xiao's butt and brought both person and chair closer to his side. What was this damned man trying to do by getting so close to his lass? If he needed to talk, he could just talk like a normal person. Although the youth's face looked quite youthful and tender, it was still quite good-looking, which made it likely that his lass, who loved handsome appearances, had no defenses against it. Xu Ziyi glared at him and then scooted forward again. He opened his doe-like eyes wide and looked expectantly at Xiao Xiao, as if he was trying to say, quickly ask me about my talents, quickly ask me. All right, just what sort of talents do you have? Tell us now, Yu Xiao Xiao casually asked as she continued to eat the corn porridge in front of her. Xu Ziyi smiled and revealed his two dimples. He proudly stated, for most ordinary medicines, all I need to do is just take a sniff and I will be able to identify the ingredients inside as well as the ratios used. For more complicated medicines, I just need to scrape a tiny bit off of the top and taste it to figure out the exact prescription. You said earlier that your family's recipe for the healing panacea has already disappeared. Don't you want to find the old recipe and benefit more people in the future? You said so much, but aren't you just coveting the little lass's family's secret recipe? What's the point in trying to make your intentions sound so honorable and glorious? Zhu Junyang sneered and then moved the little lass closer to him. Xu Ziyi stared at him with wide eyes and slightly frowned a bit. Then, a smile blossomed on his face as he nodded, Your Highness is right. This one is truly curious about the secret recipe to make this healing panacea. Similar to those who are obsessed about martial arts and books, I am truly a person who is obsessed about learning more about medicine. To tell you the truth, Miss Yu's family's panacea is even more effective than Medicine King Valley's life-returning pill. No one would believe me if I claimed I wasn't curious about this. However, if this panacea can be researched by me, wouldn't that be advantageous to both of us? Zhu Junyang had an expression full of disdain on his face and Yu Xiaoxiao gently patted his knee before she turned to address Xu Ziyi. Young Master Xu is correct, if the prescription can be brought to light again, that would benefit many people in the future. Chunhua, bring out that purple glass bottle from my medicine box and cut the pill in half and give it to young Master Xu. Wait a second, this one only needs to scrape a bit of pill powder from the top. This young maiden was truly too much of a spendthrift. Such a precious pill would be hidden carefully by any other person. She, on the other hand, easily took it out to save a complete stranger and even offered to cut it in half to give to someone. This was a living saving pill. If she did that, the healing properties of the pill would definitely degrade as time went on. Xu Ziyi couldn't bear to let that happen and hurriedly stopped them. Xu Ziyi carefully held the pill as he scraped off a tiny bit of pill powder before he impatiently used his tongue to lick it up. He concentrated on tasting the pill. How come the ingredients he was tasting seemed no different than the ingredients found in ordinary internal injury pills? That couldn't be right, there had to be an ingredient in there that boosted the properties of the ingredients. However, even he, as an extremely experienced pill maker, didn't know what might be boosting the potency of the ingredients. There were many ingredients that had the ability to boost the potency and effects of others. However, if you directly added them into a pill recipe, it would end up destroying the effects of the pill itself. His father had researched this painstakingly for 20 to 30 years but ended up with nothing so far. This pill had unexpectedly perfectly paired these two contradictions in one entity. If the Yu family's recipe hadn't been lost in the sands of time, perhaps his father, that crazy pill fiend, would do everything he could to get that recipe off of their hands so that he could compare it to his decades of research. That way, he could find out just where he went wrong. How is it? Doesn't taste too bad, right? Yu Xiaoxiao had finished eating the food in her bowl and delicately let out a burp. She noticed that the young master of Medicine King Valley was tasting the pill dust as if he was eating a delicacy, so she couldn't help but ask him what he thought. Not too bad, Xu Ziyu replied absent-mindedly without thinking much. Suddenly, he came to a realization and looked at Xiao Xiao. Did your ancestors leave anything else along with these pills? Such as any special ingredients? Nope, they didn't. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally wouldn't tell him that there was mystic stone water in these pills. Otherwise, he would interrogate her on the origin of the mystic stone water, which would be a great bother. Xu Ziyi looked at the pill paper in his hands that only contained the remaining pill powder and carefully folded it up. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked in a puzzled manner, You said that these pills were passed down by your ancestors. How come the potency of the pills haven't decreased even a bit? It tastes like they were just made. Do you guys have some sort of secret recipe to preserve pills? Since it's a secret recipe, how could I easily divulge it to you? Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to regard him with a lazy expression. In actuality, she was feeling quite insecure at this moment. These pills had truly been made by her just before she arrived at the stud farm. Thus, it wasn't surprising that the potency of these pills were still quite good. Xu Ziyi acted as if he was possessed. He lowered his head, staying still as if he was a sculpture. Even the half-eaten bowl of food in front of him had been completely forgotten. He was currently concentrating exclusively on trying to figure out this pill's properties. He needed to figure out just how it was possible to boost the efficacy of the ingredients while having them harmonize perfectly into a pill. Originally, he believed that his father's research direction was just a waste of time and was never going to succeed. However, once a perfect example appeared before his eyes, Xu Ziyi was now completely obsessed with this idea, even more infatuated than his father. That evening, Zhu Junyang discovered that the fellow who knew how to act cute had actually left without saying goodbye. The uncomfortable feeling within him had also dissipated a little. Why did good-looking men always seem to appear in front of his little lass, catching her attention? The experienced hunters in this area were all good at skinning and processing fur pelts, especially Old Man Jin. He was famous not only in the village but also in town for crafting the best fur pelts. Zhu Junyang and the other hunters had gotten so many furs. If they didn't handle them now, they would start to stink on the way home. Thus, they spent a few more days at the nameless village. On the return journey back to the farm, they had an additional 2 large carts filled full of furs. The merchants they had encountered on the road all asked them where they had gotten these furs when they saw the piles of top-notch pelts. When they got back to the stud farm, Steward Yan came over to greet his master and excitedly reported, "Master, the guards have seen a white stallion leading a herd of horses in the vicinity of the farm when they are patrolling. This servant followed your orders and made sure no one went to disturb them. From time to time, we also put out some top-notch fodder in the areas they tend to appear. Those wild horses seem to be more trusting of our farm and don't always flee when we let the other horses out. There was one night when that white stallion appeared in the farm and was slyly eating Black Whirlwind's special food. Ever since Xiao Cao arrived at the stud farm, she had personally compounded Little Red's child's, Black Whirlwind, feed. Not only was the nutrition well balanced, but she also added a high concentration of mystic stone water to it. That way, the feed would alter its body. There were quite a number of horses at the farm, but there were very few horses who had the bloodlines of superior quality horses. The foreign tribes only sold their mediocre and inferior horses to the great Ming dynasty. Thus, the probability of encountering a divine steed was about the same as a meat pie falling out of the sky. Therefore, they could only use the horses they had to breed better steeds. Out of all of the foals in the farm, Black Whirlwind was the best out of all of them and also the one with the most promise. Xiao Cao planned on altering it and 5 other foals using the mystic stone water. That way, they would become the hope of the stud farm. The little fellow Black Whirlwind had absolute freedom on the farm. The small courtyard residence that Xiao Cao and the others lived in almost always had its gates wide open for it. In addition, Yingchun especially liked the little horse and would always give it some rock candy that contained mystic stone water in it. Thus, the little fellow frequently didn't rest in its own stable and instead shamelessly lodged at the small courtyard. Since it had its own stable, there was no one there to fight for food. Thus, the grooms taking care of it would often add some superior fodder in its manger as a midnight snack. However, who would have expected that, for a few nights in a row, when the little fellow strolled back, it found out that its food manger was completely empty. It was quite displeased by this. Was someone secretly eating its food? Or were the humans shorting it on its midnight snack? In the middle of the night, Black Whirlwind ran over to where the grooms lodged and made a fuss. Only after it was given a midnight snack did it calm down. After the grooms had been disturbed for a few nights in the row, they started to wonder. At first, they thought that the little fellow was having a growth spurt and needed more food. However, even after they added more fodder to his manger, it still continued to pester them. Thus, they felt that there was something fishy about this and began to stake out the little fellow's stable at night. That's when they discovered the wild white stallion coming over to steal the little foal's food. They reported these matters to Steward Yan. After hearing Steward Yan's report, Zhu Junyang surreptitiously glanced at Xiao Cao, who was organizing the fur pelts at the side, and then commanded the steward, "No need to do anything with that horse for now. How's the progress on the new horse stables going?" "The construction on the new stables is already done. After letting it air out for a few days, it'll be ready to house horses." "Master, the people that you've instructed me to find to help out with raising the horses are already here. They are currently being trained by Old Zhang." Old Zhang was the groom who was the most experienced at raising horses. In the past, he had been caught by some foreign tribes and forced to raise their horses for over 20 years. Recently, the great Ming dynasty's troops had won a series of victories and reclaimed a lot of their lost land. Thus, he was finally able to go home. When he found out that a noble from the capital was planning on establishing a horse breeding farm, he recommended himself to work there. Now, he was one of the small leaders here and had helped Steward Yan quite a bit. "Make sure the new stables get cleaned. Tomorrow night, you can fill all of the feed troughs with some good quality fodder and there's no need to send anyone to keep a watch over it." Zhu Junyang had heard the promise that the little lass had given to the white stallion, so he instructed his subordinates to go through with her plan. Steward Yan paused for a moment in surprise but very quickly understood what his master was trying to do, as the plan for the new stables to serve the wild horses. Zhu Junyang nodded slightly and waved a hand in dismissal at Steward Yan. The little lass and her maidservants had already finished organizing the fur pelts. Right now, the young maiden had a bit of exhaustion visible on the face. Her usually bright and lively eyes seemed a bit unfocused, as if she was unconsciously relaxing. Although this was supposed to be a leisurely hunting trip, they had still been camping out in the vast wilderness and had spent over 20-some days out in the open. Even a strong and sturdy man wouldn't be able to endure for so long, let alone a weak and delicate little maiden. These past few days had surprised him. She was the only one in their group who had no martial arts training. However, no matter where they were, whether traveling on the road or going into the mountains, she never complained about being exhausted. In terms of strength and energy, she had more than the average weak and delicate little maiden. Tired, Zhu Junyang walked to Xiao Cao and bent over to stroke the little lass's thinned-out face. He gently said, "If you're tired, go rest now. No need to make yourself endure any longer. I'm waiting for the washing water to get heated up." Xiao Cao yawned elegantly and 2 sleepy tears were squeezed out of the corner of her large eyes. After being on the road for a few days, it had been difficult for her to get a restful night's sleep. Fortunately, her maidservants were all quite perceptive and quickly heated up her bathing water on the stove before helping their mistress to wash herself in the warm water. Xiao Cao slept until the moon had risen high above the sky and the only reason why she woke up was that her empty stomach was complaining constantly. She ate some food that had been reheated on the stove and then dragged herself up to go to the private stall of Black Whirlwind. The round bright moon was hung high in the sky, covering the entire stud farm with its silvery glow. With Xiao Cao's current eyesight, it wasn't an issue for her to see clearly as she walked on the small paths towards the stable. Behind her, she could hear light tapping sounds and she didn't even need to look back to know that the fellow, Black Whirlwind, was following her. Whenever Xiao Xiao was around, that little fellow liked to stick around her. Even when it was resting, it would choose a place that was closest to Xiao Xiao, which was right outside her personal room. Thus, as soon as Xiao Xiao left her room, this little fellow quickly sensed it and trailed behind her. Its master was heading towards the building where it lived. Did the master know that it was getting close to when it usually ate its midnight snack and wanted to add some more food? Black Whirlwind blinked its large, gentle eyes as joy surged in its heart. The food that the master made, as well as the tasty blocks of sugar, were all more delicious than the food the groom sent over. Yay, it was going to have a good snack. Black Whirlwind became immensely excited and even its steps were much lighter compared to before. Wait, why was there the smell of a strange horse in the air? Its stall was its own and it already knew the other horses that were stabled nearby. This strange horse had a strong aura about it. Just where did it come from? Black Whirlwind raised its head and looked curiously over in the direction of the stables. It discovered that there was a snow-white, large horse that was currently inserting its head into its own stall and stealing food from its feed trough. The little horse immediately became furious. It had wondered why it hadn't been able to eat any midnight snacks recently. Originally, it thought that the humans in the farm had carelessly forgotten to add its snack to its stall. It had never suspected that its food was being ruthlessly stolen by another horse. Black Whirlwind felt its mind go blank and it charged forward as it wanted to warn the other horse and teach it a lesson. However, when it reached the strange thief, it discovered that its tiny build was like a tiny ant in front of the other horse. Wah wah wah, when could it grow up and beat this evil thief underneath its hooves? The white horse heard Black Whirlwind charging over and turned its head to glance at the little colt. An angry little foal, it barely reached the height of its legs but it was quite brave. The young horse stood in front of it angrily as if it wished it could go up and bite. This little fellow quite had guts. Once it reached adulthood, it might be able to put up a fight with it. As for now, a tiny body and spindly legs, it had better obediently stand aside. The white stallion had no intention of harming the little fellow. It gently used its head to nudge the foal away and continued to eat the delicious feed that was in the stall. It had been a long time since it last encountered that human little girl. However, it had not been able to forget the special sugar cubes that had the ability to change its constitution that the little girl had fed it. After resisting for a long time, it brought its herd to slowly get closer to the stud farm to investigate just what the humans there were up to. When it found out that neither the patrolling guards nor the staff of the farm tried to capture or shoo them away, the head stallion brought its herd closer and closer to the farm. It hoped to encounter that little girl again. However, it was destined to be disappointed as Xiao Xiao had already left the farm to go into the mountains to search for rare medicinal herbs. However, it wasn't entirely without benefit. The humans at the farm seemed to know that they were there and stocked a bunch of feed near them. Within the feed provided was some food that had the same tantalizing smell as the special candy the girl gave it. The food was slightly inferior in taste to what the girl had, but it was still better than nothing. The white stallion still longed for the taste of that rock sugar candy that emitted a faint spiritual energy. It dawdled around the vicinity of the farm for a few days and discovered that on a particular young foal in the farm, there was the faint smell of the sugar candy. Later, on a particular night where the wind was blowing hard, it followed the smell to the horse stables and discovered that the feed inside was the food that it couldn't seem to forget. It couldn't resist the urge to eat everything in there. Following that, it came over every day to visit as if it was entranced and became a frequent visitor at the stud farm. Today was no exception. However, it didn't think it would be discovered by the owner of this stall. A black-colored little colt had appeared. However, what did that matter? The white stallion continued to eat the food inside with large bites and glanced at the little colt with a look of disdain in its eyes. Black Whirlwind let out a furious whinny at the sight of this. Although it was still very young, it had a quite imposing manner. That damned little thief was stealing food right in front of it without a hint of shame. The other horse was truly looking down on it. Black Whirlwind opened its mouth and rushed towards the white stallion that was more than twice as tall as it. It bit down hard on the strong and sturdy stallion's leg and ground its teeth. It needed to bite this damn thief to death. The white horse, who was currently happily eating the food, only felt a light tickle on its leg followed by a bit of pain. It couldn't help but kick out that leg. Little Black Whirlwind ended up tumbling to the ground by the other horse's light kick. Although it wasn't injured at all, it was covered completely in dirt and had a huge blow to its ego. Black Whirlwind pitifully ran towards its master as it whined and cried in a spoiled manner. Xiao Xiao stifled her desire to laugh and stuffed a rock candy into the little fellow's mouth to soothe its bruised little ego. The head stallion sensitively could tell that there was spiritual energy that was coming off of the sugar lump. It hurriedly raised its head and followed the smell over. Under the light of the moon, a familiar figure was dressed entirely in white and her body seemed to emit a white glow like an immortal. The white stallion wasn't able to appreciate the looks of a small human girl as its entire attention was taken up by the rock candy that the little black colt was currently chewing on in pleasure. The head stallion gracefully headed over in the direction of Xiao Xiao. Little Black Whirlwind could sense the wildness on the other horse and thought that it was going to try to harm its master, so it advanced a couple steps forward. It used its small and weak body to block Xiao Xiao from the older horse. It was this fellow again. The white horse lowered its head to glance at the tiny Black Whirlwind and its eyes were full of disdain. If it wanted to harm this human little girl, did the little foal really think it could stop it? It gently used its foreleg to push the little fellow away and stopped in front of Xiao Xiao. Its large mouth beelined for that familiar embroidered pouch. At this time, a black-colored little figure swiftly rushed over in an attempt to smash into the white stallion's head. The white horse backed up a step and avoided the little exploding bomb's figure. Hiss, you're not allowed to harm my master. Although Black Whirlwind had a small figure, the noise it made was both loud and trumpeting, where is everyone? Where are the grooms? Where are the guards? Did everyone die in their sleep? There's a bad horse here bullying my master. People come here and help. Ah. When she saw little black whirlwind making a heroic stance, trying to protect her from this intruder, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or feel touched by the little foal's protectiveness. She stepped forward, bent down, and gently hugged the little fellow's slightly trembling body. She stroked the foal's soft and downy fur to comfort it and smiled. Don't worry, don't be scared. It won't harm us. Although Black Whirlwind was still quite young, its intelligence was already at around a 5-year-old human child's. It was able to understand the vast majority of what its master was saying. What the? The master recognizes this scoundrel of a thief that had been stealing my midnight snacks. Black Whirlwind swiveled its head around to look at Xiaoxiao doubtfully. However, Black Whirlwind is so brave. I'll reward you with a piece of sugar candy. Yu Xiaoxiao took out a piece of rock sugar, placed it in her palm and was about to feed it to the little black foal. Suddenly, a large head butted over and a warm tongue curled around the rock candy, stealing it from her hand. The white stallion closed its eyes in pleasure as it chewed on the sugar. It also silently complained that the amount of spiritual energy within the candy seemed to be less compared to the ones the little girl gave to him before. Not enough to satisfy its craving. Black Whirlwind was infuriated by this. Not only did this interloper steal its midnight snack, but it also blatantly stole its rock candy. This meant war. Black Whirlwind, whose head was filled with rage, seemed to go mad as it rushed towards the white stallion. It began to kick and bite at the other horse and was making quite a ruckus. However, that white horse seemed to disregard the little fellow, who only reached the height of its knees. It sidled a bit to avoid the foal's attack and then just let the younger horse pummel it. That little bit of strength was only a tickle to it. The most important thing was to swindle a few more pieces of candy over. Black Whirlwind, there's still candy here, come back. Yu Xiaoxiao was a bit afraid that the little fellow might be stomped upon by the white stallion. She hurriedly called it back and fished out another piece of candy. She avoided the white stallion's open mouth and stuffed the rock candy into the little fellow's mouth. After chewing a bit on the sweet candy, Black Whirlwind's reason gradually came back and it cooled its temper. It glared angrily at the white stallion and raised its head arrogantly as if it was trying to say, "See ah. The master still likes me the most." The white horse cast a resentful glance at Xiaoxiao and stretched out its mouth to snatch at Xiaoxiao's embroidered pouch. Xiaoxiao dodged it and tried to entice it. "See ah. The treatment at this farm is quite good. If you decide to stay here, every day you'll get a piece of candy. How's that? Do you want to think it through?" The white stallion momentarily stopped its attempts to steal food and then pretended to not have heard a single word as it resumed its attacks towards her embroidered pouch. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that it was pretending and felt a bit helpless. However, since she had already said she wanted to say, there was no need to press on. She was sure that, like a frog being gradually boiled in a pot of water, the white stallion and the other wild horses would soon be enticed and captured by the farm's benefits. She shoved another piece of candy into the white stallion's mouth and patted its neck as she smiled. "All right, you ate some food and got a few candy pieces too. Quickly go back to where you need to go, okay? Oh right, in the future, if you encounter any storms or nasty weather, remember that there's a new set of buildings over there that can shelter you. We especially prepared that for you and your herd. There won't be any people there to bother you. Trust me, even if you come to live at the farm, you will still have plenty of freedom. However, there is one thing I need to mention. If you want to find some wives here, you need to pick first from the horses here." After successfully getting another piece of candy, the white stallion was finally satisfied and stopped its attempts at stealing more. It knew that there was a limit on how much spiritual energy it could eat in one day. If it ate too much, it would end up being harmful instead of beneficial. It reluctantly glanced at the human little girl again before it finally turned away to leave. Yu Xiaoxiao quietly watched as that snow-white horse, who didn't have a single flaw on its body, gracefully treaded away under the gentle glow of the moon. She felt as if the horse had just come out of a storybook. It was so stunning that a person couldn't bear to take their eyes away. The cold night breeze blew past and she shivered from the drop in temperature. She shook her shoulders a bit. During the 10th month in the north, many areas already had some snow falling. The stud farm had been built in a sheltered area in the north, so it took longer for winter to arrive there. However, the evening winds were still quite cold. At this moment, a cloak that held the warmth of another had been gently placed on her shoulders and a familiar aura enveloped her from behind. She let the heat sink in and relax her. It has already left, so we should head back. As soon as Xiaoxiao left her room, Zhu Junyang sensed it. He knew what the little lass was thinking about. In order not to startle that white stallion, he kept his aura back and followed the little lass from far behind, protecting her silently. Zhu Junyang had seen the little black colt bravely protecting its master and his impression of Fierce Wind's descendant had gone up a few notches. A young foal who dared to attack a led stallion meant that it was very courageous and loyal, which spoke volumes about its future. The stud farm desperately needed a horse like it to become its leader. Perhaps this little fellow was destined for that position. When the grooms heard the ruckus, they once again added more fodder into the colt's stall. Yu Xiaoxiao also added some special food for Black Whirlwind. The little black colt was so happy that it was temporarily comforted about the previous insult and joyfully ate its midnight snack. Its small tail swished back and forth excitedly, which showed just how happy it was feeling at the moment. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been escorted back to her small courtyard by Zhu Junyang, naturally didn't know that when the white stallion left, it had stopped by the direction she had pointed in to take a look. At the outermost part of the stud farm, it saw the new large and clean stables. Each stall was filled with plenty of feed, just as the little human girl had said. There were no guards or other humans guarding the area and it knew it didn't have to worry about any traps or sinister plots. It suddenly thought of the coming long and hard winter as well as the weaker and older members in its herd. Every winter, there would always be a few members of its herd that would end up dying from the harshness of the winter climate here. That was survival of the fittest. However, as the head stallion, it also felt grief and sadness at the death of its members. If there was such a shelter like this in the past, perhaps those herd members who had died in the past might be alive today. What was more important between life and freedom? The white horse now felt a bit conflicted. 4 nights after they came back from their autumn hunting, the icy cold northern wind blew around in the area for an entire night. Frosty chilliness enveloped the entire farm. In the beginning, snowflakes as bright as stars floated slowly to the ground, and then the chill wind, which felt as sharp as a knife, began to rain, forcing people to cover up their extremities. Yu Xiaosao curled up on the warm and cozy Kong bed. She had nothing to do now and decided to do her best to make an embroidered pouch so that she could exchange the extremely ugly and faded one that still hung on that fellow's, Zhu Junyang's, waist. Wedong, who was also on the Kong bed, was currently dexterously sewing a set of clothing made out of ferret fur pets for her young miss. Winter came early to the north and they didn't prepare enough clothing to handle the cold. Thus, it was necessary for them to quickly craft some suitable clothing to help their mistress stay warm in the rapidly dropping temperatures. Out of all of the maid servants, Wedong wasn't the best at handicrafts, but her skills at needlework were among the top. If she hadn't been selected by the young miss to become a personal maidservant, it was likely that she would have been recruited into the general's residence's embroidery and sewing section. Ying Chun was currently on the Kong bed spinning some thread. She asked her mistress out of puzzlement, "Young miss, why are you telling us to spin such thick threads? What do you need to make with it? If these thick threads were used to weave cloth, then how thick would the fabric end up becoming? Were they going to knit blankets?" Chunhua and Chushi, who were currently whittling bamboo into needles on the side, glanced at the thick bamboo needles they made. They were also quite curious about their young miss's plans. "Once it's all ready, you will all find out." Yu Xiaosao smiled mysteriously and continued to work on her embroidery. She had already finished sewing the pouch. She turned it over a few times, inspecting her work. It looked like the seams in this pouch turned out quite straight, so she was quite pleased. The hardest part, however, was to embroider a design on top. She had picked out the most simple embroidery pattern out of all of the ones Wedong had prepared for her, a few stalks of bamboo with leaves coming off of them. In actuality, a mischievous idea had popped up into her mind. She kind of wanted to embroider a cute and adorable cartoon figure on top. Would the cold and solemn royal Prince Yang truly dare to hang such a pouch on his waist then? At this time, a gust of cold wind preceded the person who had lifted the thick door curtain to come in. A tall and sturdy figure quickly stepped in. He sat next to Xiaosao and looked at the drawing that she was currently sketching out. It was a peculiar little dog that seemed oddly adorable. Although it was merely a sketch, it was easy to tell what she was drawing. It had a small body, perked up ears, bright eyes, and there was even a scarf around its neck. From the slightly arrogant positioning, he could tell that it was somewhat related to Little White. "What are you drawing? Looks pretty interesting." It was the first time that Zhu Junyang had seen something so abstract and cute. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yu Xiaosao stifled a giggle. "This is the design I'm preparing to embroider on the pouch. Since you like it, I feel relieved." As soon as Zhu Junyang heard this, the expression froze on his face. He glanced at the other patterns on the paper and picked the simplest bamboo sketch and squeezed out a somewhat unnatural smile. "That design looks too complicated. Just how long will you have to sew to finish? This prince doesn't want you to work so hard. How about you choose something simpler instead? Yu Xiaosao, dejectedly, lowered her head and shoulders, and said in a sorrowful voice, "You must have disliked my embroidery and thought that I couldn't embroider more complicated patterns, right?" "Absolutely not. As long as it's embroidered by you, I will like it." With that, he untied the purse from his waist and showed it to the lass who was depressed, to show that he was serious. Yu Xiaosao snatched the purse that was worn to the point that its edges were frazzled. She really wanted to destroy it. It must have been difficult for him not to be afraid of being laughed at, carrying this ugly and deformed purse with him for 2 years. "Then, if I embroidered Little White's image onto this purse, would you wear it?" As soon as Yu Xiaosao looked up, her eyes, which looked like a clear sky that had been washed by rain, stared at him without blinking. Zhu Junyang nodded his head without even thinking about it. "As long as it's embroidered by you, I'll always carry it on my person. I'm just afraid your eyes will become tired." He had carried such an ugly purse for 2 years. Although the pattern didn't match his temperament, it had to be better than the original one, right? Yu Xiaosao also drew a little cute yellow duck. Holding back a smile, she asked, "What about an embroidered pattern like this? With sky blue brocade as the background and yellow embroidery thread as the outline." Zhu Junyang imagined himself dressed in black with such a bright purse hanging at his waist, and he couldn't look directly at that image. However, what already came out his mouth had to be abided by. He nodded his head with great difficulty and said, "As long as you embroider it, I will wear it." He was the grand and intimidating chief military instructor of the firearms camp, yet he was going to wear such a foolish and cute-looking purse. He didn't know how much the brats would laugh at him behind his back. Going with her idea, it would be better to not change it. At least the people he knew were already used to his ugly purse. Fit, Xiaosao couldn't hold it in any longer. She laughed and fell onto the Kong bed as her hands kept pounding the mat. Out of breath, she said, "I was joking with you. These patterns are designed for pillows and satchels. How could I let you carry such a purse that contrasts with your heroic and dashing image so much?" Naughty girl. Zhu Junyang was completely relieved when he heard her words and let out a sigh of relief. His slender hands rubbed her black hair. He remembered what he had come for and said, "The fodder in the new stables was eaten up a lot." The guards patrolling nearby saw a white horse, in the distance, bringing some wild horses to eat. They only left early this morning. Yu Xiaosao wasn't surprised at all. She nodded and said, "It's possible that Snow Scar predicted the changes in the weather and brought the weaker horses to the horse farm to eat, hoping to enhance their resistance to the cold." Snow Scar was the name for that leader white horse that she had come up with. Compared to Little White, Little Black, and Little Glutinous Dumpling, she had made great progress. If it is as you've said, then the horses will come again. After all, the winter in the north is very long. Low temperatures and snowstorms will bring a fatal blow to the old, weak, sick, and pregnant horses in the herd. Zhu Junyang was curious about this horse's high IQ. However, once he thought of his lass's abilities and those evil pets at home, he felt that this matter should have something to do with her. Zhu Junyang's prediction was soon confirmed. When Xiao Cao was almost finished embroidering the green bamboo patterned pouch, the horse farm ushered in the biggest snowstorm of the winter. Snowflakes the size of a baby's fist were falling from the yellow sky. The visibility outside was only a few meters. All the horses in the horse farm stayed in their stables. Even Black Whirlwind, who liked to wander and roam, returned to its warm single room. In every corner of the horse farm, fire pans were burning to keep warm. Every other day, Dr. Wang would take the veterinarian team at the horse farm and check the horses one by one to ensure that every horse could safely survive the long and cold winter season. Head steward Yan braved the wind and snow to come to report new discoveries to the master. In the master's room, he found that it was empty. He turned and went to Miss Yu's courtyard. Sure enough, he found his master there. "Rest a bit, I'm not in a hurry to wear it, don't strain your eyes." Zhu Junyang enchanting phoenix eyes were looking at the knitting needle in the lass's hands. The expression on his face was so soft that water could have dripped out. Unexpectedly, the lass had this ability. Her fingers flew as they plucked the knitting needle up and down. The thing that was said to be a sweater was slowly gaining length under her skillful knitting. The lass said that she wanted to knit him a close-fitting sweater, which was warm and light. In his heart, he was looking forward to it and was afraid that the lass would be tired, so he couldn't help but remind her to take more rest. "It's okay, I'm free anyway. When I finish knitting it for you, I will also knit one for Sir Su. This place gets cold too early. It looks like Sir Su didn't bring any clothes for the cold weather." Yu Xiaocao's speed in knitting the sweater didn't slow down as she talked. In her past life, to save money, her brothers and sisters' sweaters and woolen pants were all knitted by her. Although she hadn't knitted for a long time and was a bit rusty, she soon got back to the old days with a bit of practice. At her speed, it wouldn't take longer than a week to knit a sweater. Looking at the blue-dyed wool under her hands, she imagined the appearance of the handsome Zhu Junyang wearing it. He would definitely look very warm and handsome. "What, you're gonna knit for that guy?" Zhu Junyang's happiness in his heart was suddenly mixed with a sour feeling. "You can teach Wudong and Yingchun. With the two of them knitting together, Steward Su can also wear it sooner." He had to admit that he didn't want the lass to knit clothes for others. When he thought of other people wearing the stuff she made, he wanted to take it off them. He rather destroy it than give other men any hope. "You're just a big jar of vinegar." So jealous. Yu Xiaocao glanced over sideways at him and chuckled. How could she not understand the thoughts going through this guy's head? "I'm just worried about tiring you," Zhu Junyang stubbornly insisted. "I just regard Sir Su as an older brother, so why are you getting jealous over nothing?" Yu Xiaocao put down her knitting needle and brought over a pillow Wudong had sewn. She put it behind her as a cushion so she could be more comfortable. "Tired? Take a break and have some pine nuts and hazelnuts." Zhu Junyang put the pine nuts and hazelnuts he had peeled into the lass's hands. He took the half-foot-long sweater she had knitted from her hands and carefully put it to the side. When Yu Xiaocao received the bounty from his hands, she ate the nuts in small bites. Outside, someone reported that Steward Yan was requesting an audience. What important matter would let Steward Yan brave the snow and wind on this snowy evening to run back and forth to report on the affairs of the horse farm? "Come in." Zhu Junyang gently pinched open a hickory nut, carefully took out the kernel and put it on another plate that was on the Kong bed table. After head steward Yan came in and gave his greeting, he stood at the side, watching his master concentrate on peeling nuts. He was stunned for a moment and in his heart, he thought, could he be peeling it for Miss Yu? As soon as this idea arose in his head, he saw his master take the empty plate from Miss Yu's hands and put the peeled hickory nuts into her hands. Head steward Yan thought to himself, I didn't expect my master, who had the titles of a cold-faced calamitous star, would be just like his father, the imperial prince, someone who dotes on their wife to no end. Is there a matter? Zhu Junyang saw that the lass preferred to eat the pine nuts and patiently peeled them out one by one. His movement was extremely leisurely and elegant as if he wasn't peeling pine nuts but using his fingertips to dance instead. It was very pleasing to the eye. Head steward Yan hastily took back his gaze and with a smile reported, As your highness has expected, the herd led by the white horse has moved into the new stables outside today. When the man in charge of the stable over there went to add the feed, the wild horses, although agitated, didn't attack the horse breeder nor did they seem to intend to escape. Lass, you guessed right. The white horse has come to the horse farm to seek shelter for his species. The matter was expected by both of them. However, it was going to be a process to gain the trust of the lead white horse. Yu Xiaocao smiled and said to head steward Yan, keep the people of the horse farm as far away from the new stables as possible. Besides sending water and feed, the horse breeders shouldn't go over there. Yes, I will tell the others now. Head steward Yan knew very well that Miss Yu's orders were the master's orders, thus, he very respectfully agreed. Wait, Yu Xiaocao suddenly thought of something and called back head steward Yan, who had turned around to go out. When the grooms add feed to the stables, let them take notice of whether there are any sick horses or horses about to give birth in the herd. Yes, Miss Yu was very considerate but would the wild horses allow the veterinarians access to them even if they were sick? Head steward Yan took a look in the direction of his master and left with doubts in his heart. When Zhu Junyang's sweater only had the 2 sleeves left to sew, head steward Yan presented the statistics. The condition of the wild horse herd wasn't optimistic. There were 75 wild horses of all sizes, with more than a dozen sick or weak. There weren't many horses pregnant, only around 2 or 3. In the horse farm, the sick horses were quarantined to prevent other horses from getting infected. Fortunately, the wild horses had a warm shelter. Every day, they could eat grass laced with spiritual energy and drink from well water, so their resistance was greatly enhanced. Some of the less ill horses had begun to improve. It seems that the wind and snow outside is lighter. Royzy, I want to go to the stables and have a look. Will you accompany me over? Yu Xiaoxiao saw that there were several seriously ill and mares about to give birth according to the statistics. She was a bit worried and used a coquettish tone to act cute with Zhu Junyang. She knew that with Zhu Junyang, she might be allowed to go for a walk. If she was on her own, that overbearing wife maniac would absolutely not agree. Having a man who cared too much about her was also a kind of sweet burden. Okay, I'll go with you, however, you have to put on the duck-down cotton-padded trousers, as well as the sheepskin vest and wear the ferret fur-lined coat on the outside. Every time Zhu Junyang saw the lass's thin arms and legs, he always worried about her health.